really got time to talk at this moment, but yeah, no, it's well put on AI's part. And Elle, I don't know you, don't know who you are, but are you friends with anybody in the chat, or do you know anybody in the chat?
Who are you asking? 3L?
Yeah.
How about naps?
Wait, what?
3L's a long-standing dude. It's Newt, man. Mr. Newt.
Yeah, that's
the
new.
controversial autistic savant.
Well, nice to meet you, man. Sorry I came in hot. I was just I saw someone quoting the scripture, and I was just like, dude, why are we getting into religion? It's just like
No, 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 no.
I was into ancient texts.
I focus on forms, powers. It's in a sensible way. I don't. If I use something like that, I do know the meaning. But the idea is to draw that deep of meaning. See it. It's not. I don't. I'm not a teenager on Discord playing with verse. Yeah, it's too many. I get it.
My sincere apologies, guys. Sorry about that.
Fine.
Dude, how can you talk about the globe without talking about religion? It is a religion. You know what I mean? Like, dude, if we had to ban religious rhetoric, and we wouldn't have any global guests.
Is Naps in here? Nope. It's just chat skanking. It's funny when they want extra details, right? They ask for the details, and then when they're shown, you were already given the details. Oh, but now they want extra details. And I'm like, yeah, no, well, why don't you should probably go ask the creator of the video for those extra details since it wasn't listed in their video description. Like, why ask me? Why ask me for what the angle of the camera was? Why, they probably don't even know. They sent a weather balloon up with a camera attached to it. The camera moves all over the damn place. How are they going to know what angle the camera was? Like, just ridiculous stuff. And he wanted me to provide maths. He wants math to negate what a wide angle lens does. I don't know. Very strange requests. Like he's blocked and still trying to talk to me, or what? I don't know. Because he wanted to know what the camera type was, what the lens type was, what the altitude was, all of this. And I gave it to him. It's right there in the screenshot, but he didn't even read the screenshot, so I had to type it all out from the screenshot, give it to him again, and then he asked for extra details. Like, wow, way to push back the goalposts, dude. But they do that. There's a lot of Globers that come in here, especially these types. And I don't know, this could be Nats. Is that Newt? Who is that? Rich Evans? I don't know. But a lot of these types come in here, and when they are given specifically what they ask for, and they're not even expecting, right? They are fully not expecting to get what they ask for. They just assume, right? And then when they are given what they ask for, they start becoming unreasonable in their requests. And that's just their way of pushing back the goalpost. It's very dishonest. If I can provide only so many details, right? Especially of something that's not mine, like a video. So, yeah, you want extra details and it's not in the description, I suggest you go to the creator's page and ask the creator of the video specifically for that, because I don't have it. I answered everything you wanted, and then you just pressed on for more. So, fuck off. So it ultimately stemmed from Naps saying that we can't accept, or we can only accept images and videos if they align with our biases. And this just carried on and carried on. And I showed him some things like, here's the type of stuff that Globers give us that we reject for these reasons. For things like the description says that there are lens effects going on in this video. There's a wide angle lens being used. There's a GoPro 4 Silver being used, right? The details are there. So we can reject this knowing that wide angle lenses cause straight lines to curve. That is the premise upon which that kind of stuff is rejected. These poor lost souls. Like, I got him blocked and he's still going. I see we got a lot of people in here. We got a big panel going on right now. I see we got a lot of Globers in here. That's funny. I thought Flat Earth was dead.
Oh man. No, it's James Brown is dead. That's the old techno song.
Oh, that's cute. I think Naps seems to think that he completely won the debate here in the text chat. It's pretty strange. I mean, for anybody, if you want to go back through the text chat between me and Naps, you'll see what's been going on.
Boring. How could they do that when they're blind? You got to tell them.
You gotta tell them, and then you show them, but then they put their fingers in their ears and they cover their eyes. Naps is just one of those ones. Covers his eyes, puts his thumbs in his ears. We got Lag Switch back in here. What's up, Lag Switch? Good to see you again.
Yeah, what up, nursery rhyme, bro?
Well, we know the difference between microscopes and telescopes now, don't we?
Oh, you're still dragging that one. What about the time you quoted a children's nursery rhyme?
What?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
Yeah, I was making a point. It was to make the point that there are lights
Yeah,
up there. You don't know
it's
what they are, right?
Well, I wasn't talking about lights. I was talking about planets, right? And it says star, right? So like, anyway, like you're quoting a children's rhyme, not a like an author, bro. It's a children's rhyme.
It was just to make the point, right? Is that you look up and you see stars in the sky, right? You just see lights. You see lights, dude.
Bro, it's a children's rhyme.
You don't know. Okay, so you know what the stars are then? I take it. What are the stars?
I was talking about planets,
What
bro.
are the stars? Oh, planets. You know what planet is? It's Greek for wandering star. So what are the stars?
Planet is Greek for wandering star. Let me look. Let's see.
Sure the hell is. Wandering celestial bodies. You bet. So what's a star? Since you know.
What? What?
What? What a star? Since you know, right? Since I just put it. Which? Oh my God! Which are stars? They're wandering celestial bodies. What's a celestial body?
Planet is not a star.
What's a celestial body?
I don't know. You tell me. Since you could.
No, I'm asking you. What's a celestial body?
You tell me. I'm saying I was talking about planets. Talking about planets.
Planet in Greek is wanderer, right? Often referred to the celestial bodies, the wander. Good
Greek
Lord,
is
you don't
also
know.
like a 1800 old language or something like that.
You don't know what the stars are. Cool.
There's a difference between a planet and a star, bro.
Read it. Read the text chat. Planet. Greek. Planon. Greek. Planets. And then we go all the way down to the etymology of the word. The word planet originally meant wanderer, referring to the celestial objects that appeared to move across the sky, unlike fixed stars. Right?
Yeah, but you're still quoting a children's nursery rhyme, bro.
You're still
Like,
stuck on that?
you don't
Because,
find that
yeah,
a little goofy?
because I don't, yeah,
You're the
I
one
don't,
so
because
stuck
I don't
on
know
the
what to say.
microscope and telescope thing, bro. So if we want to go on stuck on, we can go there, bro.
Hey, Black Switch, guess what, hon? I don't know what the
I'm not
stars
your hon,
are.
bro. I know you don't because you're not
Guess
educated.
what? I don't know
But
what they are.
I'm also not talking about I'm also not talking about
So,
stars.
so
I was talking about
what?
planets.
So maybe you do, right? So maybe you know what the stars are.
I was talking about planets though, so
Oh my God, you still don't get it.
you're kind of doing like a red herring here. You're going off topic here. I'm talking about red.
Holy crap! You guys are going around in circles. For the love of God, why don't you break away and just finish the point?
Yeah, this girl's getting crazy on me, bro. I'm talking about planets.
Yeah.
She's going to stars. I don't
You
know
don't
what
know
she's
what
on.
planets are anyway. So Earth is not a planet, okay?
What is it?
It's Earth, bro. Place that you live. It's not a planet. It's a plane.
Earth is not a planet. Yeah, you might be retarded. Oh my
Yeah, no,
god.
because planets are stars, bro. They're the wandering stars. And Earth
They're
is not a
not, bro.
wandering star. Earth is not a planet by definition.
You know, a planet is, bro. A planet is in orbit around a star, bro.
No,
It's around a star, bro.
no.
Bro,
I
look
just
up the definition of planet, bro.
just did the etymology and everything. It's in the text chat for
Yes.
you.
Okay. Let's see. You looked up the Greek translation. I'm talking
No,
about like the actual definition, bro.
etymology.
No, I'm talking about the actual definition. A star is not orbiting a star, bro.
Oh my God. Give me
Yeah, you're
someone else.
really dumb, bro.
Yeah, you're really dumb, bro.
Yeah, you
You
are.
really dumb. The etymology, bro. Like, Earth is not a planet. Earth is not a
It is, bro.
star. It's
So
not
Earth is
wandering.
not wait. Earth is not a celestial body moving around a star, the sun.
Nope. Not unless
What
you
is
can prove
it?
it. What's your proof?
What is my proof about the sun?
Yeah, what's your proof that Earth is a planet going around the sun? What's your proof? Where's your
Because
evidence?
we're orbiting the sun, bro.
No, you're just going circular with that. You got circular logic there.
Right.
That's
So your
not so
proof, your
bro.
proof. She asked you for proof of the claim, not just for you to repeat the claim.
What do you mean, bro? What? Like the Earth is orbiting around the sun?
You said
Right.
Earth
So
is a
that's the third time. Hold on, Jenna. That's the third time you said it is. She asked you for evidence or proof that it's doing that. Don't just say it's doing it again. For God's sakes, offer her some evidence.
Okay, what about stellar parallax, bro? Seasons. What about the seasons, bro? How do you explain the seasons, bro? Interesting.
So that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna gish gallop.
What? I'm talking about the how do you explain the seasons?
No. We're on your claim that the Earth is a planet going around the sun. What is your
Yeah.
evidence? Yeah, so we're on that right
Seasons,
now.
bro.
What is your evidence? No, you
Bro,
can't just
seasons only, bro. Seasons only make sense if Earth's tilted axis remains constant while it orbits the sun, or else
No,
the angle of the sunlight wouldn't change throughout the year.
you are agonizing to talk to. Like,
No, because you can't respond. You don't know how to. You don't even know what I'm saying, probably.
You are telling me that seasons is your evidence. You're just shouting out a word and going seasons, and that's your evidence.
I gave you a whole explanation. Are you dumb? Oh my God, you're
Are
you are retarded.
you realize that
I gave you I gave you a whole explanation on what it is, and you still can't respond to it, bro.
Hello. So you realize that if Earth tilted the way they say it tilts. If it's a globe and it tilts the way they say it tilts, parts of Antarctica should really thaw out, but they don't. And the flora and fauna are drastically different from the north and the south. Do
What do
you
you mean?
even know what I'm saying to you right now?
Okay, calm down. Let's go back to my topic and answer my topic instead of just going to
I'm
jumping to
fucking
jumping.
seasons right now. Holy fuck.
Okay, are you gonna respond to my question, or are you just gonna jump to something else?
No, I'm done talking to you, bro.
Okay.
Because you're the one jumping. Because you're the one jumping to
Yeah,
something
bro.
else.
I'm not though. You were talking about how can I prove that the Earth is orbiting around the sun. I told you seasons. I gave you a whole explanation on it, and you still won't make a comeback to it. You're just jumping to another thing.
I just told you how that's wrong, right? So
How is
now
it wrong?
you need something else. Now you need to try to come up with something else. Something else. You need to try something else, dude.
Explain how it's wrong, please.
I just did, right?
I didn't hear you. Okay, explain it again for me.
No, I'm not explaining it twice. If you're too dumb to get it, I'm not
Oh my
explaining it.
God.
And not even a third time, because it would be third time.
Or flat earther humbled. Yeah, this is going on the TikTok right here. And I actually don't have like 10 subscribers on like your channel. You should get like 27 views, bro. Lock it.
I don't know what you're talking about, and quite frankly, I don't care.
What, the YouTube video that you posted about me, bro?
I didn't post
Yeah.
you. Oh, that's not my
Oh.
video. That's not mine. Somebody sent that to me actually, which was freaking hysterical.
It's 27 views. I don't really care. But yeah.
So anyway, seasons, right? Seasons. That's your
Yeah.
evidence
Yeah.
that
Okay, you want to
Earth
give me the
is a
explanation?
hold on, I'm recapping. Seasons. That is your evidence that Earth is a planet going around the sun, and I already told you how that doesn't quite work, right? The
Okay, can you tell me how
axial
it doesn't
tilt
quite
of the
work?
globe, right? You should provide parts of the Antarctic to melt more than they do, and they don't. The flora and do you know? Hold on, real quick. Do you know what flora and fauna are?
Enlighten me what flora and fauna is and what it has
He's
to do with.
googling it right now, guys. He's googling. I'm a Google it earther.
No, tell me what it is.
Flora and fauna is like the birds and the bees, bro. It's the grass. It's the springtime that comes about. It's seasons. It's animals. It's nature, right?
Flora and fauna?
Of nature, right?
Never
Yeah. So the flora and fauna, the flowers and the fawns, right? These things are more abundant up north, right? With the sun cycles, because it is the sun that moves, right? You observe the sun moving over your head. Your senses don't tell you that you're the one in motion.
because we do a full turn, bro. Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah.
Dude, yeah, bro. Do you not know we do a full rotation, bro? Do you know, like how? Okay, please tell me why is in China it's completely dark outside, but in the U.S. it's completely light. Like, explain that.
Well, it could happen to be from something called light attenuation through the inverse square law of light, but we'll get into that at another time because we're still talking about seasons. Right?
All right. Okay, so the angle of the sunlight changes with orbit, right? The Antarctic thing has nothing to do with it, bro. That has nothing to do with it. You're talking different stuff, bro. You're talking about temperature, bro. That's different.
Wow. Oh my gosh, guys, did you hear this? I'm talking about temperature.
Oh, man.
Seasons, and I'm talking about temperature.
I'm talking about the angle of the sunlight, bro.
Yeah, isn't the whole point? Yeah, bro, isn't the whole point about the angle the change in the temperature?
What the?
Bro, it's the change in the what? It's the change in the orbit, bro, around the sun, bro.
No. Look, that's a claim.
The tilted
But what we
axis.
actually, yeah, that's great. But what we actually witness is that throughout the year, the sun's in a different location in the sky, and it's there for a different amount of time. So there's a
No, we're
different amount of
actually not.
available.
We're going around.
Yeah, yeah. Look. Notice how you keep making claims about things you can't see, while I'm talking about things I do see.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm saying throughout the year,
Yeah.
the sun is in different places in the sky, and it's the days are different lengths. Like in the winter, there's shorter days, and the summer's longer days. So there's more sun in the sky, right, during different days. So that's what we see. Now you're making all these claims about things that you never see, right? So I don't know how you're supposed to prove what you're saying is correct.
Okay. I could see stuff that isn't. I can't. Wait.
How do you suppose we talk about
He was about to
seasons
say I can see stuff I can't see. Holy crap. No worries, bro. Just take your time and think about it. Hey, no worries. I may be being wrong, so take your time and think about what you're trying to say.
I could say stuff I could see that isn't right, bro. It's.
What? Oh man, I just wonder how you suppose we're going to talk about seasons without mentioning a change in temperatures.
Yeah. So look, the answer is the same in both paradigms, dude. So the answer is
Holy buzzword
The sun-
paradigms, bro. Lock in.
Yeah.
Just use normal words, bro.
Yeah,
You don't
yeah.
use these buzzwords to try to sound cool, bro. That's what all you flat earthers do,
no,
bro.
dude. It's not a buzzword to sound cool. It's like, I mean, I'm a highly educated individual. I'm sorry that I forgot to tone it down for dumb people.
Oh, where did you go to college?
Right next to your mom's house.
Oh, so you didn't.
that's-
Okay, interesting. I thought you were very highly educated.
Oh, no, I went to university, dude. See, that's a difference.
What
You wouldn't
university
know.
did you go to?
Yeah, like I'm just gonna tell you what university I went to. Good grief,
Okay, so
dude.
you didn't go to university. Nice.
Yeah. That's how that works. Wow, you're the intelligentsia of the world, bro. Anyway,
Yeah, so-
the moral of the story is here. Let me try this. In both worldviews, is that too big of a word? Is that okay? How about just in both views? Do you know what the word views mean? So in both views, like flat Earth, globe Earth view, is that okay? Not too big of a word? Monosyllabic? Yeah, that'd be okay for you? So in both views, the answer is the same. The sun is in a relative differential position throughout the year. So throughout the year, the sun's here, there, everywhere. So it's the relative location of the sun and the earth. That's the reason in both worldviews.
Yeah, we also spin as well, bro.
I mean, dude, that's your claim. You keep making claims, dude. You keep just saying claims after claims after claims after claims. Like, are claims evidence or something? Did I miss that part in science class where claims are the evidence itself?
Bro, I already gave you an explanation on the seasons
No,
until today access, bro. But
That's fine.
But the
Claims
Jenny girl
and
just wanted to-
explanations. Yes, dude. Claims and explanations aren't evidence, dude.
bro, and oh my god, the explanation is part of evidence, bro.
No, it's not. So here's the thing, right?
Explaining why it happens, bro.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You fucking tard. Maybe if you listen, I'm gonna maybe like clean out your ears, get a hearing aid away. You can't afford.
Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say your explanation is correct. Your explanation itself doesn't validate the claim. So how are you going to evidence your explanation is actually true? What evidence are you going to provide that that explanation is correct?
Bro, alright, why do you have to mute me every time? That's crazy work. Okay, anyway, bro, what are you saying right now? You're saying that just because I make a claim and I explain it, if I made a claim and I explain it, that means it's not true? Like, what are you saying, bro?
No, I didn't say that. I said you made a claim, you made an explanation for how it would work if it were true. Now validate that it is true.
Bro, because seasons only make sense if Earth's tilted axis remains constant while it orbits the sun.
No, wrong. You're wrong. That's only makes sense to you. So you're basically doing a logical fallacy of argument from incredulity. So you can't
Okay,
understand or fathom how it could be different. I don't have to, dude. You have to prove that you're
Exactly,
correct.
because you can't.
No,
You
I don't
can't.
have to. It's your burden to
Just say
prove
you
that
can't. Just
you're
say you
correct.
can't. Just say, because, bro, are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's quite
Bro,
obvious, dude, that I'm
seasons
correct and
only would
you're
make sense.
incorrect.
Okay, let me slow it down for you. They would only make sense if Earth's tilted axis
No,
remains
wrong.
constant while it orbits the sun. And you're just gonna say nope, wrong, because you're a little base son of a bitch and don't want to change your fucking retard answer because you want to be different for some reason. And you can't
Dude,
prove my
all
claim,
you
so you're
need.
just gonna keep, you can't prove my claim, so
Oh,
you're just gonna keep saying, oh, wrong, prove it,
yep,
prove it.
whatever.
Even though I just did. Yeah, just say whatever, bro. You're getting outsmarted by high schooler, bro. It's okay.
No, you're not, dude. No, you're not, dude.
I
Not
am.
outsmarting
No, I'm
anybody.
not. Like, bro, use your words, bro. Thought you were smart.
Yeah, I am.
You should use your vocab.
So
You said
here's
no.
how it works,
No,
dude.
I am. You said no, I am, bro.
You're,
Use your words,
and
bro.
so what? All right, dude.
Dang. So I'll be
Go ahead,
honest.
go ahead and say something else. Hold on. We need that kid to
Oh.
speak up again.
Okay.
Damn, why you keep muting me, bro?
That's why, bro.
Bro, if you like go out on public, do you just like me?
There you go.
All right. I don't really know anything about the flat Earth. Like, what is it? Like, what's the stance? Like, what are the
Yeah, no problem. I'll tell you straight up. It's very simple. So you would agree, or at least you've been taught, that the Earth is covered in 70% of water, right? So
Sure.
water has particular set of physics that we understand. So water is the gold standard of level, right? So you use a water level, you use a bubble level, etc. Fluids at rest, use them as a trough to level stuff. So we also use it as sea level. So the entire elevation profile of the Earth is benchmarked off of water. So since we know that water is level, and it covers 70% of the Earth, the next step is that water is actually horizontal and flat on its surface. Now, how we know this is you can measure water and it won't display any curvature, and then you can apply the physics of water that we already know exist over that entire 70%. You end up with a horizontally arranged sea level from which all the land masses are then elevational profiled from. And the tip of the highest point on Earth to the tip of the lowest point on Earth is 13 miles. So you end up with a differential off of a horizontal of 13 miles over 192 million square miles of a surface. So that would be all the points of the surface arranged between two horizontal planes, benchmarked off of level, flat water, and that means the Earth is horizontally arranged and flat. That's pretty much it.
Fair enough.
So the counterpoint to that is, well, water is actually curved, which would then be the claim that level is curved. Now, of course, that's not how we experience day-to-day life, so that's an extraordinary claim, which needs extraordinary evidence, which means they have to prove that water is curving in the manner in which they claim. Problem is, when you go out and you measure the water, the curve never shows up for work that day. So when the Earth is thought about as a level plane, that's how it's used. That's how we build on it. That's how we travel on it. That's how we do anything practical on it. And then when you go out and measure the water, it corroborates the fact that you experience the Earth as a level, stationary plane. And it pretty much put two and two together. If water's flat, then the Earth's flat. That's pretty much it.
Well, I guess it's like a counter thought or whatever you may have it, is that, wouldn't you kind of think, oh, well, maybe humans just don't have the perspective to like see as far, right?
Yeah, that's fine. And I would agree with you to a point, except that we have technology that can measure it, and like lasers and stuff like that. And when you use such technology on the Earth, for example, a 25-mile laser test over a body of water or a 35-mile laser test over a Great Salt Lake, right? You find out that there's no hump of Earth curve in between the laser and the target, just proving the claim of the scale economy, because we have technology that can measure the thing. When applied to the Earth, there's no curvature present.
Wouldn't you have to span more than, like, I would say 1,000 miles?
No, not at all. Let me explain. I'll explain. It's very simple. First off, no optical technology can penetrate 1,000 miles of atmosphere. Ain't gonna happen. 300 miles at best. Second off, since the physics of water and the natural physics of the way curvature functions is you need a ever-changing rate of slope, right? So it's going to be a ball has to be curved pretty much everywhere. Now, land, you could argue topography, but a salt lake bed, was essentially no topography of a variance of, plus or minus 1 meter versus water, which is going to be plus or minus 1 meter, depending on the body of water with waves and stuff like that, right? And we know water lays flat on the surface, right? Like that's just a fact. Everybody throughout the entirety of human history understand that. That when you fill up a tub with water and you look at it, that's the surface of that tub is flat. So we know that
Right.
water is either wrapping around the ball or it's not. So you say, well, how much sample size do you need? Well, at 25 miles, the differential would be a laser would either hit the target at a 6-foot differential if you had a 6-foot laser firing height, or it would fly above the target by approximately 300 feet. So we know that a laser is accurate enough to let us know whether it's a 300-foot differential or not. So you don't need too much more of a sample size than that.
I see.
Yeah, so that's
Fair
2 orders of magnitude. That's 2 orders of magnitude, right? So you go from single digits to double digits to triple digits, right? So you can tell that the laser isn't in the triple digit range, it's in the single digit range, and therefore that's 2 order of magnitude off. That's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, it's a very simple proposition, and that proposition is that water and sea level is level by definition. And that level is not curved. It's arranged horizontally. Therefore, the Earth's surface is horizontal, and all the points on the surface are between 2 horizontal planes parallel with the horizon. Therefore, the Earth is a flat thing. I mean, it's flat. Water's flat, the Earth is flat. There you go. That sums it up.
So if it was hypothetically round, wouldn't you just have like a gravitational pull, like just gravity working?
Yeah, so if gravity is working, pulling things to the surface, holding
Right.
water down, and you measure water and the water's flat, then that means gravity proves the Earth is flat. About the surface of the water, dude. It's all about the surface, whether it's curved or not. So when it comes to whether things are flat or not, it's about the surface. So if you buy, let's say you're a manufacturer and you like to make metal parts, right? You might buy what's called a surface plate, which is a reference, a flat reference that you pay thousands of dollars to obtain, and it's engineered flat on the surface. And the only thing that matters to you is whether that surface is flat or not. So if it's curved, it's not flat. It's that simple. So you didn't pay $5,000 for a surface plate to put your metal parts on, and then it's got a peak in the center where the part is wobbling on it because some idiot made it curved when you ordered a flat table. It's like, no, bro, that's flat. So we understand the difference between flat and curved, and the properties of it have to do with the dimensions of the surface. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay. So the gravity doesn't really change, or the gravity it changes, right? But
It's kind of
varies. Like the
it's
level
kind of like a non. Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine and dandy. So if you say gravity varies,
Mhm.
right? Then what does that have to do with the physical structure of the surface? Like, it's still going to be flat.
Let's see. Because, like, let's say they did go to space, where there's like, I mean, it's still gravity, but it's very limited. So, like, you just be experiencing variances in like the significance of gravity or the presence of per se.
Well, I mean, if it's the case that the strength of whatever they allege gravity is proportional to the distance you are from the Earth, then going away from the flat Earth, you would feel less effects of the thing that you call gravity. But that wouldn't change the fact that the surface isn't curved and the Earth's still flat.
Well, wouldn't that be how we have like North Pole, South Pole, and they're still there? I guess. Like I'm just working off of like the basic map or the basic Earth or globe that they give us. Like it still has that gravitational pull within, let's say, the ball shape. So
that's a claim, sure, but nobody has ever experienced any inward action towards the ball. All you've ever experienced in your life, and you know this is true based on your own experience, is up and down. You've experienced up and down, which is perpendicular to horizontal. You know what horizontal is. If somebody invites you over to help level their television, you know exactly what to do. You don't got to imagine yourself on a globe. You just say, hey, this is perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yeah.
The one side of the TV is vertical, the other side of the TV is horizontal. If I need to do it better than my eyeballs can do, I'll pull out a bubble level and I'll use the physics of liquids to balance this thing.
I see. Wait, no, that kind of sums it up.
Yeah, so like I'll submit to you. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't even think about that. The bubble level, that shit crazy. No, that kind of breaks it down for sure. Is like if our oceans are level, then yeah, I could see.
Right, and I'll submit to you, friend, that that's congruent with your experience. The idea of the globe and the idea that when you drop something, it's falling sideways to the center of a ball floating in midair, that's not your experience. That's a story you've been told. And the only place you ever even come close to experiencing that is in fantasy or in your imagination or in a dream. But in the real world, when you drop something, it goes down. When you release something like a balloon, it goes up. And when you level something, it's horizontal. That's all you've ever experienced. So the flat Earth is entirely congruent with your experience. Whereas the other story is just that, a story.
I see. Yeah, makes sense.
All right, next victim. Kat.
I don't know who you talked to already. I just got back. There's Mansky 30. Have you talked to Mansky 30?
Don't know.
Hi, Mansky 30. Speak up if you wish. Het Hero.
Yeah, I was going to call out the Het Hero. He's got a cooler picture.
What is that picture?
Yo, what up?
Oh, who was that? Speak again.
Mansky 30.
Oh, it's Mansky 30. Yeah, welcome to the Flat Earth channel. Have you been here before?
Yeah, I've been here once.
How'd it go that time? Who's making weird groaning sounds?
I don't think the Earth is flat.
I don't think the Earth is flat still.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, you've got Seth here, who agrees with you. So yeah, let's just try talking to one person at a time, Seth. If you could, keep your peanut gallery comments to yourself while we're talking to Mansky. Anyway, Mansky, why don't you think it's flat? Why do you think it's a globe?
Because that's what I learned in school.
That's a common answer to that question and an honest answer. Yeah, that's what I learned in school also. In fact, it's what I was taught to teach to others. And then wasn't until I went to try to find the evidence to back up the claim that I realized the evidence was flimsy at best, logically fallacious at worst, and gosh darn criminal at the very worst. So, you assume that somebody who told you this knew what they were talking about, but turns out they didn't, because if we lived on a ball, then the geometry of this ball would be measurable and observable in reality. But in fact, when we test this alleged drop over distance in reality, we find that it's not there, Mansky.
Really? When did you test this?
Well, it's been tested many times. I mean, I personally tested it looking between Lake Michigan, Sawyer, Michigan, aka Warren Dunes, and looking at the skyline of the city of Chicago. You can even see it sometimes further north in South Haven. I've seen it both places. Shouldn't be able to be seen on the globe, but that's just my personal observation. Other people have documented carefully all their observations.
And
Other people have done laser tests which demonstrate the same. The laser hits the target, even though there should be a hump of Earth, making it impossible for the laser to hit the target. But the laser does hit the target at distances over 20 miles, impossibility on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay, so when you went and looked at the Lake Michigan, you said whatever. How did that help you come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Great question. Yep. Are you able to see the text chat that goes along with this? I'll tag you in there.
There's live satellite feed, I feel like, of the Earth, so that's just what I'm getting at here.
Okay, well, we can address that. I mean, you asked me why the observation had significance, so that's why I asked you to look in the text chat so
Yeah, I
can
see.
show you a couple of things. Okay, yeah. So the first thing is a basic diagram. We can show you this in many other versions if you want, but it's basically showing where the predicted curvature of this globe comes from. The next thing I'll put in there is according to the given geometry of the sphere, as also verified by any Earth curvature calculator you would find, which there's many mainstream because we're testing the globe claim. These are the predicted distances. So at 10 miles, the drop below the horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature would be 66 feet. At 20 miles, 266 feet. A lot of the laser tests are between 20 and 30 miles, that range right in there. Then up to 50 miles, 1,666 feet. Then if you put the actual distance of any of the Chicago skyline images, which I'll put one of them in there, which has a distance of 52 miles, and if you put that into any of the standard Earth curvature calculator, then you'll find that it should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. Yet we can see the whole skyline. I mean, that's the whole argument in a nutshell. Did you have any questions about it, Mansky?
Yeah, can you actually give me a second to actually read this information that I see that you're putting in the chat here? Let me actually read it and look over it.
That's great news. Music to my ears. Take all the time you need. Yeah.
Okay, I'm still here. I'm just going to be on
around the whole world. Because really, until you've done that, what are we really talking about?
Yep, you can start now. Come and see us when you're done, Seth. Let us know what you found out.
Get to it. Get to it.
But he applied that standard when he believed the Earth was a globe.
Dude, you guys are so easy to trick.
That's a big litter box.
We got tricked. We got tricked, bro. Get real.
Is that some duper delight?
So I'm seeing the information that you're putting, and it's cool and everything, but Look at what I'm sending in the chat here. Can you see it?
I'll take a look. Thanks for looking at what I sent. I appreciate it. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg, the icing on the cake, the skin on the potato, just the beginning.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure it was the satellite thing, but if that's the case, there shouldn't be any contradictions with what she's showing you.
Really?
Oh,
The curvature of the
okay,
Earth?
dude. That's bro. The curvature of the what? The curvature of the image. The curvature of the image.
Can we see here what's going on? You guys don't see the Earth there?
Yeah. Is it an image curve or a structural curve? Which one? And how do you know?
Ooh, that's a good question. No, this has to
It
be
actually is,
structural,
'cause there's-
bro. This has to be structural, I would think.
Why?
Because,
But why?
bro, it's like, it's obvious. It's just, how could it be an image curve? Why would it be an image curve?
I don't know. Maybe because they have a curved lens.
Okay, now you got me
Well, let me ask you
thinking.
this question.
Maybe we should
Yeah.
look into what type of
Fair.
lens that is. I'm sure that's public information since we pay for it.
You mean what kind of lens they tell you it is?
Yeah, why would they lie? We're
Oh,
humans,
really? So
bro.
why would they lie?
You
It's
don't
your
think we
standard
could-
of evidence?
No, I mean, dude, we have a live stream
Fair enough.
of the Earth.
No, we don't. No, you don't, dude. No, you don't. You do not have a 24-hour live stream of the Earth, dude.
We don't agree on that. That's not real.
No. There's no agreeing about it, dude. Try watching the ISS stream for 24 hours, dude, and tell me if it's live all that time. Get real. It's not. We all know this.
We have to watch it 24 hours to see if it's like, dude, it's a live stream of the Earth. We can still see the Earth. It doesn't matter.
How much of the Earth could you see in this supposed stream?
Well, in this specific stream, I don't see the whole Earth, but I'm
Does
sure
he
if I
say
click the NASA YouTube channel, if I click the NASA YouTube channel or just search up on YouTube or something.
Well, how much? Yeah, but I'm just curious. Just look at the image real quick from the stream and just guess how much of the Earth you're seeing.
Oh,
Like you would guess.
this. Oh man, dude, if I'm being honest here, I couldn't even tell you because I would just be lying if I even acted like I knew.
No, if you were being honest, you wouldn't be lying.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I really don't know. Okay, maybe this could be like. Okay, wait. Let me actually look into this image. Let me look in here.
No, I just want you to look at the image and go with your gut instinct. How much of the Earth are you seeing based on the assumption that the Earth is a ball, using the curve that you're looking at? How much more curve would there be of the Earth, and how much are you seeing in the image they're showing you? Just guess. Like, just go with your gut instinct. There's no wrong answer, dude.
Bro, there gotta be at least like 5. Nah, maybe 5%. I don't know, man. I really don't know, bro. I just feel like any
Hey, bro,
answer
hold
isn't
on.
being real.
Hold on, homie Slice. Hold on. Listen, you're actually close. Most people get it way wrong. So the height that the ISS is from the surface, it would only be able to see 3% of the Earth. Now, that being said, 5 was a good guess. But do you think that you can make a definitive claim about the structure of an entire object when you can only see 3% of the surface at a time? Would that be fair?
I mean, I can't make a definitive, but I definitely can assume here if I just use a little bit of sense.
What sense?
If the Earth is a globe, if that curve, right, that curve got to keep going, right? It got to keep going and it got to circle around back to come back here. So it has to, like, otherwise, what else would this curve be? But what I'm really getting at is there's even other videos on NASA's YouTube channel that would show us like Earth, right? Even on YouTube itself, I could just search up a picture of Earth. You guys don't trust YouTube or something?
No, you
There's
do.
not. The only one is the ISS, dude, and the ISS isn't far enough away to arbitrate the proposition. The other satellites that are allegedly getting images of the Earth, they're compilers. They're not live streamed in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and why are you trusting YouTube to tell you something is different than how you experience it in reality, Mansky 30? I mean, when you go out and you walk around the Earth, it seems flat and stationary, doesn't it?
Definitely does, but I realize that I'm one tiny, tiny, tiny human on this huge Earth. So,
Welcome to Flat Earth, tiny guy.
Yeah, that's kind of like part of the general heliocentric programming, but in reality, what we've been trying to explain to you here is if you were actually on a spinning globe, there would be observable effects in reality on the ground, which we do not find when we go out to look for curvature.
there's no there's nothing you can
There should
observe.
not be a contradiction between the pictures that you're showing and the observations that we can show you in reality. There shouldn't be a contradiction. They should match. You would say, right?
Wait. Do we agree space exists, right? We agree there, right?
No. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Mansky, because a lot of times people come in here and they
That's
talk
not
for a
even-
long time before. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I lagging?
That wasn't even on the. I think I am.
Because if we can't agree that space exists, then the conversation is going to be useless.
Well, if we
Because
thought space existed, we wouldn't be here, genius.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Your prayers are heard.
That's the Flat Earth Society. You don't believe space exists?
Society? I'm one man.
This ain't the Flat Earth Society, brother. You're
Bro,
all
that's the
fucked up.
Flat Earth like ideology. You guys don't believe in space?
You do.
Yeah, why should we?
Dude,
Can you tell us why we should?
you don't believe in God?
Can you tell? Hold on. God isn't in space, bro.
Dude, what?
Why should we? You think God is in outer space?
Dude, we got to open up Genesis and just read it.
Okay,
It's right here
let's
for
go
us
back
to
to my
read.
original question. Why should I believe there's this thing called the vacuum of space? Why should I?
My
I have
boy.
no primary evidence of it, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I ain't never been there. Like, I have no evidence. Why should I just believe in it?
Because it's right here, bro. It's right here. In the beginning,
Right where?
God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was
Okay, so here's the
without
funny thing.
form and
How did God
void
create day and night before the sun?
with his voice. Then
Okay,
God said, "Let
but
there be
it
light,"
doesn't.
and there was light.
But in the globe, right? Doesn't the rotating Earth day and night depends on the sun being there?
In the rotating globe, well, the sun does
Yeah.
need to be there either ways to shine, right?
Okay, so God in Genesis it says God created the sun after day and night.
And then the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the water, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So what do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then God said, let there be. God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the
Are you
light from
quoting
the
Genesis or are
darkness.
you just making it up?
No, I'm quoting this. God saw the light that
Okay.
it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. So
Okay.
the evening
Keep
and the
reading.
morning were the
Keep
first
reading.
day.
Keep
Where
reading.
and where does it say flat Earth?
Keep
Oh, are
reading.
you talking
Keep
about when He
reading.
said? So the evening. Oh, then
Brother,
God
keep
said, "Let
reading,
there
because then
be
he
a
creates
firmament in the
the
midst
sun
of the
after day
waters."
and night. Bro,
Bro,
listen, you're just trying
what
to
does that have
filibuster. I
to
don't
do
appreciate it.
with
So he
anything?
created the sun after day and night.
What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Jesus Christ, bro. You're the one who
Maybe it's
brought up the
going over my
Bible.
head. That's why I'm being dead ass.
Okay,
Like,
no,
what
you're
does
the
that have
one
to
who
do
brought
with
up the
it?
Bible. I said, why should I believe in space? You mentioned the Bible.
Because it's right
And the
here.
Bible
This is
does say
how
the
it's
earth is
done.
flat.
I'm just saying.
Job, it says the earth is like clay pressed by a seal, which is flat.
Well,
Dude,
in this
no.
chronology,
But
you
you
were
have
pointing
to
out the previous
understand that.
order.
You have to understand that I'm just using this to point out here. Space is definitely real, right? There's stars. What are these stars, right?
You're
You
just
have to
asserting that.
understand then. What are
You're
these
just
stars in
asserting
the
it's
sky?
definitely real.
What are
You're
these
more
stars in
religious
the
about
sky?
space than you are about the Bible.
What are these stars in the sky?
I don't know. Neither do you.
Yes, we do because we learned it.
Okay. How?
Because we went into space or whatever these scientists
We went
did.
to a star?
Maybe we didn't go to a star, but
They
there's
learned.
Then how do
some
we know
way
what they
to
are?
there's some way to study stars. You realize that
Really?
maybe, and what you're insinuating is that just because you didn't study stars, that other people didn't study stars either, and with that they're
No,
studying didn't that like
I talked to PhD astrophysicists about this topic. Don't assume what I know or don't know.
okay then.
That's your big
So
mistake. All I've done is ask you a question.
you're right. Sorry,
Why should I
man.
believe in space? What is the evidence that there's this outer space vacuum? How is it even possible, giving like the second law of thermodynamics, for instance?
Okay, I think that good evidence, and I'm not even using ChatGPT here, I'm using my brain. I think that good evidence for space would be how when we go up like in the planes, the pressure actually changes, right? The pressure changes. So I feel like if we keep going up there, that's where the vacuum of space is, and that's why we can't really come out of the spaceship without the suit
Does it
and
go
shit.
down forever? Does it
What's
go
the
to zero?
vacuum of space? Oh, I
Does it
couldn't
go to
tell you. I
zero?
don't know. I couldn't tell you. I really
Okay,
don't
well,
know.
shouldn't it? Because your train of logic is that if the pressure goes down, it just keeps going down. So there must be a place called space. But if you continue that logic, has to go down to zero, right?
Well, it goes down to
Or does
whatever
it
it
have an
goes down
arbitrary
to when
stopping
they're in
point where you
space.
feel like it?
It goes
Does
down
it
to
have an
wherever.
arbitrary?
Does it have a
Yeah,
what?
to whatever, right? It just stops when you feel like it.
No, I'm getting at there's people that study this stuff and whatever
I'm
their
sure,
studies
like the
say.
magic science guy, I know he exists out there somewhere. He studied it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, they did, bro.
Have you ever heard of L. Ron Hubbard?
Okay,
That's
so here's the
facts. Is
funny
that not
thing.
facts?
No,
Harvard,
it's not facts. So here's the
Harvard
funny
scholars
thing:
and
the
stuff.
idea that hold on, bro, the idea of space came about in 300 BC. They had no evidence for it whatsoever.
Wow, really?
So do you think
No
they're just good
evidence for
guessers?
space.
Not
Bro,
in
I mean, we
300
have
BC.
technology. Think
What's that
about
hook
this,
up and
bro.
like, what's that?
At that time,
Okay,
people weren't on the internet talking hundreds of miles away. Wherever you are right now, I don't even know.
that's great. But what I'm saying is the idea precedes the evidence. Okay, and you, me, and everybody in this chat has the same evidence that they had 300 BC. Fucking nothing. Just somebody saying yes, it exists on TV. That's it. That's our evidence.
So how do you know I'm real? How do you know you're talking to a real
Oh
person
Jesus
right now?
Christ! Here we go.
You
Here we
don't
go.
sound real, homeboy.
The
You
brain in
sound
the
thick as
jar.
fuck.
Fucking shit.
My boy, I'm being honest. I'm being for real, bro, because
How do I know you're real?
this is
Because
what
I'm
it
not
is.
talking to myself right now. That's how I know.
Bro, okay, yes, we have but these people study these things. We have technology, bro. I'm saying we advance. We have technology. We learn shit. You know.
Sounds like a religion.
So you think I'm praising these people for real?
Obviously. Yeah, on
I think
repeat.
you believe their claims because you want to, and you don't know what their evidence is for their claims.
The evidence is that these people study it. I believe that. Why would they
That's
lie
not
about
evidence
that?
that the claim is true, though. What they do, they could stand on their head, they could juggle fucking chainsaws. That doesn't prove that their claim is true.
Dude, I can search up so many different articles to prove that
Yeah,
Earth
you
is
can search
real.
up a lot of claims, but you can't search up evidence.
Okay, so what evidence can you give me right now that I can do to see the Earth is flat, or to test that the Earth is flat? Or
Oh, just go to that's fucking easy. Go to the ocean.
go to the ocean and I will realize the Earth is flat.
Yeah, isn't the ocean flat?
Dude, I
Does the
believe.
water curve? Do you think the ocean's curving?
It is.
Yes, I do.
Do you
It is.
do you think water can curve?
I think the ocean is
Not
curving
large
because
bodies of connected water. No, they cannot curve.
But do you think
Don't
water
try to
can
bring
curve?
up fucking raindrops. That is fucking dishonest as fuck.
But it's curving now.
Yeah.
You say
Why?
water can curve, but it's curving.
Why? Why is it curving? Because of gravity?
Yeah.
Is it curving because of gravity?
I don't know.
Yeah, just stop it, dude. Stop it.
It's curving, bro. It's pulling
Stop it, dude.
atmosphere.
Dishonest nonsense, dude.
Indio. Oh. Do you want to talk to Lag Switch or Mansky? Because you were talking to Mansky and then
A
Lag
normal.
Oh, you want to talk to a normal person? Okay, the first guy. Okay, that's
I got
I can handle
just
that.
like move me into a different chat.
Okay, well, since I don't have that for you, I present Mansky.
Yeah, Mansky. Do you have any sacred cows, like ideas in your mind that are like unassailable?
Unassailable? What do you mean? What is the? Why would you even ask me that, bro? Come on, bro. Don't disrespect me, man. I'm not disrespecting you.
No, I'm not disrespecting. It seems like outer space to you is like a sacred cow. It's unquestionably true.
No,
Can't be
bro.
questioned.
I just
Like,
believe that. I think that we're humans and we're able to evolve and we're able to learn things, and God put like God. We're allowed to, bro. There's nothing wrong with saying that, man. And to sit here and say like all these tests, dude, you're ignoring.
Well,
You're
if
not.
I
You don't
ask you
believe
for
in
anything,
space. You don't believe in the atmosphere.
why should I? You
You
can't
don't
give me a
believe in any
reason
of
to.
these things.
You
just
can't
believe
give
the
me
Earth
a
is flat.
logical reason to, bro. I don't auto believe shit because people say I.
Okay, can I be honest with you right
I
now?
saw a Bigfoot.
Let me
I
be
don't auto
honest.
believe, bro. Look,
You
do
know
you
why?
auto believe things? Are you listening to me? Do you
Yes.
auto believe things?
Yep, I auto believe things.
Okay.
Well, no, I
But
learned
why
things
should
through
I?
experience. I learned things through experience.
You haven't experienced space, brother.
Oh, that's
in fact,
true.
your experience says space can't exist.
But I have experienced school.
Okay, but so what? They don't show any
I've
evidence.
learned everything that I know in school.
Okay, no, what you learned was what the correct answer on the test is so that you can pass and be moved on. That's what you learned.
You know what else I learned? How to speak English and talk to you.
Fantastic. But I think you learned that outside of school. I don't think school taught you that.
We learned that there's a class literally called English.
Yes. Cool. That's how to write English.
What, bro? You see what I'm saying?
Were you mute?
Disconnect.
Did you not understand the English language in kindergarten? Did they teach you how to read, to talk in kindergarten?
They teach you your ABCs in school, bro. You can learn your ABCs
that's where you learn
outside of school, but you learn them in
that's
school.
reading and
They
writing.
teach you how to write. They teach you how to read.
Yeah, reading and writing, but you already knew English. You could already talk.
Can you write cursive, Mansky?
Can
you write cursive?
You're learning something in there.
Can you write cursive, Mansky?
Me personally, I cannot
Yeah,
write
you
cursive.
personally.
I
Me
cannot write
personally,
cursive.
or do you mean humanity?
Yeah. So yeah, I
So,
think the point Indio was just trying to
humanity.
make.
Can
I think.
humanity write cursive?
Yeah, I think the point Indio was originally trying to make Mansky, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like bet my life on it or anything, but we have a live stream, so we could always look if we wanted. But I'm pretty sure you said I learned to speak English at school, and I'm pretty sure that was the point he was discussing there with you. But nonetheless, you can learn things in school that are inaccurate, and the globe model is one of those things. It doesn't predict reality. It's a failure as a model. It's mathematically demonstrated that the Earth measures flat. There's no curvature anywhere. There's no evidence of rotation. So, there's probably some useful things that you learned in school. We're not like anti-education. It's just the globe model wasn't one of them. And in fact, if you thought about it pretty hard, you'd realize, yeah, they kind of gave that to us. They gave it to you as a presupposition. The globe was already there. Nobody reasoned your way into the globe. That was just a presupposition. That's why it's so difficult when people come in here. They assume everything they learned after that was true because they were introduced to the abstract concept of a globe model. Abstract because it doesn't even match what you experience in reality. They were you, me, everyone else, mostly that I know, was given that when they were in the concrete operational stage. And so then everything that they learned after that, they put it onto this presuppositional globe. So we totally understand that it's difficult to change a worldview, but just because you
All
learned it,
that
and just
because
because
you haven't been on Earth. All that because you
just
haven't
because you
been to
learned it,
space.
just because you learned it in school doesn't make it true. Has nothing to do with being in space. I just explained to you how it can be measured on Earth. That's how we started this conversation. You don't remember that?
Yeah, lag switch jumped in the middle of that.
I'm just trying to point out, bro. Like we have these scholars, we have
There's no we,
scientists,
dude. There's
we
no
have
we. There's no
Albert
we, dude.
Einstein, we
There's
have
no we.
Elon
There's no
Musk.
we. There's just
Yes,
them
we
and
do
you,
have these
bro.
people, bro,
There's
because
no we. You're not part of them.
we live
You're
in this
not.
world with these people. They are humans,
That's
just like us.
okay. But that's a different proposition, right?
I'm
When you
just
say
saying
we,
we
you're
have.
trying to imply that you know what they know. Okay, you don't know what they know. You don't have their information. So let's get back to the point where Lag Switch intentionally tried to sabotage the conversation. Let me ask you a question. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it?
Dude, it
This is
is
a
curving, and
hypothetical.
that's the
Doesn't mean
problem.
it's not a confession. This is if the surface of the Earth does not curve, can it be a ball?
What are you asking
Just
me?
any surface. He's asking you any surface. A surface that is not curved. What do you call it in one word? A name or an adjective?
It's the simplest question of all time.
Flat?
Oh, there you go.
So
Yeah,
nice.
flat, right? So when I said go to the ocean, I'm telling you, you can go to the ocean and measure, observe that the ocean is flat and that the surface of the Earth is covered mostly in water, more than 50%. So the water, whatever it's doing, that's what the Earth is. If the water's flat, the Earth is flat.
Dude,
right?
No, not that.
Oh, can you have a 51% flat ball? Can the surface of the Earth be mostly water and the
You
water
are
is flat,
a
but the
human
land is
being.
curved? Then it
You
be a ball?
cannot see the whole earth. You're
I didn't
not
say
a
see.
freaking god, bro.
I didn't say see, and you're wrong. You should be able to observe it. Because the
No.
horizon for a 6-foot man should only be 3 miles away, brother. At 10 miles, the surface of the Earth should be dropped down 60 feet.
What test did you do to test that information?
Okay, it's a prediction of the globe.
Who gave you that prediction?
The globe mathematics, the claimed radius of
Who gave
3,959
you
miles.
these globe mathematics? Where did you get this information?
What a cop
The
out.
mean Earth radius that NASA puts out is
I mean, that's what
3,959
you
miles.
guys keep asking me, so why
Forgot
can't I
what you
ask
learned in
you?
school.
You're not
Already
even listening
forgot
to
what
my
you
answer.
learned in
Why is
school.
that?
You were already claiming school and that you believe the globe because you learned it in school. Doesn't the radius of the globe something that you learned in school? The size of your globe? So yeah, we use that.
Sure.
We use their numbers. Look, see, this is what you don't understand. We take what they say. They say the Earth is this, the Earth is that. This happens, that happens. We go out and we go, okay, we're going to go test that in reality. We're going to see if that's actually true. And it ain't true. That's what we're trying to tell you. You can go.
Because
You don't
you
have to
think
trust
you're a
us.
god, bro. Like what? You don't have
Because I
no
think I'm a god?
supernatural eyeballs to see the earth. Like, dude, this is why we build a spaceship and we go to space to observe what we see.
Okay, so that doesn't address anything I said. All you did is just completely run away with it. Your brain is in the clouds.
Okay,
On the
my
Earth,
bad. What did you
on the
say?
Earth,
Let me address what you
according
said.
to the
Let me address what you said. What did you
slow
say,
down.
bro? I'm asking you nicely. What did you
It
say
should
so
be
I can listen?
observable from the surface of the Earth, dude. You're wrong. The Earth is not too big. According to what they say, it should be observable on the surface of the Earth. Not a left or right curve, but if something goes further away from you, you
Why
shouldn't
are
be able to see
you
it anymore.
going by what they
Shut
say?
up. Why are you interrupting?
You see, they don't want
They're
people
always trying to
with
throw themselves
brains
into
to
gears on
speak.
this point.
They
Where's
don't
the
want,
curvature of the Earth?
like,
Where's the
come
curvature
on,
of the Earth?
bro. The curvature
Okay,
of the earth is
well,
in the books, bro. Go read a book.
it's in the books. Okay, not in reality. Thank you. That I'll take that as a big fucking L for you.
Dude, it is in reality. It's a curve. But I'm telling you, maybe you should read a book if you want to know, if you want to understand,
You're
bro.
completely projecting. I know what they claim the globe is. I know what the globe predicts, and you're telling me to read a book. That's ironic.
And you don't believe it, bro. That's the problem. You think humans
That's
are
what
stupid.
I don't believe it because I understand it, and you believe it because you don't.
Well, let me also tell you something, brother. I don't think this question is salvational, so I don't give a flying fuck about this flat
Now you
earth
don't
or
care.
round earth. I never
Okay, maybe
did
we're
from the
brain teasers.
beginning.
All right, fucking the cope.
Dude, I never did from the beginning. We need to believe in God, bro, and we need to stop debating the flat
God
earth.
says the Earth is
It's so
flat, brother.
useless. I can tell
God
you
says the
this
Earth is
all
flat.
day, bro. You gotta stop.
God
This is
says
not
the Earth
good
is
for you.
flat.
It doesn't matter.
Mansky. God says
Cool.
the Earth
Cool. Does that help
is
me
flat.
get to heaven? Does that help me get to heaven? Does that save me?
You
Well,
need
I
more
mean,
Does
help
that
than that,
save
dude.
yeah,
anybody?
it does actually.
No, it doesn't.
It does
That's not
actually.
spreading the gospel at all. That's spreading the earth is
It's
flat.
living
Okay,
in a lie,
no,
bro.
it is.
Living in a lie is in the gospel.
It
It's
is.
not a lie. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. I'm not going to raise my kids and feed my kids differently if the earth is flat or round. I'm going to still eat. I'm going to still do what I have to do. It doesn't
You just
matter. It's
moved
not
the goalpost from
salvation.
salvation to feeding your kids.
I'm
You're a
telling you, it
dishonest
doesn't
schmuck.
matter because it's
No
not
one cares.
salvation.
You're muted. Shut up, dude. You're dishonest. Gonna fucking sit there and talk about salvation and then be fucking dishonest. Sorry, dude. You're disqualified for talking about salvation. You disqualified yourself with your fucking piety signaling. Okay, let's move on to frickin' man raising hand. Let's see if he can control this fucking mic.
I don't like. Can
What's
I
up,
talk
man
to
raising hand?
anyone but you, though? I don't like you. Please.
Oh, I don't care what you
Raising
think.
hand. I thought I had more hope for you. You can talk to Indio.
Yeah, he talked to me the other day. They don't like it because they think they're gonna pull over bullshit, so they don't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I've heard these, favorite flat earther people before where, they only want to talk to certain flat earthers, but not other ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you could handle talking Indio. You don't think so?
No, I
Talked to
don't
him the
like
other day.
Yeah.
Good. The Earth is still flat, whether you like me or not, and everything I say is factually accurate, whether you like me or not.
That can be debated.
Well, I
Gosh, we
mean,
just
Whether anyone says that
I'm just waiting.
anything
Tell me
is.
one thing I said that was factually inaccurate.
Oh, okay. If you're narrowing down to that, then yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I don't say
Biden's.
things that are
Yeah,
factually inaccurate.
that's the peanut gallery there chiming in.
Howdy,
So
pleased to meet you.
Biden, Xbox. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
How do you know it's flat?
Not how you
Or
think
how do you
someone
know
else
it's
might
not?
know the Earth's a globe. Because how flat it is.
How do you know it's not?
I just told you because how flat the Earth is. That's how I know it's not a globe. You can't have a flat ball.
Okay.
The surface of water doesn't curve, and most of the Earth's surface is water, so the Earth can't be a ball. Because if the water's flat, level, horizontal, then it can't be a giant freaking Pacific Ocean that's flat, but it'd still be a ball.
Then what's holding up the edges exactly?
With the edge of what?
You're saying the Earth is flat, then there clearly must be an end point, right?
Okay,
Then what's all that about the atmosphere?
Clearly, no. Clearly, no.
Okay,
what are you talking
then
about?
what's a flat Earth in your eyes? Then?
In my eyes, it's what you see outside.
Okay, and a flat Earth has to end at some point, right?
No, because there's no outer space. The Earth isn't embedded in some larger space. It doesn't have to end. It doesn't have to do anything like that. That's like saying the universe has to end.
We don't know if it does.
Okay.
Because as
There
well
you
as
go.
we know, it's
you think
infinitely
wherever you
expanding.
think the universe ends, that's where the flat Earth ends. Right next to it. They're right beside each other. Now, can we move on from
So
your
you're
infinite
saying
regression
that if you
fallacy attempt?
well, so let me clarify. You're telling me that if you take one step off of this like edge of the world, then you're immediately
There is no edge of the world. There is no edge of the world, dude.
Like, okay, how does that make sense? Like most interpretations of the flat Earth revolt.
Most interpretations of the
bro.
flat Earth. Really?
I'm just saying that I like to keep a wide variety going on.
Hold on, brother. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Nobody. I know that's how it's portrayed on the internet. I know it's how it's portrayed on TV, but that's a straw man. Nobody actually thinks that.
Okay, then what do they think?
Hold on. Let me ask you this. If you like to keep a wide variety, how can you not conceive of the Earth as anything other than something suspended in outer space? How does that work?
Sorry, say that again.
You said you like to keep a wide variety, but you're insisting that Earth must be suspended in something else.
Yeah.
He said, how does it make any other sense? I'm just reminding of the guy who wants to keep a wide variety. He's pretty close-minded. That's all.
Yeah. Cool.
No, do you hear what I'm saying, though?
Oh,
do you hear,
shit.
Don't ask these guys for logical consistency, Radwin. Or old man.
Yeah, I mean, we're one and the same, but do you hear what...
Well,
that's like you're stumbling out of the box. You're stumbling out of the box, bro, because you can't conceive of the Earth as anything other than something in some sort of void.
Why are we? Oh, right, because this is an argument. But
are you listening to what he's saying?
Okay.
I don't know.
Can you repeat what he just said to you? Can you repeat what he just said to you?
He's saying that I am narrow-minded and not leaning towards.
No, the very last.
Why did I say you were narrow-minded?
Because I'm saying that the Earth is within space, even though.
Yeah, I'm saying you're narrow-minded because you can't conceive of Earth being anything other than that.
I mean, then what else is it in? Like,
who knows? But
okay,
nothing.
then what's that nothing then?
Listen, brother.
If you
this is called.
if you're trying to say what it's not, then you probably know what it is, right?
No, brother. No, I can tell it's flat by measuring the surface. It's just a property of the surface. So you're just doing an infinite regression fallacy. Because we could say, okay, it's inside of a big tuna fish can, and then you go, okay, what's the tuna fish can inside of? Oh, it's inside of a frickin' whale. Oh, what's that inside of? Oh,
we really haven't looked at that much big of a picture
Hold
yet.
on, dude, don't interrupt me. It goes. That will just go on forever and ever. It is an infinite regression fallacy. This is a little game you guys like to play.
I'd just like to point out
What's the universe inside of? What's the universe inside of?
Thank you for being a fucking hypocrite, jackass.
What's the universe inside of? What's the universe inside of? You know they say, bro. You know modern cosmology says the universe is flat.
Listen,
what's your flat universe inside of? What's your flat universe inside of?
I'm asking you why do you think the. This is just a lot of questioning on both sides that really get us nowhere.
No, I'm trying to demonstrate that this is an infinite regression fallacy. I'm demonstrating that your questions are infinite regression fallacies.
How? Okay, can you first define what the hell that is?
I literally did already.
Yeah, you interrupted him like halfway through the explanation, but I don't know if Indio feels like giving it to you again.
So infinite regression is when someone can keep asking the same question over and over and over again, and there's never an end. It regresses to infinity, right? So
and then there is never an answer to said question, yes?
Yeah, so if I go, hey, what's the universe inside of? You know, well, it's inside of frickin' the multiverse. And I go, well, what's the multiverse inside of? Well, it's inside of the frickin' big brain fucking bubbleverse. And then what's the big brain bubbleverse inside of? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's an infinite regression.
Then study,
when you ask us,
then
what's
go
the
into
Earth,
that
why
field,
are you
then study what it
constantly?
is.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Can't you control your mic?
It sounds like it's been drinking.
You understand what an infinite regression fallacy is now?
Yes, now I do.
Okay, that's what you're doing. You're asking us, what's at the edge of the planet Earth? What's outside of it? But no matter what we said, you would just say what's outside of that, and what's outside of that, and what's outside of that, and what's outside of that for an infinite regression.
Yeah.
It's a meaningless question that nobody can answer. What's the bounds of reality? Okay, what's outside of that? Okay, what's outside? Dude, is this proved like 2,000 years ago that this question can't be answered by Zeno? It's called Zeno's paradox.
Oh, okay, that was like the whole thing as an example. Great.
Okay, Zeno's paradox. One of the paradoxes.
I know many paradoxes. That is not one of them.
So Zeno's paradox, where he proves that motion's impossible.
Go on.
Okay. So say you have a boundary, a wall.
Okay.
And you're some distance away. And you go halfway there. Then another halfway. Then another halfway. Will you ever reach the wall going halfway?
Going halfway is what? Like moving, like shuffling from side to, like shuffling sideways?
No, you're going to get halfway closer to the boundary. Each step.
You would take each step to get closer to the boundary.
No, I don't mean physical step. Each step.
Okay.
Each iteration, you're going to go, hey, I'm 10 feet away. Now I'm going to go 5 feet away. Now I'm going to go 2.5 feet away. Now I'm going to go 1.25 feet away. Right? And so each time you're going to approach this boundary by getting halfway closer. Will you ever reach it?
Are we saying as to physically touch it? Like
you'll always be halfway away.
Yes, to physically touch it.
Okay, but if we're being like going into like technicalities here, then technically nothing touches.
Logically, that's why it's a paradox, because it proves that boundaries, motion, and all that shit is actually impossible. Logically, because it leads to this paradox. So I'm trying to tell you, when you start talking about where's the edge of the universe, where's the end, and anything like that,
Okay,
this paradox will come up.
So,
and it is called an infinite regression.
I want you to just tell me what is the shape of the flat Earth?
Doesn't have a shape. What's the shape of a rock? Because it's not an object with a boundary.
Okay, so it's randomly just okay. So now we have a rock Earth, but a rock is not flat.
Can we pick another guy that's in
You're
here?
being dishonest now.
There's some other people in there. I don't know. Have you talked to the other guys? This guy's
Yeah, I know. This is getting a little fucking
stumbling shit. Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, you're taking a break. Taking a fucking break.
Fuck this guy, dude.
I don't know if he's being obtuse or willfully ignorant or whatever.
A little bit of both, and also he's drunk. Fuck, dude.
Oh, it was that it? I didn't detect that. Fuck.
Yeah, slurring his words. Yeah, fuck yeah.
I mean,
we got.
You can take over for a second if you would.
No, we got one dad. Dave.
I started cooking my food a while ago, man. I started talking. That shit's cold as ice now.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Warm that shit up, dude. I'll see what's up. Yeah, we got fucking whatever his name is. How do you spell it? What's his name spell? One Dade J. Fucking hell.
Well, shout out to Dandelion for trying to salvage the freaking previous two people. Good effort.
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
We got Grandmaster Wu who's copying your avatar. So go ahead.
Hello?
Whoever's that.
Hello?
Go ahead. Hey, what's up, 2.1?
Yo, what's up? Is this like you guys debate flat Earth here?
It's not a debate, but yeah, we do discuss the flat Earth here. Yes. So as far as you're concerned, do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I would probably go with that.
Really? Why would you say it's a globe? 2.1.
Just because I can like see it.
Where do you see it?
In the horizon.
Really? You see a globe on the horizon?
No, like I see the curvature, so I would imagine it's a globe because it's a curvature, right?
Where do you see curvature on the horizon? The horizon looks flat for everyone.
Not when you're on a plane.
So you've seen the curvature of the horizon on a plane?
Yeah, but like if I took a picture of it, it wouldn't like look the same unless we use a fisheye. But that's like cheating.
So you're saying that you can't take a picture of the horizon being curved, but you can sure see it. What if somebody says that they've seen a flat horizon from an airplane window? Same as you.
What was that?
What if somebody saw a horizon from an airplane window and it was flat?
I mean, I would imagine we're seeing reality in different ways. Maybe it's like
You're seeing reality in different ways. Okay, so how would you be able to tell who's right and who's wrong?
I guess by like measuring the like objects in the horizon and like looking at curves. Like okay, so if you put something like 100 miles, right, and you're still able to see it, then maybe it's flat. I don't know the exact mile numbers and all that ratios, but like you should be able to see it, right, if it's flat. But why can't we see like Tokyo from here?
Well, you're talking about
it's over 100 miles away.
You're talking about measuring
if it were
the
100
surface,
miles
right?
away, you probably would.
So you're talking about measuring the surface, right? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, like measuring an object. Like I'm saying, if you
The surface,
like if
right?
you're in the ocean, if you see a ship in the ocean sailing, like it's probably gonna disappear eventually.
From an airplane window?
Yeah, even from an airplane window, man.
No, when
Like,
have
there's
you
gonna-
seen that?
I mean, I would imagine that's how it works. I haven't proven it myself. Like I haven't.
Well, then
done that
why were you
experiment.
using that example? I think let's use an example that we could measure the surface. What way can you measure it?
If you grab a tape measure from here to Tokyo, you could probably measure a curvature.
So are you telling me that they took a tape measure to measure the Earth? Is that what they did?
No.
Well, it seems like the evidence that you're supposed to support the Earth being a globe doesn't sound like evidence after all. Just that you said you saw curvature from an airplane window, and that's probably where it ends. That's it. You don't have any way they measured the surface, because that's the only way to tell. Because some people, when they're on an airplane, they see the flat Earth up there. Looks flat up there. You said it looks curved.
Okay, but if I were to ask you, right, why would you say the world is flat?
Because water demonstrates that it's horizontal on its surface when in large quantities. That's why.
Wait, how do you know that? Did you do an experiment?
Well, it's not an experiment. It's just the obvious truth. Water lays flat on its surface when in large quantities. Is that incorrect or correct?
If you put a Tupperware and you put water on it.
Well, no. Listen to what I just said. Listen to what I just said. Pay attention to my words. Water in large quantities will remain flat on its surface. Is that correct or incorrect?
On the surface, yeah, always, yeah.
All right, so that's correct. So then, how do we have curvature?
Gravity?
Go ahead and no. We're talking about water. When has there been a demonstration other than what we've known? We only know water to be flat on its surface. We do not know water to be curving on its surface in large quantities.
So okay, I get your point, but
you acknowledged water's flat and then said gravity. You did it the wrong way.
It's a different point. Yeah, it's a different point. I get it now. So you're saying that
no, it's the same. We're still talking about water.
Yeah, so if you have a water bottle, the surface is.
No, we're not talking about water bottle.
No, I know, but I get your point. I'm saying I get your point. What I'm trying to say is this: I know how water curves. I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah. So how does water curve in large quantities?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
What do you got?
What about a tsunami wave? It's curving,
tsunami wave. Yeah, tsunami wave has to deal with earthquakes underneath the water. So they cause that. They cause that. But what we're talking about is the surface of the water being flat on its surface.
Water is curving, right? In a wave, it's curving.
Yeah. So we're not talking about waves, though. See, here's what we are talking about.
Water is waves.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth curving as if it were a globe, right? So the surface of a ball, so it's curving. So a wave doesn't count. So even on the globe, a wave doesn't count for curvature. You do know that, right?
Wait.
Hey, you cannot be serious, guy.
Yeah, you got to think about it like this. You can't keep saying that a wave would be the same thing as Earth curvature. It doesn't mean the same. So anybody who thinks the Earth's a globe won't agree with you.
Hey, 2.1. Check this out. When I brush my teeth and spit the water back into the sink, it curves.
Yeah, so a wave is not the Earth curvature. 2.1. Do you know that, or you think that they're the same? I need to hear you say it. Is a tsunami wave the same thing as Earth curvature? Are they the same?
No, they're not. But I just
thank you. So no, that's not an example of curvature of the Earth. That's what we're talking about. Not curving water. The curvature of the Earth. See how they're different? You even know that a tsunami is not the same as Earth curvature. You just said it.
Same way an earthquake doesn't prove that the Earth moves.
So we're now talking about water demonstrating that the surface of the Earth is flat. Now, if you're saying that, if you're going to demonstrate that the surface of water is curving in some way, like as in the Earth curve, then you can. So do you have a demonstration of water curving like the Earth curve, not tsunamis or anything else?
So yeah, I get your point. So you're saying that the tsunami example, the wave example, doesn't count because there was earthquakes, right? Okay.
It's not.
Excuse me, if I may.
Whatever. There was an outside.
Can I say something, please?
Not really.
But let me finish, Ben. Let me just finish my point. So okay. So all I'm trying to say is that with the tsunamis and the waves curving, that's because of the earthquakes or whatever. So when you have Earth, the globe, you would need something to make the water curve, right? In order for this to function, you need something to curve the water, right?
Well, what do you think it is?
Gravity.
Okay, so where is there a demonstration of gravity curving the water like it does if the Earth was a sphere?
Like when you see a NASA picture, you can see the Earth is globe. They have many.
Yeah, you say that you see things, but now it's the same thing like you saying you saw curvature from an airplane window. Same thing. You see curvature from an airplane window. Some people say they see a flat Earth from an airplane window. So some people would go as high as you, and they'll still say the opposite to you. So the only way to determine whether or not what they're saying is true is that they have to measure it, like you were thinking about the very beginning. But yet you got off on some other tangent. So now we're back on, well, you said now we're seeing NASA pictures, right? But it doesn't matter. You can see the Earth in any way. We have to determine by measuring the surface somehow. So how can we do that?
I don't know of any experiment to do that. I'm not like involved in experiments to measure.
Right. So do you think that's an issue? Because you believe that the Earth is a globe by looking at it, but you haven't determined by measuring it. That's a problem.
Well, have you measured it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I'm asking you the question.
Okay,
it doesn't matter right now. I'm asking you the question, and you seem to be chuckling because you don't have the answer. And I think that's very telling for somebody who believes. You just believe it. You don't know it.
No, but I think it's the same for me and you, right? Like you also believe it and don't know it because you also.
No. I just told you that water. I just told you that water is flat on its surface, and it doesn't matter in large quantities how much water you have. Water will always be flat. Therefore, there's a lot of water on the surface of the Earth. Therefore, Earth is flat. Pretty simple. Yeah.
Wait. So what about like a round like fish tank?
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that because we're already proving that the Earth is not a globe based on water, and water's destroying your worldview, and you can't recover until you are able to measure the surface of water curving, as in Earth curvature. Can you do that?
AB, but what about the fish tank? It's
we're not going to worry about anything else. Sorry, 2.1. We're not worried about anything else other than what you can demonstrate that the water in large quantities is curving. If you can't do that, then pretty much you're stuck in a belief system. That's all you have.
What about like
you can't. No, dude. Listen. What I'm trying to tell you, 2.1, is that there's nothing you can tell me right now unless you can demonstrate the surface of the Earth measured to have some curvature. And if you can't measure it, then the Earth is flat. So you have to just either reject it, like no, I don't care anymore. But then I'm telling you, water is flat on its surface. It can be measured flat. It is demonstrated to be flat. There's nothing else that you can do but accept that fact or reject it. You got two options. You can reject it if you want. Do you accept or reject that the Earth is flat based on water?
I don't know, man. I just think that.
No, you can reject it. Just say it. I reject that the Earth is flat, or I accept it. But you only got those two choices. You don't got any more than those. Just choose which one.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you can choose one of these two. Yeah, choose one of those two before we go on.
Of which two?
Accept or reject. Accept or reject. You can accept it because water is demonstrated to be flat on its surface in large quantities, and we know this in physics. And water just demonstrated that way. Or reject it. Just say I reject it.
If I were just to take...
No, you can't keep going. Just say accept or reject, sir. I'm only going to accept it.
Did you already agree 2.0?
I will accept... Wait, let me finish. I will accept just because of my experience, right? In my experience, yeah, water is always flat. I have never tested it other ways.
Excellent.
So for my experience, it will be yes. If I would discard science, then yes.
No, wait. Discard science? What are we discarding?
Like... all the scientists that say otherwise?
Like what? What in science are we discarding specifically? What are we discarding?
Oh, I don't know, man. But there's a bunch.
Oh, you don't know. So you don't know what you're discarding in science, but you think something's being discarded. No, either accept. Once again, let's go back to it again. Accept or reject that water is flat and showing that the Earth is flat. Accept or reject it, because you don't have any premise to say that science is proving that it's otherwise.
No, like let's say if I were to reject. Like,
No, you know, we're not going to let's say. No, I'm sorry. There's no way that you can go. I'm not going to accept any of your premise until you either measure the surface
Okay,
curving,
I
water.
accept.
All right,
What
thank
you
you.
said, yeah.
That's it.
So
That's it.
can I ask you
Welcome
a
to Flat Earth.
question? Can I just ask you a question?
No,
Real
we're all done here. 2.1. We're going to go on to
No, it's
somebody
about
else.
yeah, it's another topic, real quick. Just to
Yeah,
finish
but
up.
we're going to go to somebody else because there's a lot of people.
It's just about
Thank
the
you.
moon. Would you say like
No, not really. Thanks, 2.1. All right. We got a few people in here, it looks like. Grandmaster Wu, welcome.
I had
Man-
a thing. I don't think you were here. What if
Man
it's
raising
what
hand.
if it's a bigger ball and we're just on a flat part?
Well, yeah, that's an issue though. If it's a bigger ball, that means that the geometry of the Earth being what it is right now is completely wrong. And then you got
We already thought that to begin with anyway. so
no,
we
but
don't have to talk about it.
you interrupted me when I was about to finish telling you. Is that cool? Can I tell you or no?
No, I'm not on their side. I don't,
So you
don't
just
make any
wanna
measurement.
say something and just leave me hanging while I'm trying to give you the answer. Is that what's going on?
You're talking about measurements you don't agree with, which I agree with you, and I don't agree. I didn't do those.
Well, you said if it's a bigger ball, and I was going to tell you, well, that's going to throw everything off. So even orbital trajectory, so that when
Obviously, I
rockets
know
are
that.
going up around the Earth, like they try to do their, they get their orbital, velocity, so they can have escape velocity and leave the Earth and such. But they can't do that if the Earth isn't what they're saying it is with the radius.
I thought they didn't even leave Earth because there's a fucking firmament or something.
We're not worried about that. So we're just talking about what you had mentioned, the reason why that's not the case, right?
Reason why it's not the case is because globers have rockets.
No, because space is a fantasy. That's why.
Or it can't be a bigger object because the space around it is made up.
Well,
I don't
the
understand.
math would be thrown off, and so that means that if you listen, the radius value, the radius value is the thing that needs to be intact. So if you say it's a bigger ball, that means there's no more radius value, and that they need that math to equal the distance to other planets, and that's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder. That's like how you figure out drop over distance. It's attached to a lot of things. So if you remove,
that's a lot of stuff
hold on,
I've never learned.
man, 1 second. If you remove radius, right? If you remove the numeric value for the size of the Earth, everything is thrown off. So it can't be a bigger ball.
I would assume that, yeah. I'm saying for you and your model and what you believe, right?
No,
So
we
me
don't.
and you
There's
talking,
no model.
right? There's no scientists.
There's
in the
no
room.
model. We don't have a model. No model.
Like, can you speculate what if it was?
No,
Or
we don't do speculation.
Okay. That's a problem, I think.
No, it's not. See, speculation. Yeah, well, there he goes. There you go. That's a problem.
If you don't daydream, it's a problem.
Grandmaster Wu, welcome.
Yeah, how's it going, buddy?
How's it going?
Good, you?
Pretty good. I see you got Palme as your avatar trying to copy India or something. What's going on?
No, I've had this avatar for years, but yeah, I switched it up for him though. I did a little alter. I'm in his house, so no problem.
Nah, it's fine, bro. Don't worry about this shit. I know your kung fu isn't as good as mine, so.
Are you FE?
No, well, I've been here listening for a good few months now, just listening to you guys. So
all right. I'm
yet to hear any of these coping round earth folks, prove any good points. So I'm just waiting, brother.
Well, you might turn into a skeleton. they ain't gonna bring no evidence, that's for sure.
Yeah, I find on so many subjects these days, people are just in a state of cope. It's a whole bunch of cope for everything. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, it goes along with like the whole belief thing. So
yeah.
Some people are deeper in it than others. They got a lot more invested. Yeah, we talk about it in here. It's akin to an identity crisis because they identify with themselves being like they're going to be spacefaring people and colonizing other planets, and so their mind's up in the clouds. So they think that's what's going to be the reality of the situation. It's never going to be that.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
I was talking about it yesterday, and 2 people confirmed what I said. I mean, not that I needed any more confirmation. They associate it with this thing which they can't define called human progress or human advancement. Like they think if the Earth's not a globe, there'd be no human progress or human advancement, even though they can't really define what that even is. It's like this weird identity about humanity and as a whole that yeah, like we're going to space, we're going to Mars, we're advancing, we're going to go to other planets, and we're going to meet aliens, and just all this whole nonsense narrative, right? That if it isn't true, then like, oh, we're going back to frickin' horses and buggies, and we're gonna be beating our women, and just all sorts of nonsense.
Crick calls it green alien chick. that burst their bubble, right? If they're not gonna go meet green alien chick,
right.
Yeah, that is so bizarre. Yeah, I never actually thought about equating that with progress, but that's what they do, isn't it? That's so weird. There's so many things people could do that would be real things. It's too bad these people are just stuck in science fiction.
We used to know a guy back in the day, like when this first all got on the internet, and he was pretty staunch in the belief of space and whatnot, because like he understood like the Earth was flat and all that. Like he could get with that, but the thing he couldn't let go was space, and he was going to the point where he was talking about unaliving himself just because of it, and it was like, whoa, dude! Like you have to go that direction just because, like, yeah. Because what would be the point of living if we were like, this is all that there is, like in this like trash can we live in, like the way he was, talking about Earth and stuff, and he had a very like dark view of like reality and such. So,
right,
I don't know So a lot of people, if they can't think that there's more out there, it's like they couldn't imagine existing in this world in that way.
Yeah, it's wild. Anyone that has any common sense wouldn't really affect them too badly. You know what I mean? Like it couldn't drive you to madness to find out the Earth was flat for real. Like, and you were really positive. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't change anything.
Yeah, but people are proud with like the idea that people have went to space and the moon and all that stuff. So they're thinking that this is like where we're at with things, and how could we dare say that the Earth is flat and there is no space? That's like heresy.
Yeah,
so,
we've been lied to about everything. So I mean, that's just one more thing on the list.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. But I mean, that comes with being a critical thinker. I mean, you just like examine what information is being told to you and seeing if it has any validity to it, and you find out that none of it pans out.
Exactly. It's like breaking down 9/11 to someone. You know what I mean? And
yeah, man.
The details, it all unfolds.
And like, we're not going to get into any of these topics that I'm going to mention, but like, big pharma or the medical industry, just them, whatever, big food, any of these. Like if you like look into them, any of them, you find out that there's a lot of stuff there that are very controversial. So
100%.
I mean, yeah, but in this specific arena, when we're talking about flat Earth, like there's a lot of obvious truth that's out there, and it's like people are like, well, we have to come up with, a defense for flat Earth and such. And we're like, no, man, like that's obviously the world around us. That's what we see. That's what we, how we portray the Earth and practically use it and navigate and such. So we don't have to pretend that it's flat. It just is,
Right.
They're on the side where you have to imagine it being a globe. That's kind of how they start their arguments. It's like, well, I need you to imagine with me. It's like, really? For the Earth to be a globe, that's what I have to do?
They get it. The goal is to get people emotionally attached to the lie, whatever it is. You know what I mean? And once that happens, they're hooked.
Yeah.
They're gonna start defending the lie with all kind of rage and feelings and cope and all kind of craziness. So yeah, it's the cognitive dissonance. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I wish it wasn't that way, man. But there's every conversation we talk to people about it, we never know what we're going to get. Somebody that's really staunchly opposed, to any critical thinking, or they just willfully admit, dude, they just want to have the belief. They don't care about critically thinking about anything. What do you mean?
religion.
I gotta think about every. What do you? I don't have time to stop and think about everything. Like, you know, the way they pose it to you. It's like,
Yep.
so the opposite to that is they accept everything.
Yeah, it's like a cult, basically.
It is. Not like it. It actually is a cult. It's a
Yeah,
sun
yeah.
worship cult.
Yep.
But it's good you've been listening, man. Because yeah,
I
I'm
always
telling you,
enjoy
man.
sitting in here and listening, man. I always enjoy it, man. I'm waiting to hear someone come with any type of backing for their, their cult. You know what I mean?
Well, some of them don't even know the history. The atheists, you know, they fail to remember that this came from a religious, information and like environment. You know,
Yeah.
came from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, the
So
heliocentric sun god.
yeah, the paganism, occultism, all of that, and the religious people don't know that it came from occultism either. So both sides, I was talking about that this morning. Both sides don't even know that. They're hand in hand going to space, talking about one, except for one saying that, there is no God up here, it all just sprung up out of nowhere. And the other guy is like, yeah, it all sprung up because God said so. So you got two competing worldviews on that side, but they're both thinking that space is a reality, and it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if like the guy tried to bring up the Bible before that guy there, and you can go through Genesis, it won't describe space in any way, the way they describe space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
You won't even hear space. I don't even believe the word space is used. Like,
well, the way that I've heard, like, these globalists actually changed that so that it could fit. They say that the Genesis is speaking poetically.
Right.
So when you're reading it, it's not really meaning what it's, because you have you got the ancient people, horse and buggies and all that. So they don't really know what's going on. So they're using only words and ideas of what they can know at that time. So
right. Yeah, that's a cult because the ancient people were highly advanced. We all know that.
yeah, it's just you get them doing these mental gymnastics so that they can make it sound like it's poetic, so they can shoehorn any idea in there.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's wild.
Shout out to you guys, man. We got a lot of people in the chat right now. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us. By the way, Indio's food was cold. He's warming it up right now. Don't worry about it.
Yep, hopefully you got it hot again.
That's already gone, man.
You ate it?
I didn't bother warming it up. Forget that.
I can just ate that thing, dude. Cold and all.
He was hungry after those disappointing Globers.
Duking it out
Yeah, I
with these
ate my
Globers gets you
feelings.
hungry, dude. Well, good thing we got A Theory that just joined us. He's gonna set the record straight.
Yeah, someone please set the record straight on how it's a globe.
Yeah, A
Straighten
Theory,
this out.
go ahead.
Oh, it's a globe? Oh, you forgot. My position
straighten
is
this out.
my position is that it isn't a mathematical shape. It's bumpy. It's definitely not a mathematical shape. Whatever the shape is, probably
bumpy?
unknowable. It's probably
So
unknowable.
are you gonna contact NASA to tell them to take away all the images that they've been putting out there for as many years as they went to space, like the moon?
Well, I mean, all the images they show, it looks pretty bumpy and irregular. It doesn't look like a mathematical shape.
Really? So it doesn't look like a blue marble at all?
It's got all kinds of things on it, creases and all kinds of
creases.
All sorts of irregularities.
Well,
you didn't notice that?
Yeah. Can somebody post a blue marble for A Theory? Yeah. Tell me where that blue marble looks like it has creases on it. Like, I want you to point out the crease. Looks like a pretty dang smooth marble to me.
Well, it doesn't matter what a potentially CGI thing looks like anyway. When the planet that I'm on is definitely, it goes up and down and up and down.
Wait, what? You're on a different, what planet are you on? Like, what's this? You're on something different than the one they're showing you? That's weird.
Well, that's a whole other question, isn't it?
But check it out. Look, because Dandelion put an image up there. You got Robert Simmons. Over Fences put another image of the blue marble. Look at that thing. Looks like a perfect sphere. I mean, NASA's putting these things out. I mean, what are we going to do? All right, but they're putting this out, and you're saying that's not the Earth you're living on, right? That's not it. A theory?
Well, that doesn't look like anywhere I live, but I mean, I could be a speck on there. I guess it doesn't look like it.
So where are the creases at? I mean, I don't see a crease in that sphere.
Well, what are the clouds and the white spots? You think those aren't features? I mean, it should just be smooth if it was a sphere.
Well, yeah. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Close. It looks close.
Check it out, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that if you were a giant and you put your thumb against it, it would be the smoothest cue ball your fingers would ever feel. You wouldn't feel no bumps or ridges or creases or anything.
Well, that doesn't sound too likely.
Well, that's what he said. I mean, you're making up. It sounds like you're going against the narrative, dude. Is that true?
Well, I think all you mathists that think it's a mathematical shape, that's not very well demonstrated.
Well, the picture speaks 1,000 words, right? Like, it's showing a blue marble. Why would you denounce that?
But it's close to a sphere, but so is a pool ball. But you look really close and it's not. You look really close and it's not. And all you're saying is when you look really close at the Earth, it also is not. That's
so you mean to tell me? Yeah, but you mean to tell me that NASA's taking a picture of this perfect blue marble, and you're saying it's not that, but we're seeing it with these images that the globalists put in every day.
No, that picture does not look like a perfect sphere. It looks like it's got all kinds of features on it.
Well, it looks like a sphere to me. What do you not see that? Like, can you draw?
Well, like the blue parts, like the blue parts that are the ocean. Yeah. If that really is this planet, then the tan parts that are, Saudi Arabia, those are higher up. They're not all the same height, like in a sphere. In a sphere, there is no higher and lower part. It's all exactly the same distance from the center. And this is not the picture of something that's being claimed to be the perfect sphere.
Oh, so you don't live on a blue marble then? You don't live in that?
No, I definitely not on a. That would maybe be some sort of metaphor.
Really, the image is a metaphor now.
The blue marble, the marble.
Well, the marble is the.
I don't live on a marble. I don't live on a marble.
Well, it's not what you're saying.
We call it a planet. We call it a planet.
Yeah. And the planet is a blue marble, according to them.
Like a blue marble there.
It's like a blue marble. That's fine. Well, I can deal with that.
Yeah, a blue ball is like a sphere, but it's not a sphere.
Hold on. Where'd you get the idea Earth is a planet, brother?
It's just a name.
It's from the sky.
It's just a name, even a flat Earth. That's the name of it.
No, it's not just a name.
Well, you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, we don't call it a planet. Planets are in the sky. Planet's a category. Earth isn't in that category. Yeah, so you go to I'm not really a glober. You got ARP dude failing miserably. Just went down in flames.
Your globe is showing, A theory. We got Annie May. Welcome to the chat.
Another globers are being Bevites, right? It's not a globe. There's no such thing as a sphere.
He says there's creases in it.
It's a mathematical shape, just like a circle. You can't.
Yeah, we get it, dude. We get it. It's not the idealized.
So why are you debating what mathematical shape something is? It's a unique shape.
Well, think about it. Isn't this what they're showing you, NASA and all them?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Okay, so is your beef really with them or with us?
I don't really think of it as a beef.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to pose another cosmology, why don't you go and, submit your work to them, see if they like it. Perhaps they'll take on that new mainstream narrative and then post it out there and says, hey, look, here's a potato. This is the Earth we live on. It's a potato. That'd be better for you? That make you happy?
No, but what I'm saying, why would it be you could see it's not flat any more than, like, we're going by what it looks like to me as a human trying to see with my own eyes, because we can't trust these pictures is your point.
Oh,
right?
okay, yeah. Well, no, not my point.
So from my point, why would you think it was flat either? Why would you think it was flat either? That it has all this feature. It's like a fractal or something.
Yeah, but you're talking about when you're looking at a horizontal plane. The horizontal plane can have features on it, right? So your floor could be a flat floor, but you could have stuff on your floor, right? You got objects on your floor, stuff like that, but the floor is still flat. You understand that, right?
It's not flat.
Hello?
I mean, I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
no, I don't
do you
think
understand
it's
what I'm
flat.
saying? So, yeah.
You compare it to this concept.
You can measure it. You can measure it flat.
Like,
So
it's
everything-
the idea, like what Einstein said, math doesn't apply to reality. You have to make approximations. The math is true in math world, but in reality, you just,
And we're not talking about that. Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're only talking about a flat Earth being a horizontal plane, and everything that's on top of it is elevation, or it's underneath the, doesn't have elevation. It goes below sea level. So then you'd have things that are like valleys and such that are beneath sea level. But then you're gonna have like the place we call zero, the plane, right? So that horizontal plane that extends outward, that's what we measure the elevation change by. So you can't.
But that's an imaginary thing, right? So just like you can't measure the curvature because it would be too subtle, you can't measure.
No, it's not imaginary.
You can't measure no curvature either. Yeah, the idea of a plane is a mathematical thing in your imagination.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You can look at the horizon and see that it's horizontal. It's flat, dude. So water's a part of the earth, and it's not imaginary. You see it creating a horizontal plane. Yeah? It's not imaginary.
You just proved the earth was flat.
Yeah, it's not imaginary. Yeah? Hello?
So when you look at the ocean, you see a horizontal plane.
Yeah, you don't?
Like, what about tides and what about waves? What about all the non-horizontal
Answer my question, dude. Just answer my question. You don't see a horizontal? What do you see?
I see a lot of curvature up and down and up and down and up and down, and I can't possibly see the average curvature averaging out.
Yeah, sorry, you can't get away from the fact that it's a horizontal plane. Waves are not going to change that fact. Like I said, it's just like your floor. Your floor can have objects on it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't change the nature of the floor because you have objects on it. Just like waves on a horizontal plane, it doesn't change the fact that it's a horizontal plane. You just have disturbances on the surface. That doesn't matter.
But the question is, how could you know that it's on a horizontal plane? It could be on a horizontal almost plane or a warp.
No, because it's simple, right? Water holds rigidity in space. It gives us the orientation of horizontal. So, yeah, that's how we know. And the horizon is the greatest demonstration of that. That's how we know what, when we reference it, when we're measuring, we're going to reference the horizon. That's how it gives us our orientation. Yeah, water, dude. Telling you.
How do you know that about water? When you see a big body of water and it's never at rest, what makes you think it holds a plane? It's constantly in motion.
Yeah.
Is a plane in motion?
Yeah, because here's a simple fact. When water's at rest, right, it's called hydrostatic, it's dynamic fluid, right?
Who told you that?
What's
yes,
that?
I can talk. Hooray, yes, I can talk. Hallelujah.
Yeah. Hold on, dude. It's hydrostatic equilibrium. Essentially, the water is going to lay flat on its surface when it's at rest. So at rest, we can see the nature of water being a horizontal plane. So now that if you wanted to, you could put a fan on that water. It's going to cause ripples and waves, right? Pretty simple to see. When water's disturbed, it's moving on the surface, but when it's at rest, we can see that it's a horizontal plane.
When you put water in a glass and you look at it from the side...
we're not talking about a glass. We're not talking about a glass. We're not talking about a glass.
He's
Wrong
putting
category.
it into an example.
Yeah, but it's not the example of the Earth. The Earth is showing us lakes,
But
ponds.
it's called an
It doesn't
analogy.
matter. No, but the analogy is the Earth. It's not a glass of water.
Well, no,
So
I'm
a glass of
just
water.
questioning your theory that
It's not a theory. It's not a theory.
It's-
This is just an
AV.
examination of the Earth. So when
AV,
you go
it
outside,
is a
sorry,
theory.
no, it's not.
Where
It's
did
not a
water
theory.
finds its own level? Where is that from? That's not a theory.
It's
Where
not
is
a
that
theory.
from?
It's
How do
just
you
an
know that?
observation. Yeah, we look at the horizon. It gives us
An
orientation.
observation from your POV.
Yeah, no, from everybody's POV.
So I guess when you look out in the
you
ocean and
speak
the
on behalf
horizon,
of
you see a
everyone?
line.
Yeah, so we can all attest to the obvious truth that water is a horizontal plane. That's the obvious
Who might
truth.
this we be?
Not everyone that has breath in their lungs and that can speak. So if we're talking about people that can make this observation, yeah, we all understand this fact. Truly. Now, those who reject it are the ones who are going to have the burden of proof on their
So
shoulders.
you're saying
to
water
explain how
always
it's not.
does this?
Yes, always. Never
So
changes.
a drop of water
Nope, we're not talking about a drop.
on a glass.
Sorry, we're not talking about drops.
On a
We're
rock.
not. Sorry, we're not doing that.
On
We're
your
talking
skin.
about. Nope.
AV,
Not
he's
that
flat.
either. Sorry, we're
if
not
you're
that
not
either.
willing to listen to him
So-
actively make
No,
an
he knows what
analogy
I'm
that's
saying.
based
It's
off,
Yeah, I do.
he's trying to
but
make
we're
an
talking
analogy.
about. Yeah, it's not an
even an
analogy.
analogy.
Listen,
Whenever
all
you
you
look
guys
at
can do
water,
is
it's
over
not
top.
flat.
No, sorry.
I
That's
just
not it.
muted. I just muted Videns because he was stepping in there. If you want me
Oh,
to
that was
mute him, let
Videns?
me know. Videns was the one who just was like stepping in on your conversation with
Yeah.
A theory. Yeah.
So a theory, we're not talking about droplets. So we're talking about large bodies of water. So when we look at large bodies of water at rest, they're horizontal and they're planar and they're flat.
Large body of waters are never at rest.
Yes, they are. Some
They
of them can
always
be.
have
Some of them can be.
waves,
Yeah, dude. Honestly,
sizable waves.
there's been times on lakes that it's been really calm and still. People have noticed this, so they can understand that when water is that way, like even what is it? The salt flats can display after a rain that it looks like a perftly mirrored surface. So you can't tell me.
That's
You
a
can't,
good example.
Hold on. Yeah, but
That's
you
a good
can't tell me
example.
that. You can't tell me that's never been the case. So water on its surface creates a horizontal plane. And so those who say that's not the case are only rejecting the obvious truth. That you can't say anything otherwise. You're either going to accept or reject. So you got two choices right now. You can accept that true nature of the earth, or you can reject it. That's your choice. You're free to do that. Which one is it, A theory?
I reject that.
Okay, so that's where you're at. You can do so, right? That's your choice. But rejecting it means you're just rejecting the obvious truth that the earth is demonstrating itself this way to you, me, and everyone. Sorry.
That water in that picture does not have to be flat to make a reflection.
Yeah, but that's what nobody can go along with you based on your own feelings about it. We can see what water's doing. It's demonstrating itself as a horizontal plane, obviously. That's it, dude. Like you're really cooked on this point because you can't go anywhere else and
Well,
make
I'm
the
not
earth
good 'cause
look
I'm
to
not
be
making
like.
a claim. I mean, fine. If you see
Yeah.
you directly experience that, I mean, that's a lot
Yes.
like
And you
people
can
that
measure.
directly experience that it's
No, you can
Wow.
actually measure over the surface that it is a horizontal plane. So that's why.
no, that's where we
that's
can't.
why. Yes, we can. It has been done many times over. Like people can do mirror flashes over the surface of water that's calm and find out that they can go from point to point and reach from point of origin to the target where the water will be flat on its surface. And they could do things as laser tests. Many tests have been performed to already understand the physics and the nature of water. And on its surface, we can do tests as well. So you're the only one that wants to reject this because you don't want it to be the obvious truth, which is fine with me. You can reject the obvious truth all day.
Well, it's not
going
want
to
it
change.
to be.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it is.
really
It
matter.
is. It is a
It's more
rejection.
that it doesn't matter.
A rejection is you don't want it to be. That's what it is. You don't want it to be. It's like you plug your ears and
No,
you go,
I don't
la, la,
care.
la,
It's
la.
fine. It would be fine if it was. However it turns out, it'll be fine.
Well, then it's turning out to be a horizontal plane.
Well, but you're just saying you could see it. I don't see it, so some other receipt like a laser.
No,
but
you do see it. You
don't have
reject
to-
it.
You'd have to
You just
prove
said it
lasers went
yourself.
straight
You
to.
just said it yourself. You do see it, but you reject it because I told you
No.
about the salt flats. Yes, you're
No,
doing
I
it
don't
now.
see it.
You're
No, the
rejecting
salt
it
flats
now.
doesn't mean the salt
What?
flats. Well, the
Does
salt
what?
flats. Well, maybe it's salt that you should be arguing. is flat.
No, dude. Yeah, it's really. That's your
there's
cope.
water
now.
on the salt flats, dude.
That's your cope,
Coated
dude.
water.
That's your cope. You know what we're talking about. We're talking about water. You're cooked, dude. There's nowhere else you can go. Like, honestly, you're just going to spiral out of control. That's the only thing left. You're rejecting it. We've heard you say that.
Yeah, the salt
Well, it's
flats
not the end of the
fill up with,
world for me to
Hold
reject
on,
something.
just
Who
for like
cares?
the audience, man. Just what they know what we're talking about. The salt flats fill up with 3 to 4 inches of water and become a gigantic mirror. That mirror has a perfectly symmetrical reflection and not a distorted reflection like a curved mirror would have.
But a regular flat mirror that doesn't seem to have distortions is not really flat. It does have distortions. Your eye is just not delicate enough.
All right,
Okay,
dude.
stop,
This is your
stop.
cope.
Okay, let me
What's
help you out a
you
little
think
bit.
your eyes can tell
Relax.
detail like that, and they can't.
Look.
Relax.
The curvature that we're talking about would be exponential, and you would see the distortion.
Yeah, there's
Even
also more than that.
He says there'd be visible distortion starting in 0.7 miles.
It's also more than that because they surveyed the salt flats. They're flat. When the salt flats flood, if gravity is making water form into water hills, we would be able to detect that.
And we are.
No, we don't.
No. You don't drive
And
over
we
the
are.
salt flats and drive into a water hill.
That happened to me when I drove to the salt flats.
No, you've never been there. All right, so going back to A theory, you're just rejecting this, dude, and that's fine. We get it, dude. You identify with the fact that you just want to live in this fantasy land, that the Earth is a globe somehow, a potato Earth or whatever. We don't care. It's
No,
not
I don't
obvious.
care what the shape of the Earth is.
Yeah, that's fine. It's not the obvious truth, though. The obvious truth is water is a horizontal plane on its surface while at rest. Simple fact.
You guys,
obvious truth.
Well, I just think you guys are all
I measured
shaping.
it to curve. I measured it
do you guys
to
believe in the star projection theory?
What?
You know, where they say like the
There
stars
is
are
no star
projected.
projection theory.
Dude.
Shut it, dude. No one thinks that.
No, I do believe there's a celestial sphere.
bro,
That's obvious.
Like, I don't even really care, but you're doing mental gymnastics.
Well, who is
Wait,
that?
so where does the celestial sphere end?
You are, dude.
No, who isn't?
Us. This is easy peasy.
Yeah, should be simple. But you don't want it to be, right? I reject that, you said.
Wait, also, why is it that
No,
the
that's
sun
true. I don't think
rises
it's
when you
simple.
fly in a plane? Then, like, why can't you
I
make
know.
the sun rise and then unrise and then rise again if you were like
Dude,
flying?
your kind of conversation belongs in another room, not this one.
What?
Whatever you're proposing.
The
Like,
fact that you
make
can
it-
fly a plane around the horizon, the sun will rise. You can
Dude, just
turn
make another
around
room.
and then it'll disappear and then fly again and it'll rise again.
Yeah.
Okay,
So how does
show
that
us
how does
show
that
us that.
tell how does that tell that the
Show
Earth
us
is a
that.
globe?
Yeah, but hold on. I
Because
want him
the
to show
sun
us
moves over the horizon.
that. Okay, I want you to show
Can
us
you do
that. Show us somebody
I-
doing that, please.
Alright.
Show someone chasing the sun and making it come up again. A
Oh, the
reverse
last guy
sunset.
that did that melted.
What? This guy.
Yeah, he flew into the sun and he died.
Yeah, okay.
Fucking
His name was John
Somebody
Cena.
get
Yeah,
this
yeah,
man a
that's
fucking
great.
trophy. Get
That's
him a
great.
medal. This
So
guy.
all you can do,
His name
check this out, dude.
His name was George Droid.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, so all you're here to do is to distort, and you don't have a point because you can't even prove that the Earth is a globe. That's amazing, dude. You guys are a dime a dozen. You know that? You have no answers to the Earth being a globe, and all you do is come in here and troll because that's the best you have is to make light of things where you don't have any intellectual capacity to have a conversation about this. Is that true?
I don't know, man. I think I just got that dog in me. If I'm being real with you.
Nah, you're just a fool, dude. And you've been played the
Concur,
fool
he
by
actually
the
does
people
have
that are
the
telling you
dog
the
in it.
Earth is a globe. You've been played the fool.
I've been played by Big Globe.
Yeah, and you're happy
Makes
to
me
accept
really
it.
sad. It does affect my legacy. It really.
Well, it's not about a legacy, dude. It's just your intellect. It shows where you are with things.
He's playing
hurts me
himself
every day.
at this point. You're playing yourself.
Yeah. So there's no real way you can describe the Earth being a globe except for, well, pictures from NASA. That's all you're going to say. Probably something
Obama's fault?
redundant. Nobody cares, dude. Do you have anything to offer this conversation other than just a simple troll?
30 shekels.
So nothing. You guys fall by the wayside on the daily. Like I said, dime a dozen, dude. You're not new to doing this. Like, people come in here all the time trying this out. They never fare. They usually get tired and run away.
What if the Earth is semicircular?
Prove it.
You know, like a dome.
Prove it.
What if we're like, instead of the Iron Dome, it's like
Prove it. Dome? Prove it.
Well, I said that that's what it is. Therefore, I'm right.
No, you're just talking out of your ass like another troll.
No, I'm talking out of my mouth. My lips are moving.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
So,
you
what's your difference? What difference does it make whether it's flat or a globe?
Dude, that's my favorite Hillary. That's my favorite Hillary quote when they like are questioning her on Benghazi, and she's just like, "What difference does it make if 10 Americans died?"
Gymnastics, why it's important to defend an idea you don't even understand.
Right.
I wonder how some of these people make it through an entire day sometimes.
I make that money. Go to work, design buildings.
Yeah, more like mom makes you jelly sandwiches with the crust cut off.
No. My dad does actually sometimes.
Keep doing what you're doing, dude, because this ain't working out for you. All you do is troll like a simpleton, and we don't need that.
It's working out great. I just hired a new employee yesterday. He's coming in.
So what? Who cares?
Great.
You're a peon in this room, dude. So just
go on mute, bro.
Oh no, in this room specifically, no, I know. I'm like totally just like
bye.
Just go on mute, dude.
You have to actually put a cork in that one because you'll keep yammering.
I mean, wouldn't that be a butt plug since he's talking on his ass?
Dude. Fucking savage, dude. You must have had a good dinner.
Would it be okay if I talk to a flat earther?
No.
Okay.
You got nothing but it's just Donald, dude. He's just gonna be on a freaking rage with
Donald, dude.
He's gonna be on a Red Bull rage here in a little bit.
Go stock up on fire extinguishers, Donald.
Yeah, he dipped quick too.
Is he the one that he said he measured curvature?
Donald? Oh, dude,
Yeah.
He's been in this room so many times and saying that
he said it.
He got robbed from his
interjected. Yeah.
Yeah, that was him just like a short time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said his evidence burnt down, got stolen from his house, and then his house burnt down or something.
Yeah, some dumb thing. It was basically, what he was exclaiming was the Eratosthenes test. That's what got taken away from him. That him and his buddy did.
Dude, actually, Donald should never be allowed in this chat. You heard his freak out, right?
Yeah.
You heard his freak out? Oh, yeah, dude. So, that dude, man, you need
He's got legendary freak
You don't
outs,
need to be in here, man.
Oh, is that the guy? That's the guy you guys played the recording of?
No, I don't think Indio hasn't heard that one. Indio has not heard that freak out. That was a different guy. That guy freaked out on Heretic.
Yeah, that's the one I'm.
No, I have not. I have not heard that, but I want to.
Dude, here, let me see if I can fetch that one. Now wait till you hear this. This is one for the books, dude. Let me dig it up. I think I'll post it in the text chat. Oops, that didn't work.
Donald, the same guy that was like, the conditions are right. You can see her back of your head with a telescope. Wasn't that him?
Oh shit.
Oh, he was also the same guy that said he had globe research or globe proof, and he had like 3 different excuses for why he doesn't have it. It's something about his house got broken into and they stole it. The robbers stole it. Oh, and then his house burned down. Oh, and then it was in his car and his car got robbed or some shit like that.
Well, shouldn't it still be around if it got stolen before his house burnt down?
Yeah, so
isn't it more important that it's not a globe than what it is?
That thing in the back of the head with the telescope, I keep picturing a telescope that looks like like it loops around to see the back of the head or something.
Hey, can anybody play the clip that's in the text right now? The one that I just posted? It would be great if anybody could play it. Just to get the chat's reaction on it. Oh, Drace, I appreciate you, man. Thank you, kind sir.
I'm glad he's doing it. Yeah, because I was going to tell you I could go all the way upstairs and turn on the computer, but that would take a while.
No, that's not. Flat Lloyd. No, I was telling Indio that this spiral was a bit more epic than even Donald's. I think this one's the top spiral so far. The one that I've heard anyway. Nobody so far has come close to this guy.
Oh, that's going up on X right now.
Did you hear it?
Oh my God, yes. He turned into a zombie. You want to eat his brains?
I gave you an observation. Describe the observation to me. This is
Hey, go ahead, Drace.
Almost there. I'm converting it.
Oh, I thought you were playing it. It was A Theory playing it.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mute.
No, I think it sounds like you could even play it. I was hearing it off of your thing.
No, it's just through my mic, I think.
Yeah, well, you could just play it for us then, couldn't you?
Yeah, I was hearing it. Yeah.
I have it. Just a second.
Oh.
Okay, Drace has got his thing.
Yeah, I don't think you'd really be able to hear it good. It's because I have a headset mic. It shouldn't even be picking it up, but I have terrible noise cancellation.
Yeah, I have amazing noise cancellation. I don't even think you guys can hear my parakeet. If I get really agitated about the globe, like the parakeet starts squawking at me.
We heard you yelling at it the other day. I'm just kidding.
I have a Mac for work, and that noise cancellation's great. But
I'm good to go.
Not on the Windows machine.
All right, go ahead, Drace.
I think tools, I gave you an observation. I gave you an observation. Describe the observation to me. Now, it could be an optical illusion. Could be an optical illusion.
No. You want me to describe your argument for you, dude?
Oh, I want to have a conversation. If you don't want a conversation, then I'll leave.
So I ask you for evidence of a claim. You go, okay, I got this. And then you go, describe it for me.
No, motherfucker! You demanded! So I gave you a piece of data.
Hey, Bob.
A piece of it, and you refused.
You're going to have a heart attack, bro.
Fucking refused, because you're a dirty motherfucker.
Hey, Bob, you
asshole?
That's your Glover for you.
No, I'm gonna tell you. Do you fucking understand? I want to beat your fucking head in and eat your brains. You understand?
Wow.
You okay?
That went off the rails.
Fucking rascal.
I love the last part about eat your brains.
That was great. I couldn't hear it well last time. That time I heard it really well. Oh my gosh. Is that Kembo that first tries to calm him down and then he's just like keeps going off the rails?
That's elbow.
Oh, is that elbow? Okay.
Yeah, he's the top guy right now for the spiral. Like maybe Jim Panda, but Jim Panda got like dethroned by this guy.
Yeah, and he persists.
And then at the end of his like craziness, psychotic thing, he's like, "You understand?" Like he said it really, like, whoa. He went from like 100 all the way down to 0, like instantly.
But AV, isn't it? Could you answer? This is a separate question. But isn't it more important that it's not a globe, or that the globers can't prove it's a globe, than what shape it really is? Like, does it really matter whether what if it's almost a plane but not quite? It wouldn't really matter.
It does.
The point is the conspiracy that is being perpetuated.
I think the most important thing is that people can recognize their reality, and so much to say that they can understand or discern what the surface of the Earth is based on observation, measurement, and practical use. That's what's important. Because if you don't know that, and you continuously think that you live on a globe, I think you'll never get out of that mindset ever, ever, ever. Because at some level, dude, you're happy that you don't know. On some level, you just want that to be the case, where you never know the truth. That you always stay in this limbo position where you feel like anything could be possible. That's just not the case. We don't live in that world. We live in a logically consistent, coherent world where things make sense. There's something called the law of identity, right? The laws of logic would have us understanding that when we talk about things, we describe them in the ways that we can identify them, and we can speak to others about what those things are based on their identity. So if you're saying the Earth is such and such, then if you can't validate it, if you can't test it in some way, you know what I mean? Or falsify it, then it's not what you're saying it is. So it matters a lot. But if you're saying, well, we can never know reality because how do we know we're not a brain in a jar or something like that, then you just like all bets are off. That means there's no coherence to anything. So it does definitely matter.
Well, so that makes sense then, but it's still, wouldn't it be like a matter of something you would research? Like, you don't necessarily assume or know right off the bat because it's pretty subtle.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can study things, right? You can investigate, you can do your homework. And once after you do that research and you can ask around, or maybe someone can help you or whatever, then you come to a conclusion. If there is no conclusion, if you all of a sudden have this epistemology where you can never reach a conclusion, then nothing has coherence anymore. It could be anything, right? And if you're happy to live in that world of just being in the state of limbo, that's you. People actually do want the truth. They want to know.
Well, I want to know the truth, but you kind of are forced to be in limbo about a lot of things are hard to know.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you on certain things, like, well, what drives the sun? Like you don't know that. No one does, right? But like
in flat Earth, there's plenty of things that are like still open to differences or research to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't doubt that there are some things that we can't even say with definitive knowledge that there are what it is. But for the most part, things that we can know, we do know.
Anyway, thanks for the answer, because I thought, because the fact that the globe, the idea with the globe is there's this huge conspiracy with billions of dollars behind it, that would just make that the important part. But I mean, I totally get your answer. And you're saying, no, it is actually the scientific truth. Even as bad as that conspiracy is, it's really...
Yeah, you're getting it, though. Yeah, the physics describe the Earth in a very specific way, where we don't have to include some sort of like overarching theory as to like, or a conspiracy theory as to like why they were conspiring to tell humanity that the Earth is a globe and such and such. That stuff can be left for another conversation. But this one is just describing the Earth as to what it is, right? Identified as. So, and that's what we're helping people understand. That's what we're doing here. That's why all of us are here. And everybody has their own way of doing it, right? I got mine. Dandelion has hers. Indio has his. Flat Lloyd has his. Drace has his. That's why this forum is at the forefront of we have the consistency, right? The continuity from people to people, like who's in here, are able to articulate our point as far as like the Earth being flat. So we don't veer off into like, well, it could be because the government's taking your money. I mean, there's a lot of channels like that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, you guys do always talk about that part.
Yeah.
So there are flat Earth groups that do focus on why the conspiracy.
Oh, dude, like all day, like that's all they focus on. And they go into like the Bilderberg, as I know all of the topics, right? They go into the Bilderberg group, they go into the Illuminati, the Masons, the Jesuits, who's, right? Who's who, like conspiratorial conversations. But even though that is a topic and, everybody wants to be involved in that, like there's no more truth that you can get from that than, just like having ideas about it. What we're doing here is kind of like more an empirical point of view. Something you can actually have discernment on. And
just to be clear, I didn't mean that you would go into the details of the conspiracy, but really, because mostly I've just heard from you guys on this, that it would be the scientific disproof of the globe, which would be different, but I see what you're saying. That's actually related to the concept of focusing on the conspiracy as opposed to the
what
physics.
we're doing. Yeah.
And so you then have a positive theory, which is why you're asserting why I should admit it.
You're getting it.
Well, that's good. I mean, that aspect is pretty cool. I mean, I'm good. Yeah. I like that answer because, I think however it turns out these things are, and like you say, I'm kind of skeptical. Like, I feel like I have to admit that a lot, even things I know, there's so many more details. I'm always like, well, it's not, you never get to that absolute certainty. So, you meaning me, I feel like I have to admit that I've got to wait. Some of these things do get answered while I'm alive, not maybe the biggest ones, but
there you go.
Things get answered, but a lot of them won't, So, but okay, thanks. Thanks
some people, I would say though, some people aren't happy with saying that they can't know something about the nature of reality, like what drives the sun or whatever. So they would go with what is the leading theory of like what these scientific individuals would say what makes the cosmos, like why are the things the way they are. So in other words, there's those who want to know what would be the best explanation for that. And then you got like the reason why people indulge the fact that, well, we can't know what that is, but this would be a good idea about what it is.
Or if somebody plays coy, like you were thinking I am about the plane of the water, but I really don't see that. But on the other hand, I do know about a water level and that you can use it to make a house pretty flat. Not perfectly flat is all.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're just keeping to the fact that, when we talk about the word flat, what does that mean? Because even if you were to be as pedantic as you want it to be and specific, like perfectly flat, what does that even mean? Like to what level? What decimal point would that even look like? You get what I mean?
Live on a pond that's like, I think it's like 3/4 of a mile across where I am, and it gets really flat. But, to be honest, if you go down by it, it's not. You can see it's wavy, even the ice waves. So,
but you know what I mean, though, right? So
I'm just admitting it's a little pedantic, but it's not like just pedantic because you actually can see that.
Yeah, but what we're talking about here is very different than that. It's talking about the surface of the Earth curving as it would, such as the Earth being a globe. So the Earth being a globe denotes that over distance there would be the curve of the surface of the Earth being comporting over to the spherical numbers of the Earth, like the radius value, the circumference, the diameter. All that would be what the Earth is over distance. So you'd be having like let's say like an imaginary line, a tangent line or tangent plane, and then the Earth be dropping away from that, which would be like how the Earth is curving at the specific rate that it would be, right, if it was a globe. But you never have that. You can never measure that. Just exists only in math. So how can you ever test something that can never be tested?
But that's what I'm saying is like, how do you measure that it isn't curved is the exact same problem. Like,
no. See, but that's,
even if you had a glassy ocean,
hold on,
how would you measure
I just told you. So what does flat mean to you? What does it mean to you?
A perfect plane, like a two-dimensional plane in a three-dimensional space.
Okay, so when we say that,
can that be 0.0? Like, where you start from? That specific place that we talk about?
Well, because that's arbitrary, yeah, when you set up a coordinate system.
Yeah. So anything above or below that would be elevation change, right? The change in elevation.
Relative to that plane.
Yes,
that mathematical plane.
Yes. So that however, the Earth conforms to that. Everything's conforming to that plane. So there's a way to understand orientation, right? Because your body is equipped with like a way to figure out whether or not you're upright or sideways or whatever, because you have a vestibular system in your inner ear. So it's like the liquid in your inner ear that if you tilt your head, you feel your head moving sideways, and your eyes are like little gimbals, right? They're moving around and they can tell you what position you are. So, and another way to orientate yourself is looking at the horizon. You know that if you see the horizon at a specific angle because you have your head tilted, all you got to do is direct your head straight back up and you see the horizon horizontal again. So we can get orientation by looking at the Earth, the horizontal plane of the Earth. And so that's how we understand with just what our body is. It's built as in to determine how we understand our orientation is on the surface of the Earth.
But to me, like when you measure a 2x4 and you cut it, it's just plus or minus a 16th or a 16th.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But we're talking. Well, we say, okay, let's get some wood and let's make it as flat as we can, right? So let's make it flat. In other words, make this wood flat. So if you're going to do that, you're going to do it to the best that you possibly can, right?
Yeah, and if it's flat enough, that's fine. And it's flat enough on the Earth to look flat. It could be still on a sphere. It could be on a hyperbola.
No, it's not. No, it's not because you can't have what they're proposing. What they're proposing is a sphere of a specific size. It's not just a larger sphere. It's a sphere of a specific size. So let's say this. If you don't have that, then it's not what they proposed all along.
But so that's the part about they're wrong.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is it's not built. It's not built on another cosmology. It's built on only what they're saying, or it's like only what they're saying or nothing. You can take all what they're saying completely, or leave it at the door. Don't take it at all. So you have a choice, right? Either accept the globe for what it is at the numeric values that they give you, or don't take it at all. Which means don't even mention it. It can't be a bigger ball because a ball wouldn't even exist. Because the only thing they proposed to you was a specific sphere of a certain size. So you can't say, well, it could be a bigger ball. You can't even go there. Because they gave you the idea that the Earth was a sphere in the first place. So if they didn't even tell you the Earth was a sphere of a certain size, you wouldn't have it in your head that it was a sphere of a certain size, or perhaps it's a bigger ball.
It might be a sphere.
Yeah, or it might be a sphere, yeah.
But like I've worked with GIS data that's mapped onto a globe, and there's more than one globe that they give you. Like there's different origin points and different ellipsoids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the reason is because the Earth isn't a sphere or an ellipsoid. It's bumpy. And it's not consistent density, so it's lumpy. No single ellipsoid fits it.
That's not the point. They're giving you geometry because a lot of things are tied into the size of the Earth. So regardless of what you're saying, it makes no difference to mainstream narrative, right? The narrative of what's being spoken over to everybody else. You're over here on this corner of the internet saying what you're saying and having a different perspective. That's all good and well for you. You might think that for the rest of your life. Who knows? But it's not going to matter one iota to the guys out there propagating this information to the masses. What's being consumed out there is not what you're saying. So it doesn't matter what you're saying. You could say the Earth is a potato lumpy thing, right? That doesn't have an ideal shape. Who cares? You're not the guy actually propagating information.
I'm admitting it could be more flat than it is spherical in the sense that it could have given me a lot of weird data and it's already processed so that I had to I had to flatten the data because they had curved it, just to, because it's part of the conspiracy.
Dude, but you're still trying to you're trying to square the circle right now. You can't fit this idea into reality the way it is. It just doesn't work. But you're trying to see if there's a way that it can make sense to where you can accept that, yet not accept the narrative for what it is. And it's like you can't. It's not malleable, dude. This Earth being a globe, it's what it is. It's kind of a take it or leave it thing. You can't say, well, I'm going to make it what I want. It's my Earth. It's my idea. No, dude. It's
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that to me, to me. Well, I have no other position to reason from.
Yeah,
but myself.
It's their narrative.
You?
And it's their narrative. Either you accept it or you leave it. So that's just what I gave you before.
I'm willing to leave it in the sense that if I go to my personal direct information, then I don't know. Everything that I have received. I know some experiments that you could tell. Like the most direct information is that the stars seem to be in a celestial sphere because they're making circles over the sky, but that doesn't affect the surface of the Earth. And all the information I have about it being a sphere is those pictures you showed earlier, and this data, satellite data that's obviously curved. I could tell mathematically I have to uncurve it to make it flat, but they could have curved it before they gave it to me. I don't have access to the so-called satellite. Well, but I'm getting pictures from a satellite, whatever that is, Now, do I believe when I did that job? I'm like, I guess it's from a satellite, sure. But if I'm thinking about your argument, well, no, I don't actually know that directly at all.
Yeah, well, you're working within a spherical coordinate system that has been given to you.
I adopted it, like you're saying, but that's not my personal belief system. That's because I was working with that data, and there's a certain way to
not a problem, dude, because it's still going to give you relative information about like certain places, but it's not that the Earth is an actual globe based on that system. The system operates within itself to verify itself. So you're saying, well, the satellite's going to be in some position based on this system that's working right now. And I'm going to say that because of the system working the way it does, well, the Earth must be a globe, right? But then the Earth could be something else, right? Like a flat and stationary
I think I told you this before, but you probably wouldn't remember. But so like one of the things I did with LiDAR data and all this and the satellite data, the point was for this company that puts up microwave towers. And they are actually, they claim, they have to watch out for the Earth hump, for the curvature of the Earth. They can only put them so far apart because of the curvature of the Earth. And so as it shoots along, it comes close to the surface of the Earth. So you can have a 200-foot tower, but in the middle, it's just scraping along the top of some city or something, which is probably not great for the city, but they're worried about the quality of the signal, they claim. And so in that case, the data I received and the math we used, it was just a ruse.
No, like once again, like whatever information they gave you was only the information they gave you to give you a position to something, but it's using that spherical coordinate system, right? So they're just systems that are meant to work within specific parameters that they have them, but they're not in and of themselves verifying the surface of the Earth. The system in its, like the way it works, doesn't verify that the Earth is curving in any way. There's no drop over distance like being done with this system.
Well, that's what I realized.
You get what I'm saying?
I realized that though I had done that math or wrote programs to do that kind of math for them and the GIS, some of the GIS issues, that I couldn't verify that any of that, needed to be done or anything. I didn't go to the places on Earth where the data was about or anything like that. So that's why I realized, you can't really say what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, not to that extent, when they're using their systems, right? But the way that you can tell is if there's any curvature measured on the surface. So if that was done, then of course that would verify the fact that it's not only using the system, but the system is also verified by the people measuring the surface. The surface.
But it's really hard to measure the surface because, like lasers, even how lasers all cone out, right? They don't go straight for that far. They spread out like a little, pen laser. a mile away.
I know what you mean.
Like a meter. Yeah, so it becomes really hard. And that's what way to measure flatness that do you have that might be better than a laser? Like you want to say, what looks flat to me? The horizon on the ocean, that's iffy.
Yeah, but here's the
laser looks flat, but it's a cone, so it's hard to measure with.
You got to think about it like in a more practical sense. I think you try to overcomplicate things. I think that might be the issue. Maybe because your brain's analytical. I'm thinking because your brain's analytical and you want to make everything a bit more descriptive with like math and such. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but because that's the way you're wired, you tend to overcomplicate something that shouldn't be that complicated. I mean, obviously you can make anything complicated, but you could make things a bit more simple than the way you have them right now. So water has been referenced as a leveling device. You can use water in a way to level things, right? Like a water level. And it's a great way to have things like foundations to be made and stuff. So you don't that also helps you understand how flow is. If you want to have something like sewage pipes running in your house and stuff, so that there's going to be an angle to where the water or the sewage is going to flow a certain direction. So it's good to know this information using water. So it's a perfect way because it holds rigidity. So it's just like you have certain ways that you can measure the what do you call it? Have the device that used to calibrate. What am I thinking about right now?
Like for surveying?
Yeah. What's the...
Not a sextant.
No.
I forget all the other assayers devices.
Like a laser gyro. Like if you're using like a laser gyro, that holds rigidity as well. But all of it is because of that fact that they have methods to hold that plane. You could hold a plane above the actual surface of the earth. So if something that holds rigidity like a gyro does, it doesn't matter how you tilt things, that thing that you're holding rigidity with will always keep that plane of the earth like level. So water does the same thing. Like you put water in a bottle and you tilt it in any direction, that surface of the water in that bottle will hold rigidity to the ground. It will stay like a flat surface. So it helps you know how to level things. So you can use it like a leveling device. So that's how we know. Like water is used for this. So why is it not level itself? So that means that think about it. If it was curving in any way, you couldn't level things. You couldn't find how to get things that are even, flat, and such.
But do you think a laser is better?
No, I don't think it's better. I don't think it's better because water extends a lot farther than a level or laser. Water will exceed the amount that a laser could actually propagate over the surface easily.
Okay, but I just think like when you have one of those spinning lasers, that looks the most like a plane I've ever seen compared to...
Well, like a laser gyro? Well, no, it's what I was saying.
Right. That's what made me start thinking about that. But no, just like any laser, but I'm thinking in my head probably more like laser show lasers. But when you spin them in a plane, that's the flattest looking thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, though, there has to be something that's referencing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a way to reference what flat is. Like, because you wouldn't be able to...
You need two flat things, one to measure the other.
Yes. Which is why I'm saying, like, so everything is tending towards that horizontal plane. Everything. All of nature is tending towards that. I'll give you, like, a simple example.
It's the surface tension of water, That surface tension that makes it just always a little bit of humped.
Well, but that's what you say, but it cannot be measured in the way that you think it is. So I think you're trying to look for that way to say that it is like measured to have curvature, but you never find that. I'd like for you to do a practical demonstration.
I just feel like at a really long distance, it's roughly planar.
Yeah, well,
it's roughly level. That's not good enough because everything can be roughly level if it's big enough and you're small enough.
See, that's the thing, though. What we're trying to do right now is establish the fact that what we're saying is true. The Earth is flat.
Anyway, yeah, somebody else should go. I feel like I took too much time. But
no, dude, but I'm saying
really...
you've actually reached a point where you're making a conclusion. It sounds like to me.
No, I'm not. But I am understanding. I'm trying to understand when I come in here. And so I do understand a little better, or a lot better, I think, where you're coming from. And that you're representing, I think, the room as well. And I'm accepting that. That
we don't go into...
It's distinct from other rooms because it is affirmative to the fact that you wouldn't care if the scientists were saying it was a paraboloid. It's flat. It's not about not being a globe to you as much as it is that it is affirmatively this other shape, right? So that I think for me is okay. Well, I'm curious what you mean, but I'm not trying to say any particular thing by shape, but that it is flat or planar in some sense, more so than anything else, but not just more so that it's averaging perfectly a plane that just varies because of the hills and stuff, and it would average out to that or something. In some sense, it follows that plane, and that's an affirmative thing to me is a bigger understanding, because that's why I asked the question. Obviously, you might think that it shows like not a bias, but a preconceived idea that I thought it was more important to you that it's not a globe than that it is flat. And so I see now.
Not only that, but we're not talking about
is that I realize
we're not talking about conspiracies over here. You know, like we're not harping on the fact that like the Illuminati are keeping the secrets of the world. You know, like we're not.
But it's more than that. It's more than that. It's like a philosophical thing. You know, philosophically, you could say no to something and not necessarily know what it is. Oh, but this is wrong. I don't know what's right. I'm working on that. Or you can be saying, here's what's right. And obviously it contradicts that wrong thing. But the point isn't about the wrong thing. It's about this right thing. So that the earth is flat, in whatever sense that means, is the point to you. And I didn't know that. I thought, I got the impression before that maybe it was more about, because, you know, just coming in here and watching you guys talk to various kind of globers, you know, I mean, the point is to prove, or not the point, it looks like, you know, what happens is you prove that they don't really know how to prove that the earth is a globe. Even if it's possible to do, they usually are they don't know how you do it. They don't know Anaximander's approach. They can't even say the ways that it's actually proved by the people that are claiming to prove it even. So it seemed like a no to you kind of thing. But I paid attention, and adding what you just said, I see that, no, you guys do focus on this affirmative part. Even though, of course, if a glober comes in, you got to say, hey, you don't actually, but that's not the point, capital the point or whatever, you know. So, that's why you think you hear me accepting something. That's what I'm accepting, which to me is a significant thing. I mean, I think that upgrades my knowledge of
let me hand this conversation out to whoever's here. I got to split, so.
Yeah, me too.
Good job, baby. I feel like you guys did have a good conversation. It was like an A theory. I do think that by the end, you were at least trying to understand where we were coming from, which is much further than a lot of globe believers get. I mean, because the thing is that the alleged globe model, that's the extraordinary claim, and we're just trying to get people to accept the earth the way it presents itself, which is as a flat and stationary plane. This curvature is not found anywhere. But it is interesting to me, even though you're acknowledging that if you were to look at the other side, you know, because most of the so-called experts, they do not offer proof of where there's curvature or rotation. That's what most of us were looking for when we came to find out that it wasn't there. But a lot of the people who, you know, make money on YouTube or just enjoy, you know, being an anti-flat earther, they're most of their so-called information is just attacking the flat Earth and usually attacking straw man argument that we don't actually make. So for you to make an attempt to try to see what we are actually saying is worthy, because that was one of the reasons at the very beginning I became more and more suspicious of the alleged globe model by the minute, because not only was I not seeing any verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence of either curvature or rotation, I also saw that most of the information where they claim to be debunking the flat Earth, or they claim to be upholding the globe, was full of fallacious reasoning and usually just attacks on some supposed model of the flat Earth that most of the time wasn't even what actual sincere flat earthers are claiming.
I did listen to you. I did have a comment, but yeah, I thought also it was a good conversation. I mean, my position is basically skeptic, which people could complain about in itself, but you know, that is a point of interest of the kinds of knowledge claims people make, right? And I think it's, you know, definitely true that most people believing in any scientific theory, the scientific theory could be true, but you know, people don't know. They don't, like, you could study the history and roughly know why the scientists that believe a certain thing claim that they believe it. And you could also find out that a lot of people didn't accept it at first. I mean, and I'm talking about everything, whether it's Newtonian laws or relativity or anything, and weird or not weird. And people, there's a history. And that doesn't mean that's right, especially since there can be, you know, hoaxes or well-funded conspiracies to, you know, get a certain idea in the public mind. It doesn't mean it's right, but the people that believe it, you know, theoretically, you would have to know that in order to justify your belief. So generally, no, people don't want to learn it, but because they don't want to learn it, they go, well, I believe that. Why? Well, they said it, and I don't really want to think about it. I'm going to go have a PBR.
I don't know what a PBR is. Is that anything like a PBJ?
No, that's a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh, okay.
Are you? So you're not an American then? You must be Canadian.
No, my dad used to drink Pabst Blue Ribbon. He just never called it that. Yeah, he just called it a beer, I think. Well, that's the only kind he ever had, yeah.
That's right. But, I mean, the main thing, another thing can I bring up another thing? I'm curious what you'd say about this. So I've talked to AB about this before, but so the thing to me that seems spherical, or at least, well, spherical, is the celestial sphere, because you can just take a camera out and do a long exposure and see the star trails. It's very easy to confirm, and they're circles going around the Earth. So even if the Earth is flat, it seems like that there's a sphere that carries, or that the stars are on, or however, that is rotating around, because they go all the way around. They come up from the same direction every day. They go all the way over in a half circle. You can see it in the pictures, and then they must go under, because where else would they go to come up on the same side again? So the celestial sphere, I think we do see, and I'm just saying this from the point of view of what I'm accepting here is, if we reduce ourselves to the stuff we've directly experienced, even though I think there's certain experiments that could discriminate, I'm not going to claim I haven't done them. So something like the celestial sphere, though, I mean, yes, I have done them. I have done long exposures. It's super. There's no two ways about it. I've had friends that do it. You know what I mean? It's one of the easiest things in the world. You can see these star trails.
Well, that
then,
like
so they're in a sphere.
Well, hold on. The way you're describing it, it seems like you've been kind of like you're deceiving yourself, man.
How so?
So why do they look like circles?
Well, they do. If you take one of these pictures, you can see. Well, because there's all these projected circles that are lines that are parallel to each other, and then the North Star is going around in no circle.
Okay, so do you think there's a single star? You're seeing a single star go in a circle?
Well, around the North Pole, you can see them go in the complete circle. Most of the stars, of course, are doing a half circle.
Okay, what you're seeing is star trails overlap other star trails. And they appear as a circle.
Star trails.
Because you would have, you would have to do a 24-hour time lapse to see a star go in a circle, right? But then if you did see that, that would actually falsify the orbit. Because with the orbit...
Well, that's why I said a half circle, because half of it is blanked out.
Well, hold on. With the orbit and the tilt of the Earth, the stars would actually make spirals across the sky because the orientation of the sky rotates completely. So, like in the summer, the Big Dipper the handle points east, and then in the winter it points west. So, how did it get over there, right? So, the whole sky would have to rotate on top of the smaller rotation.
But what I'm saying is the star trails just say that the stars are as if on a sphere, not that the Earth is spherical.
No, like I said, it's deceptive because the star trails are overlapping other ones. So they look like circles for that reason.
Well, like you said, you're not going to see a 24 hours of a star trail in a circle, but you see these half circles because as the sun sets, you get the star, and then you see a half circle.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And because you have little circles and then bigger ones, depending on where the star is, it looks etched in a sphere. I don't think you can deny that. So surely the sky has some sort of a spherical, and that has nothing to do with whether the Earth is spherical.
Well, I would say the sky has.
It does say the sky is in.
Well, I'd say the sky has some sort of like semi-spherical relationship because like those star trails start getting distorted near the horizon. And then there's another thing. People have did a simulation, right, with a ball in 3D, like in a 3D thing. And then what's generated, the star trails that are generated in these simulations don't look anything like we see. They actually kind of look like you're looking down a tunnel, which is really weird.
See, that makes sense to me as far as, I don't want to just believe my eyes because as far as subtleness to what maybe should be seen or anything, I'm just saying when I look at it, those look like that part's a sphere. And that's the traditional view, right? A lot of flat earth from ancient times is like, those are the same people that said, oh, there's a celestial sphere.
Yeah, I have no problem with celestial sphere. It's like so it's kind of like, but
it's kind of like, does a flat Earth have to be infinite? Maybe, it's bounded at the sphere, like the dome. It's basically like there would be actually a possibility.
Well, there's this possibility that when you're looking at the sky, the way it works isn't straightforward as you think. So, like when astronomers or celestial navigators actually do their profession, they don't use anything below like 30 degrees above the horizon because that celestial sphereness, that relationship actually doesn't hold. So they don't use any of those stars below 30 degrees. It only holds its celestial sphereness for a portion of the sky.
Well, I do know what you're talking about because, like in astronomy, and this would be true on a flat Earth and a spherical both, but the lower you get from straight up, you're going through more atmosphere. Right? So it's just like any prism. It's just like any prism. It's going to bend. Yeah, it's going to slowly distort as you go down. Either way, whether it's flat or whether it's actually, it almost doesn't matter because it's pretty similar amount when you cut down, and you're going through a lot more when you start going off at a low angle before you get to the stars. So that, yeah, and not only are they distorted, but there's more atmosphere, so it cuts out more of the light. They get dimmer and flickerier. They flicker more.
So think about this. When would a celestial sphere approximate like the angles on a flat Earth? They'd approximate it only like in the center of the sky. You wouldn't notice the difference until you get closer to the horizon, because the linear angle relationship versus the sky in a flat Earth, that's where it gets way different, is when you get towards the horizon.
Well, also, a celestial sphere would be so huge that it is at a size where at the horizon, it's basically a plane too, in the sense that the sphere is perpendicular to you. You know what I mean? It's so close mathematically to be in a line that's perpendicular when you get down to those, what did you say, 20 degrees or whatever?
Yeah, it's like 30 degrees or below, pretty much the rule of thumb. Which is like that means only like 60 degrees in the sky, like from zenith down to 60.
The thing I should say is, I'm not saying that it's an exact sphere, the celestial sphere, but I'm just saying it's pretty sphere-like, just to the naked eye. Well, not the naked. I'm sorry, not the naked eye, the photographic eye, and so that's one where I do think, if as far as because on the surface, I really think it would be hard to say what macroscopic, super macroscopic, shape it has. But the stars, I think, are much more clear.
Yeah, my only point is that, so think about this. Think about your fish. Your fish underwater, and you're looking up out of the water into the air, and you see the stars. Now the stars, because of the different refractive index of water and air, you're going to have a different relationship, right? You can actually, through something called Snell's window, you can see the horizon from underwater. Now think about that. You can be underwater and see the water horizon, because the way the light gets bent, which is crazy, right? How am I underwater and seeing the horizon?
I see that, because of that refraction thing.
Yeah, and if
just like your arm looks bent when you put it in the water, it's that thing.
Yeah. So if you're a fish and you're an astronomer, you'd be like, it approximates a sphere until we get toward the horizon, and then it's different, right? So, but the thing is, their approximation would just be different. Like, it would just be. So my point is,
there could be like dolphin astronomers.
Yeah. So we're looking through the air. And like for a portion of the sky, it follows a linear relationship, and mankind said, "Oh man, we can just invent this thing called spherical geometry, and we can make all these predictions." But we have to throw them out the window as soon as we get near the horizon. But then someone said, "What if we actually are a sphere? What if the sky's not a sphere? What if the Earth's the sphere?" Right? We'll just ignore the bad data.
So you think that it started as an innocent, a more or less innocent philosophical idea?
Oh, I know it started as a philosophical idea.
But an innocent one. It didn't start as a lie.
Aesthetic. Yeah, it was like aesthetic. It was aesthetic preference.
Like when they used to think that, there's this many planets because that's how many pure solids or whatever they call. You know what I mean? Like there's these 5 geometric shapes, and it's got to be related to that.
Well, think about the Pythagoreans.
An aesthetic. Yeah, they were all the aesthetics.
Okay,
they were I get what you're saying totally.
Yeah, and they chucked him off a cliff, right? So, they chucked Pythagoras off a cliff because he had this aesthetic idea, that there's certain relationship of numbers was perfect, and he was obviously a bright guy. He came up with the Pythagorean theorem, but he was kind of wrong.
So what I'm saying, where I say math is a great idea.
Yeah, he should have just stuck with the triangles. Yeah, keep going there, A theory.
I was just going to say math is a great idea, but it's pretty well proven that when you apply it to the real world, you know, yeah, you can use it to describe patterns, but the real world isn't like math. Maybe like fractal math or something really weird, but even that, no, it doesn't match it, because math is perfect and the real world has all what we call imperfections, but they're not really imperfections. They're the way the real world is. You know what I mean? It's not an imperfection. Math can't describe it. It must be imperfect. No, math is imperfect.
That's what I think. I think the real world's perfect and math is imperfect.
Right, math. The real world is
perfect.
What we're. Well, right, but the point is, the real world might as well be perfect.
In nature.
The real world might as well. Nature might as well be perfect because it's what we're. It's the only thing we're interested in. That's what we're looking at. That's it. You know, if we're trying to figure anything out, it's like, what's the deal with this nature? Anything else doesn't matter.
Honestly, it depends on what you define as nature, but pretty much, yeah.
The natural world and the things in it. That's nature.
Yeah, because usually we say the things from our senses, but no, because it's even, our emotions are natural. So it's really all of our sensations. All of the information we have, including whether we're hungry or not, is nature.
Yeah, that's a natural instinct, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't really agree with emotions being what people
emotions
mean by
are instinct. Like,
what I'm just saying is that we in the natural world. When we say in the natural world, we mean the objects and the phenomenon in the natural world. It isn't like
we are simply just instincts that are combining with logic in order to form some form of consciousness.
You sound pretty confident in that stance.
But if we're only to focus on the Earth, and that's only one piece of the picture or one piece of the puzzle, I do agree that it is a good piece, and it's definitely something we should definitely work on for extended periods of time, but we should at least have some room to ponder and wonder, where do the other pieces go, and how do we find and fit them?
Well, if we're unsure about where we are, I don't know how you even fit the other pieces together.
Then we can find out where we are. Or maybe not. I mean, honestly, we can see on how far humanity advances. At least within our observable lifetimes.
What do you mean? What do you mean by humanity advances? It's saying just
advancements within technological standards. That's all I'm saying.
So new iPhones? Is that what you mean by advances?
Not every single advancement is necessarily a good step.
Well,
but hey, it's a step closer.
I'm just trying to pin it down because people say human advancement. I don't know what that means. Sometimes people mean,
I define
I have flying cars.
Some people may
I took a rocket to Mars. Another person,
some people may have different interpretations of what human advancement means. But let me just clarify my version of human, at least what I view it as. I view human advancement as any scientific or any form of discovery or development within a field that can further lead to the human race becoming more outstretched, more powerful in the end.
How about music and art?
I would say that music and art are definitely needed concepts, but I wouldn't say that they're something I would focus on, but definitely interesting concepts in my opinion. Though that's just my opinion, and you're allowed to have your own.
What are we trying to exert power against? What do we?
I don't know. It's really just. I suppose it's really just wanting to expand, push outward. Humanity has always wanted to colonize. They always want to find. They always want that driving force. Imperialistic. They always want to expand outwards. Do they not?
I mean, what do you mean? More people? Occupy a larger area? Is that the goal?
well,
it's a very nebulous. You have to admit, it is very nebulous and hard to pin down this human advancement thing. Everybody seems like they have an idea, but like if you try to say specifically what it is,
you're
it
not
ends
wrong.
up being just a big flop.
You are not wrong, my friend. But
well, I mean, it's kind of sketchy to have an entire worldview of how society should organize itself based upon a ill-defined idea.
Yeah, I know the feeling, and I'm pretty sure you do too. Anywho,
it's so is that it's kind of like NASA. They're going out beyond exploring new orbs. Oh, I don't mean out in space. No, I mean NASA's created a head shaver. So exploring new orbs and head shaving, that's how we're advancing. It's actually made by NASA. I saw it in the store.
Yeah, I'd like to show you Biden's in the text chat there. Are you able to look in there? This is something I'll just read it to you. John Adams, one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, he said, I must study politics and war that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. My sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy, geography, natural history, naval architecture, navigation, commerce, and agriculture in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain. 1780. So I just bring up that quote for you because I know that, so-called science, which we could give you many reasons, and perhaps you've heard them before, is actually pseudoscience. It's not even science in the classical sense or how John Adams would have looked at it, is considered a building block of civilization, but certainly not, and same thing with math. It's definitely not considered to be like the highest peak. It's only become that way because it's become kind of reified as part of the reification of the fantasy globe model. But, that's a very new thing that was never considered. It was always considered math and science would just be kind of a tool to a higher civilization, but in no way, shape, or form would they be considered, as you seem to imply, the peak. So what's your reaction to that quote, Videns?
Why does an animal want to live?
I don't know. Animals don't talk to me. I'm not Dr. Dolittle.
Why do we want to live then?
Well, John Adams just told you why he wanted to live. I don't know what to tell you if your answer is, why do animals want to live? I mean, I guess I feel like John Adams be kind of disappointed in where his country ended up, but it's fine. Maybe somebody wants to go down.
Oh, believe me, there are a lot of more disappointments out there.
What do you think the biggest disappointment is? I'm disappointed, Videns, that you can't seriously examine the globe model and see how it has no evidence to support it. It's the fact that you give this kind of exasperated sigh every time I talk, but it's fine. I can handle it.
You're asking penetrating questions. Tough crowd.
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, why I want to live has changed over time. Like,
creatures.
When you're a little kid, you want to live because, you got toys to play with the next day. Like, it changes over time, your motivation for waking up every day. So, there's no one reason. I don't think.
That question goes all the way back where it all began.
I guarantee it began in the beginning.
You want to live because that's what we're programmed to do. It's what we're made to do. survive, live, reproduce, etc. Another day, a new existential crisis.
Every day is an opportunity, man. Just remember that.
Yeah, and I didn't even think your question about why does an animal want to live would have anything to do with you. I mean, clearly, humans are in a completely different category. You understand that, right, Videns?
The only thing that separates you from I is a 1%. And the percent only gets bigger when you move across every species on this planet. We're all the same in some ways, but there's only slight percent differences within our genetic code that make us different from, say, a fish, a bird.
Yeah, but that's just a physical body. We're talking. Humans have a supernatural soul that animals don't.
Yeah, but that is instinct. That is nature given something consciousness. A living machine that was able to.
Humans are made up of more than just a living machine. We have the body. We also have a soul, which is immaterial.
Thank you for bringing up my psi, by the way. I always notice it, but...
Didn't you ask why it matters? You're demonstrating it right now. If you didn't think the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't think you're an animal.
Wait, what?
I said if he didn't think the Earth was a globe, he wouldn't think he's an animal. With a 1% related. How do you have Big Bang evolution nonsense without a globe?
Well, I mean, you don't need evolution to think that everything's an animal. All the animals, I mean, not the rocks, but like all the mammals.
Throughout the entire.
They're all. We got a lot in common.
Yeah, but that's like a fallacy composition.
And my place.
Just because you share some parts doesn't mean the whole is the same.
Why do humans want greed, power? Why do they want?
Well, but the word animals is just like it's just a category for similar things. Like if you say all the dogs, but all the dogs, they're pretty different. Or you say all of the beagles, or you say all of the canines. Animals is just a category that if you look at the definition of it, ought to include us.
Well, that's a modern interpretation.
Perspectives and opinions.
Well, no, it's also an ancient interpretation. I mean, there's just certain schools of thought that have denied we're animals, that disagree, I should say, to be fair. But it's also an ancient idea that we're just one of the animals. Like, and a primitive type people also thinks that.
I'm not aware of any culture that thought human beings were freaking animals.
Yeah, our bodies are similar to the bodies of animals, but we also, in addition to our bodies, have an immaterial soul with which we can have a self-consciousness, we can choose, we can decide, those kinds of things.
What is a soul?
A soul is the immaterial aspect of you, apart from your body.
Why does there need to be a soul?
So that we can choose and have self-awareness.
Can a machine have a soul?
No, a soul is a immaterial aspect, and AIs and machines are purely physical.
But what happens when they're not?
What happens when truth is falsehood? What are you talking about?
What we have as AI is not AI.
All of AI runs on physical machines that are currently running on ones and zeros on silicon and metal and electricity. So it's 100% physical, and so they don't have souls.
But what is just consciousness? What is our brain if not a ton of electrical signals running all over the place?
Our brain is the interface to the immaterial, perhaps, but our brain is separate from our self, our souls.
Interesting.
Yeah, the mind is not the brain.
Consciousness itself isn't necessarily in the brain either.
I heard about this. There's this disease where the brain shrinks, and your brain fills up basically, well, your skull fills up with spinal fluid. And some people, they're still alive. They still have high IQs, but their skull is something like, except for the very top part of their skull, it has 1 millimeter of like brain tissue, but the rest of the inside their skull is spinal fluid.
Oh, that explains a lot, India. Thanks. I'm going to have to be testing some people I know about that.
Yeah, and they still walk, talk, breathe, do math.
Yeah, exactly.
Do all the stuff that regular people do, even though there's no, gray matter in there, or very little gray matter.
Yeah, I actually have a book that talks quite a bit about that. That's just part of it. But it's a book called Beyond the Quantum by Michael Talbot. Talks about phenomenon like that. People with 5% of their cranium filled with brain and the rest with fluid, and they working perfectly normal human beings with 5%.
Gosh, can he give? Yeah, at the end of the book, does he have an order form for $59.99 gray matter detector?
You know, despite
I got my jokes, honey. Sometimes I feel like I'm just entertaining myself. Are you all right there, Videns? Do we need to do a welfare check?
Again, another existential crisis. The normal for me. But then even whilst I am infuriated,
Well, you're in the right place to have it.
Even though I have immense annoyance with some certain individuals in this room, I do accept the fact that another mind, another consciousness is beneficial.
Yes, I totally agree. You should not just sit in your room and talk to yourself, Videns. You should keep talking to us.
I am talking to you.
Good.
Dandelion, right?
That's correct. Yes, I'm Dandelion. Am I one of the annoying ones? Because you keep sighing when I talk, so it makes me think I am.
Do you keep being passive aggressive because you're noticing it?
Gosh, you guys think I'm passive aggressive? I always thought I was assertive. Gosh, he thinks I'm passive aggressive. Should I be more assertive? Okay. All right, Vines. Noted.
Dang, I thought I was passive aggressive.
Survival instinct is to live, and death is the opposite of living. The only way to live on is through what? Work, pages, knowledge. But never really knew what that meant. I'm gonna have to write this.
I think you might have been trying to get at that can AI have consciousness, or can I guess in the physical realm on its own, probably not. But I guess if you believe in the spiritual realm, is it possible for spirits to take over or possess whatever people or even machines? Then I don't know. You might have you could be onto something there, dude. Anecdotally, sort of this stories about AI being. His questions about is it conscious or not, or is it just electronics and signals and wires, or is there something more to it? But I think it's really interesting, dude. Why you're going for something like that?
Oh shoot! I was so glad you were talking to him, Des, because he obviously doesn't want to talk to me. But now he's gone away. I told him not to go talk to himself, but maybe he found some other people to talk to. Let's hope
He
so.
just kind of trailed off into mumblingness. But I think he was sort of was interested in a discussion about whether consciousness in computers and stuff.
I think he was either really tired or chemically impaired somehow.
Oh, sure. He was in an altered state of consciousness.
But Daz, I think you bring up a really interesting question. Can spirits occupy machines? I don't think that AIs would ever have a soul unless that happens. Either God creates a soul for them for some reason, or other spirits can somehow take control of physical matter. So it's a good question.
Yeah, I know it's in sort of Japanese culture a lot that spirits in machines and computers and stuff.
That's right. I should go watch some anime. I'm sure there's a bunch of stories about that.
Oh, Mike, you're still here. That's amazing that you did that. I love it. That it's living on there. He's putting more in the website there.
Hey.
Nice.
You saw it? You like it?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Well,
Good
glad to
job.
hear. I'll post it in the chat if anyone's curious there. We were talking about frequently asked questions before on the now deprecated wiki. I managed to scrape it out from the dead, sent it to Dandelion, but then I thought to myself, hey, why don't we just have it on our site? So I did it. So I posted in the chat a couple snapshots. I don't think there are any typos, but I could just be blind. If you guys notice anything, let me know. I'll clean it up. But serves more as a proof of concept to what Radwin and I were contemplating on throwing together. Making the thing a little bit more or less staticky, rather than just like, oh, here's a piece of paper, look at it, there's our website. Have a little bit more of a flexibility, programmatically speaking. So this is an example of that. So, for example, if there's anything wrong with any of the text, a little bit more, flexible in the ability to change anything. So, yeah, it's looking good. Send you the link if anyone wants to try it out.
Yeah, I guess I could help you write some answers to some of the questions that still haven't gotten answered yet, even though we answer them here every day. It's just a matter of just kind of transcribing them in there.
Yeah, about half of them are coming soon, But, yeah, whenever they're ready, let me know.
They're ready. Yeah, they're in my head, so I'll type them out. I don't know why riding on eggshells is such a fan.
I think he's tech savvy as well, so he might be impressed from that standpoint.
I have no idea. I can't get inside of the head of a globe believer. I stopped trying. It's too scary. Oh, yep. He explained that you're right. Yeah, I don't know about that, Eggs. You're trying to build a bot that can read and understand intent. Yeah, good luck with that. Oh, okay. That makes more sense to me the way you explained it. So it can understand a text or later voice, debate, and point out biases or fallacies or people avoiding a point. Okay. That I could see you doing. Yeah, I guess I was thinking about it in a broader sense. Yeah, that's actually interesting because, yeah, a lot of the fantasy globe believers we get in here, their intention is quite obviously just to try to make the flat earther look dumb. Yeah, not to have like an actual conversation. And I don't know how much they succeed because to me it's like very, very obvious they're doing it. So like I do try to point it out when I'm here and when I can get a word in edgewise, but I think it probably does work on, a certain personality type. So if that's what they're looking to convince is just kind of a follower type who doesn't really evaluate the information and just makes all of their decisions emotionally, then I guess they would get through to that person. But if that's the person they're trying to get through to, like, why even make an effort? Like, that person's already on the globe, so I don't really actually know who they're appealing to. Yeah, that's cool, Eggs. Yeah, I try to be charitable too, but sometimes assuming good intent only lasts for like 10 to 15 seconds with some of these globe believers, but some of them are capable of carrying on a civil conversation. We had several today who were capable. I mean, if the person's even capable of the concept of speak, pause, wait for response, listen to response, pause, give your response. I mean, yeah, that's already like gold star for me. Even if they want to stay on their globe, they can at least talk, have a normal human civilized conversation. They've welcome to stay on their fantasy globe. I understand that it's much easier. I guess I would say easier in quotes. It's the lazy position. I mean, it's easier if you don't want to make any effort. I would say it's actually a harder position, to stay in intellectually, psychologically, spiritually, in so many other ways, because you have to remain in cognitive dissonance, which, of course, is not a healthy place to be. But if you just want to have your view reaffirmed on the daily by mainstream society, then that's your priority. Then, by all means, stay on the globe. Gosh, I'm still not going to get even one person to defend the globe, even when I say must be rough when you have to take a position that has zero verifiable evidence to back it up, no measurements of curvature, no observations of rotation. Total religious zealot position, affirming the Pythagoras cult.
But
all right,
but my fraction, my fraction.
Thank you, Jenna. At least somebody's going to at least pretend to be a glober. Thank you.
You're welcome. And my gravities.
Yeah, I just must not be being obnoxious enough. I can usually bait them into talking, but yeah, I'll just go on mute. I'm just too passive aggressive, I guess.
And my black holes and my orbital mechanics and my space time. Do you guys know that gravity is not a force? I actually typed it in. Gravity's not a force. And it says gravity's not a force because gravity does not have mass. Boom. Hey, Toby Dog. Refraction. That's a good one. Baby Ruth. You know, I remember when I used to believe the Earth was a globe, but man, I never, ever had the things in my head that so many of these globers end up having in their heads. Like, I guess I was like, okay, so Earth's a globe, and I believe that it's a globe, but there was always that nagging how in the back of my mind. How? And maybe that's why it was easier for me to, come around to the realization that we are on this topographic plane, this stationary, enclosed topographic plane.
Yeah, that's cool that you always held out a little bit of, maybe orientation into reality. I mean, I can't really say that I did, other than, I definitely bought into the heliocentric model in general in terms of the solar system, but I did see that some of the claims were wild, like dark matter and going to the moon and stuff like that. But yeah, I can't really say I doubted the main tenets until I started to see the evidence and the measurements and realized that there was nothing mathematically or scientifically to back it up.
Yeah, when I pressed on about, but how can Earth function as a globe like this? The more and more I pressed upon it, the more and more I realized that it just cannot function as a globe like that. It's absolutely physically impossible. Realizing that it's held up by theoretical physics and pseudoscience. Thoughts, ideas, and opinions. It's just, yeah. Wow.
Well, we're glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
Well, we're glad you're here too, Dandy.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to tell you, Jenna, I was like, when I came back, I was ready for the women here to start attacking me because that's what they used to do. But maybe those kind of women have gone away. I don't know. I haven't had any attack me. I'm like ready for it. I had my bulletproof vest out, my shield.
Why?
It didn't happen.
What? Why?
I don't know. You want their numbers?
They weren't fellow FE women, were they?
Oh gosh, I shouldn't have even mentioned it. Yeah, thanks for not being like them.
You're welcome. There's no reason to be a dick. Like my, I think it's like a universal rule is just don't be an asshole, meet people at their level and, match that energy. So if they come at you with shit energy, they're just going to get shit energy right back, and I don't think you're coming at anyone with shit energy. So, yeah.
I got a question.
That's cool. Yes, Flat Earth dude.
Did anybody catch the Jaron Whitsitt debate?
Hell no, ain't nobody gonna pay for that ticket. That's such a setup.
Right. Well, part of it, I did not listen to it yet, but New Perspective put part of it, like an hour and a half, on his YouTube channel. I probably will listen to it this week at some point, but I was just curious if anybody had tuned in or caught it or what.
No, I wouldn't pay for it. I'm going to wait, but I have a question for you.
Okay, let's do it.
Is fire hot?
Oh, 100%. I checked it out, man. So, that guy couldn't get that, man. It's just like the simplest thing. That was brutal last night, man. Damn.
Yeah. What do you do?
His answer was, well, if you guys only knew what I did for a living, or something like that. But I can't tell you. Okay. Yeah, he didn't know shit. What's that, Mick? Is that the 24/7 Flat Earth org? What's that, bro?
We got a new site, bro.
All right, let me check it. I'll sign in, man.
No signing in. Not necessary.
Right. Not necessary. I like that. Even better.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Hold on. I need oh shit. Hold on. I don't know what I just did. I didn't do what I thought I was doing. All right. Let me get a new tab for that one, man. Check it out. All right. We got
Don't start talking about music, buddy.
We have a website, bro. And all we do is talk about music on that website, right, Vlad? That's it. I'm kidding. Cool, man. Wow, I heard you guys talking about putting this together, Mick. Appreciate it, bro. I really do.
Finally done. So initially it was just a landing page with a few links to this Discord and the YouTube. And then today, Dandelion brought up like a legacy site that we had that Indio was running with a bunch of wiki, a legacy wiki with a bunch of Q&As and shit. So I said, fuck it, let's not let that die. And now it's revived. So
I love it. All that work.
Happy you like it.
I like it. Fantastic. Why is Earth the only flat planet? What the fuck? All right, I gotta read that one. What does it say? Oh, here it is. Oh, that's interesting. That's fantastic. That's some deep information there, man. Love it.
You can thank Dandelion for the write-up, I believe. She wrote all these initially.
Yeah, I wrote 4 years ago. I probably should proofread them. I mean, hopefully they still apply, right? They're still flat.
You know what? You should go back, put it into AI and say, make this better,
Absolutely, in no universe am I doing that. And if you guys do that, I will no longer endorse the project. No.
Yeah, AI has a way of fucking things up, really, in my opinion. All right.
Flat Earth, dude. Wow, it only took me like 10 seconds to change your mind, and you didn't even give me any deep, exasperated sighs like the last guy tried to convince that the Earth was flat. So that's cool.
Yeah, it's getting there. We're getting there. Why would they lie? Why the fuck would they lie? Let's see here. Questions common. Misunderstanding about nature. Reality, man. Absolutely. Interesting. Yeah.
Why would I tell the truth?
I have to go through some of these. That's pretty good. I like that you got the link to the Discord and the YouTube channel. I like it. Yeah. You got our original server, and then you got this one. You might as well put, politics and religion in there too. Sometimes we're over there. I don't know.
You think? Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes
I could do that.
I'll look. I'll see 20 of you Mongos up in there. I'll be like, oh shit, what's going on over here?
I can do that.
But it's rare. It's very rare. All right. Looks good, Mick. Dandelion, good job.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, it'll get more streamlined looking, fancy down the road, but the links are working. The information's there. Yeah, you can cutesy it up later. Or not. Or you don't have to. Or keep it simple. I like it. Are we got any Globers in here that know how to fly airplanes?
Nah, but there's Globers in here. There's Lego and eggs. Lego my ego. And I don't know who's that. Who's the sausage? Who's the hot dog? Who's the furry in a?
Oh yeah,
Who's
DJ
the furry in
Particle
a hot
Board.
dog?
DJ Particle Board does speak sometimes, if you get lucky, I guess.
All right. Did you guys do Father's Day? Anybody?
Did you?
Yeah, well, my dad's dead, but my wife's dad is still alive. We went and saw him.
Good.
Yeah. It was all right. Like 5, 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that. It was a while.
My dad lives like 1,500 miles away from me.
Yeah.
Best I could do is just give him a call and tell him Happy Father's Day and just chit chat for a little bit.
That's cool. That's cool. Right on.
And Happy Father's Day to any of you who are fathers in here.
Yep. Not me, but shout out to the fathers.
Yep. Happy Father's Day.
Everybody has a father and a mother, and that's just the facts, man. That's just the facts, man.
And shout out to all you guys' fathers, whether they be walking on this earth or not.
Exactly. Shout out. Huge shout out. Huge.
Yep, my dad was a great guy.
That's awesome. Yeah, great dads are awesome, man. Great moms are awesome, yeah, too, as well, of course. There seems to be some bad ones out there occasionally. It's like, bad training, man. Bad training.
Yeah, I mean, I think the greatest thing I think about my dad was just a very reasonable, intelligent, logical person that helped me to train my mind in multiple ways. But also, I think the thing I appreciate the most is he always told me when I was way off track, whereas my mom maybe would still kind of shine me on or not get into the nitty gritty, but my dad would just tell me like it was, You're really off track here, lady.
Let me tell you how it. Yeah, I didn't learn a whole lot from my parents, but I had some mentors that were just amazing. These gals were just fucking awesome. So I had to learn it the hard way. Sometimes you learn it the hard way, and that means you learn it the good way, because once you learn it the hard way, it sticks with you. It's like, damn, okay, I won't do that again.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Flat Earth Dude. Yeah, that's been my experience in life too. Yeah, I mean, just trying to, making those mistakes, but then trying to learn the lesson from them, and then trying not to sit there and just keep regretting the mistake.
Right.
Once you learn the lesson, because it's but you didn't know that thing when you made the mistake back there. And even if it was a choice that you thought it was even possibly a good idea to do this absolutely ridiculous thing, means maybe you had to learn that lesson.
I came up with you don't know what you don't know until you know what you don't know. Smoke that.
I know what I know, but I also know that there's a lot that I don't know,
Yeah, that's the weird thing about this. I'm bringing in new people, but talking about the globe, and they're like, they don't know the first thing about the globe, but they're sure it's a globe. They don't know nothing, no radius, drop over distance. They don't know how far the moon, sun, in their model that they're hanging on to, that they're sleeping with at night, cuddling up to their globe pillow. Got the little thing hanging above their bed. It's like the solar system. They don't know nothing. And it's just funny to me, man. I mean, if you're going to defend something, At least know something about it, for fuck's sake. Come on. I mean, it's just the way it is.
There was a guy here last night or the night before. Definitely it's a globe, but he didn't even know what the word horizon meant.
Yeah, I've heard that one couple times, man. Horizon, what's that? You know,
What's that?
They don't even ask you what that is. It's like, well, I know it's a globe. It's probably their answer. It's part of the globe. The horizon is part of the globe. That would be their answer. I don't know what part it is, but I know it's part of the globe. Okay. Eggs want you to discuss things for YouTube sometime. Dandelion.
I saw that. I was just answering him. I'm like, okay, well, now's a good time. I mean, no time like the present. I don't know. Maybe he can't talk right now. I don't know what he wants to discuss. The globe, I guess.
The globe, man. The globe. Talking about the globe. Oh, man. It's been a long week. It's been kind of fun, kind of hard work, sweat, tears. There's a lot of shit going on, but I love coming in here and just talking to y'all, and who knows, usually about Earth. You know, what's going on Earth, man? Hey, there was a big to-do this weekend, man. There was people out holding signs, yelling, screaming. All about the wrong things, man.
Oh, I didn't see any yelling or screaming. Yeah. Okay.
Did you see people just walking peacefully, just chilling?
I saw a lot of rage crazy sons of bitches getting shot with rubber bullets, and it cracked me up.
I saw some dude get square in the nuts, man. And smoked him with the rubber bullet, man. Oh, yeah, he went down hard.
I saw another guy get shot right behind the ear, and it just split his scalp open. He's bleeding profusely. Well, I was like thinking, well, you shouldn't have attacked the cops, you know?
Yeah, that's a bad idea, man. I mean, unless you got a full-fledged army behind you, I wouldn't be attacking no cops, man. Bad idea.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing.
You were throwing shit at the cops, bro. What do you mean you didn't do nothing? You be throwing fucking rocks at the cops, dude. They're going to retaliate, dumbass. Anyway, I just saw something. I was sitting somewhere. I saw a TV on, and it looked like a lot of people kind of hanging out different places around the country, from LA to DC. I don't know. They were all over the place. There's lots of them. It looked like a lot of people. I don't know. It could be CGI. I don't know. But I was asking.
I'm not a big history buff, but I recall hearing that the Detroit riots were solved and ended real quick because the cops just used live ammo for a real short period of time. They all decided, hey, man, we should just go home, yo. And they did.
Oh, dude. Yeah, there was a few different 60s, 70s, 60s mostly. Early 60s, there was a lot. Vietnam shit that was going on. These are all Earth-related topics we're talking about because they happened on Earth. And there's only one Earth, man. And it's stationary. But people were all mad that, other people were doing stuff. And, yeah, it seems like the same stuff's going on today, man, that was going on, in 69, 70. I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't know. But, yeah, they're faking the moon landings and rioting. And then there was some Charlie I don't know. Some bad stuff going on after that, man. After the moon landing, some really wicked shit happened quickly right after it. Kind of distracted you away from the fact that they went to the moon 6 times. And it was like, here, let's get their mind off of this shit. Here, I got some ideas. What do you got? I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff, man. Manson. You got, yeah. Some other stuff was going on. It's crazy. Anyway, not a big history buff either, but some of it's kind of funny. If you look back at it, it's kind of like crazy. I had a couple of Jehovah's Witnesses show up my door not too long ago, and she's like, I think we're in the end times. I'm like, I go, yeah, things look bad, don't they? She's like, oh yeah, they really, really do. They look bad. I'm like, imagine 1,200 years ago, they look really fucking bad too. And they look really bad, 1,500 years ago, and they look bad, 300 years ago. Yeah, it's just all there's things look bad, but there's so much good going on. People just forget about it. It's like there is a lot of good shit happening out there, in my opinion. I mean, there's people trying to make people laugh, people trying to make people enjoy music and art. There's a lot of cool stuff, man. But there's a lot of manipulation out there too, so you gotta be careful. The first thing in a psyop is to make sure that both sides are completely confused. They don't know what the fuck's going on. That's the first thing you got to do. And that's what's happened with the globe and flat Earth. It's especially the globe, man. They're so confused. They don't know which way's up, down, sideways, which way's north. Is it really north? Is it declination? Is it true north? Is it upside down north? Is south really the north? I mean, confusion everywhere. Is this the calendar? Is that the calendar? Which calendar we are? This is 24 hours and 56 minutes. Yeah, you got just confusion. They love confusion. And the more people are confused, the less they're going to really understand what the hell's really going on. And that makes sense, man. If I was a diabolical cock, that's what I'd do. I'd confuse everybody. But I'm not that guy. I like to know that, shit, is that cabinet level, dude, with the fucking floor and the ceiling and the wall? Let's check it. Okay, what do you got, level? Oh, okay. All right, put it here, put it on the side, put it on the top. I like to know stuff. I'm not into confusing people, man. Nah, it looks level. Wait. Do you know it's level? Well, no, I don't really, but it just looks level. Yeah, no, shit's level, bro.
Is it curved?
Yeah, you dropped out. We like to know things are hot. Fire's hot, AJ. And then, airplanes fly flat, stationary. It's funny, man. I know pilots. They treat the Earth as a globe. They do. They got the great circle routes. They're flying flat and stationary, bro.
How do you prove that?
I don't know. Talk to a pilot.
Well, they don't say that, so that's why I'm asking you how you prove it.
Well, they don't say they're flying around a curve, though, do they?
They sure as hell don't say they're flying on a flat Earth, do they?
Yeah, but the problem would be, right, if they claim they're flying around a ball, they'd have to show some type of instrument that would show them correcting for a curve, right?
So I'm going to take this as you don't have any proof, right? That planes fly flat.
Well, do you experience it any other way?
Yeah, we experience it flying over a globe.
In what?
Oh, you do? Oh, in the chat. Are you in the chat by chance, man?
I'm not talking in the chat. No,
I'm showing you the evidence. You asked for evidence, man.
Yeah. In what way do they fly around a curve?
I asked for proof, but
this is proof. This is absolute dead balls proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
What way
is
do they
not proof.
So you said
How is this
said
proof?
yeah, you experience it flying around a curve. Yeah. So in what way do you experience it flying around a curve?
Yeah, I was asking him about his proof here. What's the proof here?
First, he didn't want to talk about that. Now he won't. Now he refuses to answer the
No,
question.
I did want to talk about it. I literally unmuted to talk about it, so I don't know why you're saying I don't want to talk about it.
We were talking about something else. We were talking about something, and now you want to talk about what's in the chat. Because you said you do experience it going around a curve. And then when I asked you if you experience it going around a curve, in what way, now you want to go to the stuff in the chat.
No, you've gotten the order wrong. I asked him about proof, and he told me to look in the chat.
I did.
You've got the order wrong because we started talking before he put it in the chat.
Yeah, and I asked him about his evidence or his proof, and he put it in the chat and told me to look in the chat. That's what happened.
Yeah, you sound like a confused young man.
No, you sound confused. You think I directed us to the chat. He told me to look in the chat.
Before he put it in the chat, you said you experienced a plane going around a curve, didn't you?
That's true. You did say that, bro. You said, "Hey, man."
That was after I asked you for your evidence or proof.
Yes, that was. Yeah,
oh
it
my
was.
God.
It was.
high,
But it was
bro.
before you put it in the chat.
So are we not actually going to discuss the proof? Is that what's happening right now?
You said you experienced a plane going around a curve, and I said, what way do you experience a plane going around a curve?
Right, and do you realize I was already talking to him about his proof?
Doesn't matter.
Before
Answer the
that?
question. Doesn't
Do you
matter.
realize it does matter because he's saying that happened first, and it didn't happen first.
Yeah, it did, mate. So it doesn't matter. Either you talk to me or you can leave the chat.
Well, I was wanting to talk to him. If that's not allowed, I'll
Okay, so we'll get this out of the way, and then you can talk to Dude about his graph.
Well, I unmuted to talk to him about that. So if that's not allowed, I'll just mute
Well, it
myself.
doesn't matter. It's an
y'all
open
can keep
forum.
talking.
So, okay, so you don't want to talk about your experience of experiencing a plane going around a curve, right?
I want to talk to him about what I was talking to him about. If that's not allowed, that's
we
fine.
were talking about you saying that you experienced a plane going around a curve. Am I wrong, guys, or not?
Nope, it's his claim, and he said that what was posted was not evidence and not proof. I mean, or both, I don't recall.
Yeah.
And then he suddenly didn't want to answer your question, wants to go back to what he said was bullshit.
I wanted to continue talking to the other guy about what we were already talking about.
All right.
So
go on then.
Well, I'm a little bit sorry. I'm confused with that. I'm confused with that, Timbo, because you asked for his evidence. He put his evidence in the chat. You then denied his evidence because you said that you experienced planes going around a curve. So the logical next question is, after you've denied that evidence and made that statement, is to ask you how you have witnessed these planes going around the curve.
I didn't say I reject the evidence on the basis of me experiencing our flying over a globe. I said I do experience that, but that was not the reason given for rejecting the evidence.
Going around a curve. Did you say that?
I did say that. I never gave that as the reason for rejecting.
Okay, so why are you sitting around in circles then?
I'm not going in circles. You are. I'm trying to talk to him, and you won't let us.
Regardless, the evidence that he presented, you rejected, so the conversation moved on, yeah?
And I'm trying to discuss with him why it's rejected, and y'all won't let us.
Well, no, you weren't, because your next point was
I'm trying to, but you won't let us.
A curve, yeah?
You're right that we're not, because you won't let us. Because you won't let us.
No, because your next statement was that you witnessed curvature from a plane.
Yeah, you experience it. Yeah, that was your next comment.
You asked me a question, I answered it, and tried to continue talking to this guy about his evidence, and y'all won't allow it.
That's not how a conversation works, though. It
is how conversations work.
You answered my question, and then you want to move on to someone else.
I'm not moving on. I'm trying to continue talking to the guy that I started talking to. That's not moving on.
So are you
cut in.
And
you won't let us continue.
You're going to run away from. You're going to run away
running away. I'm trying to continue with him, and you won't allow it.
Are you going to run away from? Are you going to run away from you experience curvature in a plane?
No, I'm not running away from anything.
Okay, so let's talk about it. How do you experience curvature in a plane?
Quickly.
I would like to continue talking to this guy about his evidence.
Mongo.
That means he concedes. Yeah, go on.
That's not a concession.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. But
Flat Earth dude, ask him the same goddamn question then.
Hey, how do you experience flying on a globe, man? What's up, bro?
I would like to discuss your evidence. If you don't want to, that's fine.
All right.
I
So
understand.
you're reneging on your comment.
Do you not want to discuss your evidence?
I don't have a problem discussing.
Okay, then let's talk about it. Good.
Proof.
Great.
Okay. This is a flight. It's a United Airlines flight. It's a Boeing 777-200. Have you ever flown in one of those?
I don't really pay attention to what type of planes I fly in.
Oh shit! You don't like airplanes? Okay, cool. I love it.
I like
that was the first thing I would ask when I was younger.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Where's the exits? Where's the fucking my floating device?
I do like to know where the exit is.
I like to know where there's stuff. Plane I'm on, who made it? What year?
I'd like to know how you experience curvature from a plane.
I know, right?
Okay, so why do you consider this proof that
You know
the plane's
what?
flying flat?
You know what? I'm not going to let you move on with that. Sorry,
I'm
mate.
not trying to move on. I'm trying to continue talking to him about the evidence. I don't know why you won't allow it.
The answer to my question, or you don't answer anything at all.
Okay, if I'm not allowed to talk to him, that's fine. I thought you'd want to discuss the evidence, but I guess
See you later then.
All right. Is he gone?
Oh, yep.
Okay.
He's muted because he's an asshole.
Fair enough, man. I mean, the guy was being a total fucking schmeg mongo. Fuck.
He wants to talk about everything else except for the claim that he made.
Well, I don't understand what the point of going through Flat Earth Dude's evidence is when he just flat out denied it and said, no, that's it, no. And then the question was, where do you experience it? Yeah, on a plane. Okay, how? So the conversation's not flowing. He wants to fucking revert back to the original one that he just denied because he's spiraling, yeah? He realized he made a mistake in his plane.
Yep. And then he's going to go, oh, well, this shows that we don't experience curvature on a plane, but why would you?
Right. Yeah, it'd be some stupid shit like that. That's all it would be. Anyway, it was quick. Or we can move on to somebody else or whatever, man. But yeah, that guy was not workable. I call people like that not workable. I don't work with them, man. You're unreasonable, not workable.
But
is that because he sounds like he doesn't work?
Oh, he says it's an echo chamber. If it were an echo chamber, you moron, we wouldn't give you the opportunity to make your claim. You refuse to make your claim, Bozo Lego.
The problem is that he comes in hot in the first place and starts, making statements and being quite rude in the way that he does it. So what do you expect, yeah?
Exactly. It was very rude. You wouldn't do that at like a high-level educational system, classroom. You wouldn't do that. Get out of here. Let's go back, Professor. I want to go back. Wait a minute. That's not what I said, Professor. I said, yeah, you wouldn't. The professor would just say, get the fuck out of my class, Mongo.
Anyone who wants to be rude to Flat Earth Dude, not even worth talking to, man, because Flat Earth Dude is the chillest dude in here. Like,
right?
You want to start pulling that shit?
I mean, I'm a nice guy.
You want to talk to him, dude?
No, not really, man. I tried. We tried, man. I gave him like 10 minutes.
We give him one more chance.
Okay. If he can explain how he experiences a globe on a flying airplane, on a commercial jet.
He left.
He left. All right. Good luck, Lego. You'll figure it out.
You'll find the people.
Hey, did you guys talk to that racist Obi-Wan Kenobi, or was it any of you guys? It was last week, Thursday, Friday, I don't know.
A racist Obi-Wan.
Racist Obi-Wan or something like that.
But he not like Ewoks or something.
Dude, it was weird, man. I think it was Miggy, man, was taking him down the fucking down the fucking woodshed, bro. Yeah, he was whooping ass, and this poor guy, man. I was just smiling all the way to work, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is so funny."
His name is cool. His name is cool.
Yeah,
what was his name?
Like
racist Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan or something like that, right? I was like,
I thought his name was like Obi-Wan, and he was racist, so you just called him racist Obi-Wan.
I thought I was driving. I wasn't looking at how their name was spelled or whatever. I don't know, but everybody kept calling him racist or something. Like, anyway, pretty funny. It was a good ass whooping. Poor kid. I felt bad for him, but anyway, another one gets their ass handed to him. I'm sorry. We don't do this shit maliciously, man. We do it out of respect for understanding of where we live. And if you're confused about where we live, we're here to help you out, man. Free of charge.
Yeah, we do it out of love. We've got to tell the truth, yeah?
Exactly. It's a passion, reality and fire being hot is a passion of mine. Because, I like to cook. You guys like to cook? I don't know, man. Maybe you don't. Maybe you only eat raw vegetables. I don't know. That's cool, too. Right on. But, if you like to cook, you got to have some fire, man. I know that. But this place gets cooking sometimes, man. Whew. Damn. Cooking.
Reckon there's any vegan flat earthers?
Yeah, I knew a couple back in the day, for sure. Yeah, she's dead now. Oh, it's sad, but yeah, she was vegan, flat earther.
Died of malnutrition.
I don't know, man. Some kind of weird cancer came on quick. Her name was Sydney. She was part of some flat earth.
Sydney, the blonde one.
Yes, the blonde girl. Yes.
Oh, she died.
She was vegan. She died, I don't know, like 2020-ish.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different Sydney then. You remember Crazy Sydney?
Yes.
Yep, you do.
I do.
It's not the same Sydney.
I don't know. At the start, she was only new in here, and someone promoted her and gave off.
Yeah, that's right.
You remember that?
I remember that.
It's not my Sydney. My Sydney, she was part of. I mean, her and Jeranism actually went out to the Monterey coast with another friend of mine, Josh Uber Flat Earth, and they measured, like, taking a mirror and reflecting it across like 20 miles across the bay in Monterey. That footage was, epic at the time. I mean, they were getting, 20 miles reflection of a mirror. Like, okay, that's not curving. But Jaren was part of that too. But yeah, she hung out. Anyway, rest her soul, man. But she was a vegan for sure. Other flat earthers that I know that are vegans. Not off the top of my head, man. I can't think of any. Is Russian Vids vegan? Maybe Russian Vids. Maybe. You guys remember Russian Vids? Nobody remembers Russian Vids? Nobody? Fuck. I'm getting old, man. Damn. All right. Who else? There was a couple of UKers. Man, if I can remember their names, but they were like Antonio Subrats. They all knew each other and were at meetups and stuff. But there was this one chick, and she did some live streams, talked about, flat Earth and other things, health. But yeah, I think she was vegan. I can't remember her name.
Wasn't there that Australian guy who used to hang around with us? What was his name?
Shit.
D, I think. DE something. I'm not sure if it was a shorthand or an acronym.
What was his name again? You remember? What about
DEIWEI or something?
DEIWEI. Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't know. I think he had funny characters.
Was Mitchell?
I know who you're talking about. That's was it DeFi, DEFI or something?
Thank you. The fuck my.
But he was a bit of a strange. Yeah, he was a bit of a strange character. He used to run off into the weeds with crazy shit, and he always talked about birds in the background and all that sort of stuff going on.
Okay.
Was Michael or from Australia? Is he vegan? He's like a nurse, right? You remember him, Michael? Dude was in shape, man. Michael from Australia. He was doing live streams. Anyway, I thought you guys.
No, that was Mitchell.
Mitchell from Australia. Mitchell. That's it.
Yeah, he's still got his YouTube up, but he just stopped making videos all of a sudden. Disappeared.
Well, he's a professional. He couldn't make money. Nobody makes money in flat Earth, But yeah, he was trying to give it a go and try to make some money and do live streams and get support. I get it, man. The dream is to have a successful podcast, basically. I get, who wouldn't want that, bro? And sit around and talk about shit all day and get paid. I like it. But, for us out here on, the front line people, getting scarred up, but yeah, he gave it a go. But he was like a nurse or he's some kind of a medical guy, but I think he might have been vegan. I think he might have been. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong.
How did we get on this vegan shit?
I don't know. It was vegan flat earthers. How many do you know, man? Can you name one? One of them?
Do we care?
I asked that question.
Okay.
I don't know because I think they're like I don't know, but I think vegans are weird. So I was just thinking, all right.
Oh yeah,
I wonder what percentage of flat earthers are vegan? Because I wouldn't say it would be a high percentage; it would be a very low percentage.
Yeah.
But then, what's the percentage of normal people? What's the percentage of the population that are vegan anyway? Would it be like 1%?
Yeah,
Less.
I imagine it's spread across evenly. Like a lot of people say, well, there's a lot of how many atheists? Well, there are because there's atheists.
There's probably more flat earthers.
Yeah.
All right.
You reckon?
Lego's still
vegans. There probably is. There's quite a few flat earthers around.
Hey, Lego in the chat, man. Come back in.
Yeah, he's not in the. He's not in the
VC.
Tell him to come back in.
Get your ass back in the VC, Mongo, and you can say all this shit to our faces. That would be great. Thanks, Lego. Get your ass back in the VC. You're not banned or anything. This is not an echo chamber. My mommy didn't fucking hug me enough. You come on, get the fuck out of here. Get your ass back in here, you pussy. And let's see what you got, Lego. Let's go.
And knob jockey.
Is there a requirement that he has to answer that your question?
We all know he's a snake, so it doesn't matter.
He won't answer.
People listening know he's a snake, so that's purpose served.
He won't answer any of the questions we give him. I guarantee it. That's how Mongo is. So good luck there, Lego.
Ask him if the horizon's at 1.22 miles.
Yeah,
and how he knows that.
He don't know that, bro. He's not even close to knowing that. He's not even on day one, man. Shit, poor guy. Anyway, he'll be fine.
Season 10, man. We're in season 10.
I know, season 10, bro. You're like on season like -2. What the fuck, bro? You got no chance. Come on. But you know that. That's why he's not coming back in here, because he knows he's going to get his ass fucking handed to him. I guarantee it. Yeah, you stand by your claims, man. Get your ass in here and show us your claims, man. Show it. Quit fucking. I was ready to show my claims, but man, that whole discussion got fucking derailed.
Yes. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I don't take it personally. I just like one of those days, at the office, man, where let's do this thing
for a greater cause.
We're gonna figure it out, man. You might have to twist this, twist that, level this, square that. Yeah, it's gonna happen though. Shit's getting done. But yeah, now we're retarded, and he's not even coming in here to tell us we're retarded. Damn. Oh, you're not muted, Lego. You're not fucking muted, you fucking dumbass. Fuck.
We're retarded, but he can't answer a simple question. Yeah.
He's not muted, right? Tell me he's not muted, bro.
Yeah, he is muted, but we can't unmute him until he comes back in.
Exactly. That's how it works, you dumbass.
I told him he's requested to come back in, and I prefaced by saying that he will not be held to his claim. And then he replied, I always answer my own claims. I'm like, then come back in the mic. And he goes, I'm muted, retard. I'm like, oh my God. So I pasted what I said before again. Oh my God, he's still not even understanding.
He does. See, this is how bad it is with this Mongo, man. There's many Mongos, but yeah, this guy's, he's up there.
Oh, I get what's happening.
Pretends he doesn't understand what you're saying.
No, he's refusing to come in here, but he's not verbally stating it. He's saying, I'm in here, retards. So he wants to bring you to the chat.
Oh no, that's not how it works, Mongo.
Oh my God, he's saying I'm muted.
If you want to talk to us, we don't need to talk to you. There's heaps of you.
He's saying he's in the VC, man. I don't see him anywhere, man. You guys see him?
No.
I don't see him in the VC, bro. I mean, that's a retarded liar.
I see him in the VC. He's under Gina and above Mark. He says he's muted.
Oh, there he is.
Lego.
He's back.
Yeah.
All right,
there we go.
Right. I want you to call us retarded to our faces.
Yeah, you are retarded. You are retarded, just like obviously retarded. I've been in the VC. I've been in the... Oh, you're not in the VC. You're not in the VC. We're also retarded. You're not in the VC.
Okay, did anyone
You're fucking retards. Oh
dumbass, I told you would be unmuted.
All right, retards. Yeah, and I've been in here waiting, retard, while on mute, retard. Oh my God, you're so fucking dumb.
So 4 of us were looking for you, and you weren't in the chat. So you're a retard.
Okay, no, you're a retard because you couldn't see me. There's 4 of you fucking idiots looking, and you can't see me. That makes you retarded, you fucking idiot. God, you're so fucking dumb, dude. You not seeing me makes me retarded? Are you fucking... Did someone beat you in the head with a rock as a baby or something? You're so goddamn dumb. You're so dumb.
Hey,
how are you so fucking dumb?
Hey, did Flat Earth hurt you or something?
Yeah,
for a second.
Now you are gonna cry because you are the fucking retard, so you're gonna cry. Just cry. Cry, little babies. Cry, little babies.
Everyone,
cry, little babies.
For a second. All right, Lego.
Yes.
Are you willing to have a normal conversation, or are you just going to keep on calling us retards?
I'm happy to have a normal conversation, and was trying to.
Okay, can you stop with the bullshit then, please?
I'm not the one doing the bullshit. Y'all muted me, and then called me retarded for waiting to be unmuted. That's y'all doing the bullshit. So how about you cut the bullshit?
Retard stuff. All right. I'm going to ask you again.
Are y'all going to stop?
The retard stuff?
Are y'all going to stop doing your little petty insults?
Yes, we all will.
I can't guarantee it.
Then let's do it. I can't guarantee it either, man. So that's fair. I'll take that.
Fair enough. All right, let's go.
All right.
What do we got?
What experience do you have with curvature on a plane?
Oh my God, are we seriously going back to this? Are y'all not going to discuss the evidence?
It's called retention. Yeah, we're going back.
Okay, so we're not going to discuss your evidence still. Okay.
What? This has been sounding like a burden reversal since the start.
There's no burden reversal. He said planes fly flat. I said, what proof do you have of that? He said, it's in the chat. I said, that's not proof. Why do you consider this proof of planes flying flat? And I would.
Wasn't it you that said that you experienced curvature from an airplane?
Exactly.
You
do you want to discuss your evidence or not? I'm happy to discuss it with you in a normal manner.
Not with liars.
All right, so you don't want to discuss it. You still don't want to discuss it. Okay, I got it.
Tell the truth about what you just said.
I understand. I'll just put myself on mute.
That's fine. Go for it.
That's fine. Good luck with that, bro. Lego, let go of my Lego. All right, Mongo.
You've been exposed as a liar.
You've been exposed.
I'm not a liar. I'm not exposed. I'm trying to discuss your evidence, and none of y'all want it to be discussed. It's almost strange that y'all don't want this evidence discussed.
Okay, to discuss it, damn it. What's the
All right,
issue?
let's talk about it. Why is this proof of a flat Earth? Or why is this proof of planes flying flat, I should say?
No deviation.
This is
How can flat look flat? How can flat
this is
look
a
flat?
Hold on. This is a black box from a flight back in 2018. And it shows the elevation of the plane and how it had to navigate for I think it's like a 2-hour flight. Where's the data on that? 2 hours. Oh, it's down here. Yeah. And it flies flat. And it goes straight across, and then it, lands.
Well, it never says it flies flat. That's the part I'm wanting you to talk about. Well, okay, but why is this evidence of that? Why do you consider this evidence of that?
Because the pitch data reads no change. Plus, it reads airspeed and ground speed absolutely identical.
Okay,
across
the pitch,
1,000 miles.
Pitch data, yeah.
Yeah, the pitch is going to be relative to the nose to the ground. So even if you're flying over even if you're flying over a globe, it's still going to read flat like this.
Okay, what mechanism makes the plane
fly flat when it's going
in relation to a sphere?
Curvature. What's the mechanism
too many
called?
People talking.
What's the mechanism called that makes the plane fly flat and level that's actually going around a curvature of a sphere?
I'm not saying that it's flying flat.
No,
so
I'm
why would I get? Why would I? Okay, but you're asking me for the mechanism that makes it fly flat. I don't think it is. So.
You're saying it's flying curved, right?
I'm saying it's flying over a curved surface.
Yeah, okay, so how would this read that it's flying over a curved surface?
This wouldn't tell you one way or another. This would read the same way either way.
Oh, shit. Fuck off, man. No.
That is the case,
so
yes.
Say if you had a gyroscope. If you had a gyroscope, right?
Fuck no.
And it remains fixed in free space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, were you done? Oh. Was that your whole question?
No.
Okay, then continue.
All right. So, what mechanism would show you going over a curve?
What evidence would a gyroscope show me of us going over an Earth?
Well, what evidence? What evidence does a plane have that is going over a curve?
I don't think a plane would have evidence. In the data we're looking at here, there wouldn't be evidence of whether it's curved or flat.
And no detection of curve. So your claim before of you claiming that you experienced curvature in a plane and you experienced curvature from a plane would be irrelevant then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I never said... You asked me about that. I didn't bring that up. I was just trying to talk about this data. You asked me about it, so I don't think it's relevant. You're right.
If a plane flies over a curve, all right. If a plane flies over a curve, how do you know it's flying over a curve?
Okay, you wouldn't from this. I'm not. This was presented as evidence.
In any way.
In any way. Any citation, any evidence, fucking Wikipedia.
Anyway.
Do you realize it's actually y'all trying to move away from this evidence? I'm trying to discuss this evidence right here.
Just hang on.
You'll go back to it, so you acknowledge that you're trying to move away from it. Right?
We need to pass out a few things, right? So
we really don't.
Yeah, we do.
What way?
We really don't.
Tell. If people start speaking over the top of me, I'm gonna fucking mute everyone. All right. All right. So, in what way you need to answer this question? So you're avoiding the question again. In what way do aeroplanes show?
Wait. No, you can't start. You're poisoning the well from before you even ask the question. You say you're avoiding the question again. You're poisoning the well when you do that. Do you realize that?
Forget about that. All right. All right,
no. Don't do it. How about don't do it? Okay.
Okay. I'll take that back. In what way do aeroplanes tell you you're on a curved surface?
I don't think that aeroplanes do tell me that I'm on a curved surface, just in this sort of flight data.
In the flight data, it shows it flying over a flat, non-rotating surface, right? So pitch data stays at 3. Don't interrupt me. I told you. I gave you a warning. Pitch data stays at 3 between. I think it's between 2 and 4%, all for 2 hours, right? 2 hours at let's call it 500 miles per hour, right?
Right.
That's 1,000 kilometers. So angle change in 1,000 kilometers.
Okay, do you guys not know why the plane doesn't have to point the nose up? Or, I mean, down, I should say.
It does point the nose up.
It does point the nose up.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
so you're going to tell us that you can't detect curvature from a plane,
yeah, you're
right?
kind of screwed, bro.
So planes do pitch up at 3 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they have to stay in the air.
Yeah.
Okay, so your arguments for why they don't point down is the same reason, right?
Okay,
they
so
don't point down because
this
there's
is
gravity
what you're
acting
saying.
on that plane.
You're
Exactly.
saying we don't detect curvature in a plane, therefore the Earth's curved.
No, that's not what we're saying. You're actually the one affirming the consequent whenever you say that we don't detect. When you say we don't detect curvature from the plane, therefore it's flat. You're actually affirming the consequent. You're the one engaged in fallacious reasoning.
Okay, I asked you how you detect curvature in a plane. How do you do that?
Well, you can check fuel calculations for flights, and they match us.
Okay, not you. We're talking to the other guy, all right?
Oh.
Okay, so how do you detect curvature in a plane? It's a simple question, right?
He said fuel consumption guaranteed.
No, that was the other guy.
So, it was the other guy.
How do you detect curvature in a plane?
I never said that you would, but this is fallacious reasoning on your part. I can explain why if you'd like.
We've all flown on airplanes.
Curvature in a plane.
Okay, but I want to explain why you're engaged with fallacious reasoning.
All right. Can you detect curvature in a plane?
I've already answered this.
So no.
That's correct. He said no. He said no.
No?
Yes, that's the answer.
This data would not suggest in either way whether it is flat.
Either way.
So what would suggest from a plane that you're flying around a curve?
Good.
There's going to be a lot of things, particularly dealing with the sun, like the height of the plane and the visibility of the sun, or different surroundings.
In what way?
The fucking sun. He said the sun, man.
Yeah, if you once you get up high enough, you can see the sun from further than you would on a flat Earth.
Oh,
yeah, but that happens on a flat plane. As you go higher on a flat plane, you see further, right?
Why do you think that you would see further on a flat plane if you go higher up?
Because you increase your angular view.
Okay, why would that matter for something that's high up in the air, though?
Sorry?
Dude, wait.
What are you talking about, man?
Wait.
I'm explaining to you why your reasoning is flawed. I could do that,
Okay,
or
so
y'all could just be all incredulous and be like, "Wait, what? Wait, what?
Okay,
What are you talking about? What?"
Okay, on a flat surface, as you go higher, do you see more?
Yes. Yeah, you see
If
more.
if something is already high in the sky
test it
when you're on
on
a
my
flat
core.
Earth, going
Oh my
up
God!
wouldn't make it
Why
more
don't you
visible.
answer questions, Lego? Lego, if you're on a
Oh
known
my
flat
gosh!
surface and you increase your elevation, do you see more?
Not of the sun, no.
What? No, wait. Time out. Holy shit. So let's say you went to the.
And you're saying I'm I've got fallacious.
Yes, you're
reasoning.
fallacious. Yes, you have fallacious
You're
reasoning. I
being
could explain why if you'd like, but y'all
No,
don't
'cause
really
you
like
don't
people
know
to
what the
do
sun
that.
is. So you don't know what the sun is. So you can't
okay.
say that. Okay, I see more of the sun when I raise up in elevation, therefore the earth is curved.
Correct. That's what he's saying. 100%.
Is that correct?
It's evidence of curvature.
Okay, so if I'm on a flat plane and I raise in elevation, do I see more?
You wouldn't see the sun more, no.
Oh God!
Can you just answer the question, dude?
Oh fuck! Flat Earth.
In
makes me
regard to
so
what we're
hard.
talking about, the sun, the answer is no.
I love flat earthers. They make me so hard.
All right. We got a Mongo.
Oh my God!
We got a bogey somewhere in there.
Flat Earth makes me so hot.
The guy second from the bottom. Second from the bottom.
We got a bogey trying to crash the party.
I'm pretty sick of talking to this fucking Lego guy.
Yeah, he's a weasel. He's a weasel.
Lego, without a doubt, man, planes fly on a flat stationary plane. There's a video, man. There's 19 pilots, bro. 19 pilots say, yeah, man, flat, bro.
What these people don't realize is that whatever, when they bring up these things and they say, well, if I increase in elevation, these things all happen on a flat surface. There's nothing that he can bring up that can only happen on a globe.
Right.
But did I hear right that he did? Did I hear right, Timbo, that he did run away from his claim that he experiences curvature from a plane?
Yep. Yes, he said. He said, "Oh, yeah, no, you can't experience it."
No, you can't do it.
But one thing he did say is that, that pitch data, ground speed, airspeed, all that's bullshit. Doesn't even prove anything. I would like to know why he thinks that. Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He's fucking long gone, bro.
Even if it does, right? Even if it doesn't, well, it clearly states that it's flying over a flat surface. He would need to present in some way that represents it flying over a curved surface.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just kind of want to hold him to his claim. Oh, that doesn't prove anything. Oh, really? Why? Why is that? Oh, he's gone.
That's right. He'll be skanking it up in the chat now.
You know what's funny, right? None of you can prove any of your beliefs.
What?
Beliefs are the enemy of knowing, man.
Well, no, you're trying to say the Earth is flat, which is simply not true scientifically.
The horizon's not a belief.
Let me ask you.
No, the horizon literally proves that the Earth is round. What are you talking about?
Scientifically, yeah. What science did we use? What science did we use to measure shapes?
Geometry?
No, he's muted. Sign, are you there? You sounded like you might be able to hold a decent conversation.
Yeah.
Professional in general. Maybe
You there,
after
dude?
hours.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, welcome, man. Welcome. What's going
All right.
on?
Have you got any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
That'd be cool.
Hello, sign.
It's a sign he has no evidence.
Yeah, he'll only jump in when there's someone to back him up, but otherwise he has no evidence.
Hey, do you guys have any evidence that the Earth is flat? Let me ask you.
Yes, airplanes.
Airplanes? I love you, bro.
Water.
Fucking bendy water. Ain't no bendy water. I checked it out. Ain't no bendy water. Water.
Navigation.
Navigation. Damn.
Building, construction.
Oh, leveling things, construction. I'm a sailor. I like sailing. I sailed the Pacific Ocean from time to time.
With a wooden leg and a parrot.
And a bottle of rum. You betcha.
Hey, why are pirates pirates?
Fucking, I don't know. Pirates.
Because they are.
Because I was going to say, because I am what I am.
I am what I am.
They are.
Timbo, you got owned in the chat, Timbo. Sorry.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get how did he own me?
He said he did. That's why. I own you, Timbo.
Cool. That's that guy that said we don't have any proof for our claims.
Can somebody delete that? I cannot watch that, bro. I have to scroll or something. Fuck, man. Somebody take that.
Booger eater.
Fucking booger eater. Come on. I don't make me watch that shit, please. That's disgusting.
As soon as I heard that guy say, "You don't have the science and horizons prove a flat or around Earth," I was like picturing QE coming in just losing his shit.
Yeah, me too. I was trying to like a mild QE, dude vibe thing going, but it wasn't working. That poor kid had like, no ears and one mouth. That poor guy. Good luck, Lego.
Hey, Cyan, are you still there?
Yep.
Do you not want to answer any of our questions, or
What's your question?
do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, there's a few, yeah.
Let's
Cool,
start
man.
with the best one. What's the best one?
What's your favorite? That'd be cool. My favorite evidence that the Earth is a globe.
You don't sound real confident, Sign, when you just say, "Oh yeah, well there's a yeah." I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck there's evidence."
Airplanes, dude. Airplanes. I'd be all over that shit. Airplanes. Water. Okay.
Differing oxygen levels at elevation.
Air pressure differentials.
Air pressure. Yeah.
Well, he said oxygen levels specifically. So, where is oxygen created?
The oceans.
No, that's carbon dioxide mostly, but
I'm pretty sure algae makes most of the oxygen. Okay.
Hey, guess what?
All right. So at ground level, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep. And then so that would explain there being less oxygen as you go higher up, right?
Yeah, it's also all the other gases too, not just oxygen.
Yeah. So how would you claim that Earth is an open system?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do you have that? How do you have that gas pressure to get your gas pressure gradient then?
Sorry, say it one more time.
How do you have the gas pressure to get your gas pressure gradient? Because in order to have gas pressure gradient, you need gas pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can have gas pressure gradients in like butane canisters and LPG canisters and things like that.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, they're all gradients. Yeah.
They're all contained too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So I'm just wondering, like.
So is this a proof for the Earth being a sphere? Gas pressure gradients? How does that work?
I think it's a proof of at least an atmosphere that isn't.
Atmos.
We're not. Yeah, but we're not denying atmos. Like we're not denying that there's an atmos. Atmos just means air, and then you're adding sphere to it. So it's sphere-shaped air.
Sphere-shaped air?
Yeah.
That's okay.
So are you saying the gas is containing the gas?
Am I saying the gas is containing the gas?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
So you said is the atmosphere containing the gas on Earth? Is that what you're saying? How does that work?
Gravity.
Oh, so gravity contains the gas, not the gas containing the gas.
Yeah.
All right. Can you show gravity containing gas in an experiment?
Planet Earth. Hello.
No, you can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof that you're trying to use.
Jupiter. Jupiter is a gas planet. There's no dome around it.
Wait, Paul, so what's like the main reason Earth's flat?
What's like the main reason that people jump in and interrupt people's conversations?
Airplanes fly flat.
I'm curious.
Airplanes fly flat.
So if
Go
you
ahead.
jumped into a conversation, would you wait until the other two people were finishing having a conversation before you actually tried to get into the conversation, or would you just walk up to someone and start talking while they were having a conversation?
No, 100% I'll do it.
Okay, so why would you come into the room and do that then?
Oh, sorry.
Lack of impulse control.
Yeah.
I have ADHD, sorry.
Yeah, so do I. But I can control myself, man.
Control yourself, lad.
Sorry.
So with an enclosed atmosphere, assuming there's it's not gravity, that means no molecules, no gases would reach escape velocity and exit. So over time, I don't know how old you think the Earth is, but over time, it would mediate out throughout, from sea level.
Just magically, I was at Disneyland, and it just magically does this at Disneyland. Therefore, it's amazing. It's Disneyland.
How do you know what you're claiming?
Because I know that there's less oxygen the higher up you go.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with gravity.
Right, but it does have to do with there's some gas escaping the enclosed system, right?
Well, have you ever seen gas and have you ever seen a gas pressurized system next to a vacuum chamber, and then they open up the vacuum chamber between the two chambers? One's pressurized and one's a vacuum. You ever seen what happens? It violently goes into the lower pressure.
So why doesn't it do that on Earth where it violently moves?
Well, you'd have to show a vacuum first.
Right, it's not a vacuum per se, but it is.
Well, it's close enough.
It is air pressure difference from higher altitude to lower altitude. So when it, as your experiments say, the gas would move upwards and balance out if it's an enclosed system.
No. Why would it do that? Because it's directly related with temperature as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Temperature.
That is true.
Yeah.
Thermal motion when it's hotter.
It's cold up there. It's cold.
I mean, assuming the Earth is millions of years old or thousands of years old, it would balance out more than it is now.
Well, and then how do we? And then the Earth just keeps on producing pressure and keeps on losing it?
No, if the Earth keeps on creating pressure, it would just increase forever, assuming it's enclosed, right? If there's no gases reaching escape velocity and leaving the atmosphere.
Have you ever seen a terrarium?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what they do is they put plants in there and they create oxygen, and then the decaying stuff produces carbon dioxide. The plants breathe in the carbon dioxide, and then there's water in there, and they close it off So what keeps on happening is they have, like, you get moisture in there, and then it just keeps on going around in a cycle, like a system, yeah. But that doesn't build up pressure, and that's an enclosed system.
Mm-hmm. I know, but for like, in terms of air circulation, it does circulate evenly throughout the entire container.
Yeah, because it's a small. Well, you can't measure that, but it's a small. If you build a big terrarium, it's going to be cooler up at the top and warmer down at the surface. Yeah, you'd agree with
but
that,
we're not
right?
talking about like a slight vacuum. We're talking about quite a difference in air pressure.
Yeah, so wouldn't it suck out into space? The place, like up high where it's supposed to. It does.
It does.
Why?
It definitely does. It does.
It gets sucked out into space. So
sucked out.
Why have we still got air pressure then?
Oh, that's a problem.
Well, gases are moving out, right? Like they do escape.
I don't know. No, that's a claim that no one's ever proved. Yeah.
Okay, well, in like the model, it's kind of required.
Hey, man.
Why is it?
It's
it is
required.
required in the model, yeah. But
in the model.
no one can show that. You can't show that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
If it's hey, I think we started with beliefs versus knowing things for sure. Do you guys remember that? And fire's hot. Can anybody disagree with that? Fire's hot.
But see, this is the thing, right?
Right.
Sign. So all of this stuff that you claim actually can't be shown. Like, there's not one thing that you can show that this is actually happening.
Right. You're kind of stuck, man.
You can't show pressure next to a vacuum. You can't show an object holding gas pressure next to a vacuum. You can't show you can't show the absence of gravity. You can't show gravity working on gas pressure.
I mean, you can on
can't
Jupiter.
show gravity. You can't go to Jupiter, dude. You got nothing. You know absolutely nothing about
Jupiter, man. Who the fuck's been to Jupiter, bro?
You don't have to go there to observe it. I mean, you don't have to.
Okay, so all right,
go to
so
an island to see it's there. I mean,
okay, what do you observe about Jupiter?
okay, well, when they use like spectromographs, which send light through, and based on reflection, can see if it's
have you
like
let me ask,
or blue
I'm gonna
shifting.
stop, dude. I want to stop you right here, man. Have you ever done a spectrograph ever? Have you?
No.
No, yeah, me either, bro.
I know on the multi-million-dollar piece of equipment.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, and most of the people in here do as well. Yeah, nobody's doing spectrometry, in this chat.
People
bro.
are doing it,
but you say people are, man. People are going to the moon.
You know one of the main main functions of a spectrometer is that the light source has to be behind the thing that you're trying to read, or emanating from the thing you're trying to read.
I'm talking about like a spectrograph. That's you don't have to have it behind the thing you're emanating.
Yes, you do. So where's it done? It's done in a lab, right? So you're talking about stellar spectroscopy, which is not an exact science. Spectroscopy in a lab, done in a controlled environment. So what they're doing is you're just looking up in the air, and then you're getting these spectral lines. And you're going, okay, that thing in the sky is made out of this because I'm getting these lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't it funny that all the things that thing is made out are elements that are in our atmosphere?
What do you mean by that?
What's Jupiter made out of?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say.
So
hydrogen.
how can you separate what's actually coming from the planet and what the light is shooting through the atmosphere of the Earth and picking up elements in the atmosphere of the Earth? How do you separate the two?
Because it shows spectral lines at different distances. So yeah, you'll see.
Oh, does it now? Can you show me that? Can you show me that?
Sure. Find it. Spectrograph.
Spectrograph.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of Jupiter.
Of Jupiter.
Oh, you want one of Jupiter specifically?
Yeah, isn't that what we're talking about?
Yep.
What were you going to show me?
I was just going to show in general that it's able to.
No. I want to see one of Jupiter.
Yeah, that's the one in question, Jupiter. Yeah, spectrograph on a Jupiter.
Because the thing about doing spectroscopy in a lab is you can test the element you're shining through. So you go, okay, this is what we get when we shine these lights through this. It could be some type of gas, right? And you go, okay, we only filled the chamber with this gas.
Mm-hmm.
These are the lines that we get, all right? And and you can go and you can test it because you know what you put in there. So they're the lines that you get. But these things in the sky, you don't know what they are. You have no idea what they are. And then you're shining. You don't know what's in between you and that object, even if it is an object. So your readings are not going to be readings that from that object. They can be in between the object. They can be, in the Earth's atmosphere. They can be anywhere. Still going to get some readings from something. But the problem is you can't go and check it.
You mean, okay, well, you'll need to go and physically check it. Like how would,
not?
okay, let's say.
How do you know you're correct? Okay, have you got the graph for Jupiter?
No need to check it.
The same way, I mean physically, like you don't have to, how would you go into Jupiter yourself and physically check in,
Exactly.
No, how would that improve it? How would you
How do you know it's
go into
correct?
Jupiter and measuring gas pressure at different heights determine it
How
for
do you know it's correct? It's not gas pressure. We're talking about what the planet's made of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to get gas pressure from a spectrograph.
That's right. Well, I mean.
Yeah. And you get elements, and you only get known elements anyway.
Okay, and they do find. Yeah, I posted in the chat.
You have got it. All right. Where is it?
It's in the side chat.
4 minutes past.
Can you explain? Can you explain that?
Yep. So if you look at starting on the right hand side, you can see the reference frame for the gradients. So transmitting gradients of Jupiter. You can see at, would that be 3,900 angstroms?
3,900 what?
Angstroms. I'm not quite sure I say that word.
When you're saying that you get it at distances?
Right.
Yeah.
So you're looking for like a distance comparison on the spectrograph.
Well, I want to know how you know where those
Yeah.
readings are coming from.
Yeah, me too, bro. Me too.
Yeah.
Because you can agree that those elements that you're reading from Jupiter, apparently from Jupiter, are in the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Take your time, bro. Come back, later in the week or whatever, man. But yeah, you got a lot of homework, bro. You got a lot.
So here's an example of
and it still doesn't prove that the Earth
what an
is
output
curved
reading
either.
would look like for distance. That's why they have them up in the mountains of Hawaii. They do try to reduce interference with the Earth's atmosphere. So you can tell quite a strong contact surface that is in the atmosphere.
Dude, all right. Shut the server down, everybody.
Can't tell anything.
You can't tell anything. Well, if you're looking at an image, where would you say the other surface would be?
Don't know. Go for it. Explain it.
Can you explain it? That's just like a example output of
Yeah, explain it.
Curvature.
Walk me through it.
There is redshift,
blue shift,
absorption. Yeah, absorb. Sorry. Absorption in the atmosphere. You can see it with the dots on the left-hand side. You can see.
Yep, and this tells you that it's from Jupiter.
This specific one isn't from Jupiter now.
Oh,
but I'm just
why we're looking at
I'm just doing the claim that you cannot delineate between particles in the atmosphere and particles on the thing.
Okay, what's this one for then?
Just to show that's possible, and they do it.
But this one's in a lab, right?
I do not believe so.
Okay, where's this one from?
I'll get the paper for you. This
You're
is.
not doing too well to show me how they know that they're getting spectral lines from Jupiter.
Good, bro. Hey, airplanes fly flat, man. If you guys want to go back to that topic, yeah.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, I like your enthusiasm, but doesn't really show anything, does it?
Didn't he say this one had to do with Hawaii and had to do with the atmosphere and shit, and it's totally unrelated? But he was trying to prove a point, but it just didn't really come across.
We got the source publication here.
Aloha, brother.
Get him to read 10 past the hour.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that, dude?
11.
Jado posted something for you.
Oh shit! No, I didn't see it.
I'll read it while he's getting that. Spectroscopy is often performed in a vacuum, primarily to prevent interference from air molecules, which can collide with.
Collide with the path. Yeah.
Yeah, they're almost always used in vacuums.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, like in a controlled environment.
Right, but the output isn't in the vacuum, right? So the thing you're measuring isn't placed in the vacuum most of the time.
Can collide with and alter the path of properties of the particles being analyzed. This interference can lead to an inaccurate or misleading spectral data.
Spectroscopy. Spectroscopy.
So how are you gonna perform spectroscopy on a light in the sky?
Oh shit, man, that's fucked.
Hey, welcome, bro. You'll be all right. You're gonna be fine, man. You'll be good.
What's that, Jado?
Yeah, grab a beer.
Yeah, just the question that you asked him, and I just said, "Oh shit!" I just poured myself a glass of red wine to listen to his answer.
Cheers, brother. Cheers, man.
He's consulting the AI.
What kind of red wine, man? You got a Pinot or you got a little Cabernet? What do you got?
No, I drink Shiraz. We're very lucky. It's like Syrah.
Shiraz. We call it Shiraz in California. Shiraz.
It's very full-bodied. And
It's so good. I know. It's like
I'd say that we've probably got the best Shiraz in the world.
Australia's got some good Shirazes for sure, man. 100%.
And it's cheap as fuck too.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are cheap as fuck, man. They're cheap.
Some. I don't know what Jado's doing, what he's drinking, but I don't need to spend any more than $12 to $15 a bottle on Shiraz.
Yeah, like 12 bucks, man. Tops. Yeah, don't spoil yourself.
Yeah, right on. $12. Heathcote Shiraz from Central Victoria. Bang on.
Perfect.
Oh, bang on stuff. Yeah, you betcha. Yeah. My best friend, my best man is a sommelier, and he taught me these wines from France and Italy, Argentina. Man, those guys are killing it. Trust me, man. If you see a bottle of wine that says made in Argentina, you have to buy it. You have to buy it because it's only like $4, man. $5. You got to buy it. If it says made in Argentina, I want you guys to get that through your heads, man. But someday you'll thank me. Someday.
Yeah, when I went to the US in 2010, that's all I was drinking: Argentinian red wine.
Yeah,
I was buying 1.5 liter bottles for 1.5 liter bottles for $4.
$4, dude. Yeah, it's still $4, bro. That was 15 years ago. You were here. It's still $4. You can get an Argentinian wine in California for $4. I promise you. I'm not kidding you. Damn. Amazing.
Let's go back. Let's just see if Science got any update on his claim. Sign, are you still there?
Yeah.
How are you going there, mate?
How's your spectroscopy going?
To find the one of Jupiter.
All right. Well, keep looking.
Is that other guy still here, or did he leave? He said he was interested in why do people believe in the flat Earth? Ips Dickett, are you there?
Belief is the.
Yeah, I'm here.
Belief is the enemy of knowing shit. You down with that? You good? No?
Do you believe you live on a spinning ball?
You asking me?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Do you have any evidence that you live on a spinning ball?
I have like testimonial evidence.
Testimonial. Cool. What would that be?
Ooh.
Like my science teacher.
Science
I don't think that counts, bro.
Like evidence for me to believe it, or?
Yeah, like what did they tell you that convinced you that that must be true?
That it's scientific consensus. I put a lot of trust in scientists.
What did they say?
That the Earth is round.
Round. When did they say that, and who said it?
When? You want like an exact date? Well, do you not believe me that my science teacher told me that it was a scientific consensus?
Yeah, but what did she say that convinced you that it was true?
Well, I just told you that it was scientific consensus.
Oh, Timbo, what do they say? What do they say about science and the shape of the Earth?
There is, yeah. I know.
I'm sure that was like
It's
for the
not scientific,
conversation, but I
and
just
in
don't remember.
science, it's not scientific, and in science there is no consensus.
You don't think that there's a scientific consensus that the Earth is round?
And
No, because it's not a scientific question.
Science doesn't believe in or deal with shapes. Deals with cause and effect relationship. That's geometry, bro.
Nice one.
No, it's the facts, man. It's the truth. He's telling you the facts, dude. Get it?
What science is shapes?
I don't know.
Well, I don't understand. Do you not think that science studies the natural world?
Yeah, but
Do you think that the natural world has shapes?
What study of the natural world? Well, are there spheres in the natural world?
Like this is just like a scientific concept. There's no study of shapes in science. Like, do you think that there are shapes in the natural world?
So what's the study of Earth then?
Archaeological. Archaeological.
What?
Environmental science. Might be a word for it. I don't know.
Okay, what did they say?
Well, that's not really a person. It's just a study. But I mean, if you mean the scientists in the field, they'd say that the Earth is round.
Yeah, and what evidence did they give you?
What exactly? What evidence?
I mean, I just took it for granted.
You took it for granted. I appreciate the honesty, bro.
But you don't even know what they said for you to take for granted.
What? Yeah, I do. They told me that the Earth is round. That's what I'm taking for granted, right?
Oh, he don't know. He don't know.
So someone just goes, "Oh, the Earth's round," and you just go, "Okay, beautiful."
Someone telling
you. I don't know a lot about a lot of different sciences. I just put my faith in them because that's the thing that they study.
Hey, he's putting the faith in.
Okay, what was the experiment that they did to prove that Earth was a ball?
Like, I mean, I could look one up. I'm sure that Google would tell me, but
I could look it up.
That's something that I need to. That's just not something that I require to hold a belief.
No, that's what it would be that's what it would be to be scientific, right?
But to experiment, I mean, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then they would also report, whatever they find, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then I heard the report. I didn't know the experiment, but I trust what they said. That's testimonial evidence. I formed a belief.
What did the report say?
That the Earth was round.
Yeah. In what way? How did they come to that conclusion?
Like you're just going about. Look, I mean, if you're looking for evidence, you're talking to the wrong guy, right?
Love you.
Yeah,
I just wanted to do a debate. Like, I mean, do you think that I'm unjustified in believing that the Earth is round?
Yes, because you haven't been shown any evidence. So in that case, it would be a belief.
Well, that's not true. Right, testimonial evidence is a form of evidence. It doesn't matter if.
Okay, but it would still be a belief, right?
With the testimonial evidence is not a belief. That's justification.
Yes, it is.
What? No, it's not. No, a belief is whenever you
because
take.
someone told you and you believed them, so that would make it a belief.
That's right.
Well, no, are you referring to them reporting what they know to me, or are you referring to my belief that the Earth is round?
But you don't know what's in the report, so at this stage, it's just you believing that someone made a report. Okay, what's the report?
The report is that the Earth is round. That's the testimonial evidence. They told me that the Earth is round.
And what report was that?
Like, I already told you this. Look, if you're looking for evidence for where they came to that conclusion, you're asking the wrong guy, right? But if you're saying that I'm unjustified in my belief,
you don't have any evidence. You don't have any evidence. That's why it's a belief.
For my belief, or for me to convince you?
No, you don't want to. I'm not going to be convinced. You don't need to convince me. It's you that you need to worry about.
Look, my belief is justified given the testimonial evidence of just the scientists reporting that to me. Yes, that's just how evidence works.
You don't know that they reported that to you.
This is more like a epistemic question than it is a science question.
All right, Dickett, listen. The definition of belief is to think something without evidence. Now, he's asking you for evidence. Yes. Now he's asking you for evidence, and you're saying
without evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. And and he's asking you for evidence, and you're going, well, someone told me. Well, what evidence did they tell you? You don't even know the evidence they told you, so you're believing it without evidence. It's a belief.
Okay, so when a belief is whenever you hold on. This is whenever you mentally affirm some proposition.
You're like a religious zealot.
It's completely absent of whether or not you're justified. You can believe something and not be justified, and you can believe something and be justified. If my eyes report to me that the sky's blue, and I believe that the sky's blue, then my belief is justified given my reliable sense of perception.
So if
right?
someone
and then testimonial evidence is just something that counts as evidence.
There were unicorns down the street, and I said, well, there must be unicorns down the street because I saw a report, then I would be justified in believing that these unicorns down the street.
Surely there's other things that are considered, right? If that's the only reason that exists, then trivially anybody ever is going to tell you that you're justified.
No, I'm asking you. Right? I'm not asking other people. I'm asking you.
Was that supposed to add something? I don't understand.
Well, I know you don't understand. You can't even understand that you've got a belief.
Ask it again. Ask it again, please.
Ask it again.
Come on, Mongo.
Clearly, we're dealing with the big brain here.
One more time, please. Ask it again.
No, he's not going to understand it, though. Whatever I say, he's not going to understand.
No, I think
that might be a problem on your end, man.
No, I think it's a problem on your end. Because everyone else can understand.
Just say the opposite of what I say. Nice one.
Yeah, I know, because everyone else can understand what I'm saying. But then you're the only person saying, I don't understand.
Well, the addition of no, I'm asking you doesn't change my answer. It still counts as a reason. In absence of any other competing reasons, yes, you'd be justified. The only reason that would seem ridiculous is because you have a bunch of other reasons that are overriding that one reason. I don't have that.
But you don't have any reasons.
Exactly.
Testimonial evidence is just a reason.
Oh, my Lord.
You keep on repeating testimonial evidence, but you can just translate that to I was told and I believe.
No, it's called peer-reviewed evidence.
Peer-reviewed evidence.
I mean, yeah, surely there's like a bunch of scientific literature going into whether or not the Earth is round.
Surely, all right, but so you've already shown us that you don't know. So, all right, your turn. Who's up? What's the peer-reviewed evidence? Right, just one sec. Who yelled out peer-reviewed evidence? Yelled out peer-reviewed and then ran away? Bitch.
What was that movie where the Adam Sandler dude was the water boy? Waterboy. What was that scene where he was like, Mama told me alligators are mad because they have so many teeth and blah, blah, blah. That's what he's trying to do. You know that scene, guys? You're like, it's not the obligata. Mama told me, so therefore it's true. Without opposing evidence, it's not real.
Mama told me it's true.
Typical appeals to authority.
How do compasses work? In your
they point north.
They don't work.
They only point north.
They don't work.
Yeah, they point north. Yeah, they point north.
Okay, so the Earth only has a magnetic north. And
Bet your life?
South.
Would you bet your life on a compass?
Oh, great, Angelo. So I asked you before. I said, "Who said peer-reviewed?" And you just sat back. And
no, it was me. I didn't sit back. I was in the other room.
And, you know.
No, I said peer-reviewed, and then I got up and went and got a donut.
All right. So, do you want to talk, or do you want to let the other guy talk?
I was going to let the other guy talk. I was listening to him, and I just backed him up with, when he was talking about consensus and peer review.
So we don't need cheerleaders with pom poms. We can just otherwise it just.
Oh, and I put on my best dress,
people,
Timbo.
right?
Come on.
I know you probably look shit house too. All right, Simon, go ahead.
Marvelous.
Sorry. Michelangelo interrupted.
Okay, so so what do you say about like south pointing compasses that use the magnetic south pole of the Earth to determine location or direction, I should say?
What do you mean south pointing compasses?
Compasses that point to true south.
Well, what's the would true south be the opposite of true north?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a stick that goes right through the center, and one points to north and one points to south. I think you're getting confused with the other side of the stick pointing south as a south pointing compass. Yeah.
So you just think that south pointing compasses are made up and are just north pointing compasses that don't.
Of course they are. You just agreed to it. It's the opposite of south. So if they all point north, then then the other end of the stick points to the south, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how are you going to know if it's pointing south? When it points north, right?
Okay.
What do you mean?
So you're saying that the Earth only has a magnetic north?
Yeah, seems that way.
So every other object that is magnetized that has a north and a south, the Earth is the exception?
I don't know what that means.
So, like magnetized objects?
Yeah, what type of magnets?
Like, say, handheld rocks?
What about a ring magnet like in a speaker? How does that work?
Excuse me?
They said, what about a ring magnet like in a speaker? How does that work?
I don't know how those work. What does that have to do with it?
Well, it has a centralized North Pole, and all the extremities around the outside by de facto become south.
Okay.
So one fixed North Pole, many South Poles.
Many South Poles. Okay, but it has two poles. So there's a centralized North Pole, centralized South Pole. Whether it's like actually
not a centralized South Pole. No.
How do you know that? Centralized South Pole. It's your claim.
Like what are these questions?
It was your claim.
Yes, there will have a South Pole if there's a North Pole. Hello?
Oh, really?
Yes. Do I have to test every single type of magnet to make sure this is true? Like, hello?
Do you
what is this?
Know that?
Because I'm a wizard and I can detect North and South Poles.
That we all must believe you then, because you've given us so much information.
What's so are you in disagreement that magnets have a North and South Pole?
We're looking for verification, validation, not just your word, because you're so smart. Obviously,
you want validation that magnets have two poles.
Information.
Okay, I can get you information. How do we know magnets have two poles?
That wasn't the question.
What was the question?
It's Earth related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do compasses work was your question.
My question was, how do compasses work?
They're just aligning to a magnetic field. That's all they do. And you have to hold it which way? How do you have to hold a compass again?
Flat.
So yeah, well, and it tells you which way's your cardinal directions, right?
Yes.
According to magnetic fields, right? Okay. So is it lying that north is in that direction, and you've got a location north of you, and your compass says it's pointing horizontally?
Mm-hmm.
Is it pointing to that location?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, then.
I don't see they gotcha there.
It's not a gotcha. It's just that you're saying, well, it's pointing directly at my location, north of me. So it's not. You don't have to go down around a curve to get where you're going. You just
Do you understand how magnetic flux lines work? No, you don't, because you think that it points directly at the North Pole, not
right.
The flux line.
So it wouldn't be pointing. So it wouldn't be pointing directly at the location.
It'd be pointing in the direction, not the location.
Just in the direction.
Magnetic
right.
flux lines is not some magical waypoint like a video game. Yeah.
Right.
Every other object's observed.
It's actually pointing off out into outer space somewhere.
Yes.
It's a tangent line.
Yes, it's a tangent line called a magnetic flux line.
Oh,
you
okay.
see.
All right.
And this is observed with every other magnet on planet Earth except for your flat Earth model. Right.
Yeah.
Flux lines are.
I've never presented a model.
Well, the model I've been presented in this.
Nobody's presented you a model here. No, nobody's presented you a model.
Is it because you guys don't have one that?
It's not. Well, one's not needed.
Why is one
in order to validate what we're saying?
Okay. Well, this is the problem I have with it is it's easy to poke holes in almost anything, and when you don't have a model that's even you're able to go to, it's hard to believe in flat Earth.
What we're saying is irrespective of models.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you have this irrespective of model, it's not. Well, yeah, because the Earth is too large to completely measure yourself, right? You need models, right?
We're not claiming to know the entirety, the shape or anything like that. Just the
so why don't you guys try to figure that out, and then come up with a counter argument that has
it's a pretty big task, maybe.
Then engage in it. Yeah, it is a big task. One side makes a model.
One day, maybe I don't know.
Then I'd probably will take a serious look at it. But it's hard to take a serious look when
it's hard to take a serious look at the surface of water.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to base my worldview around this looks flat to me. Therefore, it must be flat. That's
looks and measures.
How does it look and measure?
It looks and measures flat. Like when people go out and when people attempt to measure any convexity to the surface of water, like a significant portion, whether it be in a glass or an ocean, it's not there. They can't find it. It's not measuring to have any. It's just measuring.
So, out of all the people that have tried to measure Earth curvature, they've all came back flat.
Yeah, that's why they measure elevation change of land, right, with respect to sea level, with regards to sea level as being a horizontal plane. That would be no change in elevation, 0. Just a straight.
No, but my question: you're saying that people go out and they never observe Earth curvature.
It's not. It hasn't been observed or measured. Yeah, that's right.
Over what distance?
Over any distance.
Well, I know, but do you guys have any experiments over large amounts of distance? Can you provide one?
There's laser tests. Are you in our home server?
No.
You're not part of our home server?
No.
Oh, we've got a channel there called Laser Test. We've got a whole section of channels which is called Additional Information.
So what?
And there's a channel there called Laser Tests. There's plenty of laser tests.
There's one in the chat right now.
Over what distance?
Oh, there you go. Someone's posted one for you.
Okay, this isn't like measured, right?
Yeah.
221,000 feet. Does it look like this is what I'm talking about? That's not a measurement saying, do you see a curvature? Right.
I can provide you an example.
You're going to pull up that Flux one so we can go through it?
Yeah, I already did it. At 1 foot observer height, based on the ball math, should be the horizon should be 1.22 miles, but we see the horizon well beyond the oil rig, which is 9.41 miles.
I've went over this one is. Yeah. Oh man, can you?
Yeah, what about it?
Here, find another image where the sun is like true north in the sky, or not behind the oil rigs where the light isn't reflected. I mean, you can see they're wavy right there in the image. It's a projection above where they are. You can see it right there, especially with the further one is more noticeable. I mean, look at the left-hand side.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
How about we go through the? How about we go through the motor? We go through the motor's Toland so his head doesn't explode.
Oh, he doesn't give a shit about that.
Probably.
Well, I
prefer to actually skip it. I actually prefer to skip it. I go straight to the math. 1 foot observer height, geometry. What is he trying to say?
One thing we could do for the guy, if you want, is provide him the source video.
I've seen the source video.
Oh, you did? And what did you think of it?
I think it took in very bad conditions. If you guys find me one more image of these two oil rigs, and you can look at reference images of them, even though there's light refraction off them, where they're appearing higher than they are.
But hang on, what constitutes a bad image to you?
They oversaturized it from the video. Like the one that you posted is saturized and boosted with the contrast.
So the image, so you're calling the image bad, but the source video that doesn't have any accentuation to it. What's bad about that one?
They're using the sun's reflection off the water to kind of make it sort of look like the horizon is behind it.
But what do you mean? I mean, if you think about it, dude.
What I mean is what I just said. I'm telling you, find another image.
Check this out, dude. But hang on. Before anyone goes on like an escapade for you, consider this, right? The surface of the water off which the sun would be reflecting, which you seem to have an issue with. In theory, according to the geometry, should not be visible to you. The surface should be below the horizon line, way off in yonder, right? To begin with.
No, I'm telling you, look at other images that aren't this one where the sun isn't behind the oil rigs, and you will see that the horizon is in front of it.
Got
Just
it.
look them
There's
up.
one. There's one.
That's yeah. And
yeah, but think about this, dude. Like, what makes you
let's
say
look at
that-
this one.
what makes you- check it out there. But in the meantime, consider that. Consider this though, right? What indicates to you that the sun's position is the cause of anything that you seem to have a problem with? Because there are images of these oil rigs whereby it's not so obvious the horizon line behind them, right? People call that stooping or looming or some of these other effects that people attribute to what they see in the distance, right? But that has nothing to do with the sun.
What do you think they call it, the black swan? What do you reckon they call it that?
That's the point, man. It's a one shot, there. An unusual phenomena, so to speak, or so-called unusual.
Well, actually, I don't think there are any white ones.
The reason they call it a black swan. The reason they call it a black swan is if the assumption that all swans are white, all you will need to do is visualize one black swan to make the first statement completely false.
His argument is, but the sun. Okay, well,
you got
another
that's
image.
a good one.
What's his point?
Yeah, it's a great one. It's at night, dude, or in the evening. Right? There's no glare. There's no whatever.
Well, why is it you globers have to always make excuses for the observations? I mean, the observations should be
Because
supporting
you guys have one.
the
Because you
globe.
have a single observation.
No, we have many. There's huge amounts of long distance observations.
Okay, yeah,
laser tests,
here
microwave,
laser tests,
radio wave tests.
Necessarily accurate because it's done usually by you guys
so
with
going back to the measurement bit,
cheap
right?
domestic lasers.
Why is it you are asking flat earthers for measurement of flat? Hasn't there been values for the Earth's size been given? Earth has a radius value, has a diameter value, has a circumference value, has a rate of change value, has a distance to the horizon, so to speak, which we've just smashed. Right, that's been smashed. No distance to the horizon. The horizon is not geometric. The horizon is not the result of being on a sphere. We've established that. Otherwise, it would be at your geometric distance based on the radius value and the observer's height and their line of sight tangent to the apex of the sphere. But anyway, right, wouldn't you have gained those values that were given for the Earth's dimensions from measurement, like direct measurement? And even if it wasn't, wouldn't they have gone out and confirmed it with that, with direct measurement? So they've got this idea, we've inferred that it may be a sphere with said dimensions. Well, we're going to have to check that out for sure. We're going to have to verify that. Let's go directly measure the surface. Oh, look at that. It turns out we're right. Has that been done? Where's the Glober's measurement of curvature? Where's the globe size measurements?
Here, I'm not responding.
Do you know of any?
Okay, we can get on to this after we deal with this image, right? I'm 100% able to talk about that. So here, reference image of platform habitat. Sorry.
Are you posting something?
Yeah, hold on.
What constitutes a reference image? Or is that a gold standard of sort?
So it's an image of platform habitat at high tide.
High tide, okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, that kind of gives it away, dude. It's high tide. You can expect some sort of obstruction, right?
Well, but the point is, what's the distance?
That is
to the
true. Yeah,
horizon?
you can see some.
I mean, what T-Dub was just articulating to you is pretty important, dude. Because what it sounds like is, by your terminology, this reference image that you're about to post. Normally, the term reference sort of suggests like this is the gold standard. But as T-Dub was saying, unless you have some sort of measurement in the first place.
So I want
what you're comparing to can't really necessarily either which way. If you have one or another, like one shot or another, you can't really tell which one is the gold standard to which the other can be compared.
Talking about gold standards. I'm just talking about look at the images I post, the image I posted, and look at the image you guys posted and compare. Can we both agree that there's parts of platform habitat missing?
What do you mean? I mean,
that's not the relevant.
And how close is that shot from, dude? How close is that shot?
How is it 50 feet?
It's not relevant. It's not relevant.
It's 50
How's
feet
it not
away,
relevant?
dude.
So
Because
there's
the
obviously
argument
we can both agree
the
that
argument
there's
isn't about how much you can see of the oil rigs. The argument is not how much you can see of the oil rigs. The argument is about distance to the horizon.
No, the argument here, here is that
I'm not
horizon.
interested in how much can be seen of the oil rig. I'm interested in the distance to the horizon.
Why is there parts of the oil rig
Distance to the horizon. That's why they.
Okay.
Right. So you
guys can try and ask
rigs,
me a question, and I can ask you a question.
Yeah, the oil rigs are there for distance markers, right? So we can establish. Okay, well, we know that the horizon's at least further than 9.4 miles. It's appearing to be further than 9.54 miles when it should be at 1.225.
Yeah. 8 to 10 times further, dude. And that's a lower bound.
Yeah, isn't that a problem for you, bro?
Sure. Well, isn't it a problem for you guys that there's parts of it missing? Or no it's just a
no.
So why is that not a problem?
Because that's not the argument.
Which part's missing though? Even though it's not important, but I'm just curious. Like from the bottom?
I mean, yes, look, the entire bottom is missing.
Where?
On habitat. Look at it.
Or do you mean it's missing because it's not crystal clear, so you can't really
It's half of the height of the original one. I mean, if you look at the reference, if you look at another image of it at high tide, you can see like significantly more of the base than you can in that one. If it's not important,
it's not really, dude. If you think about it, if the Black Swan image that Oblivion posted happens to be at a higher tide than the one that you shown, then whatever's cut off could be simply attributed to the water being higher. But that data is not even really.
Well, the image I posted is in high tide.
Yeah, and what Oblivion posted could be also at high tide, but what constitutes high tide is not really quantified here. So high tide in yours could just be a little bit less of a high tide than what is in Oblivion's image.
It
doesn't even really matter.
I mean, look at the heights of the platforms comparatively. I mean,
what's your point?
It's got nothing to do with it. Your main points are very simple. Number one.
Yeah, your points are very simple.
Elevation.
Extremely
Number two, the oil rigs are for demarcation only.
Yeah.
And number three,
because if you look at them for more than a second,
the relationship to the horizon Again,
more than
the
a second, it
relationship
breaks
to
down your entire fucking image.
the horizon's relationship to where the oil rigs are. That's it. So, in your image, what's the elevation of the observer?
I think what's more important is the distance to it, which is only 50 feet.
Interesting how with this black swan thing, every single component of those images gets spoken about except for the most relevant pieces. Where's the horizon? Where's the demarcation in relationship to it?
And it's funny how they go looking for the thing that's missing. There's something missing. Yeah, we know what's missing. The geometric sphere edge that's supposed to be at 1.225 miles from the observer.
Bingo.
And when you ask them what's their point, they don't even have a point. They just have to point out that, oh, we're this, but they don't have an explanation. No point.
Yeah, here's my explanation. If it is not Earth curvature, obfuscating the lower half of that oil platform, what is it? We can isolate that it is not high tide.
Of course it's not Earth curvature, dude. Because the extremity.
Then what is it? Explain it to me.
Hang on. You don't. First of all, like I said before, you don't know it's not a higher tide. Number two, you don't know it's not just simply the angular resolution being too small, such that the observer just can't resolve the small parts that's being cut off. I don't even know what else to say to you, dude. There's a number of possibilities that can't actually be narrowed down in this context. But one thing's for sure is that it's not the extremity of the Earth curve cutting it off, because that extremity is beyond it. You wouldn't see, like, if you're a little Lego man, okay, you put a little miniature camera on, the eyeballs of a little Lego man, you stand them on top of a basketball, okay. Obviously, it's not to scale, but you get the point. If you angle that guy downward, so he's looking at the basketball, you only see one horizon. Anything before that that drop off, that inflection point, okay, you wouldn't see a second inflection point because it doesn't inflect again to come back up to then go back down. Right? You know what an inflection point is? When the slope of a curve is increasing, then it decreases, and then increases again? Calculus 101? Maybe? I don't know. It can't be that. Not with the geometry prescribed.
It's okay, man. We're all here to listen to you. Just let it all out.
So what he's saying is the horizon really is at 1.22 miles, and that yeah, that's it. Never mind your eyes.
Do you know how high he would have to be off of medium sea level to be at 1.22 miles?
Yeah, the observer height is 1 foot.
Yeah.
Right. So that video, the observer height is 1 foot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one posted right there is 1 foot.
There's two black swan ones. One of them is at 1 foot. The other one is at, I think the nighttime one's at 8 foot.
So you guys know that it's at 8 foot, right?
Hold on. There's one that's at 1 foot and one that's at 8 foot. The
and
original one that says the original one that says bye-bye ball is 1 foot, which is accompanied with video footage.
And you've verified that and made sure that it's
dude, it's part of a video.
The video footage is with it. You can watch it for yourself. If you how about
But you
we just
verified
say,
that for yourself.
Hold on. How about we just say fuck it? I'll let you have 3 foot because I'm feeling generous. You watch the video, and if you can prove to me it's above 3 foot, I'll eat me fucking hat.
Well, where's the glober's distance to the horizon observations?
Well,
see, look here it is. That's 1.32 miles.
Yeah, he said we'll talk about that after we address this. I think we're done due to the long blank. The long, long quiet. So do we want to address the baller's measurement of Earth directly? Now?
Right, what are they vanishing over? Refraction? Signs? Did he leave?
No, he didn't leave.
So you posted a video titled "How Boats Vanish Over the Horizon" sign. What's the horizon?
Oh dear.
After all that, you're going to post that. So you're going to claim, well, the horizon's like moving around because of the way light bends. So what is it? Is the horizon the physical Earth curve edge, or is it refraction? An illusion, a mirage? What is it?
Oh, his second video is cool. Shows mirroring in it. I love when it does that. Makes ships look like they're floating in midair.
Totally irrelevant to the Black Swan, though, isn't it? So what the fuck is this supposed to mean?
And that mirroring one's actually... Because, for all we know, in the Black Swan image, beyond that little bit that is accentuated by the enhancement, there could still very well be more water beyond that, obviously mirrored. Just mirrored so much so that the colors can't really, stand out even with that enhancement. We have no demarcation.
We don't know how much of the surface we are seeing. Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
The first video that he posted up, I don't know if it's proof of ball or not, but it shows not zoomed out, and then all of a sudden it shows zoomed out, and then it zooms in, and a ship magically appears. How many times have we told people to go to the beach, watch a ship disappear over the horizon, and I did the meat hooks thing for those that hate it, and then grab your optic, whether it be a camera or binoculars or telescope, and then zoom in and bring the ship back. In the first 10 seconds, that's what you see of the first video.
Yeah, cat, that's what you fucking see, you dog.
Paul, you ready?
You can actually see in the second one he posted, you can see the horizon beyond the boat.
Yeah.
It's behind it.
Cutman is back.
It's faint, but you can see it.
Can I post another video from the guy that the Black Swan video's from?
Yeah, it's still a Black Swan.
Yeah. Can you just go to that video and go to 1 minute and 2 seconds for me?
You can do it.
Okay, bro.
I just want kind of you guys to see that. Same guy.
Yep.
Dude, you might
Still
do this, bro. The fuck.
Hey, if you're going to disrupt the conversation, can you kindly just fuck off, you retard?
From your own video.
So, which Black Swan video are we looking at? Not the original one, I take it.
Yep, the one.
I think it's that one that Roland Mabolder was posts, yeah?
Yeah. So what's the distance?
Yeah.
So what's the distance to that horizon?
Almost 7 miles, isn't it?
I wanted to see if he knew.
Oh.
Which one? Which oil rig?
The one you just referenced, bro.
There's 2 oil rigs in the one I just referenced.
Yeah, the one where you posted the video and the image underneath. Okay, what's the distance to that horizon? And what's the observer height?
Observer height is 1 foot.
And what's the distance
to the horizon?
At 1 foot would be just over 1 mile.
No, image.
Not what the calculated distance is, the actual distance in the image.
Yo, boys, what's up?
Right, so you're gonna have to find that out.
Guys, are you still flat Earth? Or Earth is complex, guys.
Okay, so is that not the horizon? What is that?
What?
Is that not the horizon?
It looks like a horizon to me. It is where the sea appears to meet the sky. Yes, that's where the sea appears to meet the sky in that image. But is there a distance to it that where you can say, see, it's at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, just as the globe model predicts.
So how would that be measured exactly?
Well, that's up to you. It's
your claim.
Yeah, but I'm showing you evidence in your own video.
No, you're not.
And,
what we need,
and your response,
sign, listen,
measurement. No, you're interrupting me.
Listen carefully.
You 100% interrupted me.
The formula is given. So if it's true that we live on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles at 1 foot of elevation, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225. The horizon should be at 1.225
You're arguing
miles.
semantics completely.
No, I'm arguing the fucking formula.
Okay,
now you've presented a picture. Listen, I haven't finished. You've presented an image. I'm going to say the image is true and correct. Now, we need some kind of demarcation from where that image was taken to your horizon so we can validate the distance. How do we do that?
Okay, if it's not a horizon, then what is it?
No, you're missing the point.
Oh my God.
I agree with you that it is a horizon. I'd like to know the distance of said horizon. What is that distance? How do we validate the distance?
Why isn't it important?
Because that's what proves your fucking curvature.
No, what proves the curvature is the horizon existing. Hello?
If it's not at the predicted
how could the
distance...
horizon
wrong.
Like you just
wrong.
Never at
The horizon existence... The horizon's existence means fuck all. Its location is the point.
There being a horizon on the
You seem to be of the opinion that the existence of said horizon is what proves the ball. Wrong.
Yes, that's right.
The location of said horizon is what validates the curvature, not the existence of it.
Why didn't you like the Black Swan's horizon sign? Get the point now.
Okay, here, I can tell you it's before 8 miles.
That's cat, bro.
It's still
that's not in your like flat.
That's still a black swan.
How is it?
It's still a black swan, bro.
How?
Because it's beyond 7 miles. It's a 4-foot swell.
Yeah.
It's a 4-foot swell.
It could be, yeah. I mean, like, is it at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Because if it isn't, then it's a black swan. It's not demonstrating the geometry of the surface that you're claiming you live on.
So it's just a giant wave.
No, it's not a giant wave.
It's not a friggin' hill of water.
Do you understand the purpose of the Black Swan and the oil rigs? They were marking distance, and the horizon was well behind them. Your image has nothing marking distance, other than
the oil rigs, like in yours, you fucking idiot. Like hello?
In front of the oil rigs is your horizon. So how nothing demarcating actual distance at all.
For example, let's say there was 2 sets of oil rigs, a close set and a far set, and the horizon was in the middle, in between them. You could say, look, the horizon is beyond point A and before point B. I would accept that. I don't have a problem with that.
How is the point that the horizon exists? How is that not the point that there is a horizon?
Because we don't give a fuck that it exists. We need to know where it is. You saying, look, there's a horizon means sweet diddly.
Okay, how could a horizon exist on the flat Earth? It can't.
There is a horizon on flat Earth. Well, what is the definition of horizon?
The point of which observable images start to disappear bottom up.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Incorrect.
You made that straight up out of your
Where'd you get
asshole.
that shit from?
That's what they do. Hello.
No, it's where the
sky meets the Earth.
water.
Yes,
Apparent junction
the function
between
of
Earth
it.
and sky. Apparent junction between Earth and sky. So on
Yes.
flat Earth, is it just Earth or just sky? Got him.
For me?
Yeah, there is a horizon on flat Earth. It's apparent, just like the definition says. The horizon you're talking about is supposed to be a geometric location that boats go over, the sun disappears behind, etc. That's why the location of it matters, not its existence. Yes, there's a horizon on flat Earth. Are you stupid?
Okay, well, you'd be able to see swells fucking hundreds of
No,
miles
it's not.
away.
You wouldn't. It's not. You would be able to. The Earth that we exist on right now is the flat Earth. It wouldn't
So
be
you
something
can,
different Earth.
see hundreds of miles away.
No, that's your made-up version of flat Earth. That it should be different. Where if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see to China. This is all bullshit. The flat Earth is the Earth right now, currently.
Okay,
where you
well,
don't
the
see miles
horizon,
away.
the horizon should not be static, right? It should
No,
be
no.
dynamic as waves come over in your
Horizon
model, right?
does what it does on the Earth. That's our.
Okay,
Earth.
and is that observed that where waves come over and change your horizon? Like it should change all the time, correct?
The horizon does
The
change all
flat
the time.
Earth.
That's an L for you guys. That's an L for the globe. The fact
No,
that it does
I'm saying it should change.
It does change.
Inside chat, mate. That's a little place called Skunk Bay. Have a look at your so-called water level and your horizon there. This is what's happening on a regular basis everywhere. So you tell me what the appropriate time to go and make a observation would be.
Yeah, Sign, if you think about it, what you were just pointing out here about, the changing horizon, that's a null point because it applies to both sides of the argument. Right? We know the atmosphere kind of makes things, distorts things, as Matrix just kind of pointed out. Whether it's flat, there's going to be distortions, or if it's a ball with a geometric curve, that would be the gold standard from which to compare all the other distortions. There would still be also distortions. So unless you have a measurement, which is something that T-Dub or Timbo, I mix you guys up, obviously, brought up, unless you have that, you have nothing really to compare it to.
Yeah, it's the same person, bro. It's the same person, same shit.
No shit, eh?
Signs like horizons. He likes them. He just doesn't like the Black Swan horizon, but he can't understand his horizon.
What was the
Build the
definition?
Black Swan because you guys have a sample size of one.
No, there's many. You don't understand that.
He doesn't even understand the argument, dude. What did he say the horizon was? The thing that things go behind or whatever? Like, what? What did he say?
And Sign, what did you say? We have a sample size of 1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
Why
have
is
no
that
idea.
check this out. Why is it? Yeah, but Sign, check this out. Think about this, okay? I'm going to give you I'll keep it quick, right? I don't want to make it too abstract, but think about it. I'm going to give you a set of numbers, all of which are even numbers. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 1,024, whatever. They're all even numbers. And you open that box, and you find the number 3 in there. If I were to tell you that this set of numbers is all even, and you find one odd number, are you going to complain or am I going to complain if you come to me and say, hey, here's a sample size of one, there's one odd number, your claim that these are all even numbers is not true?
No, but you only have one, bro.
But it's even easier than that, right? So all observations are black swans because they don't represent the horizon being at 1.22 miles. They're all black swans.
Even worse, man. I give you 1,000 numbers. I tell you they're all even, and most of them are on. Go. I mean, either way you go, the claim that these are all even numbers is not true, even if there is only one. That's the gist of the argument. That's why this is so important.
They're all black swans.
Karl Popper reference.
They're all black swans. All observations are black swans.
You should check out Karl Popper. You only have one. Actually, we have a shitload, by the way. But even if there were just one.
Yes, all of them.
Yeah, aka all of them. There are no white swans, as far as we're concerned.
It's a boat's going beyond the horizon.
The horizon is optical and not physical.
Which is what? Yeah, what's the horizon?
Where the sky meets the Earth. There you go.
Maybe you should go and watch.
Where the sky appears to meet the Earth, right?
Got him.
That video you posted up, Sign. I think it was the second one. No, the first one. Sorry, my bad. Second one, short one. Watch the start of that. At first there's nothing, then they zoom in. So it's already beyond the horizon at the kickoff. And you zoom in and it comes back. If it's beyond the horizon, truly behind the curvature of a ball, I don't care how expensive your camera is, you are not zooming that bastard back in.
Yeah, you can see the horizon behind that boat.
Can anyone explain the square root function and its relation to this black swan you're talking about?
Piss off, Elder Bear. We don't need you and your dumbass Bevite stupidity in here.
Bear. What's this guy talking about?
Sorry, your point about the... I didn't quite catch it.
What?
Is someone talking that I don't hear?
Yeah, he said with the second video I posted, there's a proof of optical resolution being the reason for boats disappearing behind the horizon.
That's probably just some black swan shit, like the Earth is a globe.
No, it's an optical illusion.
Most fucking not.
First video. Not the second
first
one.
video. Okay.
Can't be a globe, there's no curvature.
It's black swan effect.
It's not a globe, bro.
Yeah, by the way, why is Timbo muted?
Probably
in trouble?
He was winning the debate, and the flat earthers were coping seething, so they had to mute him.
He's a flat earther, so what are you talking about?
Shit. Is he pulling a Miggy? An Apple phone?
Yeah.
He's
I'm at the
been
gym.
self-feeding. Called it.
I don't want to be waking and making weird noises.
He doesn't want to get a phone call and accidentally hot mic himself.
I didn't know you could, I didn't even know you could server mute yourself.
Yeah, bro. You didn't know that?
Nah. What am I, a mod?
Mod powers unite. Wait, who's the guy chiming in that said it's a globe?
Sign.
No, there's another guy.
We gotta find him.
Where's Waldo? Let's play Where's Waldo?
The one person who has a college degree. Gotta find him. Tell him
It's our friend.
Man, how do you know that?
Teach kids to be Iranians.
How you guys doing tonight? Did you solve the globe yet?
Oh, it's this one.
I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you guys want to watch me stream Yu-Gi-Oh!
Hell no, bro.
You
Fine,
can
just don't watch
see
it then.
the boat the entire time.
You can?
The
Oh,
first
wasn't
video.
Flutter?
Yeah, but you said you can't see him until he zooms really
the
close.
point is,
start.
right,
At 8 seconds into the video, it zooms in. So you're telling me at 7 and 8 seconds you can see that ship clearly?
No.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay, but later in the video when it goes over the horizon, you want.
And then, if you watch the
you were
very end of the video, if you watch the very end of it, see, the reason you see it disappear is because you're at the limit of that optic. Every single optic used has a maximum limit. Your eyes can only see so far. So what do? We pick up binoculars or a telescope so we can see further. And then that particular optic has a limit. All you're doing is hitting the end of that limit. And to add insult to injury, there's other things going on. The atmosphere, or air, some people don't like the term atmosphere, is opaque. At about 300 kilometres, or just short of it, it basically turns into a white wall.
So why
At sea
is
level.
it going? If it's an optical resolution issue, why is it going bottom up?
What else would happen?
Well, considering half it's already submerged,
Front
I
to
would
back?
suspect it should disappear bottom up, yeah. Because that's how
Off the
your
bottom?
vanishing point works.
So if you keep zooming in, you're gonna.
No. Your
Vanishing
horizon,
point.
your visual horizon has a vanishing point. So whatever your eye level is, horizontal with you has a vanishing point. So anything to the left of you will disappear into the right or vanish into that vanishing, basically a single dot into the right. And anything to the right will disappear left, bottom up, top down. And that's how it works. The reason is that simple. There's also other things going on. What is it? Rayleigh criterion, Rayleigh scattering. There's a whole refraction, miraging effects, just to fuck things right up for everyone. There's a whole slew of those, about 6 or 7 different miraging things.
Is there video of it reappearing once you increase resolution?
At the start of the video that you put up for us. At first you see
Right,
nothing
but I'm
because
talking
it's zoomed
about
out,
once.
and then it zooms in, and that's it coming back, like it shouldn't.
Shit.
I know, but is there one where you optically see it go below, like top to bottom? Because at the start, it's not. It didn't.
It's not even there at the start. You don't see
It didn't
anything.
disappear bottom to. I know, but is there? Like, if you look at a.
Yeah, the end. You're making him
Like, if you
repeat
slow it down.
himself. You're making him repeat himself. He already addressed it. He just addressed
Already
it.
addressed
Now you're
what?
asking the same question again. It reached the limit of the optic.
Okay, so is there? Like, if you is. Once it reaches the limit of the optic and it went bottom top, is there a video of where it they increase the optical zoom on it and it comes back top to bottom?
No, because normally what happens is most people will zoom to its maximum capabilities, and then all of a sudden you'll hear this cheer from Globers. It's going over the curve. As you can see, it's disappearing. It's because they're at the limit of the optic. That's all.
Okay, but is there?
And it's easy to you can prove it yourself. go to the beach, sit there, watch a ship with your naked eye just bugger off into the distance. And as soon as it's out of sight, grab your old binoculars or your camera and zoom in.
Okay, but there's no video of it already being, say, zoomed in 4x zoom, 4x optical resolution. It disappears and then they zoom in more and it reappears. There's no video.
Well, you just watched it in your video you provided for us, which is actually one that we show because it shows miraging effects and that halfway through it, at the start and at the end. See, right at the start, 10 seconds in, no ship. And then they zoom in, and then they zoom in some more. That's what you're after. You at the start are seeing it a little bit zoomed in, and then a lot more zoomed in. Or magnified.
And like I said, you're making him repeat himself. He's already explained this. And then what you're asking is, well, then did someone put that camera down after it reached the limit of its magnification, pick up another one, and then Matrix has already addressed this. The air becomes opaque at great distances to where it further restricts your visibility. And then other things, which he already mentioned, also restrict that shit, like perspective, vanishing point.
I understand, yeah.
And all that, yeah. So we're being redundant here.
Yeah,
how is this redundant when there's... So you're saying there's no possibility...
The reason for it, the reason we know, is because we've got video footage and demonstrations of things disappearing bottom up on flat surfaces. That's how we know. Everyone just assumes it disappears bottom up because of curve. Well, when we can reproduce this on a flat surface, now the question has to be put forward. Is it the curve that's doing it? Because we can do it on a flat surface. So obviously now, it's not the curve that's doing it, it's something else. So what is it?
We've also done this over small ponds on flat water.
But nevertheless, this is all kind of skating past the main point. That this obstruction should be in the ballpark of the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Once you have something that's orders of magnitude beyond that, I mean, let's face it, 8 to 9 times further is almost 10. Okay, it's almost an order of magnitude. That suggests that it doesn't matter where you find this phenomena where some things start to appear to be cut off from the bottom up, because at that point, unless you have all the data about the atmosphere, the air conditions, the temperature, humidity, air pressure, etc., and you have a valid quote unquote model to explain or to describe what the light is going to do under those conditions, there's no way to really say at which point why this phenomenon is happening.
The funny thing is, people have used models put forth by Globers, and you know what it required to represent the black swan? Was an extremely enormous point source of heat in one specific spot.
Oh yeah, I believe it, man. I mean, I've done the calculation myself on this very thing on the platform Hill House or Habitat, whichever one's further. Okay, and it requires it requires a refractive index. Okay, however they're modeling it, I think that in this model they are presuming the 3959 radius. Okay, but it requires a refraction index of 0.9891 to create the phenomenon that we see. 9891, dude. You know what happens at 1, right? 1/100th or so away from that? It makes it planar, mathematically speaking, because you get a division by 0, and it's interpreted as an infinite radius, and that maps out to being planar, basically. Okay. Now, what conditions actually create that that type of environment to observe that. Has anyone ever, tried to quantify that? No. So they're throwing refraction all over the place. They have no way to justify that. Period. So it makes all this so interesting, Sign. I'm telling you. And he's gone. Great.
Oh, I want that whole chunk of my life back.
Tell me about it.
You get used to it. You took his globe off him, you bastards. How dare you do that to some unsuspecting person on the internet? That's what we're here for.
I hope he has bad dreams.
You know what? That poor bugger's not going to sleep for a week.
Bugger. I see what you did there.
They just want the pure. They just want the pure effect of something appearing to be cut off from view, right? They want that to just be. That's it, right? That's globe. They don't. You talking about the turtle guy? Still?
Sign.
No. Yeah, Sign. Yeah.
The turtle guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a turtle. I thought that was like a little character from the Bug's Life or something.
Oh, was it? Was it? My bad.
Oh no.
It was a turtle head.
Oh shit. You could be right.
No, I think you're right. I think it's like a slug or something. Yeah. Having a second look at it. My bad.
Okay.
Caterpillar.
It's surprising just how many people that have been hanging around here for so long still don't understand the Black Swan argument. It's incredible.
Bro, I know, dude. And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, this Black Swan, I've seen it 1,000 times." Okay, cool. What's the argument? Well, the rigs are bendy. It's like, what, dude? How are you gonna see something 1,000 times and not know what it is?
He said he knew this argument. Yeah, he said he knew this argument well, and that the sun was behind the horizon, therefore projecting it up. And it's like, wait, what?
What?
And then we posted
That's
other
a
images.
first, man.
Yeah, I never heard that.
Yeah, it's a first for me. It's crazy.
You gotta, hey man, you gotta give them some credit when they come up with some original shit. At least.
Yeah, it's true. But it goes away quickly. I mean, if you think about it, the ground upon which or off which the light would be bouncing should be beyond the curve. So you wouldn't see it in the first place. Like, fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, that's what I would think. It's like, wouldn't your sun beyond, over the horizon actually pronounce the actual geometric horizon? Make it more pronounced? Jeez.
We're cooked. They're cooked. Is that it? Okay. Well, did he leave?
Which one?
Oh yeah, he left.
Oh, okay. Elder Bear's server muted. That's a Deftard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've cooked him before.
You want to have a crack at him?
Do I want to have a crack at him? Hell no. What's up, other animal?
What's up?
What's other animal?
What's up?
Are you a globe?
Am I a what?
Are you on the globe side?
Am I a glober? Am I a rounder? I'm done arguing. I'm done arguing. What I want is just to get to the edge, man. I want to get to the fucking edge and yeet into space.
Oh, so he's cooked. He's cooked, bro.
Well, what do we do? Can we get? How close can we get to the edge?
Wait. Did you say edge and then outer space?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert on flat Earth.
Wait, how long have you been involved in the discussion?
I've just been listening.
Like for like a couple weeks, a couple months, a couple years?
It like on and off for a couple years.
8 minutes.
Years. Wait a minute. You said on and off for a couple years, and you currently think that flat earthers are talking about a solar system with a flat planet in it.
I don't know.
We just went over. Did we not just discuss how crazy it is that these people will be here for years and they have not a single clue what we're saying?
Not at all. No.
Bro, that's insane. That's insane. Wait, just want to let you know, you're the only one in here that thinks that flat Earth is like a space thing.
Okay. Well, what?
That's crazy.
Wait, what did you say? A space thing? What did you just say?
Yeah. Well, because like to me, it would make sense that you think flat Earth is ridiculous if you think that there's a solar system with a bunch of planets in it, and then one of them is flat.
I mean, this isn't my theory.
But no one actually. The only people that think that are like new people like you. Flat Earthers don't actually think this.
Why do you call it? Oh, hold on. Let me just. Do you have like an image of what your version of the flat Earth is? I've seen a couple.
No. Why would you need an image of it?
So I can understand what we're talking about. Because I said,
you want to see the whole Earth in one shot?
Your version of it? Yeah, why not? Do you have like a version of it? What it looks like?
No.
You don't have one at all?
No.
Not even like a theory? Like.
No, why would you need that? The real deal Holyfield is right outside. What do you need a mini-me version for?
Because it's Speculation Sundays.
Hold on. But other animal. Let's say you believe in the universe. Chill. You believe in the universe, right? Solar system and everything?
So Marco Polo, all those things are just wasting their fucking time.
Hold on.
Right? Fucking
hold on.
They're retarded.
Watch this. I can show you that you and I are just the same.
No,
I don't care about how. Watch. This is about to be awesome. Other animal. Let's say the universe exists.
Why?
Hold on. Whoa. So
why?
let's just say.
Go outside.
Let's say the globe. Let's say the globe is real.
Go outside. Why would I question anything? I can just go outside.
No. Watch this.
I'm using your frame of mind.
No. Use it here. Use it when we get to your universe. Yeah, you're actually not doing that. Let's say your universe is real. We live on a globe that exists within a solar system that's part of this giant universe.
And
what does that look like? What does that look like?
You're asking me? What does it look like? The images we have of it that come.
Yeah, like can you give me like what is your theory? Like what is the whole thing like?
I mean, sure. I guess I could. Here.
All right, let's take a look.
Let's see what we got so far.
And then, like when you're doing that, let us know about the edge as well.
The edge. Hey, that's not my theory, man. I never said the Earth was flat. You said the Earth was flat.
No.
Well, you said that the
universe
Earth was flat.
The
you
universe
said that the Earth was flat. Is the Earth flat? Okay. Croatian.
Yes, the Earth is flat. But I'm talking about the universe.
So I can like take some kind of vehicle and get to the edge of it, right?
What of what?
What the
Yes,
universe?
but the point is,
planet.
the point
The universe?
is, are you no? But the point is, are you
planet.
holding that stand? Hey, bro. The point
I'm
is,
talking
are you
to
holding
creation.
that? Yeah, and I'm just adding a little bit of commentary. Okay, I'm sure it won't kill you. All right. So the point is, are you applying that standard to your own worldview?
He won't.
You're asking. Wait. Oh, this is not my standard. This is his
Yes,
standard.
it is. No. Your standard is you want a model. You want a mini me version of reality. You want to see it in one shot. You said, "Well, what does it look like to you?" I'm like, "Well, I don't have to close my eyes and imagine
Let me
what
ask you.
reality looks like. I just
Does the
go
moon
outside."
exist? Does the moon exist?
Stay
Or
focused.
did I imagine? No.
Let's get the ADHD meds out.
No.
Yes.
No,
The moon
no,
has
get
nothing to
ADD meds
do
out.
with the shape of the ground.
Fuck no.
The moon's got nothing to do with the shape of the. Okay, you can stay on fucking mute then.
Is he deaf in his fingers? Oh.
Yeah.
He said deaf in his fingers. He put his fingers in his ears. Yeah. Well, Chad, I just want you to remember. Wait. Is Elder Bear here? I want to talk to Elder Bear.
Yeah, he's here.
Let's pop him off mute real fast.
He's off.
Elder Bear.
He's been off for the last couple of minutes.
He's saying we've never spoke before. We 100% have spoken before.
I will interlock.
Tell me how you took me then.
But that's it, bro.
Yeah, no, you can.
Okay, hold on. Other animal, we'll get back to you in a second. Just put your universe in the chat. I want to take a look. Wait, Elder Bear, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, someone else has your name if that's the case.
Oh, tell me how you cook me then.
Oh, well, maybe it's not.
Seem to
Maybe
remember
it's a
it
different.
so well.
Maybe it's a different. Oh, it is him.
They all sound the same. Yeah, they all sound the same.
It is him. Oh, Elder Bear. Because you're the one that says, like, well, it can't be flat because there's mountains and bumps and stuff.
Explain how you cooked me. Come on.
Yeah, I got you. You were talking about how the Earth has bumps and mountains and hills and stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah, not flat.
These guys are the lowest IQ, man. Holy smoke. So you're saying because there's
Look out
bumps.
of your window. It's obvious to everybody. Just look out your window.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Well, but the fact that you think flat earthers are talking about a smooth earth, that says a lot about you, not about us. Why would you think that flat earthers are referring to a smooth earth?
You haven't provided this flat bit yet.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, yeah, where's that?
You're dead ass? Are you actually dead ass? It's crazy that you guys actually think like this. You know, flat earthers exist because of the way the
Where is
earth
this flat bit?
behaves.
Where's the flat bit you're talking about?
The whole earth. What do you mean? You're saying that there's mountains?
Two horizontal planes, right?
Where's the flat bit?
Bro, hold on a
What are you looking
second.
for?
Hold on a second. Can you walk through like an example with me real fast? So let's say, are you inside of a room right now?
No, I'm on the beach.
Okay. So can you imagine being in a room? Have you ever been in a room before?
I can't see how it's going to help me with this flat earth that I'm
I got
looking
you.
for.
I'm definitely going to help you out. So a
I
room.
don't think so.
Maybe he's never been in a room before.
Go on.
So you have a room and then you have a
Go on,
floor.
explain how a room is flat earth.
Well, yeah, I'm going to show you how just because something is not smooth doesn't mean it's not flat. We're going to walk you through a very simple example and then we'll extrapolate that out into bigger examples. So can you walk with me here? We have a floor inside of a room. Would you consider that floor to be flat?
No idea.
Okay, so do you have a home?
Describe things as flat. Describe things as flat if they look like that.
Do you have a home?
You can't measure it.
Do you have somewhere to rest your head? Hopefully, you have a room.
Yeah, my pillow's not flat.
Okay. See, he's squirming. He's squirming, chat. This is how he got cooked last time. So
Ask
we
me
have
where I rest my head on the pillow.
Okay, cool. But is that in a room? We're trying to get you to understand that there's room with a floor. You're struggling.
And?
So we have a floor. Is your floor convex, concave, or neither?
I've never really measured it to be sure.
So would you say it's concave, convex, or neither?
I said I haven't measured it. Looks pretty flat.
Well, you got 3 options here, bud. So why don't you pick one?
He said it looks pretty flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that meaning, like, it could be concave or convex, but it just looks flat? Is that your position, or what?
What concave or convex are you talking about?
Exactly.
You got a room like
I would
that?
imagine. No, actually, no. I would say that it's not concave or convex, leaving one other option. Okay, so now that we have the floor not being concave and not being convex, let's take a carpet and we put the carpet on the floor. Is the floor now concave, convex, or neither?
How does this relate to what you see outside
Just
the house?
I know you're squirming. I know this is like
No, I'm not.
stressful.
I
Okay,
mean,
great.
if
So
somebody
we're just
built
talking about a
it,
room with carpet.
if
We're just talking
somebody
about a room
built
with a
it, they would have
carpet. Can
built
you
it
answer the
like that,
question?
hopefully.
This is a lot of
within a
yappuccino.
little tolerance.
I'm giving you A, B, or C answers. So either it's A, B, or C. It's
I mean, I have to
concave.
answer your ABC, does it?
Yeah. Well, the fact that you're not answering says a lot
Yeah,
about
you think
you
a
and
table
not
is
very much
flat
about
Earth.
me.
I mean, you think a table.
Hold on.
A
Actually, been
table's flat
talking.
Earth.
No one even
My
mentioned a
floor is
table.
flat
Elderbear,
Earth.
this is how you got cooked last time.
No, it's
I'm
not.
asking you one more time. Yeah, you're getting cooked right now. So you've got a floor with a carpet on it, and you've got 3 options. You have A, the floor is convex, B, the floor is concave, or C, neither. We just need one simple answer, please.
Yeah, the carpet's not as flat as the floor it's on.
Okay, so we're gonna ask you one more time because you got your tap dancing shoes on today. You feel like tap dancing? So we have a floor with a carpet on it. Is this floor and carpet combo? Is this A, convex, B, concave, or C, neither?
I said it looks flat. The carpet's a bit rucked up though. That's not as flat as the floor looked.
Okay.
The carpet was.
So we have A, B, or C. Can you just pick one?
I told you. Told you what it looks like.
Well, we don't need a bunch of yap. We just need A, B, or C.
How about if I pick D, all of the above, because it's zigzags?
Yo.
I told
Relax.
you what it looked like.
I'll
I
get to you
told
in a
you
second.
the floor looked
I didn't
flat.
ask you that. I didn't ask you
Carpet
that.
not so flat.
We have A, B, or C.
Well, you pick whether that's A, B, or C.
No. Why do I need to pick for you? I don't need to pick for you. Just either with the carpet now in addition to the floor, because previously the floor was not concave, not convex. So then we put a carpet down on it.
I don't know. I say
Is the floor now, bro? Is the floor now concave or convex with the addition of the carpet
on it?
Mm-hmm.
No, the floor is as it was. The carpet's something else.
There we go. Wow.
Wow.
So the floor doesn't change. Doesn't matter what you put on top of the floor, right? It's still a flat floor. Now,
yeah, I might lose
this
signal
would also.
I'm on the beach.
Thank
Hang on.
God.
I'm on the
Thank
beach,
God.
so I won't be running if you lose me. Okay, I just lost contact.
Thank God. Well, this also applies to those waves. Those waves on the water are no different than the carpet.
Looking at them. No, don't be ridiculous. Where's the carpet? I mean, is the
Hold on. Remember, you said the carpet was what? It was
under the
roughed
water.
up. Hold on. You said the carpet was roughed
the
up.
floor. Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
But under the
Carpet's
waves,
rocked up.
under the waves,
Oh.
where's the flat bit, the floor?
Okay, well, if the
Hello?
water was at rest.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Under the water carpet, where's
No,
the
it's not
flat
under
bit?
the water, bro. The water itself is the floor.
You said it was. You said the water was the carpet.
Bro, the waves are the carpet. My God.
They're like the carpet,
Yeah, they're definitely not flat.
like the undulations in
Yeah.
the carpet.
Well, the
But they
carpet's
are on
rocked up. Dude, holy fuck. These guys are literally low IQ retards.
It's brain rot. Yeah.
Genuinely fucking retarded. They're broken into oblivion. He's like, yeah, but the carpet's rocked up, therefore the floor is not flat. No, you actually said it right. The floor doesn't change.
You want some
regardless of the
entertainment?
carpet.
Get your friend
Yeah.
there to define flat. And you watch how long this conversation goes for.
Okay. Well, just for the audience, we'll get to that as well. But like the waves is the carpet. Okay, when
it's
the
for the
water is
audience.
not. Yeah, because you're dumb. You're low IQ, bro. We're roasting you for the audience's pleasure at this point.
I'm
Right, Tito?
wondering if he can follow a hypothetical for a moment, and if he could tell us what he thinks. Is that Timbo? Yes, quick.
Yeah, I got him, Chad. Yo, Timbo,
Just exactly what I said. I was just wondering if Elderbear could follow along with a hypothetical for a moment and tell us.
Yeah,
what
go for it.
The surface of the ocean would look like if it was at rest.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it's not a rest, is it?
What would it look like? What if it was?
We're not interested in that. We're
Hey,
interested in the floor.
Hey, bro. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning? How would you feel?
Hungry?
You can't do hypotheticals, bro. Fucking no point talking to you. Sorry, CB, take it away, man.
Yeah, this guy he's retarded. He's like, well, we've never actually. The fact what you said in the chat means you got cooked again. He said, you've never spoken to me, let alone cooked me. No, we had this conversation last time you were here, dude. I cooked you the same thing. You don't know what flat means. You keep saying, well, there's bumps. Yeah, my floor with carpet has bumps too. Still flat floor. The waves on the ocean, that's bumpy too, like the carpet, but it's still a flat surface, period. Bumps don't change that. Period. Like, it just doesn't, that's you saying, but there's bumps doesn't mean any fucking thing because that's not curvature either. We're simply talking about surfaces that either are rounded or curved in some way or they are not. That's it. Texture and topography and all bumps and lumps and grumps and all that doesn't change anything. What does this guy think? Is he Fergie? What is that name? Doesn't she have a song? My lumps, my lumps, my lumps. Like, bitch, get out of here. My hump. Elder Bear, bro. You need to wake up, man. Change his name to Fergie Bear or some shit. Holy.
Yeah. This is just childish semantics. Because obviously, flat Earth is just a very quick 2-syllable, low effort, low energy way to describe a level, stationary topographical plane. Right? When we're having this discussion, we don't want to say all those words, all those syllables every single time. So the way to just shorten it down into just 2 syllables, just say flat Earth. But when we say flat Earth, that's equivalent to a level, stationary topographical plane. Okay, that's all that means. So
Yeah, but it's not flat. There's hills and trees and valleys.
Yeah, but there's
I lost connection. Sorry.
The floor is all rocked up.
So
No, well,
Elderbear,
you know, the floor.
yeah, Elderbear would have
The floor
to
looked flat.
to demonstrate
Then
that he's not
carpet,
completely
and then he
strawmanning our
correlated the
position.
carpet to be in the
He would
sea.
have to show us
Yes.
a clip or two of any serious flat earther who's not trolling that denies the existence of hills, mountains, and valleys and dips and anything else
Yeah.
like this as a deviation from
They actually think that. Isn't
generally
that
horizontal
crazy?
surface.
Right. The fact that they actually think we're denying hills and
Where's the flat
mountains
bit,
means
though?
they're retarded.
This is just brain rot.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, but where's the flat bit then?
Well, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Okay, CB, hold on. Elder Bear, were you not listening to what Reb Landers was saying?
No, I told you I lost connection.
Oh my god.
Classic.
Convenient.
Yeah, very convenient. And it's funny you'd ask.
I told you I was on the beach, and the satellite couldn't find me, and now I'm above.
Lord, he's trolling me.
Above the land, and the satellite's found me again, and now I can hear you. That's all. It's very simple. No conspiracy, no convenience.
I'm going to say stop the cap, because it's highly probable you're not using a satellite in the first place.
You'd have to demonstrate that.
Well, just chuck that in for your amusement.
No, you're the only one amusing yourself. Go away, child.
Yeah. No. So under the carpet of the waves.
Yeah.
Where is the flat floor?
Yeah,
we tried to get you to entertain a hypothetical, which you wouldn't answer. Yeah, facts.
Elder.
We're gonna help you.
Yeah, but where is that?
Yeah,
Elder,
we're gonna help you.
Remember when you asked for the flat bit, right?
You gotta stop yapping.
Yeah, Elder, you asked for the flat bit, right? Yeah. Have you heard of about a dozen places on Earth that are called salt flats? You know why they're called salt flats? It's because the Earth is a spinning, curving globe. That's why they're called salt flats, right? Because the Earth is a curving globe. You know that, right?
Which salt flat are you talking about?
I mentioned all of them at once. I said, have you heard of the dozen? Doesn't matter which one.
Pick one.
The Bolivian salt flats. Yeah. The Bolivian ones. I think that's like the largest one.
What elevation? What elevation is that?
Why does that matter? How's that relevant?
10 foot, 10 mile, 3 foot, 8.2 inches. Yes. It's flat. Hence the name Salt Flats. You fucking sped.
Yeah, it's 4,000 meters. It's 4,000 meters high. So does that mean that you only find flat sort of parcels of land, or fairly flat, because there is elevation change on the flats, but you only find that at over 4,000 feet or 4,000 meters?
How did you come to that conclusion?
Right.
Because one particular piece of ground is at whatever elevation, all of a sudden they've all got to be at that elevation. You are fucking broken in the head.
Is a piece of paper flat?
But that's ridiculous. You've chosen as postage.
You're the one that fucking said it.
Is a piece of paper flat?
Don't worry, I'll get around to saying something dumb too.
Sorry. One sec. What about Lake Eyre in Australia? What elevation's that at? It's not.
You found
it holds water, right?
You found
below sea level
piece of land.
Below sea level, right?
Below sea level.
Where it is.
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
Looking for the flat. Yeah, but that's the carpet.
It's full of water. It's full of water at the moment, and you know what that water is? Completely flat.
It's a hole in the ground. Filling a hole
completely
in the ground.
Flat, that water. It's full of water, and the water's completely flat.
Well, below sea level. I doubt it. You couldn't prove it. And I don't think you have. And you haven't.
Here's another way. Here's another way. I can cook you in another way right now. Well, I would present to you that
I'm not even simmering.
You're fucking air fried, bro.
You're too stupid to realise you're cooked. That's why.
No. Listen. CB
I would present to you. No.
Yes.
Hang on. You said there was a room.
Yeah. No.
Flat floor and a rucked up carpet, and then you said the sea represents the carpet. And I'm asking you.
No. I said the waves represent the carpet. The waves represent the carpet.
Okay, well, the waves then. But where is the floor?
Well, when the water's at rest, which we tried to get you to entertain earlier, which you wouldn't.
It's not at rest, though.
I know, but this is a hypothetical.
Large bodies of water at rest. No.
Okay, Elder Bear.
This guy's retarded.
T-Dub clearly said to you, would you entertain a hypothetical? But the water's never at rest.
If it was, in a hypothetical scenario.
Bathtub, you mean?
No, just any body of water. Any body of water, would you say that the surface is either convex, concave, or neither?
Yeah, what about in a water level?
Measure it to be sure, wouldn't it?
Well, it can only be doing one or the other.
What about in the water level?
Yes. Actually, hold on. Let me just get to the end of this, and I'll pass it on with the water level thing because I think it's helpful as well. I would present to you that any surface is dichotomous in nature. Either it's curving or isn't. So
that's
those
what
are your only options.
you think.
No. I can this. You
Well,
can.
that's false, isn't it?
Well, show me a third option. What's the third option? Because I'm presenting this as a true dichotomy.
Both of those are false,
What?
aren't they?
No, they're not. It's a true dichotomy, as far as I'm concerned. You either have
reality.
surfaces that are either curving or surfaces
if
that
it's
are
true,
not.
then there's a truth.
Hello. You would need to present to me a third option. I don't think you can do that.
There's a truth element in one of those, which is which
Is he cutting out?
is your truth.
He's cutting out. Because he said, well, a body of water at rest, I'm saying, is either convex, concave, or neither.
Which is your
It's
truth.
clearly
Yeah.
neither. You need to drop out and rejoin, dude.
God damn.
Which is your
This is
truth.
really bad. There's no my truth. This is everyone lives in the same reality.
The globe or the flat bit?
There is no globe bit, bro.
Which
You
is
need to
your
drop out
truth?
and rejoin. You need to drop out and rejoin.
The globe or the flat bit?
What the? You need to drop out and rejoin, dude.
Yeah, I'm cutting out a bit.
His signal is trash.
That's not convenient. It's just where I am. No, I said in that dichotomy. Well, you presented it as a
I
dichotomy.
didn't say anything about
true
globe,
dichotomy.
though.
So you must have a truth.
Thank God.
No.
Yeah. So in the dichotomy, it wasn't globe or flat. Pay attention.
Which is your truth? Which is your
listen,
truth in that?
dude. Elderbear, we're just gonna ban you out of here if you don't listen. This is getting old fast.
I know.
The dichotomy was surface curving, surface not curving.
Hey,
if you're going to say that's not a true dichotomy, we need at least a third option. Go ahead, Tito.
Timbo, but would the Elder Bear, would you agree that there's a like a horizontal reference plane? You there? Would you agree there's a
horizontal can be established?
Yeah. Would you agree there's a horizontal reference plane which things are referenced?
Yeah, reference, yeah.
Yeah, which things are referenced from?
Yeah, but not in and of itself. You'd have to establish it.
With what? What's a tool you could use to establish it?
Well, there's different tools that will.
What about a water level? What about a water level? What about a water level?
Yeah, water level would be okay.
Why? Why would that? Why could you use that?
Because it is a law of communicating vessels.
Yeah, what's that say?
Well, it says that the points of equal elevation will be at the same elevation, and so it will be horizontal.
Yeah, dictated by
so that
what?
would be a straight line, right?
Yeah, but dictated by what within your water level?
Dictated by the water, Elder Bear, right?
Yeah.
Dictated
by the surface
water?
of the water at both ends. By the surface of the water at both ends, right, Elder Bear?
So would now that we've established the horizontal reference plane, would that reference plane be a straight line?
By the water.
Yeah. So it would be a straight line, right?
By the water levels in the water level.
Would that be a straight line?
By the water levels in the water level in the tool. Yep.
Yeah, so between the left point and the right point in the water level, would that be a straight line?
Got him.
Yeah, this is how you get cooked, Elder Bear. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I think that was
It's when he starts. It's very easy.
Yeah, it's a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a straight line. So would straight.
Yeah, I said it was a straight line. Can you hear me?
No, we can't.
Go on. Go on.
All right. So it's a straight line, right?
on, then.
So would you say that straight line is flat? Hello?
Hello?
Is that straight line flat?
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Bad connection area.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Is that straight line flat?
Did he get banned?
He's like 2 minutes behind.
I wouldn't describe it as flat.
You wouldn't describe a straight line
horizontal.
from one point to another as flat.
No, it's just a line.
Okay, so what you're avoiding, you just have a problem with the word flat, then, don't you?
He doesn't like the word flat.
Flat would kind of infer a plane.
Yeah, but so do you just have a problem with the word flat?
No, because we don't have to. We have the horizontal reference.
Okay, so my horizontal reference, right? So from that water level, I'm going to be on a flat.
Find a
Just hang on, dude. So I'm going to be on a surface, and one side of the water. Hang on. One side of the water level is going to be 4 feet off the ground, and the other side of the water level is going to be 5 feet off the ground. So over that distance, let's call it 100 meters, there's going to be 1 foot of variance in the flatness. So my flatness is 1 foot over 100. 1 foot over 100 meters. That's my variance of flatness. That's a technical term used in engineering. Are you happy with that? Because you can use the word flat.
No,
right?
so it's not flat. You've measured the surface to be not flat. That's what you're saying.
I didn't measure. I'm not talking about the surface. We're talking about the horizontal.
You measured the surface, and you found it wasn't flat.
Okay, so. Yeah, so what we're doing, of course, there's undulations in the land. So what we're talking about is a horizontal reference plane, right? That you agree.
So the Earth's not flat. That's what I said.
Okay,
I said
so
the Earth's not flat.
The reference to the Earth is the horizontal plane, right? Hello?
That's not the surface, though.
Okay, the reference to the Earth, where you get your up
not the
and
surface.
down
The
elevations. Yeah, I know. You have this weird niche idea that you're smarter than everyone else because you worked out that this place is 1 foot high and that place is 2 foot high. But the measurement from the 1 and 2
that's reality.
is a horizontal reference plane that you measure from. So the measurement from that is the flat reference plane being the Earth.
No. The reference is the reference.
Okay, so
the Earth is not the reference.
I know. It's fucking crazy, isn't it, Mick?
Oh, this is insane.
So when you measured, hang on,
Mr. Bear,
when you measured a 1 foot drop,
hang on, Mr. Bear,
hang on,
I gotta get in here. I gotta get in here.
You measured a 1 foot drop.
Mr. Bear, let me give it a shot. All right, Mr. Bear, do you see my pictures I posted in the chat? 57 minutes past the hour.
No,
you can't read.
No,
you really don't.
No, I've got a bad connection.
So you have no ability to see any images.
Is it a flat connection, or
you can explain it? Go on.
You're flatlining.
No, he doesn't like those words. He won't agree with anything with flat in it.
You measured an elevation change. Who was it? Was it Tim?
No.
Yeah, from a horizontal reference plane. Yeah, so my horizontal reference plane is water.
Yeah.
Right, because I've used a water level. So anywhere I go and the water is calm and stationary, it's the same as using a water level. So that my horizontal reference plane is the length that I'm using.
It is.
Yep, it is.
No.
I use them every day, mate. You've never built anything in your life.
It's not a rest. It's impossible.
Is it rocked up?
Yeah, like the carpet.
It's still flat though. It's still flat though, eh? It's still flat.
Not at rest. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
we're interested in the floor.
The carpet's flat.
Carpet.
They're both flat.
Yeah,
Mr.
so
Bear.
now he's avoiding
when
it.
you measure this
Yeah.
elevation, hang on.
See,
Yeah,
When you measure this
from my
elevation
horizontal
change,
reference plane that I got from water, right?
yeah, from
You
horizontal
agree that the
reference,
water is a
from your
horizontal
horizontal
reference plane?
reference,
Yeah.
a water
flat.
level, a water level's a tool for that, for establishing a horizontal reference, yeah, but not the
Yeah,
sea.
no shit. No, I didn't say
Yeah,
the sea.
there you go.
I didn't say the sea. I didn't talk
You
about the
said the
sea.
water was, those large bodies
Yeah.
of water were the same,
I was just talking about a lake.
but they're not.
Just a small
Yeah, but
small
that's not
lake.
either.
Why not?
Yeah, that's not a water level
Why not?
They're still level.
because it's not a tool for that. That's not.
Right.
It's not a tool.
Yeah,
Okay,
It's the surface you're trying to measure.
One
That's
sec.
not the
So-
reference.
So you just shut up. You're using you're using water to get a horizontal reference plane. That lake is a water level.
No.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yes.
matter whether that tool is using that. You're using water to reference on that tool. So I've got a small lake and I'm using that as a water level. Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, because it's not.
So what's
I've
the
just come
difference
from the
between
sea.
me?
I've just come from the
What's the-
sea, and the sea.
I'm not
is definitely
talking about the
level and
sea.
flat.
Not talking about the sea.
Well, a lake.
So I'm using.
I've never seen a lake.
It's a very simple
that's like
question, Elder Bear. What is the difference between the water in my water level and the water in my small lake?
As communicating vessels.
That doesn't mean anything. No.
Are they? Do all bodies of water behave the same or no?
Yeah, man, this guy's got
Depends on the
Alzheimer's.
forces. Depends on the forces that are acted upon.
Well, how about how about this, right? So, what's the property of liquid, the surface of liquid when it's at rest? What's the properties of it?
Depends where it is.
What is the properties of the surface of liquid when it is at rest?
Which liquid you're talking about?
Any.
What, the sea?
When liquid, let's say water. When water.
Well, you just said the sea's not at rest, so you can't use that.
When water is at rest, what property does the surface have and display and measure?
Well, if it's in a tool, you could use it as a horizontal reference.
Why?
What the fuck?
Because you have communicating vessels.
Yeah, but
what is it? What is it? What is it about the surface? What is it about the surface? What is it? No, bro. What is it about the surface of the water that allows you to be able to use it as a tool to establish a reference plane?
Within a water level, it establishes a horizontal reference.
Yeah, why? What is it about the property of the surface in the tool?
Yeah, I don't know if it seeks, but it will establish itself, an even elevation. Yeah.
You can't. You are so hard not he can't. He can't. He can't do it. He can't.
You can call it level. Yeah, you can call it level.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So any body of water, right? If it was at rest, would be what?
Curved.
Level. There you go. Thank you.
No, curved.
Yeah, but you
are really arguing against Ghost. You're arguing.
That's not the sea.
You're arguing against Ghost, bro. If it was at rest, though, no, you just agreed that if you agreed. No, you agreed, Elder Bear.
I agreed.
No, you agreed.
Will...
No.
Yeah.
You agreed that if any body of water is at rest, the property of its surface will be level, which is also synonymous with horizontal and the word flat. Go and cry in the corner with your knees tucked up to your chin.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, maybe right before you do that, go in the chat, grab a save to disk, and print out a few pages of what I posted here, and maybe use those as Kleenex while you're at it.
Oh shit!
If you gotta look at something to remind you of these facts, I think my 5 little screenshots here would do you justice in that regard.
Damn, talk your shit.
Yeah, it's Ed was there.
Elder Bear, do you agree you can use the term flat in engineering?
Ooh.
Possibly.
What do you mean, possibly?
Well, you could say it looks flat.
Okay, is flat an engineering term?
There is some tools that are called flats, but I don't think flat is necessarily an engineering term. You need to measure
Yeah,
it.
it is. It is. So it's used in a way so that you can get a distance over something, and then you have a change in they call it a change in flatness. So if you have 1 millimeter up, 1 millimeter down, right? So this is your grade of flatness, an engineering term of flat. So the term flat, you can have one end and the other end still the same height, right? On the same level, and then in between you can have, say, a sheet of metal, and it goes up and down 1 millimeter. So over that distance, it's 2 meters with a flatness of 1 to 2 millimeters.
Yeah, it's like your water level you described, isn't it?
No.
You had a water level.
So
hang on.
So
you
now
had a
you'll
water
agree.
level, and you
So
said
now
it was
you'll
5
agree.
foot one end.
All right.
And
So
4
now
foot
you'll
the other.
agree. So now you'll
So
agree
that's the
that
elevation
engineers use the term flat, right?
No, I don't have to agree with that because you enforce it. Why should I? Just because you
Okay,
raise your voice doesn't make me enforce me to do anything.
What's the point of having a conversation with you then?
Well, I was having a conversation, but he doesn't want to answer. So when you had your water level and you said it was 5.
Oh, fuck off.
This guy's fucking done, man.
Aw, that's too bad. I was listening to him.
He's got to be in a fucking
You guys,
retirement home or some shit.
You guys got to stop muting people that are just, annoying.
No,
You
he's been around.
Angela, I have a question.
He's annoying.
What did?
Yeah, we don't
Angela,
need your help with the moderation thing.
Yes.
Angela, I have a question for you. What did you get out of that from Elder?
Well, not so much from what I got out of Elder, but from what I got out of your description of what a horizontal plane is. I came to the conclusion that wherever you're standing, at the point you're standing, you have a horizontal plane underneath you. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
Okay, so the problem is not necessarily that Elder Bear was muted because he was saying anything of value. It's just that the conversation ended abruptly, right?
Yeah, I was busy listening to it, so you might say that might be one reason why, yeah.
Okay, well, what's the other reason? That Elder Bear got muted and you liked what you
I don't know if he was going to finish saying something. He was in the middle of a sentence and saying something, and you guys didn't even let him finish.
What he did say, what did you actually take away from it?
Well, I believe he was talking about, how you can measure anybody actually can measure what their horizontal plane is at any point on the globe, whether you use water as your form of level or whether you can use anything else as a form of level, such as a plumb bob or whatever, to find your horizontal plane. But once you find your horizontal plane, that's when you guys run into a problem.
No, not necessarily. I mean, the things that you just articulated there, no one had any contention with.
Well, would you like to hear what the problem is?
Well, then bring up the problem. What was the problem?
All right. Is that horizontal plane that I'm standing on right here in Los Angeles the same horizontal plane that you're standing on wherever you're at?
Well, that's a good question, but that had nothing to do with what they were talking about. Because in theory, according to that theory, taking a water level at any point, they wouldn't. The lines connecting them would not actually be level.
Well,
but somebody hopped in and said yes.
The flat surface on one end of the tube versus the other one on the other tube, right? They would be diverging, technically speaking, in relation to that line that would be connecting the two. Ever so slightly, of course.
The reference point that I'm talking about, and again, I'm just going to be very brief on this. The reference point I'm talking about is my reference point where I'm standing and the horizontal plane that's going out from where I'm standing.
That extends out from below you, right? From
correct.
From the point
in all directions, 360 degrees. Is it the same one that you're on?
Are you saying it's a horizontal plane?
I am at sea level, standing, using a plumb bob to find my horizontal plane, and the answer is yes, it's a horizontal plane.
Right. Okay. It's a horizontal plane. Okay.
Correct.
So if I pick any point along that horizontal plane, right, is perpendicular to it vertical?
No, not yes. In that case, yes. On my plane, yes. But again, we're dealing with my plane. I'm not.
At any point, right? At any point along your horizontal plane, perpendicular to that plane, will be vertical, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, what that tells you is, hold on. Now you're going to let me finish this one, I hope, because what that tells me is that you're looking at my reference point, my horizontal plane. And all the points off in all directions are with vertical, perpendicular lines going straight up every time you pick a point. That's correct. But what about your horizontal plane? Is it the same horizontal plane that I'm standing on?
Mine will be the same as yours, yes.
No, it won't.
It will have, it will. It'll have the exact same properties.
So we should be able to measure.
So I can establish a horizontal plane, a reference plane, right, at the point that I will be standing, right.
Correct.
And and then at any point along that horizontal plane, perpendicular to it is vertical.
Correct, except will those vertical lines be parallel to my vertical lines?
Well, yeah, they have to be.
No, they won't be. That's the difference.
They will. They will.
Well,
you
can demonstrate that.
Imagine,
you can demonstrate
let's imagine, right? Because you're actually agreeing with flat Earth right now, and you don't even realize.
No, I'm not. You're trying to make things up and lying to me by saying that.
Bro. Let's hypothetically give your horizontal plane physicality. Okay, now you can walk out along it.
I'd rather stay put and just imagine
No. You've already agreed that at any point along your horizontal plane, perpendicular to it,
has a vertical.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do you establish your vertical?
You can do the same thing you did at the point where I established where the horizontal plane was. Absolutely, sure.
Okay, so let's say you extend that horizontal plane out to like 1,000 miles.
Okay, hold on a second.
And no, I'm not going to hold on a second. And you could give physicality to your horizontal plane, and you could walk along out on it to 1,000 miles distance, and you dropped a plumb bob. Will that plumb line be perpendicular to that plane?
Perpendicular to the plane at the point of that plumb bob, yes, but not parallel to the vertical that I'm standing on anymore.
Okay, all right. So welcome to flat Earth, bro. Because
no, it's not, and you can't keep saying that because here's why.
It is.
Well, it's nice of you to say that. Prove it.
Here's why.
Prove it.
Because as a glober, you would think that your vertical along that horizontal plane is going to be now at any point. Besides one point on your plane that you've established,
it's on a different plane.
Will not be perpendicular. Your vertical will not be perpendicular to that plane any longer once you extend past the point of origin. Because your vertical.
Okay. Since you started muting me, I'm done. Bye, guys.
Is a radial. Right. Okay. Or you don't want to hear it.
No, what I don't want you to do is to lie to me, and you're lying to me.
No,
so stop lying.
No. hey, is your vertical radial to the center of the Earth?
It's not the same vertical anymore. The minute you move out away from me, it's no longer the same vertical that I'm standing on.
Right, which means at any point along that horizontal
it isn't parallel either.
So, right, at any point along your horizontal plane won't be perpendicular. Vertical won't be perpendicular to it.
The problem is the further out you go on my horizontal plane, the minute you drop that plumb bob isn't going to be vertical to my plane anymore. Because
that's what I was saying, and you already agreed that it would be.
No, on my plane, if you were taking a vertical line from my plane straight up, 90 degrees perpendicular, yes, it would be parallel to my vertical. But the minute you take a plumb bob, why is my plumb bob no longer showing that line is parallel anymore?
You already agreed that it would be. You already agreed that it would be.
No, you misunderstood me and lied to me, and now you think that gives you the right to tell me that.
Heard quite clearly. No, I asked you, and the audience heard you quite clearly where I said, at any point along your horizontal plane.
My horizontal plane, yes.
Yes, will perpendicular
and the reference
to it.
Only perpendicular to it. I'm not going to use a plumb bob though. The minute I use a plumb bob, those lines won't be parallel. But if I go perpendicular to the plane itself, because the center of gravity is pushing down towards the center of the Earth.
What is vertical for you?
90 degrees perpendicular to the plane that I'm standing on at my point of reference, right where I'm standing.
Same thing.
And I asked you at any point along, and I
I
asked
can
you,
no longer use a plumb bob.
and I asked you at any point along your horizontal plane, at any point, not just one point, at any point, will perpendicular to that plane be vertical? And you said
10
yes.
miles out, I'm going to be 25 feet above the water.
Now you're saying no, it won't be.
Because I'll be 25 feet above the water, and now the plumb bob is not going to be pointing straight down anymore.
Will it or will it not be? Choose one.
Not if I'm using a plumb bob.
Right. So that's defining your vertical, right? Your plumb bob's defining your vertical.
The vertical over the point of the sphere that I'm standing on. That's
right.
the problem.
And if you chose a different point along your plane of reference, right, your horizontal plane,
it will never be vertical.
Right. Right. You're saying it
on
won't
my
be.
plane, on my plane that I'm standing on, going out in all directions. If someone else were to stand on my plane, the very same plane that I'm using as a reference point, and 100 miles away from me, used a plumb bob. I promise you this: their plumb bob, it won't be perpendicular to my plane. Right. Why is that?
So you already agreed, but you agreed that it would be. Earlier you said that because that's vertical,
I said it would be vertical. Would be 90 degrees perpendicular. Vertical is 90
Have
degrees
you got two definitions for vertical? Have you got
you
two
could use
definitions?
You can use a compass and a protractor to figure out what your 90 degrees perpendicular is on that plane.
Have you got two definitions for vertical?
But you cannot use a plumb bob because the plumb bob is going to use the center of gravity. Again, I'm going to rephrase it.
Have you got two different definitions for vertical?
No, I have one definition of vertical.
Right. Is your plane horizontal?
Yes, it is, from my reference point.
So at any point along that plane, perpendicular to it is what?
Vertical.
Right.
Except you can't use a plumb bob to use that to find that vertical. You won't find it.
So it won't be vertical then.
No, it won't. Once you go far enough out, it will not. It will definitely not be vertical. It will be slightly off center.
Yourself. You're talking.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that the plumb bob is going to be pulling towards the center of the gravity in the Earth, and because that horizontal line goes off.
I'm done with this idiot. I'm done with this idiot.
Because you're running away, you chickens. You fucking lied about it, and you're running away. Yeah, you liars is what you are. You're circle jerking liars, and you never get anything right. Thank you very much. Good night,
Angelo.
Trust me.
Great Angelo. Everywhere you move, your plumb bob will be vertical.
No, it won't, except at my reference point.
Can you show me a non-vertical plumb bob?
On my horizontal plane, it will not be vertical. If you stay out on my plane, you don't understand what I just said, did you?
You can't show me a plumb bob that's not vertical.
Yeah, Timbo, let me ask a question. Angelo, if you take a plumb bob in one position, I'm just going to rephrase the kind of questions being asked a little differently. Okay, you take a plumb bob at one position, you go out 100 miles or kilometers, whatever.
On that horizontal plane, on that particular plane.
No, just on the ground. On the ground.
Stay on that horizontal.
Different horizontal plane. Yes, the plumb bob will be vertical to your position, the new position you have. Yes.
Watch this. I'm just reframing it, right? So let's say you're on the water. You're just on the coastline. Okay. Take a plumb bob. You drop it. You get your vertical
90 degrees perpendicular, vertical.
Okay. From that
horizontal
position,
plane.
Right?
Yes.
From that position. Okay.
Right.
You boat out, drive out, whatever, navigate out 100 miles, take another vertical. From
You'll get a brand new horizontal plane, brand new one, a different one that's not the same as the original.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know it's not
because the plumb bob's telling you you've got a new one.
No, you don't.
No, hang on.
Vertically every fucking time.
Prove to me that it's perfectly straight down every time and is perpendicular and parallel. Both points. Neither point will be parallel.
Show me,
Angelo.
you can't show me a
Tell
plumb
Timbo
bob
to shut up and I'll listen to you, Milt.
Okay, you can't show me a plumb bob not vertical.
I'm not saying not vertical. I'm saying parallel to the original measurement. It'll never be parallel.
Stupid argument. You can't go 100 miles out. Hang on. You can't go 100 miles out on the same plane on a globe. Can you?
Which is the point that I'm trying to tell you.
So
You don't
never
do that.
show me. So you can never show me that the plumb bob changes, can you?
Yes, you can. You know how you do that? You build a structure that's perfectly perpendicular to the ground you're standing on, and then you go 100 miles away, build another structure perfectly perpendicular. They should be parallel, but they're not. For some stupid reason, they're not. I wonder what that could be.
Measure, and how can you measure the difference in the plumb bobs 100 miles away, retard?
Well, do it a couple of miles away. Try 2 radio towers in North Dakota that are a mile and a half apart, and there's a difference using a laser. You can use a laser bouncing it off and figure out the distance.
Okay. So now I've got 2 frames.
You can also use radar.
Shut up! I've got 2 frames.
No.
And each of the plumb bobs are now 10 meters long. Now
Timbo, you're hunting yourself out to dry. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Now I'm 10 miles away. Now I'm 2 miles away. What is
That's the
difference?
quickest I've ever beaten you guys to death.
You haven't beaten anyone, dude.
You haven't said anything, dude. Calm your tits.
You haven't fucking beaten anyone. So now I've got 2 structures 2 miles apart with 10-meter long plumb bobs. What is the difference between the height between the top of the plumb bob and the bottom of the plumb bob? What's the difference in distance between the two?
Are you talking about the length of the plumb bob or the distance between the 2 plumb bobs?
The distance between the 2 plumb bobs.
You're going to have a long enough plumb bob in order to show there's an actual difference. A 1-inch wide plumb bob, it's going to be very hard to do that.
Yeah, so how are you going to measure the plumb bobs being at a different degree?
I told you build a structure that is based on that plumb bob that goes straight up into the sky, and now you measure to find out if the 2 structures that you built are parallel. If there's, I promise you this: if there's any curvature based on the measurements, I'm going to finish this if you don't mind. I'm going to finish this if you don't mind. Ken, is it okay?
No.
Do you mind? Of course not, because you're going to run away from that. No, okay, I'll take you through the motions. You build 2 structures 150 feet high. You put them a mile apart or 2 miles apart. You make sure those structures are not affected by the wind. Tie them down, whatever you have to do. Make sure, again, measuring the structures to see that they're perpendicular to their horizontal plane using a plumb bob. Okay, each one of them. Okay, once that's done, you measure the distance between the 2 bases and the 2 tops, and if they don't measure equally, you've got some problem here. They're not on the same vertical.
What's the difference? Okay, so now we've got 200 to 150 meter structures. Now, what's the difference between the top and the bottom on a globe model?
It depends on how far apart they are.
Okay, 2 miles.
You'd have to figure out how much that curvature would be in 2 miles, and then that'll tell you exactly how far apart they should be.
You're saying we should be able to measure it?
We should be able to, yes, absolutely. And it has been measured, and it has been measured many times. Bridges are not built. Our bridges are not built with vertical structures that are 90 degrees perpendicular to each other. In other words, parallel to each other. They're built 90 degrees perpendicular to the surface that they're on.
Show me a measurement of 2 structures being built and the top being further apart than the bottom, please. The actual measurements, not
so
just the calculation.
Since you guys can't seem to understand, the measurements were done.
So you don't like
they were done with bridges.
You're quite happy to interrupt other people, aren't you? So get me the measurements of 2 structures being built that measure different at the top than at the bottom. Measurements, not calculations.
I know you're not going to let me do this. You're not going to let me say anything. So here's my final conclusion. You guys lost again. And I'm going to...
Angelo, shut the fuck up, dude.
What a clown.
Here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing, Angelo. You can go get your measurement of these bridges that were built, right? And you'll measure a difference in the distance between the top and the bottom. But at the same time, those pillars
to measure.
But in the engineering, let's say they do, right? Or they state
no, it's not even in the engineering. It was in a article that someone wrote saying if the Earth was a radius of 3,959 miles, due to the height and distance apart of these 2 pillars, then they would be 1 3/4 inches wider at the top than at the bottom.
Yeah.
This was not measured. This is a calculation. That's what it says in the article. And these guys keep on going back to this like it's a reference, like
of course,
it's silly.
Of course. And he's not even factoring in he's not even taking into account the fact that these bridges, when they are built in such a way, they're angled off a little bit to account for stress, right? The weight of the bridges and shit towards the middle. They have to deviate a little bit because, it's got to account for, all that extra weight and shit like that, right? So even if you did get that distance measurement, hypothetically, you would also have to have a measurement of the actual angle of the fucking pillars, right? How are you going to measure a perfect 90 degree on each one? You probably won't.
So how they pour these pillars, right? These pillars, what they do is they box out a section, they run up some Rio, and then they pour a section. So let's call it 2 meters of concrete at a time. I don't even think it's 2 meters because the heat's too much. It has a chemical reaction and it can combust. So they have to do small stages at a time. So if say these piers are 650 feet tall, right? So let's say they do 4 feet in a pour at a time. So you got to form the boards and then pour, and then take the boards off, form the boards, pour. Take the boards off, form the boards, pour. Now, the tolerance for... Sorry, I've got to get going.
What did he say? Damn.
Yeah, I don't know how to translate that, the kangaroo speak right there, but I think he had to leave.
He said hang on. Probably changing devices or something. I don't know.
All right.
But at any rate, Angela, it would have been great if you actually just provided the measurements that already existed, right? That were done years and years ago that led everybody to the conclusion before, all this shit was built and, whatever. Because it must have been known beforehand, right? Instead of, creating all these hypotheticals of, oh, well, maybe just do this in the future, that'll conclude it. It's like, no, it should have been done in the past. What was done? How was it determined already? Did somebody already do these distance measurements and shit? Like, how else would, come on. It's not like we're only just figuring this out now, right?
You want to talk to him?
I mean, sure, whatever. He's not going to start crying and leave.
I posted it in chat. I kept trying to type, but nobody looked in chat. It's in there about the Humboldt Bridge or the Humbert Bridge is one of them. One example where they actually did the measurements. Not only did the architects do the measurement and the designers do the measurement, but so did other people.
Okay. Well, maybe take that up with Timbo when he's back. But
nah, I'm done with Timbo. He keeps muting me. I'm not gonna go around in circles with him.
Well then. All right, well, then answer my question, man. What was done in the past to determine the dimensions of the globe, the radius, all these things, from which everything is based on, all these calculations? They're modeled off of all of this, right?
There's a lot of different things. I mean, you know that. I mean, if you go all the way back to the Greeks with Eratosthenes, and then if you go on forward to, the observations of the stars rotating in opposite directions, everything from celestial observations to ships going over the horizon. You asked for a timeline, and I'm giving you one.
I didn't ask for a fucking fire hose. Okay, let's start with one at a time. Okay, so you mentioned Eratosthenes. What did he do? Let's walk through.
He was just trying to figure out the circumference of the Earth. He was pretty accurate. He was well within, of 5%, I think it was.
Okay, so he's accurate within 5%. So what's the gold standard to compare his measurement to which to compare his measurement to?
Because everybody does this experiment. In fact, even grade schoolers do this experiment every year.
Everybody just repeats this method, right? And they get an average. That average is accurate?
Relatively accurate. Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, compared to what?
But okay,
you would think, right?
I already told you it's been done over and over again. I personally haven't done the experiment myself.
Yeah, that's fine. But you would think, right? If you have two distinct methods to arrive at a conclusion, right? You take one method, you do it multiple times, you get an average. Then you do the other method, you do it multiple times, you get an average. Then you compare them, right? Then there's a deviance between the two averages of the two methods, right? But then the question arises, which one's actually closer to the reality? And then from
what difference does it make if that measurement? What difference does that make if that measurement demonstrates that there's a circumference, and it seems to be accurate based on the shadows of the sun? It seems to be accurate.
Well, that's the issue, right?
And once you know the circumference, you can figure out the radius.
I understand that, but here's the issue, right? There's errors in all methods. So if you take one method,
how does that defeat the globe? How does a 5% error defeat the globe?
No, because you don't seem to recognize that you're still operating under several assumptions. So if you repeat, a test, so with a certain method, embodying several assumptions, you're going to get your average, of course. But you still have the underlying assumptions that were not rectified. They weren't.
No, they're called conclusions. They're not assumptions. And the more accurate they became. Hold on, I'm not quite finished. They are more accurate today than they are any other time.
You don't understand. You don't understand what I mean by assumptions. I'm not talking about the results. The results they fall within an average. That's fine. But the underlying assumptions leading to the devising of that method in the first place, they have not been reconciled. They're assumed to be givens, right? And then from that, it's like, okay, then we can take these numbers and run with it, assuming everything is correct, right? So the first assumption is that we do indeed live on a spherical surface, a curving surface. And number two, I think there's others. Maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong there. But then number two is the distance to the sun is sufficiently far so as to allow for the approximation of parallel light rays. Now, these two things have not been validated, not been confirmed, right? Or maybe they have. And then there was another method that was devised that uses other means, not like excluding these variables, to confirm the results of the first one, and then allow us to get closer and closer to the reality.
Right, so let's see if he's got something for that. What was the justification, validation for that first assumption that the Earth is a sphere?
I'm still trying to figure out what you're asking because I already gave you an example. You're trying to say that my example's incorrect based on the numbers I had. So I'd like to jump into a second example, one that's very easy for all flat earthers.
We're going through Eratosthenes right now.
No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, we are. You're going to justify right, for Eratosthenes the basis for his conclusion, which is that Earth is a sphere. Was that an ungrounded assumption, or did it have some sort of empirical validation? Go ahead. I'll unmute you.
Milk, like I said, I'm not dealing with Tubbs, so he can go fuck himself.
All right. Sure.
You were dealing with Kimbo before. Yeah. So I guess I'm not the only one that confuses them, eh?
This was your line of question.
Language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Wait. He wants to divert away from it, Mick. Exactly. I was just reiterating. So keep him on that. I'll unmute him. If he doesn't want to talk to me, that's fine, but keep him on that point.
Nah, fuck him. Fuck this guy. I've already spoken to him about this. It's not the first time he's heard me, grill him on this stuff. This is the same tactic. Tries to weasel around. Fuck this guy.
Okay then. It was. We got based femininity. Welcome in. You got any questions or comments, bro? Pipe up. Hugh561. Welcome in. Who else we got in this new? That looks like about it. Oh, someone just dipped. Who was that? No, not one of them guys. So if any of you two fellas want to have a discussion, there's plenty of people here willing to engage with you about this topic. Let's go. Least you could do is open your mic and acknowledge that we've greeted you. Say hi, maybe. All right, or at least respond in the side chat. Yeah, I'm at a party, I can't talk right now, or I'm busy at work, I'm just listening, whatever. Just, respond in some form, please. Okay then, fine. Be rude, bastards. Well, Mike, if you want to continue with him, we can, because there's nothing else happening. So.
I don't know.
I've got to mute up. I've got to mute up.
I don't know.
Okay. I'll unmute him. Do what you will. There's nothing else happening, and he's going to be the only content we've got at the moment. So be it. Somebody else might want to engage with him, but I've got to mute up and do some stuff, so I'm not going to be jumping in that much.
DB, you want to take a stab at it?
Can we move on from Aristophanes and to something else?
No, we just got started, man.
There's nothing to get started. The experiment was done. It's repeated all the time. It's been confirmed that his measurements were pretty darn accurate, and that's it. What more do you want?
To what, though? What compared to what?
compared to everyone else's same measurements. If they're all coming up with the same measurement, the conclusion is that we have a globe basically that has a circumference of about 24,000 miles.
Are you sure about that?
I believe I can give you the exact measurement. Hold on.
I mean, you can provide down to the fucking millimeter the length of these shadows and down to the foot in terms of the lengths of these distances. That's fine. But what has not been reconciled are the underlying assumptions. The light rays being parallel, the fact that we're on a surface that's curving to begin with, et cetera, et cetera. Because if you change those two, you can get similar results.
Yeah, you get different results in different parts. You're correct there, whether you're measuring near the equator or whether you're measuring up by the poles. But the polar circumference is about 40,000 kilometers or 24,800 miles. And the equatorial one is, can I finish telling you what they are, or you're not interested?
Your strawman position. I wasn't saying anything about the poles versus the equator.
Well, circumference on a sphere, you can either do it, longitudinally or latitudinally. You're going to have to do it one way or another.
Fine, but that's not what I was saying. That's what you're saying. What I was saying was, if you have a flat surface with a close light source versus a curved surface with a perfectly, positioned light source that's far away such that you get perfectly parallel light rays, right? You draw different conclusions with the same fucking measurements. What does that tell you? Unless these two assumptions are rectified.
If you're trying to tell me that if you make a measurements on a flat surface similar to what Eratosthenes did, you're going to get pretty much similar degree changes in light, assuming that the sun is far enough away, and not close enough, but far enough away that you get some form of, parallel line striking the Earth. That's the problem. With the local sun, you don't get any parallel lines. Obviously, we're getting parallel lines everywhere. But we do get parallel lines.
You don't get parallel light. That's the whole point. You don't have parallel light rays. A perfect simple as fuck tabletop example, literally. Right? Take a light source, put a couple vertically standing objects, put a light source right on top of it. Right? On one of them, you line up the other ones.
Over distance, you're right. Absolutely.
The one right below the light source, right? You get no shadow. Then the other ones, you actually get shadows.
Correct, and the further you go out, the longer your shadows are going to get. That's nothing new. Correct. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is in any location on Earth, you get parallel lines and shadows for things that are close together. Period. And you don't get that on a flat Earth.
What? Parallel lines
on a local sun, you will not get parallel shadows on objects close together with a local sun like you do with a distant sun.
So what's the threshold then?
Are you talking about in miles?
The distance threshold, whereby beyond this point we get sufficiently parallel enough, right? Shadows, and then anything closer than that.
Let's say on a longitudinal line. Let's say on a longitudinal line that goes through, say, Minneapolis, Minnesota, all the way down to the to the Mississippi Delta or whatever. And at sunset, let's just say we pick 20 different places along that line and put a stake up so that at sunset we measure those shadows that sunset makes. We're going to find that every one of those shadows is parallel during sunset.
Has anybody done that?
It was a thought experiment. I'm sorry I irritated you with a thought experiment, but you could do it if you want. There's not a flat earther that goes out and does any experiments.
Here's the problem. That's
the problem. You're absolutely right. Thank you for agreeing. Welcome to the Glober.
No, I'm saying what you're saying is the problem. Is you're not providing anything that has been done beforehand, corroborating with all the other methods.
No, that's been done every year in grade schools all over the country where they do Eratosthenes experiment.
Eratosthenes. Okay, thank you. So everybody's repeating the same method, right? Getting more or
coming
less
up
average
with the same average, yeah, same numbers
right?
too.
Yeah, okay, that's fine, but they have not rectified the assumption. Therefore, their conclusions are still, equally as unconclusive.
So you would like a supporting experiment that would demonstrate that this is another example of a globe then, which is why I say let's move on now. We have our first example that gave us a hint, hey, maybe this is a globe. Now let's move on with more experiments to prove it. Would you like some more?
So you agree that it's a hint, it's suggestive of, but not
That's
conclusive
exactly
of.
what it is. No, one experiment is never conclusive of it. But what's the problem here? Welcome to the globe Earth. The same problem with your horizontal planes that you guys were talking about earlier was one experiment, and I showed you exactly how that one completely blew you guys out of the water. Again,
No, what are you talking about, dude? They're all suggestive.
Sorry, Mick. Sorry, Mike. I've got to jump in. So what Mike's looking for is validation or justification, empirical validation of the assumption, so that it's not an assumption prior to doing Eratosthenes, not experiment. Okay, got it? So establish the Earth is a sphere and then use that method in order to calculate, not measure, but calculate its circumference.
I mean, either way, right? If it was established that the ground that we stand on is indeed spherical or curving, he or anyone who's doing this cuts the problems in half, right? Because at this point, there's two outstanding issues. You solve one of them, then half the issues are gone. So we become that much closer. Still not perfect, but
right, so
it's definitely a step closer.
If buts and maybes, and we want to turn it into not that. We want to turn it into established fact, right?
Yeah. All right, so hopefully he wouldn't just present us another method that also has 1, 2, 3, hopefully not any more than that, hopefully none, underlying assumptions that then, get carried forth as givens also. I'll take that.
Thank you. I literally had to step out of the room for a minute.
Okay.
I'm back. So what was the question?
My God.
I had to step out. I mean, come on. Bathroom called.
It was teed up.
Well, I think you're looking for more verifications for Eratosthenes.
The point was...
You want me to...
No. Okay, I'm going to pass it out for you.
I thought that's what milk was.
You've got some assumptions, right, that have made in order to... you've got a maybe, right? If the Earth is a sphere, and if the lights are reaching Earth parallel, then we can use this method in order to calculate roughly its circumference, right? Circumference value.
Estimated, yes.
Right? So what Mike wants is validation of those assumptions.
Right. Okay, now here, without using satellites, you can use geodesic surveys, for instance, which were measures over long distances and triangulation techniques that were used during that time over those long distances. That demonstrated curvature. It also determined the Earth's circumference. Plus, there's flight paths of airlines that are constantly going on that are confirmed even by flat earthers who took those flights and literally have flown, like, for instance, Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, and it didn't measure up right for anything but a globe.
That has baked in assumptions as well. So just something that's straight out confirms that the Earth is a sphere. That's the base. That's the
all
base
science has a base assumption. All science has basic assumptions. You're sitting there and trying to argue science now, scientific method, and you're reaffirming it for me. Thank you very much. It's those assumptions that allow us to come to conclusions.
Holy shit, bro. We want something that's done which leads to the positive conclusion. This plus that equals X.
And this is the
You're looking for a proof. You're looking for a proof, and unfortunately, it isn't there.
No, this is what's funny, man. Here you are.
You're saying there's no proof that the Earth is a sphere.
No, there is no proof the Earth's a sphere. There's no proof it's flat either.
Oh,
there you go.
Wow.
You know why? Because science doesn't do proofs. It's believed. It's understood that the Earth's a globe based on the preponderance of evidence. What a surprise! Welcome to science and welcome to Globe Earth again.
Angelo, what?
Yes, sir.
What makes you think we're doing science?
Why
are you calling this science?
Because that's what it is.
How?
The accumulation of evidence to come to a conclusion and discover, an explanation for why things are the way they are.
Accumulation of evidence that helps you come to conclusions.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what science is. My hypothesis is that the Earth's a globe, and then I went out and I looked for evidence to support.
Wait. So if I have a bunch of marbles on my table, and I accumulate the evidence as to how many marbles I have on my table.
No, that's a math problem. You can prove that. That's a math problem.
You just said accumulating evidence to help you arrive at conclusions.
I'm not accumulating numbers, though. I'm accumulating, evidence that points towards a numerical. Okay, the evidence is that all of these shadows that Eratosthenes had done basically demonstrated that if he was correct in his math, the circumference of the globe should be around 40,000 kilometers.
So he's accumulating numerical values.
Okay, so hold on. The next piece of evidence that the Earth's a globe.
Hang on. He's accumulating numerical values that have meaning, right?
He's making a measurement. Yes, that's a form of science.
Okay. Good. Okay, so he's accumulating
it's adding evidence.
Okay. So what's the difference between him doing that or, say, for example, if I take a ruler and I go around my house and I measure all the door frames?
Depends on what your hypothesis is. If you're measuring the door frames to see if they're perfectly rectangled or if they've shifted because of an earthquake, that might be a reason why you'd want to measure them.
So call that science, sir.
If you find that your door frames are no longer standing up straight, something happened. Now you have to figure out what caused it.
Science. So you call that science?
I call that science, yes, because you've accumulated some information that's outside the norm.
So are carpenters scientists, sir?
No, they're basically making measurements to build things unless they've run into a problem where they have to solve that problem by using the scientific method. In other words, for instance, if a carpenter is trying to figure out whether or not his molding is wide enough for the door.
The problem is, here I have these people that need a house. I'm going to build one, so I'm going to apply techniques, taking measurements, piecing things together, gathering information as to how to do all that the best way to solve this issue.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
And
so is he doing?
There's some science involved in it, especially when it comes to the foundation and to find out whether the soil below it can support the weight of the house.
Okay. So where do you draw the line between a
applied science and science? Right? There's two kinds now we're dealing with.
Okay, so there's two distinctions. There's a distinction between one category and another.
They call engineering as an applied science, okay? Because you're basically engineering and using math and other things and sometimes experimental science in order to find out whether or not there's a problem to solve before you actually start building. You want to make sure get your ducks in a row.
So applying the scientific method to better understand the natural world. Right, that's one category, but then engineering is another form or another type of science.
That's
basically.
applying the science that was used. Yes. Now, not only that, let's take a look at the fact that the computer you're using right now has applied science in it also.
Hang on. I understand there's a lot of chemistry and electronics
Physics.
and shit like that. Right? Yeah, all that stuff.
Quantum physics.
But applying science, but why? But applying science is not necessarily doing science, right?
It depends. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? You mean doing applications as a result of scientific research? Are you talking about just doing like the actual construction of the house is not science? No, where he actually goes and hammers the nails.
What I'm trying to say here is the definition that you're kind of throwing out there creates a very grayish area, okay, whereby almost everything can in some way, shape, or form be articulated or just somewhat justified as being a type of science.
I'll give you an example. Let's say he has a board he wants to nail up, and he's not sure.
Thereby basically nullifying the whole entire term as it applies to everything, making no distinction between anything and anything else. So there's no delineation between one profession. Because you're applying you're saying basically everything is in one way, shape, or form a science. There's no delineation between. But then what the fuck is science? If everything is science? Think about it. If everything is science, what is science? Everything? Who's not doing science? By your definitions. This is why it's important to have clear definitions. And some people would put forth the argument that unless you're studying the physical and natural world, performing observations,
that's the part of science where you're using the scientific method. You're absolutely correct.
Exactly. So therefore,
and the conclusions science is a result of those conclusions.
Right. So with that in mind, what science, not mathematics, not engineering, not any of that, applying the scientific method to study the world, what did people do using those techniques, right, to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe? Not doing measurements. And
they did measurements, and it wasn't just geometric shapes. They also used time as a factor. You know, how long did it take for things to travel from point A to point B, and so forth. Whereas if it were a flat surface, it would take longer. If things like that. Okay, that all demonstrated that we were on a globe.
Okay.
Then there was the observations with. Oh no, here we go. We're going to go into observational science now. The observation of the stellar motions of all the stars was another example.
So at that point, so they're not. They have no. At this point, you're not talking about anyone who's done any, variable manipulation to observe a cause and effect relationship.
Sure. Boats going out to sea, trying different sized boats and noticing that they all disappear from the bottom up. All of those things were more information that allowed us to come to the conclusion that the Earth's a globe. Welcome to the globe Earth again. Thank you for reaffirming my science.
All you're doing is affirming the consequence, dude, and you don't see it. This is fucking pathetic.
What I see is exactly what people do in science, which is when they get enough evidence, they come to a conclusion, and then they publish their conclusions. And if their fellow scientists think they're full of shit, they'll come out with they'll say your experimentation was wrong, your observations were wrong, all your data was wrong. None of that's happened. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I know you guys don't like it. It's like a hemorrhoid. I keep coming in here all the time and bother you. I'm going to say goodnight for now because I literally want to get some sleep so I can go see my doctor tomorrow. Wish me luck.
Good. Get out of here.
And welcome to the Glober. Thank you.
Yeah, you're funny.
That's based on assumptions and fallacies.
Affirm the consequent. That's all I hear, man.
Welcome to the globe Earth that I can't prove, and I admit can't be proven.
That's a good one. Observational science, man. I keep hearing that. Like, when did things branch off so as to create these two kind of parallel realities? Parallel sessions, the same fucking name, basically.
I mean, he couldn't even give a reason behind why Eratosthenes might have thought he was on a ball in the first instance. He didn't even give that.
Don't they all say they had a hunch because they saw something going over the horizon, out over the horizon?
Where's that? Where's that in their literature? But what is in the what is in the literature is
no idea.
They assumed that an eclipse is a shadow of a celestial body, and that celestial body being the Earth. And then there was attempts to use that in order to get a distance and circumference value and all that shit too. Yeah. And Aristarchus assumed he was on a sphere and tried to calculate distance to the moon, I think, using phases, angles from the surface of a sphere, no less, right? Angles, right? What else was done? It might be mentioned in ancient Greek literature that they viewed objects seemingly cut off from the bottom up, beyond at the horizon line. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I hear that a lot. I'd like to see some evidence of that. Actually, I haven't bothered checking it out.
I've only heard that. I think it was Plato, or Aristotle, that postulated that. But the others, it seems like everyone kind of has that underlying assumption. I don't know if they actually posed those questions, or it's just like, oh, everybody in fucking ancient Greece basically all thought the same thing. It's all just been lumped into one hive mind of an idea or some sort.
Hey guys, it's me, 0102. 0102. 0102. I'm really happy to be here, you guys, and to join the Flat Earth community.
So basically, so a proper scientific inquiry, right? If we want to go with his sort of fucking pseudo-scientific definition, right? Like, so when he said, it's going over the horizon, confirmed that Eratosthenes was correct about the Earth being a sphere. Okay, what else was done? What other variables? What other possibilities? What was conducted in order to eliminate other reasons or causes for seeing what you're seeing with the apparent bottom-up obstruction of view of an object as it travels into the distance? What other things were done, or did they just look at that and go, oh, that confirms Eratosthenes was correct? But are they just looking for, is it purely just confirmation bias? They've got this bias about thinking that they live on a sphere, and they'll go out and look for things in nature which might align with that ideology, as in things going over the horizon, right? Well, we'd expect that if we were on a sphere, and we see that, therefore it must be true, right? Or therefore that lends even more credence to the idea, right? Even if they don't say it's necessarily true. But they're saying, oh, look, more evidence, more suggestive evidence that's piling up now, right? Like, how can it not be, right? Is that it?
Yeah, kind of sounds like it. I'm hard pressed to not draw an analogy to the way they communicate their conclusions to something like this, right? Let's say there's a guy, and in his apartment or his house or whatever, he has a vault, right? And it's locked. You don't know what's inside, whatever, right? And then he comes to you and says, "Oh shit, I've been robbed. I had $1 million and it was stolen from me." And they're like, "Oh shit, okay, are you sure what's going on?" And he's like, "Yeah, okay." So he points to his table, right? And he says, "Oh, there's no, see my table's empty. There's no $1 million on it. It's because it was stolen." And you're like, "Oh well, shit. There is no $1 million on his table. It must have been stolen." But how the fuck did you know he had $1 million in the first place? Just because he had a vault that's locked, you don't know what was inside. Never verified that he actually had that to begin with. But you do see that there's a lack of $1 million. Therefore, it must be true that he lost $1 million and it was stolen because there's no $1 million on the table. Obviously. You see? No, there's no supporting evidence for the claim, but the end result is basically the same as if the claim was valid, but it's not really the same because other variables are missing from the equation that are never really articulated or demonstrated to be valid in the first place. Right. So I mean, the numbers add up in the same fashion.
Right, and if you get enough of that, right, so let's for example, in a court of law, if you get enough of that sort of suggestive, what they call suggestive evidence, right, so a prosecutor will, will try and, relay to the jury, right, a reasonable case, like what he's going to suggest is a reasonable case against the person, right? And then a good defense attorney will turn around and show reasonable doubt, right? So if you've got reasonable doubt, right, then you can clearly show the jury that all this accumulated suggestive evidence isn't enough to convict. You need clean-cut, clear evidence beyond doubt of something, right? Not all this fucking 99% hoo-ha shit, right? Which is just subjective bullshit. It's this fucking percentages of certainty. No. There's certainty or uncertainty. And if you're uncertain, then you can't convict someone. You can't say that someone's guilty of a crime. There's uncertainty. You can't send them to jail. You certainly be suspicious about them, for sure, and continue and have an ongoing investigation. Right? Look for bias. See, you've got a bias. You think this person is, the lead suspect, right, the main suspect, and you're going to go out and look for evidence which confirms your bias. You might find it. You might actually find clear-cut evidence doing that, right? But these guys haven't for the Globe. They just continue to add more and more, sort of looking for more and more things which confirm their bias. That's all they got. Without elimination of potential other possibilities, or the potential that some of their underlying assumptions are wrong in the first instance, like you were pointing out.
This shit is wild, man.
Sometimes it turns out detectives investigating a crime, and they have a suspect, sometimes come across evidence which excludes their main suspect, right? They have to let go of that suspect because they find conflicting evidence, right? They go, well, they can't be, right? We have
We have eyewitnesses, video footage, blah, 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 that person was at attendance. And it doesn't mean that that person wasn't involved in some manner, right? But they can't be placed at the scene of the crime at that time the crime was committed, right? So they've got to let that go, right? We present that to the Globers, right? In regards to the Globe, they don't accept it. Like the Black Swan, for instance, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it would be one thing if they brought in, like, let's say they brought in the Eratosthenes thing that demonstrates the sticks and shadows stuff, blah, 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 but it assumes the ground being curved and the light rays being parallel. So there's one suggestion and two unknowns. Then if they brought this other thing in that showed the ground to be curving, but left this light rays business being an unknown, and then, maybe left out another unknown somewhere. So they patched, one hole, but left out the other two. And then they do another thing that, maybe leaves a couple holes out, but deals with the sun light being parallel. You know what I mean? So they're plugging holes and they're creating like this Venn diagram where, like playing the game of Clue, right? Oh, well, it can't be this guy, but it might be so and so and so and so. But then here's some other reasons that, oh, well, it can't be that other guy. And just like narrow everything down. You know what I mean? They're not actually doing that. Like Angelo was saying before, we got everybody doing Eratosthenes, and it kind of just narrows down into this average value. I mean, that's fine. That's just making a closer and closer approximation of that assumed value. That could be it, assuming the other stuff gets plugged by some other means. That's why I try to, get 2 or 3 out of them to maybe be able to plug 1 or 2 of the other holes, and eventually maybe we'll find out another one, and finally plug that last hole, eliminate all possibility. But they're not actually doing that. They're just reinforcing the first assumption. But they seem to miss that part, that they're just getting an average value of an assumed value. They're not just because they're repeating the same thing over and over again. It doesn't solve the issue. It just refines one aspect of what they're looking for. Maybe
exactly. Circular reasoning involving their affirming the consequent. But I mean, so you talked about process of elimination, right? So if we eliminate the globe as being a potential reason, right? This shit's on their Eratosthenes things, shit's on a lot of shit, right? We present the evidence to them that, that's not a globe. So your conclusions regarding this certain observation, right, is not correct, okay? And then they turn around and say, well, what's the reason then for the observation? If you can't tell me, then I must be correct, right? Now, disregarding the evidence that's been presented, eliminating the globe as the potential reason. All right. Now, that'd be the same as a detective, right? Having 10 witnesses saying, no, this person was not at that place. Look, I caught them on my phone. Right, here's the phone footage, video footage. There's the 10 of us telling you that that person was here at that time that you're saying the crime was committed, and it'd be the equivalent of the detective turning around and saying, "Well, who did it, Dan? If you don't tell me, they're still my main suspect, and I'm going to send them to jail."
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, the Black Swan is really interesting, man. Not only the distance involved, to the horizon, or beyond the demarcations. I mean, when I plug those numbers into the Walter Bislin calculator, man, I was shocked to see such a high refractive index value. I didn't think it was going to be that high, man. Thought it was going to be like maybe 2 or 3 times the standard index or something. You know, like a 0.5 or 0.6. But I got a 0.9891, basically flat. Well, almost, you know. Like, and they even tell you it's that's considered an extreme, you know. I don't know where, you know, maybe it's just anything beyond 0.9. The calculator qualifies it as an extreme. So this is like extreme. You know what I mean? When I got that, I'm like, this is fucking strange, man. And they, you know, and they never provide any of the data as to what conditions muster up that, you know, enough of, you know, the refraction juice in the air that to actually produce this view. They never do. It's a backwards engineered and imputed value, right? And they just throw it around like it's fucking gospel. It's crazy. That value, man, I was like, okay, no, there's really something to this, you know. Thus, like what you were saying, it kind of eliminates it, man, until further notice. You know, I want to see some probes, man. Some air pressure probes and temperature probes. Fucking wild. This whole thing.
Well, you know, I mean, like, yeah, like that'd be interesting. You know, you could like send a drone out, you know, so far, measuring, you know, with the temperature gauge and whatever on it, barometer and all. But I mean, at the end of the day, what are they saying? That, you know, that their magical bendy light propagation through the single medium of air with fluctuating density, areas of density and temperature can't happen on a flat Earth? I mean, that's just stupid.
That's true. That is true. You know, if it's bending one way or bending the other way, you know, if it's bending one way and the ground is curved, it'll look like it's flat. But if it's bending the other way and the ground is actually flat, it'll look like it's curved. Like, how the fuck can you really tell? You know? It would just be at least on their part to be upfront and honest about their conclusions.
Right.
You know? At the very fucking least, you know?
Hello, fellow Flat Earth community members.
Oh, hello, fellow Flat Earther. Welcome in, brethren.
See, this guy gets it. I'm here to receive the sacrament.
Take it away, T-Dub. I'm fucking done, man.
T-Dub, lay it on us, bro. What's the truth?
All praise and witness the amazing horizon, the flatness thereof, horizontality.
All praise the horizon and the flatness thereof. Glory be.
Amen to that.
Amen and a woman.
You accept the anointment of the level water. We shall bathe you in it.
Accept the horizon and the levelment thereof.
Yeah, right. That's all we're talking about. It's what you can go out into reality and observe and measure. The way we use it, the way we utilize it. So.
Praise the levelment and the utilization thereof.
I kind of am like in between things, and I'm doing some stuff at the moment, so I've got to mute up for a bit. Sorry, guys.
Praise the things and the in-betweenness thereof. Brothers, I think we should share stories now. Where were you when you realized that the globe was a lie? Come forth, brothers. Do not be afraid. Brothers!
You're back, Charlie.
Saw, dude.
What's up?
Just being chillin'.
Yeah, me too.
Hell
I'm not gonna talk much. Fucking late. Let me just chime in,
Yeah.
Around this time, it's fucking 5:30 in the morning, bro.
Man. It's alright. I don't think anyone here has a job, so.
Not sure that's true. Not entirely.
No, I'm sure somebody does.
I mean, I do my own hours. So.
Nice. Tight. That's the way to do it, man. Don't let the man chain you down.
Easier said than done. But I'm off for now, so all good.
Word.
Yo, I am not. Haven't seen you in a while, man. It's good.
Hello.
We don't even need to give him all that. We don't need to give him all that. He's asking how does a plane fly over a flat Earth? Well, the pilot raises up in elevation, levels out the plane, flies flat for a number of hours, and then lands again, treating the entire thing as flat and motionless. Could you tell me how you can fly for hours over a flat, motionless surface and then make that a ball? Could you explain that to me?
You're flying at any point you're flying tangential to the ground.
So as you move,
which is flat and level. You're going horizontal and level. You're going level horizontal over the flat surface. You're not tangential to a curved surface. You don't have a curved surface, remember? You couldn't find any measurements of the curved lakes. The pilots aren't adjusting for any curvature. They're not dipping their nose down. They're not adjusting for any spin. They're not saying, well, it's going to be this point in a few hours because it's spinning around. No, they just treat it as flat and motionless. So it's on you to tell us how that works on a spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball in a vacuum. Please explain.
Why is the horizon below, like, the level indicator of the plane?
Because it's below you.
Maybe due to weather.
Yeah, well, you're above it, aren't you? So maybe that would be why. But again, you've kind of dodged the issue. You should be asking, why is there no curve? Why is there no motion? It's supposed to be a spinning ball, isn't it?
You do have to account for that on a plane.
Oh, okay. So why don't the pilots? Why don't the pilots?
Well, ask any pilot.
Yeah, we have. They said they don't. It's in the manuals. They say treat it as flat and motionless. Yeah, dude, you've not looked into this. You've not looked into this. The pilots openly treat it as flat and motionless.
Just show an image.
We could just show a cartoon. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we could show you cartoons of a flat Earth. Would you accept that?
If you can show me one that appears to match reality.
Right. See, that's your problem. You're looking for a cartoon that you believe matches reality, quote unquote. Well, why aren't you bothered about reality not matching the globe cartoon model that says a horizon should be at 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer? Doesn't seem to bother you when that doesn't match reality. We didn't think you guys were interested in reality. Why didn't you say?
You don't even ask questions about reality. You start from the position.
Yeah, I do. No, I asked, well, in reality, we experience a flat, motionless Earth, right? Everyone knows that. And then in reality, who's measured a curved lake? And no one has. No one's measured any curve. So that's it. Reality says no curve. You're the ones that are saying, I can imagine this, and what if this? Imagination.
Have you ever gone skiing? Have you ever just understand, Oliver, most people that are flat earthers, they were globe believers first and they actually looked into it. So you're wrong.
They know that. Hold on. I'll accept that probably all of them believed in a globe, but I think as it stands for all of you, none of you actually know the science of how a globe works.
The science of how a globe works. That is priceless, Oliver. That's priceless. Oliver, name one scientist that proved the globe.
One scientist?
Yeah.
What, Kepler?
How did he prove a globe?
How was he a scientist?
He was looking at orbits of the celestial bodies.
Okay, so he was looking at lights in the sky. How did he prove a globe?
Yeah, from flat Earth, I should add. They only work on a rotating Earth.
Oh, right. So that's what he did. So he looked at some lights in the sky moving, and then he declared this only works on a rotating Earth, and that was proof that the Earth's a ball, is it? Is that right?
What do you see when you look at some of those lights with a telescope?
That's not science.
So yeah, that wouldn't. Yeah, for starters, that's not science. That's you just looking at lights in the sky.
Hold on. When we look at like bodies with a telescope, what do we see in the solar system?
You don't even know you're in a solar system yet, Oliver.
That's observation.
Okay.
The Earth's measurement is not science either.
What do we see? What do we see?
I'll graduate.
No.
I'll graduate.
Hold on, Roto. So you're saying, what do we see? So we look up, we see a light moving in the sky. Now what?
We use a telescope, right, to resolve that light further. And suddenly...
It's a tiny little blob of light, even with a telescope.
You know that we can see planets.
You see a little blob of light in the sky moving. Okay, now what? How are we getting to the spinning ball cartoon?
I don't believe he's looked through a telescope at all.
No, probably not. So you see your little blob of light moving, and then what? You just declare?
No, it was how they orbited and appeared in the sky over
Well, that
every
just
single
means how they move. So they move. We agree they move. People have watched the stars move for thousands of years, and they didn't think we must be on a spinning ball. So that's not a proof.
Most people didn't really think about it because they weren't even in
Most people didn't think about it. So what was the difference? What changed?
People got educated and they started to investigate.
You're not tying this to Earth being a ball. Kepler has got his little telescope out. What was the zoom on Kepler's telescope? Do you know?
People got educated.
How good was it?
50 times.
Okay, so he's looking in the opposite direction of Earth, and somehow this is going to tell him what the Earth is. Right? You want to walk us through that?
Have you guys seen, like, observations of space?
Oh, dude, what about Kepler?
Yeah, but just any observation.
You were talking about the science. You said, we just don't understand the science. We're asking you to explain all this science. It sounds very legit. So why don't you explain it, Oliver? Kepler looked through a telescope, apparently, saw some lights moving in the sky, and then what? How did he prove the Earth was a ball?
Because
Or do you not understand the science?
The observations seem to agree with the heliocentric model.
Those observations being what?
The fact that some of the orbits appeared to wobble, and it didn't line.
So some of the lights moving in the sky appear to wobble as they move. Is that what you're saying?
You mean Polaris?
No.
Okay, so you see a particular movement of the lights in the sky, but that's not telling you anything about the ground in and of itself. How are you getting to that link?
Well, you're gonna take things as reference points, aren't you?
What does that mean with regards to the ground being a ball?
If I'm in a car and the mountains are appearing to get bigger.
No, let's imagine you're looking at lights in the sky. How does that tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
It's telling you relative motion.
Relative motion of what? The motion of the stars?
Well, it can be both.
Both what? What do you mean? No, you're only observing motion of the stars, remember? They're moving around, wobbling, even.
So would that be like Ptolemaic motion or Tychonian motion?
Yeah. So, a planet's just going to wobble in their orbits? Is that what happens?
He's not answering the question.
That's what you observe. So you've just said you observed that. You said you're observing the planets moving. They're moving through the sky. Yes, and.
Yeah, so one of the conclusions which the entire scientific community ended up
science. Stop saying that.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. This is gold. The entire scientific community saw the lights moving in the sky, and then what?
Big high five.
Most people ended up discounting the Earth-centric model.
Wow. So they saw the stars move, and then what does that mean? So they saw the stars move, and then they decided what? The stars aren't moving.
No, that the Earth is moving relative to everything else.
So it wasn't. So the stars moving that you observe, it's not the stars moving. It's now the ground moving beneath you. Is that right? That's what Kepler figured out by looking at the stars moving. Is that what you're saying?
He actually made some.
So how did you know that? Because that sounds like just a claim. That just sounds like oh, isn't this possible? How did they prove that? How did you prove that?
Oliver should feel very embarrassed right now. Is he self-reflecting?
Oh, yeah, because you guys are like the pinnacle.
No, see, don't distract him. See, don't jump in with these little comments, because these guys are already teetering on a knife's edge of their sanity. So they're just going to fly off the handle. So Oliver, he's looking through the telescope. He's seeing the lights moving. He's seeing the lights moving, and then somehow you're saying that means the ground's moving. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the inference.
Okay, so how do you prove that? Now you're on to another claim. See how your claims are just stacking and stacking here, and so far, no evidence provided, just assumption. Let's just assume we're the ones moving, yeah? Why not? And then if we assume it, we can just declare it to be true. So, what evidence do you have for that, Oliver? Because I'm walking about right now, nothing's moving. How are you going to convince me? How did you measure it? How fast do you think you're moving? Do you know that?
Well, at the equator, it'd be 1,000 miles an hour.
Jesus Christ, you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour. And how do you detect that, Oliver?
The spin of the Earth.
Yes, how do you detect that?
Your hair parting.
You can use
looking at the stars.
You can actually detect it because gravity's less here at the equator.
Dudes. Oliver has just said he believes that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. Let's let him explain why he believes this.
You can use instruments like literally a flat earther
like
used
a guitar? Like a banjo? What are we using?
I was saying
a flute, probably.
Well, do you want
Come
me
on,
to
Oliver,
say?
I'm just joking. Yeah, go on. How did you detect it? 1,000 miles an hour. That's fast.
Yeah, literally a flat earther used a ring laser gyrometer, and it literally showed drift in line.
Oh, damn.
With the model.
Drift of what? Drift of what?
Well, the laser.
The laser? So not the Earth.
Yeah, probably wasn't calibrated if it was drifting. So
I would love to go deep into the technical specifics of this.
Nah, dudes.
I know.
He's not. He doesn't know anything about this. There's no way we're getting to technicals of the ring laser gyro with him. He just presented that a flat earther is the guy who's proved that the Earth's spinning. Didn't you Globies do that?
Always a flat earther that proves the globe.
Do you guys? Yeah. How come we're the ones that have to do everything? You guys just don't do anything. So come on, Oliver, be serious. Who's? How do you know? How do you know that the ground's moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
You can test it with the Coriolis effect as well.
Optical illusion.
Okay, so I'm outside right now. What do I need to do?
Do you have a sniper rifle and a distant target?
Oh God.
Cyclone, you already identified that he's claim stacking. He won't be able to explain or break down or quantify how this makes sense on a flat Earth. So, I mean, yeah.
Of course. That's the point.
This is for entertainment.
Why do you think we're all here?
Oh, indeed.
So go on, 1,000 miles an hour? I'm outside. How do we know? Me and you are standing at a beach. I'm like, wow, nice still day today, isn't it? And you're like, no, what are you talking about? Clearly we're moving at 1,000 miles an hour, at least. And I'm like, well, Oliver, that sounds crazy to me, but I'll give you an opportunity to prove it. What do you do?
Everything's in motion. There's no such thing as a static thing in reality. Everything is in motion.
What? Are you sitting in your chair? Are you sitting in your chair right now?
Yeah, but relative to
how in motion are you? So you're sitting in your chair right now, but you think you're going at what? 1,000 miles an hour?
No, I'd be going at whatever it would be relative to mine.
What do you think? You think you're about 700 miles an hour in your swivel chair?
Hundreds of miles an hour relative to.
So you think you're moving at hundreds of miles an hour sitting in front of your PC, and we're the crazy ones?
That's why
is there a law of inertia? Is there a law of motion? Does that not exist? Does that not exist?
No, this is
Oliver. Does the law of inertia not exist, Oliver?
The Earth's spinning, so I'm not going to experience inertia.
Well, you haven't proven that yet, Oliver. That's what we're waiting for your evidence for.
Okay, go to a different part of the Earth and measure yourself, and then go to somewhere north and measure yourself.
What do you mean, like my height? My height, do you mean?
No, in your weight.
Measure myself. My weight?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, okay, so I go to one place and I'm like, what? What's my difference going to be? What do you mean?
It may be, it's like less than a kilo or something. But there will be a difference.
Less than a kilo.
Or have you not looked
Okay, so we go and weigh ourselves, and then how do you translate that weight to a speed of the ground exactly? Please explain that.
Because that's the inference.
An inference.
Why would you wait?
Why would you infer anything about the ground being at speed with your weight on a scale in your bathroom?
Why would the weights be different?
Well, you saying why would the weight be different is not equivalent to saying the weight is different because the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour. How did you make that jump?
Yeah, I ate breakfast this morning and I gained 1.5 pounds.
Do you know what a logical leap is? Do you know what a leap of logic is?
Hold on.
Oliver, let me ask you a question about weighing yourself with two different places. So when I go in the bathroom in the morning and I weigh 200 pounds, and then at night I weigh 199, did I move somewhere else on the earth that there I'm spinning faster and getting thrown off? And it's just the same scale in the bathroom. Just walk on it.
Or did you digest and eat something or something? Did natural shedding happen?
Oh, why do you guys dislike the scientific method?
Well, we don't. We don't end it.
Scientific method, my friend.
Amazing. Yeah.
You're not Dude, you're not using the scientific method. Okay.
But whenever I bring
assuming that a weight has changed due to centrifugal forces, due to the speed of the rotation in the location that you're at, how did you rule out any other forces to claim that it's a centrifugal force?
Because it's consistent across the equator.
How did you rule out any other forces that may be at play? How was this isolated from other forces? And how was this experimented and tested?
Because it has the best explanatory power.
No, you haven't answered the question.
My cheating girlfriend has great explanatory power, dude.
What's your IV? What's your DV? How did you manipulate the speed of the spin of the Earth in order to prove your hypothesis?
Or did you just take the question and assume the speed? Or did you just beg the question and assume the speed of the Earth based off what we're given as a globe?
You don't beg the question if you're investigating what the shape of the Earth is. You start with
as the proof of your shape, then it's circular reasoning.
No,
we're just making claims, Oliver.
Hold on. Demonstrate the circularity then.
What?
This whole thing is circular, Oliver. You were asked to demonstrate this 1,000 mile an hour motion of the ground like 15 minutes ago, and we've still got absolutely nothing. You said weigh yourself, and that's just ridiculous.
Yeah, since we've been off the surface of the Earth, everything else has been, I don't know.
Again,
here's what the audience is hearing, right? The audience hears this. If Earth is so big, then I shouldn't detect the motion. I don't detect the motion, therefore Earth is so big.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. I'm not preaching.
Yeah, you're a flat earther too, Oliver. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
Here's what he's actually saying. It's treated as stationary.
So just more circular reasoning than sporadic E, hey?
Yep, that's all it is. With the false premise baked in.
No, demonstrate the circularity.
I just told you what the audience hears right now. Did you not listen?
Couldn't I just do
of your circular reasoning?
Couldn't I just do this with anything? Couldn't I just say, hey, nuclear energy is fake, prove to me nuclear energy exists? Oh, you can't. That's a fluke. That's CGI.
We can't do it with our position.
How do you go build a nuclear reactor and then I'll prove it to you?
Yeah, no, you couldn't do that to us.
Right, so I say, guys, I can't build a nuclear reactor.
I can, though.
It's up to you. You can go to the lake, though. You can go to the beach. You can observe a flat horizon. You can observe flat water. You can do all that pretty easily, can't you? Yeah.
No, I'm
saying
navigation.
All you would go and do is point to a pillar of steam, anyways, and say, "See."
No, I'd show you the principles and the evidence we have. But obviously, if you
don't
guys
have the evidence, we've been asking for the evidence, Oliver, and you haven't given us any. That's the problem.
Just claim stack after claim stack.
We've got all the evidence, Oliver.
But again, you could do this with anything. I don't even know what your guys' epistemology is on
No,
this.
you can do this with things. You can only do this with things that you make claims about but provide no evidence for, because that's what we're doing. You're making claims, we're asking for evidence, you're providing none. So it would be similar to if you said, well, unicorns are real. And we said, okay, what's the evidence? And you said, well, I don't have any evidence. Then it would be the same.
You know what? You're right. I've been lacking in evidence I've shown. Do you want me to show you a very, very good piece of evidence?
Is it verifiable? Is it verifiable?
Is it?
Please.
Or do we just have to believe it?
We'd love to see it.
Right.
Listen,
It can support a logical deduction, too.
I'm off for the rest of the day today, so I can go repeat it. So let's see it.
Well, I don't know how you'd repeat this, but if you want to watch it.
Oh, okay. It's an unverifiable story claim. A cartoon. Is it a cartoon from Space Video?
You're the one who would have to... Wait, hold on. Let's be rational. If you say it's a cartoon, you're making a counterclaim. So then you have to provide evidence of your counterclaim.
Well, no, you would have to be able to provide some verification.
Hold on, why don't you get that? They asked for something very specific that he can test on his day off, that he can go validate for himself, and you can't provide that even?
Well, Oliver, I said, is it verifiable? And what's the video of? What's the video of?
An amateur rocket launch from the desert up to like 90 kilometers.
Showing what?
A curved Earth.
Okay, and is that
a curved camera?
Or is that the curve? Is that the curve that can't be measured or detected, or is that a lens distortion?
What? It's 90 kilometers up.
We heard all about lens distortion
what kind of lens
like 30 minutes ago.
They say in the video. They show you the camera in the video to say what camera they used.
Okay, and is it a curved lens?
Do you want me to just link you to the point in the video where they showed the camera?
Will you watch it and then tell me?
We want you to know your claim. Let me give you an epistemic framework to work from, okay? Convince us it's possible with a deductive logical syllogism, then back it up with the real-world demonstration that's verifiable. Pretty easy, right? Sounds reasonable?
Yeah, the guy
okay,
did
good.
that.
Now go for it.
Yeah, the guy did that.
Give us a deductive logical framework first, and then show us the video.
What? The Earth is curved. That is my deductive framework.
No, a syllogism. Like you got a premise, conclusion.
Yeah, P1.
So try the modus ponens, okay? Try the modus ponens. Make it easy. If A, then B, A, therefore B.
Yeah. If the Earth is curved, then we should see it. If the Earth is curved and it's 12,500 kilometers, we should see it from a high enough altitude, say like 90 kilometers. Right. P2.
You got the math for that? We're going to need to see the math for that and make sure that checks out. Because Neil deGrasse Tyson and others have said that you can't see the curve from 120,000 feet.
Right,
see it from the ISS altitude.
Yes, Cyclone. They can do you 3 times better, so it's almost 300,000 feet that they go up to.
Right, but they also say that from the ISS, which is 250 miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's much higher.
Great, show us.
You said it was 90 kilometers.
You can test.
No. Hold on. Why did you do that bait and switch? I told you about the rocket. You said the ISS.
Yeah. So you said, you said the 90-kilometer rocket is showing curve, but we've got guys who operate planetariums with PhDs showing the math, saying that you wouldn't be able to see it, the curve, from the ISS, which is 250 miles, which is way higher than your 90 kilometers, isn't it? So are you contradicting the PhD Globers who say you can't see it from the ISS?
Okay, link the source.
Someone got the Paul Larson thing handy?
That would work, yeah. Who's got Paul Larson? Who's got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat?
Yeah, they'll post it in the chat for you. Your greatest nemesis, Globers. And anyway, if it was true that you could see it from a 90-kilometer rocket and that's curve of the Earth, then you should be able to measure it on the ground, but no one can.
My video is too big. I just posted that.
All right, there's Paul Larson.
All right, there you go.
How do I go on the side chat? Oh,
click the chat
button at the bottom, right?
Can you just link the video?
There you go. I mean, you can batter out the math in AutoCAD or whatever. Let's see.
I have
These guys tell you how to do it.
Hold on. I have AutoCAD, I have Inventor. Like, pick your poison.
There you go.
Could show it.
Good. There you go. So, 250 miles above a 59 mile radius ball. How much of that surface are you going to see?
I've got AutoCAD, so let's just fucking do it.
Yeah, let's do it. This is going to be good because I love when you guys whip out AutoCAD. I got some numbers for you too. Go ahead, start it up.
Right, circle. So, globe claim, 12,500 kilometers.
Share your screen.
Before I share it, I'm going to cover things because I don't exactly want you guys to.
Yeah, make sure you don't dox yourself. Hey, don't worry about us. It's the Globers that try and dox people and get in touch with employers and all this fucking weird shit. But you're right anyway. Internet anonymity. Don't have any personal shit going on your screen.
We're going to use AutoCAD to get an angle from the surface of a circle.
Hold on, I'm just dimensioning it so it's clear. Oh, fucking tiny dimension though.
You say about dementia?
Dimensions.
It's getting globe dementia.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said. I got globe dementia.
Fuck off.
No, you're a good sport, Oliver. You've been all right.
Even if I wholly disagree with you guys, you're at least funny.
You do wholly
also correct.
Whenever you come to your senses, let us know. We will always be here.
Yeah, we've got your flat Earth tag waiting for you, bro.
Make sure that you can do live when you have AutoCAD open. We're going to do an exercise real quick when you get done.
Radwin loves himself some AutoCAD. So this is good.
I love it.
Since you guys don't trust the lakes and the oceans that are out there, it needs to come through some geometry program. We'll do it this way, I guess.
What do you invent? What do you invent that you use AutoCAD Inventor?
Well, I'm a mechanical engineer, so.
Oh, amazing! So you know then that gas pressure requires containment, yeah?
Well, it depends on what the context you're talking about.
Well, let's talk about gas pressure. We're going to get off into the weeds, but gas pressure requires containment. As an engineer, you know that.
A difference in gas pressure. Well, again, you don't necessarily need a container.
Gas pressure. Well, the definition of it is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So yeah, container is a pretty integral part.
Dude, tell me you work with air pressures all day long.
Hey, guys, before you move on to that topic, he provided a video saying that the video shows the curvatures of the globe Earth. You're saying this is the evidence of the globe? This is a video that you posted?
Yeah, it's evidence.
So when it shows concavity in the imagery, does that mean that it's a concave Earth?
Ooh, nice. So yeah, let's catch you up. I don't know if maybe you just joined Jamesy, but he was going to go in AutoCAD to test the claim that a 90-kilometer height would show you curvature of the Earth. But if his video is already showing concavity, we can just shut it down there and say, well, I guess that's a lens distortion, barreling, whatever. So that's
Look, sir, I posted your video. I posted a video you posted, and it shows the curvature going in a concave way. No, that's not that. Does that mean you're inside of the ball?
Where you show?
Posted it in the side chat, I guess.
I posted it. 1 minute after the hour.
Shit, that ruins that video.
So will it be concave now, Oliver?
Oliver, so you're claiming it's a concave Earth? You're a concaver.
What? Wait, hold on. Let me do this thing in AutoCAD.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter now, Oliver, because he's just showing you that it's obviously a lens distortion. Because it's going concave. It's going the wrong way.
It's wobbling
It's
around.
curving upwards. So Oliver, you'd recognize that if it's going concave.
So basically, stop wasting your time without wasting your time.
Remove that from your folder of globe proof. You don't need that one anymore. We'll start removing things from your folder of globe proof until it's completely empty. That shouldn't take long.
Can do it in Inventor as well if you want, but I've got something in AutoCAD, but we might need to develop it a bit. It's not. Bro, I've got the computer screen in front of me. In fact, I'll put something to block my. Hold on.
So are you a concave Earther?
Yeah, Oliver, could you address the concave thing we're seeing in your video?
Where?
Gemsy. You posted it in the text chat. What's the timestamp, Gemsy?
1 minute after the hour, and then I'm gonna post the second one just now.
Well, it's right near the edge of the barrel.
So that's barrel distortion.
Yeah.
So we can't look at that video and say, right, we can rely on this as curvature because there's barrel distortion. Curving things. You agree?
Well, no, because you get barrel distortion, exaggerate.
So your curve's the real curve, but the other curve, that's not real curve. That's your argument?
So when I see the concave Earth, and I look at your video, I see concave Earth, I can say the Earth is concave, because that's your evidence.
Yeah, how do we know your one's not the barrel distortion and the concave is the true?
Where'd you get minimum barrel distortion?
Minimum?
Come on, Oliver.
Yeah.
Say your video's no good, so we can get on with your AutoCAD fan. Make sure you tell your friends at work that what you did today.
Was it Oliver that said he was the engineer, or was that another guy?
No, Oliver.
Oliver is the engineer.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep.
Oliver the concave Earther.
That gas pressure argument's going to hit you hard, Oliver. Brace yourself. Hold on to your desk. Oliver, did you think it was going to be this hard to prove the globe? Probably not, right?
My video chat isn't enabled. Hello?
You're probably new to the server or something, or you haven't been posting much text. That's why you don't have the terms.
Yeah, I've turned on video and I don't have permissions.
Doesn't matter. We tell you to turn it off anyway because it limits the room. It caps it to 25 people, so we don't allow video in here.
On, not sharing a screen.
Sorry?
And that's why you can't use it, because we're beyond 25. But yeah.
Should I just take pictures?
Or do screenshots?
Sure.
Yeah. Hold on. Well, it's not screenshots because I'm using it on a different laptop. I'm on my phone at the moment.
AutoCAD Mobile Edition. Good one, Amish.
I would draw it, but I don't need drawing balls and ISS hovering above circles and shit in SolidWorks on my work computer.
I can fix the dimensions so they're like clearly visible, but I can't really be bothered messing about with it in settings if it's not showing it to the required size. But that's 90 kilometers up. I did a circle of radius. Well, it typically calculates in meters, but I've just done it to 6.25 million meters. So you can see the Earth curving from that height. I could just do it in Inventor as well. Oh, fucking Inventor.
You mean curving like concave, like we saw in the video?
Again, if you're right near the end of the barrel, you're going to see barrel distortion. But like, if you guys can link me because you're familiar with cameras, like you're seemingly much more familiar than I am, you'd know that along the central axis, horizontal and vertical, that's where you get minimal distortion. And regardless, in the video, you're seeing an arc.
So are you saying this is the globe that we're seeing? Where was this video? Like Arizona or something like that?
I don't know which desert they fired the rocket from.
So are you saying that like 90% of the world is a desert or something? Because if this is Arizona, this is planet Arizona, right?
Well, it's above the Mojave, so most of what you're going to see is the Mojave, isn't it?
So the Mojave Desert. So this is planet Mojave Desert, because you're saying this is the planet Earth, and all we see is a desert.
You're not seeing the entire Earth from 90 kilometers up. Where you see,
we don't. Planet Hollywood, but planet California.
Well, why would you see it? Why would you see the rest of the Earth?
Yeah, but if that's the curve of the Earth, where are you going to fit the rest of the Earth? If what fills the frame is California.
Well, you can just work out the arc. If it's arcing by a few degrees.
I was just hoping you would answer that question. So you're going with planet California?
No,
sounds like an Eagle song.
No, the Mojave Desert extends far beyond California.
So behind this we have Asia. Behind this we have all the other continents.
You can see the Pacific.
We can see. Oh, so we have the Pacific here.
What kind of desert is that? It sounds like the ocean. Anyways,
well, the Pacific is next to California.
Just a moment of levity. But you're not going to be able to. You're not going. Where are you going to fit Africa in this?
Forget about Africa. Where are you going to feed all the oceans that are missing in here?
On the other side of the Earth. You can see the reflection of the camera in the footage.
Yeah. So we can see like a little bit of water, so a small section of the Pacific Ocean. So this is like planet Mojave Desert and a section of the Pacific Ocean, and that's it.
Have you seen how large the Mojave is? Well, I guess you guys question what the Earth even looks like. So, like,
it's pretty big. It's pretty big. So
is it across the curve of the Earth? It's much bigger than we thought.
So you're basing your conclusion that you live on a globe because you saw some curvature here, but we also saw you saw convexity, so therefore it's a globe. But what happened when you saw concavity and also horizontal? Because in a section of the video, it looks horizontal, then convex, then concave, then horizontal, then convex, then concave. So what's happening?
Yes, so you're looking at it. You're looking at it when the footage is along the central axis of the camera.
So the curvature we're seeing is lens distortion, not the ground, not the Earth. You agree?
Sorry?
The curvature that we see in the video, in the footage, you're saying that it's lens distortion.
When it's around the edge, yeah, you get some lens distortion.
So that's what it is. That's what you're looking at when you see any curvature.
No. Take a picture, right? And you'll be able to notice some lens distortion around the edges. This is impossible to avoid.
Okay, nobody's disagreeing with that. So that's what you're seeing. When you're claiming curvature of the Earth, even though you cannot measure any curvature or the waters across the Earth or the waters across it, but you're saying the lens distortion is the curvature of the Earth. That's what you're arguing.
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you take a picture of a ball, could I just claim lens? If you take a picture of a ball, could I just claim lens distortion for how it looks curved?
You're saying a ball like a basketball?
Yeah. Could I just claim lens distortion?
The Earth is not a basketball. You know that, right?
Everyone.
Water is not a basketball. You know you can't. You know, if you're gonna talk about basketballs and what they do and how they work and the physics of basketballs or water in relation to the basketballs, you know, you cannot have water on the outside of a spinning basketball, right? And the gas pressure, you need it in the inside, not in the outside. So the basketball argument debunks your claim about Earth being a spinning globe with water outside of it.
What does that gas pressure argument?
Yeah, you could say, yeah, hold on 1 second. You could say it's distorted, then we could throw you the ball. Go on.
Yeah. So, but when we talk about gas pressure, like, what do you guys even mean?
The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Or any surface. It doesn't have to be a container.
Shut up, Matthew.
Yeah. So when you so when something's exerting a gas pressure, right? Why, when we go up higher in altitude, does the gas pressure lessen?
That's still gas pressure. You have gas pressure.
Why is it less?
It is gas pressure.
Why is it less than ground level?
Why do you have gas pressure in the first place? Because you have containment. If you didn't have containment, there wouldn't be gas pressure.
More gases at the ground where the gases start. That's why.
Yeah, the gas cycles, you know. You have gases being produced at the ground. You have more gases there. You have depth.
So why is it denser at ground level?
Because that's where the gas is produced. Like your depth.
Always comes out of the ground. Always.
Guys, right. If I attach a hose to a vessel and I pump it, and shouldn't you qualify? Oh, the gas pressure is going to be much more at this end of the vessel than that end of the vessel.
The gas pressure requires containment.
And yet, if we measure it, the gas pressure is the same throughout. It's evenly distributed within the container.
Yeah, that's the problem. Though. It's a static system that you're dealing with. It's not a dynamic system. What we live in is a very dynamic system. So gas pressure is always moving. That's how weather's created. Low pressure, high pressure systems are always intermingling. So you're never going to have a consistent static pressure like the way you're trying to demonstrate.
Yeah. So why is the gas pressure lower at higher altitudes?
Because it's produced on the ground level, so you don't have the same type of pressure you do in the upper atmosphere as you do it lower. That's just well established in like a common sense, really. I mean,
yeah. Again, also, excuse me, friend. Excuse me. No, you're asking a question about cause and effect. So what we would need from you first, just because you're asking the question doesn't mean we have to give you an answer. What we're observing is gas pressure. If you want to claim that you can get gas pressure without a container, as in the open system of Earth to the open vacuum of space, then please do so.
Yeah, well, my explanation would be gravity.
Well, okay, so now you just need to show us the gravity. Good luck.
Again, the differential pressure as you leave the ground level in a container.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's the observation. So we have pressure. You agree we have pressure. Now I want you to show me pressure using gravity or gas pressure without a container. That's all you need to show me.
Where is gravity within the definition of gas pressure?
You can literally show that if you just fill a container with denser and denser like liquids or like whatever, and you can see them separate out into.
But we're not talking about liquids, sir. You're using liquid and gas as interchangeably. In this, sir, Oliver, 1 second. In this instance, we're only talking about gas. So you have to use that specific example for your demonstration. You can't use liquid; it's not gas. Does that make sense?
Well, in the science of thermofluids, they behave in very similar ways.
Yeah, but they're not the same thing. In different states of matter, they are very different. They operate differently.
In the point is, say you have a container.
You can't analogize the same thing that you're trying to make it seem like you have for one for the other. It's not. It doesn't follow. Yeah, it has to be exactly the same. Like two types of gases, you could analogize that, but you can't do it to where it's like liquid and gas, because they're very different states of matter. They're fluid. Both of them are fluid. That's the conflation that you're trying to use, but you can't use it in that way because we're demonstrating gas pressure. And that's the thing that you need to use an example as.
And my contention is you don't have a consistent gas pressure in what you're calling a container.
What do you mean in Earth, like the outside?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you don't have a consistent gas pressure. It lowers significantly with altitude.
It is on the surface. The surface is said to be around, and it fluctuates, right? But it's said to be around 14 psi. So you're incorrect.
Yeah.
It is said to be around that, so you'd have a breathable air on the surface.
Yeah, it's not my claim. Yeah, that's not my claim.
Oh, okay. So you think
you're not have consistent, but I mean it is consistent.
So are we supposed to have a consistent pressure in a dynamic system? Is that what we observe in dynamic systems? Is consistent pressure?
Well, but I mean, as far as are you talking about breathable air, like what we're breathing here on the surface, or what do you mean? Like
13.7 psi, you don't have that consistently with altitude. You should inside a container.
Yeah, that's agreed. I mean, nobody's going to dispute that. That's obvious, right? Which is what I'm saying, that you're denying the obvious truth, right? It's common sense. Everybody knows this. So what about that is as a mystery to you?
If we're inside a container, why would it vary so much to the point it's a fraction up high of what it is at ground level if we're inside a container? The law of entropy should dictate that the gas fills the available volume with roughly the same pressure all the time.
But that's only if it has expansion of available space. It doesn't have available space. It's going to stay within a remaining dynamic system. It'll be shifting within it. It'll be fluctuating. It'll be fluctuating within the low-high pressure systems, but it will never be like to where it's expanding out continuously.
Also, it feels like you're assuming there's only one type of gas, but there's multiple different gas combinations of different weights and densities and effects via heat and cooling that affect pressure at different altitudes, mixture, balance, and overall makeup of the atmosphere is different because of different gases. Just like if you had a container full of anything else, if you added more than one type of matter to the container, it would overall change the atmosphere inside the container.
Gases all exert pressures on each other. If you know about the gas law, they all exert pressures on each other, so they're all fairly mixed. Can literally look this up.
but
You just said a second ago, according to the laws of entropy, that the gas must fill the available volume. So why isn't the gas on Earth filling the available volume of space?
Again, because of gravity.
Yeah, you don't have gravity.
Yeah, the problem is that gas pressure. I'm sorry, Oliver. The problem is gas pressure is not defined, and I think you need to find out what the definition for gas pressure is. And I think that's going to answer a lot of the problems of your trying to conflate what you think gas pressure is into an answer to what it isn't. Right? Gravity is in no way affecting gas pressure. It's not even anything in the equation. It's not factored in the equation either. So the gas pressure. I'm sorry, Oliver, but you need to define gas pressure if you want to continue to have a discussion about it, because it seems like there's a gap of knowledge that you have that you don't understand what it is. So you're misrepresenting it, and you're trying to make it sound like it's something that it's not. Using gravity.
Do you guys know about kinetic molecular theory when it comes to like the gas?
Yes, but it disproves your idea that gravity is affecting gas pressure. That kinetic molecular theory states that the gases are moving in random, omnidirectionally. So there's no specific direction that gases have, and there isn't any force that exerts anything onto the molecules except for the walls of a container. That's the only thing that can exert that force, or other molecules.
You've got that nail on the head. So why don't we see that on Earth?
Well, we do see that on Earth. As far as that goes, kinetic molecular theory perfectly explains the natural system that we have.
It doesn't, because we lose gas pressure significantly at higher altitudes. That is not in line with the standard kinetic molecular theory for just a gas pressure uninfluenced by an external force.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a gradient of pressure, that's totally within the boundary of what the explanation for the convention of the kinetic molecular theory should state.
No, it's not.
Definitely expressing itself in nature. You saying no, it's not. It's just, yeah, but you can't keep refuting what I'm telling you unless you have a demonstration of how it's being refuted. The laws of nature and entropy always supersede, and demonstration, by the way, always supersede just a blatant refuse to understand the physics of nature. Like, you're just refusing nature at this point. You're not demonstrating how you know what you know.
Hey, could I ask Oliver a question quickly? Just a quick hypothetical, Oliver. So you're an engineer. You work for a company that employs engineers, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's say a customer comes to your company and it says, "Hey, we've got access to a large amount of gas. We need to store and transport the gas." What would the solution that you would offer to them as an engineer be?
What, to transport some gas?
Yeah, to store and transport gas. I'm coming to you, a bunch of engineers. Give me something where I can store and transport all this gas that I have. What are you going to give me?
Depending on how much gas there is and what infrastructure they have.
Can answer.
Then what? What are you going to offer?
Yeah, you could find a way to transport it via some pipeline or via trucks with vessels or something like that.
Okay. Now I'm going to come to you and I'm going to say, okay, I want your solution to include no physical material whatsoever. What are you going to say?
Then I guess we just turn a valve and blast it out into the atmosphere.
But that doesn't store or transport it. Then it's just going to disperse into the air, and I'm going to lose all my money on gas.
No, we set in our parking lot, and we use a big vacuum sucker, and we suck it back down to us, and we store it in our parking lot.
Yeah.
Right, Oliver?
So what about it, Oliver? You can't use any physical material. What's your solution to me? What do you tell me?
I'd say I don't have a solution.
Okay, we can't do that. If we want to contain gas, like we have here on Earth that we breathe, you need a physical container.
Yeah, and I'm critiquing that. I'm saying that
But you don't understand. Sir, you don't understand that the definition hasn't been given by you for us to know that you know what it's defined by. So we don't know that you know that it's defined a specific way. You're just going on about saying that it doesn't operate in that manner. Define it, please, so that we all understand that you know what the definition for gas pressure is. And then we can continue to have a discussion about it.
Oliver, let me help you out. I'll throw you a lifeline. Phone a friend. Hey, Oliver, it's Crit. Say my container is the physical force of gravity acting as some kind of force field. Say the weird thing. Say it. Say the weird thing. You'll be okay. You still have a container in your worldview. You just gotta say the weird thing.
No, because it's not.
You need to meditate on that, Oliver. You need to comprehend that. You've just said there is no solution. There is no possibility for you to have gas pressure without a container. That's the point.
If we had a container, and if there wasn't the influence of gravity, the gas pressure would be the same at any altitude.
You can only have that's not true. But you can only have gas pressure to begin with if you have a container.
How is it not true? How is it not true?
Where's the gas produced?
Where's the gas the gas has been there for billions of years.
Where's the gas produced? Where does it come from?
What do you mean, like volcanic? Do you mean like volcanic activity, or from trees, from photosynthesis?
Where's the gas coming from? Okay, so it's all coming from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
So where's the highest concentration of the gas going to be?
No, again, because if you attach a hose.
No. Yeah, if you attach a hose and you start dispersing gas into a container, your densest part where the gas is will be at the exit of that hose as it's coming out, just like the surface of the Earth that's producing the gas.
Because once there's pressure, Once there's
yes, Oliver.
Once there's pressure, it will fill the gas it will fill the vessel at a consistent rate and produce a consistent
pressure gradient. Do you get a pressure gradient without any pressure?
If you're filling something,
Oliver,
any pressure
can you have a pressure gradient? Can you have a pressure gradient without pressure?
Can you have a pressure gradient without Of course you need pressure to have a pressure gradient.
Okay, and how do you achieve pressure? Gas pressure.
You need some sort of force to contain it.
You need a container. Yeah.
Yeah, the container is.
So you've got a container regardless of whether you've got a gradient.
The container is a force. E equals mc squared.
See, this is where your whole thing dies, Oliver, because this is where you jump into imaginary fantasy land again, just like with the curve, just like with the motion. Now you're going to do it again for the gas pressure, and you're going to say, it's a force, an invisible force. Do you know what a container is, Oliver? Do we need to go over the definition of the word container?
Yeah, mass
or the
equals
definition
mc.
of the word gravity. So a container is mass E equals mc squared. So if we go in the dictionary, we look up the Oxford Dictionary and look for container, it's going to say definition mass E equals mc squared. Is that right?
Has he defined gas pressure, Cyclone? I guess I
defined it for him earlier. I told him the definition: force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Other folk told him the definition. I don't know if he just hasn't been listening or if he doesn't know what the word container means. That's what I'm trying to come to.
What's his acknowledgement on the definition? What's his acknowledgement? Hold on, Oliver. Oliver, did you acknowledge that the definition states what it is? It's the characteristics of gas pressure. Are you acknowledging that? Are you disputing that?
No, you don't need a container to have a pressure.
No. I'm asking how it's defined. Are you acknowledging that or are you disputing that?
I would dispute it if you want to just link a definition and I can just say, yeah, I agree with that. That's fine.
Well, it's what Cyclone read out to you. He's reading the definition. He said he read it out to you, and I don't think we heard an acknowledgement whether you agreed or what you said that's in contention, whether you disputed that.
Yeah, so just link it.
His contention was that the container could be a force. That was his contention. I don't know if you can understand what you're asking him very directly.
Yeah, hold on. We're still getting down to the nuts and bolts whether he understands the definition correctly, or is he disputing that it's defined that way? because the definition is important. It carries the whole argument for him. In other words, if we're not talking about this very specific thing, we're going to just like whistle past the important part, which is him understanding whether it's defined that way or whether he's thinking it doesn't mean that. So he's going to either dispute the definition or he's going to acknowledge it and be like, that's what it is.
Yeah, so just link your source.
Well, I'm driving right now. I thought maybe they handled this already.
Just Google it. Here you go. There's Google. Gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force of the gas particle colliding with the walls of its container. So is the dictionary wrong now?
Yeah, there it is. Do you agree and acknowledge that that's what the definition for gas pressure is? Or for somehow, are you going to redefine gas pressure? You're either going to redefine it and then... let me give you a task, Oliver. Redefining gas pressure is going to be what you're going to have to do if that's not what you agree with, and provide a demonstration of the redefinition of gas pressure. Two things. If you disagree with it. If you agree with it, then we're in alignment. What's
gas pressure?
Well, Oliver, you could also say, Oliver, I'm giving you an out here. Say that Google is in on it.
I need an acknowledgement, sir, that you agree with the definition or you are disputing the very definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, because it's just talking in terms of like...
Sir, are you agreeing? I need a confirmation, sir. Are you agreeing or disputing, sir, the definition?
Yeah. Agree.
You agree with it? Thank you, sir. Now we can move forward because it's defined. And its definition is pertinent to your argument. Whether or not you can substantiate something that goes against that is going to be irrelevant, because if you're in alignment with it, then you agree with us. Because we also are in alignment with the definition. Exactly what it states gas pressure to be defined by, that's exactly what we say it to be. Same thing.
Yes. So the container of this, the container you're proposing has to be in alignment with.
Yes, it's the correct. Yes, correct. A gas pressure definition is in alignment with the container, which is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Otherwise, gas pressure will not be defined in such a way that a container is involved. So it is. So we're all for the container being what the gas pressure definition would be included by force over unit area. So we know now that the definition is using container within its parameters. So you are in alignment with the container.
And we also know that air pressure at 14.7 psi, that's a container measurement.
Yes. So why is it a fraction of that at high altitude?
You're talking about the gradient, though. The gradient of pressure is. Yeah, the gradient of pressure is discussed within the confines of a container. That's fine. You're only discussing what happens inside of the pressured system. Pressure system can have variations, such as the one you're describing, which is a gradient of pressure. That's totally within the realm of having gas pressure.
No, not that type of variation.
Well, wait a minute. How do you know? Like
propane tanks.
You can do it. You could do this, right? You could do this with a vessel, right? Take a large vessel, right? At a certain pressure and pump it up to like 10 atmospheres. It's good. The pressure will increase consistently throughout the vessel. Do you guys dispute this?
That's fine. That's fine. But you're using a static example over the area that Earth is with a dynamic system. So you're trying to conflate static and dynamic, sir. Right now in your example.
Yes. Right. So Earth's not spinning. It's not a spinning ball, but it is a dynamic.
Wait. No. It's a dynamic system because there's a lot about Earth that we haven't discussed yet. We're only talking about the gas pressure right now, but there's other factors that are included, which makes it dynamic. So right now we're only discussing one aspect of it, and for your mind it might be a bit too much because you're trying to figure out how the cosmos are intertwined with our explanation.
Yeah, too much. Me who did exams on it. Yeah, too much. Me who got a degree in it. Yeah.
No, you're trying
to comprehend the definition of gas pressure at the moment. So
you do not have a degree in gas pressure, or you would have said you need a container.
Speak to any gas engineer.
No, Oliver, your cosmology is colliding with your understanding. That's the problem we're having right now. Your cosmology, what you think the Earth is and where it resides, is colliding with the understanding that we're giving you right now as far as contained system.
By the way, guys, do you not think gas engineers everywhere?
Yeah, you're not acknowledging, Oliver. You're not acknowledging what's being said to you, brother. I think what you're bypassing is that people are telling you things, and you're just acting like you're the all-knowing person in this room. You're missing out, dude. You're really missing out on the conversation.
The funny thing
he started off as a mechanical engineer. Now he's a gas engineer. What happened?
And you suggest
he's all kinds of engineer. He's an all-over engineer.
He believes his knowledge is lofty and that he has a better take on what's happening within this conversation. So he's just bypassing what's being said and only inserting what he wants. He's not like really having that conversation. He's just basically saying, "No, you guys are wrong. I'm an engineer. You guys are wrong." And this is your attitude, sir.
Guys. Oh, okay, fine. Right, let's discuss this dynamic system then.
Can you confirm that gas pressure requires containment pressure, or are you conceding that, or are you what?
If I grant that, can we discuss the dynamic system?
Okay, so then you understand that we're in a contained environment, not adjacent to a vacuum, uncontained.
I'm granting it for the sake of the argument. So how does this contained environment work in terms of the massive pressure differential?
We got gas cycles.
You have to grant
That's how it works. Yeah, we just have hot and cold, gas cycles, rain, the normal shit you would have inside a container on your back deck if you sealed it up and put a plant inside of it.
Yeah, you ever heard of a terrarium, Oliver?
Yeah, a terrarium isn't going to be like a few millibars at the top and like 1,000 millibars at the bottom.
It's a contained system that has its own gas and water cycle.
Yeah, and it doesn't experience anywhere near.
It's interactive. It's interactive. It forms condensation near the top. And it makes its own little microscopic rain inside. So it's forming different pressures. You're lying.
Well, check this.
It's just an example of a closed dynamic system, and he wants to ignore it.
In our example, we can have plants and life growing in a concealed container. That's like what we're talking about. Let's test your idea. Okay, let's put some plants and stuff in a vacuum. How does that do?
What?
Do we get all the life? Well, we're talking about contained systems and what makes more sense. What makes more sense for the support of life on Earth as we know it? Well, we can grow plants in a sealed container and they generate their own water and gas cycle just like we have here. But let's test your theory. We're floating around in a giant cosmic vacuum. Okay, let's put some plants and stuff in a vacuum chamber. How do they do?
Yeah, we're not in a vacuum.
Correct. Welcome to reality.
I mean, space isn't a true vacuum either.
Space doesn't exist.
Well, that's a bold statement, but whatever.
Well, no, it's not. You just agree.
We're
in a contained environment.
The problem is that there's a gap of knowledge also with, when you go up in the elevation or altitude, you're not going to be able to tell us what the gas pressure is above anything far beyond the stratosphere. So if you start talking about like, sir, just listen, just hold on, sir. Like, can you wait just a moment? So when you go past the mesosphere on up, there's this idea that you have an understanding of gas pressure as far as that goes. You're not going to be able to detail to us any pressure beyond the stratosphere because there isn't anything to measure that air pressure. So there's kind of like there's calculations that are going on that people estimate certain ideas of what it is, like way high in the sky. But you're not going to be able to tell us what it is. So there's like this idea that you have that there's certain pressure values that are going on above the mesosphere that you won't be able to detail in any measurable way. This is a problem, right? You don't know this probably. You never engaged in this type of discussion, but you probably never looked into it, which I would only assume. Is this true?
No, I do know a bit about the chemistry of space. I mean, you guys deny space, so like.
What do you know about it, sir? What do you know about
I knew the space thing had triggered him. I knew the space thing triggered him.
Space.
Listen, this is why I think you were missing the whole point of the gas pressure discussion. We're pointing out that we're not in space. We're in a contained system. Gas pressure requires a container. You can't have a ball of gas next to a vacuum without physical separation.
That's why I disagree. That's why
you can disagree all you want, but then when we say, "Okay, show us," you can't show us, so we can just dismiss your disagreement.
Yeah, that's why there's a pressure gradient. Do you know what the pressure is?
You're chanting now, Oliver. You've been backed into a corner. We've already taken your point and out to the woodshed and kicked shit out of it. So either you demonstrate gas pressure without a container, or you just go ahead and concede. Yeah, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Yeah, the idea of space is total horseshit. Yeah, you're right.
But it doesn't match reality. That's the problem.
Oh, it matches reality. There's something mentally wrong if you think opposite.
Gas pressure requiring containment doesn't match reality. Are you serious?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't.
Okay, so show us one example of gas pressure without a container.
He can. He won't understand that the reality is in his mind, not the reality that we all experience.
Because you just said that very boldly. We don't need a container.
The Earth.
Oh no, that would be begging the question. That would be that circular logic that you were asking about earlier. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
No, I'm not. No. I'm already saying.
Yes. You need to prove that. You don't just get to point outside and say C. No, we say C. We say, look, gas pressure. Every example of gas pressure that we can demonstrate is in a container. You don't get to point and say, C, no container. That's fallacious, begging the question.
Show me the walls of this container.
He's spiraled downward. He can't answer your question, so he's moving on.
Show me the walls of this container.
Show me the walls. Show me your gravity walls containing gas.
Listen. Hello. Within the demonstrations of kinetic molecular theory, right? Explanations of Boyle's law, observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes, see this word? You hear this word? The walls of the rapid motion and collisions of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. Causes.
Yeah.
And you're denying this.
Yeah, so where are the walls?
You have the gas pressure. The antecedent, listen, the antecedent to the gas pressure, the cause of the pressure, you already have the pressure, therefore the cause of it is in place already. Doesn't matter what you believe, if you're gonna deny it or whatever you want, but you already have the effect, which is the pressure, and the cause of it, the antecedent, is the containment.
And Oliver, let's not forget, hold on quickly, let's not pretend that you need to see something to believe it, because your whole worldview is based on not seeing what you believe in, i.e. curvature, motion, everything else.
No, it's not.
Listen, within another definition, you were asking about the experts on this topic, right? And they tell you pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. A smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls. Listen, this is the word that you're looking for.
Disconnect. We're just arguing with the brick wall at this point. It's a brick wall you're talking to.
Bro, stop. I'm trying to. He wanted to hear the experts to talk about this, right? And this is the definitions based on the demonstration. Hello, the demonstrations in reality, the things that you're denying reality, because these definitions come from people demonstrating the behavior of gases, right? And within the demonstrations, within reality, pressure is caused by the molecules of molecules of gases hitting the walls of the container. That's the way it's demonstrated. Now you're claiming there's another way. Gas pressure without the container. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you say yeah?
You make the right. You made the claim, right, that Earth is contained. Where's the container?
This is not my claim. You have gas pressure. You're breathing air. Are you breathing air right now? Yes or no?
Well, you know what a silly question that is.
Are you breathing air? You're breathing air, yes. For you to be able to speak and be alive, you are breathing air. Everybody knows this, right? And the antecedent of you breathing air, the gas pressure, the thing that has to be in place for causing the pressure, the gas pressure that you are able to breathe, is containment, a container, because it causes the pressure.
Yep.
Yep, exactly. Welcome.
Yep, you need gas pressure.
Yep.
Right, so where's the container?
Oh my God, it's a brick wall we're talking to.
Yeah, it's an antecedent to the gas pressure. It's well defined within its definition, and it's also in a demonstration that we can provide evidence of that. So when it comes to like what you want to see as far as the Earth's container, we don't need to show that to you. It exists because of it being an antecedent relationship. That's how we know.
No, that's called affirming the consequent.
It's not affirming the consequent because it's demonstrations that we can show you within the context of gas pressure being defined.
No, because you're trying to extend it to all context beyond a specifically explicit definition with regards to like vessels on Earth, which are like higher or lower.
Vessels on Earth, yeah, but the problem is gas pressure is not defined without a container. So if you're trying to say that because of the definition used with vessels here on Earth, that we can't demonstrate anything outside of that, then you're incorrect, because that's how it's defined within the realm of physics. So if you're saying that it can't be defined, or it's supposed to be redefined in another way because we have gravity involved and such, then that's upon you. The onus is on you to demonstrate a definition that describes gas pressure being utilized as not having a container, because that's what the Earth would be. In the essence of you displaying that it's the globe, but then you'd have to show that it doesn't have containment. And then gravity, if it doesn't have a container and you say gravity is a container, then that would be the demonstration you'd have to provide. Does that make sense?
What? Demonstrating gravity?
No, demonstrating gas pressure being affected by gravity. You need to keep up with the conversation, sir.
No, that's the logical influence. That's the logical inference, is that it would be affected by gravity.
Right, and you have no demonstration. Correct, but you have no demonstration of this. So it lacks the capability of having the...
Wait, hold on. I have no demonstration of gravity.
No, of gravity affecting gas. Understand that the conversation. So the conversation is very specific. The point that we're discussing is gas pressure, and if the idea that your cosmos is influenced by the idea you believe you live on a globe, well, then that globe is an open system, right? Matter and energy can transfer back and forth throughout the system of the Earth, being a globe.
Yeah, it's an open system. Yeah.
Yes. So then you'd have to show us how you can have an open system, which is no containment, where gas pressure is able to expand out into the available space without it being held down to the Earth. Because your idea is gravity's holding it down, correct? The gases.
Yeah.
Do you have a demonstration of this effect?
A demonstration of gravity holding what? Molecules down.
Yes.
That's how it works.
No, that's a pragmatic fallacy, sir. You can't say that's how it works just because. You're going to have to show a demonstration of the process. The process is of what it's in contention right now. You say gravity is a container holding the gases down. Now that process needs to be demonstrated by you in some way.
By me personally.
Anyone? Can anyone provide evidence like you or beyond you?
Yeah, they do, and you just say it's lies.
Who sir?
Something better than that's how it works.
Who does it, sir? Who does it?
People who go with a weather balloon and show like a significantly lower pressure.
Sir, we're only talking about within the realm of the troposphere, a higher stratosphere. But beyond that, there's nothing that can tell us that there's a vacuum of space up there, sir.
There's no such thing as a true vacuum.
Yeah, but we're not discussing whether or not you have a way to measure. And I've already explained this to you in a conversation prior, that you don't know any pressure values beyond the stratosphere. So you can't tell me what pressure values are dealing with beyond that.
It's been measured. It's been measured.
Really? What's the name of the device that measures it beyond the stratosphere, sir?
There's all sorts of measuring instruments on satellites.
That's great.
That can measure.
That's great. That's great. Name one.
Name one?
Yes.
Well, no, you're the one disputing it.
No. The answer is no. You won't name one. But this is your big moment, sir, to show us that you're measuring gas pressure at that altitude. Why can't you come forward and tell us which one it is?
Because I'm not omniscient. Oh, I could Google it, but
does this require you being omniscient? Does this require you being omniscient, or you being prepared for this conversation? Which one of those?
Yeah, why is he keep doing all those weird little comments?
If I look it up and tell you, what's the conclusion? Like, what are you going to make?
The conclusion right now, at this moment, sir, is that you do not know, and your pride is getting in the way of you saying you do not know. You could easily state, "I don't know," but why don't you?
You claim you know there's a container.
No, I claim I know that you don't know any information of how the air pressure is being measured beyond the mesosphere. So you, right now, have this idea that it has been done, yet you don't even know what device measures it. And on top of that, you are trying to look for the answer right now, which means what it says to me is, sir, what it says to me is that you don't know the information to substantiate your claim right now. You don't have it.
Do you know that they've drilled through tunnels under mountains to make roads?
What does that have to do with our argument? What does that got to do with our argument, sir?
When somebody doesn't understand something, I have to dumb something down with an analogy. So I'm giving an analogy.
Subject. What are you talking about?
That's how you cope. Mountains.
Oliver, please don't purposefully make yourself any dumber. That will really not help.
You could have told me. You could have easily, Oliver. You could have easily told me you didn't know, and we would have been beyond this discussion already. But the problem is, sir, your pride is telling you. You just said that there's a device that measures pressure beyond the mesosphere, which I told you. You said satellites use them, and I asked you for the actual name of the device or what device, and you don't know that information, sir. You're just what you're doing right now is you're grasping at straws because you want there to be an answer so desperately to save your cosmology. But there isn't any answer, sir. There isn't a device that does that.
Hold on a sec. Just because Oliver's maybe a bit cooked at this point and maybe needs to just chill and listen. There's also Collapse in the VC, who is a globe believer, I believe.
So it literally just says barometers are used. These devices often use techniques like capacitive sensing or piezoelectric sensing to provide precise measurements of pressure in environments where traditional methods may not be effective.
Right. Well, we already explained it, Oliver. The definition of gas pressure is very clear. You said you agreed with it, but then you started saying, well, I could just point outside and say there's no container. I don't really know if we're going to get anywhere with you, because unless you can find that demonstration, you've just got an empty claim. You just got an empty claim. So let's see if Collapse has something. Collapse, you're a strong globe believer, are you not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the best evidence? How can we prove it?
I'm so happy you asked me that question. Yeah, let me provide my evidence again.
Yeah, he's brick too. it seems.
He chuckles, but he doesn't provide anything.
Did I just say to wait? Are you retarded?
I don't know. I don't know who's arguing at the moment.
Your nervous chuckling doesn't help you collapse.
Dude, nobody's nervous around you. Please.
You are. You are.
Alpha.
The interrogation will begin.
Alpha, you realize I'm the real Alpha here,
What's
right?
the evidence? Collapse.
That's
Before
the
you
evidence
fire
right
away
there.
immediately. What's the evidence?
picture, right?
What's your evidence for the globe?
You're asking me for my evidence as I'm speaking about it, dickhead. Wait your turn. The evidence is going to be the
He
picture.
showed a I'll tell Cyclone. He showed a cartoon globe in the text channel.
What's your evidence cartoon?
He has a cartoon globe in the text channel.
What's your evidence the cartoon? I mean, you can make a claim, but can you provide data for that? What was the
So you
evidence?
posted an image. How did you verify that that image was real?
I looked at the source and I was like, hey, these people went to outer space and took a picture. It's cool,
How do you know that? How do you know they did that?
Because it's claimed, it's showed. What do you mean?
It's claimed.
They claimed it.
Oh,
So a claim
I
is the
forgot.
evidence. So a claim is
The
the evidence.
claim is no, the source. That's the source, right? The source is NASA, and the
Yeah, the
evidence
source
is the
of the
picture.
claim. The source of the claim is NASA.
The
Okay,
source
so how
of the
did you
claim is
prove
NASA,
the claim is true?
and the evidence is the picture.
So that's a claim of it being a real picture. How did you verify that?
By looking at the what they did, how they did it.
By
And I was like,
looking
this
at
logically
what they
follows.
did.
Yeah, I
Logically
understand.
follows. Okay, so you're
Yeah,
just
it's
believing anonymous government
logically rational to make the assumption that they did take these pictures.
standard. Okay, good luck with that. Good luck with that, bro.
What are you running away? Are you scared?
Some
When you say
alpha you turn
cartoon, do you
out.
have any sort of evidence?
Quickly see if you had the same shit as every
Do
other
you have
Glover.
any evidence for you to say it's a cartoon? Or are you just asserting that?
Yeah, it's a cartoon image.
have no evidence.
Yeah, they got Photoshop clouds. We got all that stuff. We can show you.
Okay, how do you know it's Photoshop?
It's created in Photoshop.
How do you know it's
They
created
say
in
they make
Photoshop?
it with Photoshop.
They said they made this image in Photoshop? Did they say it?
Well, I don't
Said
know
they
which one
made
you
this picture?
posted, but yeah,
Oh,
they
so
say
you're
they
talking
make
about my
their
evidence
cartoon
without even knowing what my
balls in
evidence
Photoshop.
is? Come on now. Raise your
Yeah,
IQ.
because it's a cartoon image of a ball that
How
doesn't
do you know it's
exist.
cartoon without knowing the picture?
Well, because there's measured
Looks like a cartoon ball, man.
There's no curve. There's no curve, is there? So it can't be a real ball, or you've got no curve.
Wait, what am I looking at right there? What does that thing right there?
Your laughter only makes it obvious that you don't know what you're talking about, bro. Putting a cartoon ball that's evidence for your Earth.
Do you think lakes are curved?
I muted this guy for a second. I'm wondering, can we ask him if he knows who Rob Simmons is?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him, but it was lagging. Do you know who Rob Simmons is?
First of all, you don't mute me.
Oh, first of all, you don't mute me, because I'll get triggered. And if I get triggered, then you'll hear about it.
I'm a diva. You can't mute me. For God's sake.
Collapse. I'm going to make this perfectly clear, Collapse. Yes, I do.
Yeah, come on, Prolapse. Don't be like that. Anyway, I'm going to get going, but good hearing you all.
See you, Cyclone. Have a good day.
Take care. Yeah, take care, Cyclone.
What is AFK? Okay. Oh, am I unmuted? Hey guys. So you guys ready to forfeit your retarded
Unfortunately.
position? Thank God I saved you guys, right?
Whatever,
your
man.
eyes.
You put a cartoon ball and think that you're a top tier debater. Step aside, dude.
Whenever you make a claim, I just need you to back it up with data. How do you know it's cartoon?
Well, it looks like a cartoon, number one. Number two, you just
Looks
trust
like a
whoever
cartoon?
gave it.
That doesn't look like a cartoon.
Yeah, it does. It does.
That doesn't look like a cartoon.
Yes, it does. Dude, there's nothing
By
in
what
that
standards?
image. It's simple. Take that image, right? The one that you just showed everybody. Walk outside and point to everything that looks like what you're looking at in that image.
So if I'm on the Earth, how do you expect me to fly to outer
That's
space?
the point. That's the point.
Oh,
You
so
can't
the
see it
principle
that way,
here is
right?
I must
So you
be
can't see
able
it that
to
way.
be at the spot they took the
No,
picture.
that's the problem. You can't see it that way, so therefore you can't compare it to anything you see in the physical natural world, which renders it moot. Yay!
Physical natural world. That's interesting.
Yeah,
but
outside.
Can you hear Mike when you're belching?
When I'm talking, don't talk over me, buddy. Relax. And second of all,
Well, dude, your belching is disgusting, Al. Yeah, you're reversing the burden of proof, anyways. You're just saying, "Here's my picture, believe it."
Yeah, his little or else that he added in, tacked on to the end of his statement. That's why I just muted you again. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
He always does the same shit.
do you know who I am?
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, you really know what. Yeah, I had the same thought.
Well, a standard
Alpha.
cookie cutter
You know
Clover.
I am the. You know I'm the real alpha here, right?
No, you're not, dude.
Beta.
Do you know who I am?
Guy says he's a real alpha. Puts a cartoon ball in the text.
Collapsed. One thing I've learned: do not question their masculinity.
Nah, what difference does that make, man? Like, he's not providing an argument. He's not providing any argument. Like, he's just putting a cartoon ball and thinks that everybody's gonna make like this deep thought argument about. Like, there's nothing there, bro. That's like what everybody.
Yeah.
Look, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes in here provides that image of the Earth that he just posted. That's like a rank and file person. That's not an intellectual. This guy's just a regular Joe. Like, come on, he's not even somebody serious.
Besides, he's the one. No, he's the one playing tough guy and trying to make threats and say weird shit. And I'm just pointing out that he does not have power here.
He's a standard cookie cutter Glober. It's okay. We don't want to talk to each other, do we?
I don't mind talking to him, but I don't know why he's muted. The thing is, like, when he provides that image, it's like what we see from everybody else. Is this all he's going to do? Does he just post images of the Earth as a globe and says that, thus saith NASA, and then we're just going to be like, okay, let's dive into it? I don't think there's much more. You got a trust me, bro, as your explanation. Collapse.
I don't have a trust me.
Yeah, you expect us to say, like, well, NASA gave it to us, so therefore it's true. You can't verify that image should be anything in the physical natural world. You can't do that.
Okay, but if I just follow the logic you gave me here, because I've never been to Egypt, the Pyramid of Giza don't actually exist because I'm unable to authenticate it for myself. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what we do, right, when people show us images of foreign lands, what we can do is travel to those foreign lands and find out, hey, man, well, you can, right? It's well within the boundary of something that can be done. Now, what they're showing you here is not something as convenient. So it's something a bit more out of the way, extraordinary, if you will. And so you have to take extraordinary claims a bit different than like normal claim. A normal claim would be, I took a picture of a flower in Japan. And then somebody's like, well, I question that because I don't think that's true. Then they can go visit that place and see that flower exists. But in this case, you have to look at an image of something that you've never seen the Earth look like and take somebody's word for it and then say, well, it's true. Well, what gives it that validity that it is true? You just have to take somebody's word for it, which is what you're doing at the end of the day and think you're a top-tier debater coming in here and saying, like, wow.
You do the same thing, buddy.
Buddy? Like, what do you mean? What are we doing this? How do you equate
You said you could travel. You said you could travel and look for yourself. You could also be an astronaut and go to outer space.
Unfortunately, you're brick, bro.
I'm just following the same logic.
The pyramids, the Great Wall of China, Niagara Falls, those are not extraordinary claims.
You
get the
what's
difference,
the definition
right?
for okay? By what standards do we say what is and what is not?
Define the second law of thermodynamics.
Irrelevant to my
You have to defeat that. You have to defeat that in order to get to the location where they're said to have taken this image from. So you'd have to defy the second law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law, right? And so then once defying that, you'd have to then be in a location with a rocket ride or whatever vehicle it would take to get you there, define the second law. It's so far-fetched, dude. By the time you get to it is, dude. By the time you get to the place where you're at, you've jumped through so many logical hoops.
The second law is preserved everywhere.
All right,
I
hold
know
on.
you
And
think
when
it is, but
in collapse, when you can't present any evidence of Earth's surface curvature, showing us Earth as a ball is an extraordinary claim.
It's not. Just draw an arbitrary line and say.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I'm doing what you guys are doing. You just draw an arbitrary line and say, this is extraordinary, this is not.
You're not listening and responding, you're just coping.
I am listening and I'm responding. You just don't understand the words that I am saying.
Yeah, I can't even finish the sentence, and you start.
At the end of the day, Collapse, you just believe wherever this image came from.
You do. Like you do.
Like name how. Name how. You're trying to say we do the same.
Have you been
what
to
are we
Australia?
Doing? Yeah, what are we doing to the same effect as you're doing?
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. Have you been to Australia?
No.
Okay, so do you believe Australia actually exists?
Yes.
But according to your logic, if I'm not there to authenticate it for myself, it doesn't exist.
Is it a land on Earth, or is it something outside of the Earth?
Well, we don't even know because it doesn't exist in your worldview, right?
Yeah, it's in our realm. It's within our realm. It's not outside of our realm. So what you're saying is outside of our realm of existence. We exist on the Earth, so the Australia is on the Earth. This image was taken.
If you've never seen
this image, dude, you're not going to allow me to finish. Just let me finish, all right? This image was taken outside of the Earth. This wasn't on the Earth. This was outside of it. You know what it means to be outside? That means you're not on the Earth any longer. So, in other words, unless you had an out-of-body experience, right, like astral project or do some other mystery kind of crazy thing, like get on a fantasy rocket ride and go to a place that's outer space and then look back and they say, okay, I'm going to take a picture of this thing. But that's not what you're doing when you go to Australia. You're on the Earth where everybody lives. So it's not an extraordinary claim. It's not telling you, it's not an extraordinary claim as it would be to get on this fantasy idea that you can leave the Earth. We're not leaving the Earth. We're on the Earth. On the Earth, not leaving it. That's the difference.
Again, when I appeal to your standards, though, the principle that you follow, it doesn't even matter simply because you haven't seen it yet. So until you prove to me,
where it is, dude. It's the place
you
where
haven't
it
seen
is.
it. Wait, how do you know it's there? You just wait. Are you saying trust me, bro?
It's on the Earth, not outside of the Earth. You're not leaving the Earth.
Now he's
You're
projecting
on the
and interrupting you. Like, why won't we shut up?
What about Antarctica? What about Antarctica?
It's on the Earth. It's on the Earth too. Antarctica's on the Earth.
What about the investigations people carry out when they go to Antarctica?
What investigations?
Like a 24-hour sun and 24-hour midnight.
That's pointing skyward.
Yeah, what about it? What about
it? It seems to line up with the globe Earth.
Yeah, really. Can you give me the logic behind what the sun looking like in Antarctica would do for geometry of the Earth? Go ahead and give it to me. Do me this, right? Do me this favor. Do it in a logical syllogism with the premise conclusion of how this equals that.
Okay. Premise.
Don't use the circular reasoning you love so much.
Okay.
Yeah, he already failed to equate every claim he made. He already failed miserably every time.
Okay. Question: is the Earth a globe? Premise one: if the Earth is a globe, right, and it's rotating in line around the sun, if it's inclined at the poles, we should logically see at a 22 degree inclination, a 24-hour sun at Antarctica. At the poles, yeah, we should see a 24-hour.
Is that where the megachurch pastor's field trip went to the South Pole?
Yeah, just let them get to. I want to hear the logic behind it, and then we can critique it afterwards.
In our northern kind of seasonal summer solstice, winter solstice, whatever, we should see a 24-hour sun in the winter and a 24-hour midnight in the summer. Right. P2, right? We test the observation at the poles. There is It agrees with P1. Conclusion: the Earth is a globe.
Holy cow, he actually affirmed the consequent. Hold on a second. He just affirmed the consequent in form. You just did that. You tried to give us a hard time about that earlier, and you just affirmed the consequent. If we had observed the sun, by the way, you screwed yourself with angle because you're not going to get any angles from a ball Earth, but I digress. If we see the sun at 24 hours in the south, the Earth is a globe, right? Is that what you said? Okay, so what did you do? You went and verified, right? The Earth is a globe because we saw a 24-hour sun. You affirmed the consequent.
No, affirming the consequent only applies if you're discounting alternative theories of how something could operate.
Oh, okay, no problem. So you discounted the fact that you guys took an elevation angle to the south and therefore verifying a flat Earth? You discounted that part.
Yep.
No, but it disagrees with any sort of flat Earth model.
What model? We didn't claim a model. Do you have a globe model you could show us?
Do I have a globe model I could show you? Absolutely.
Yeah. Great, show it.
Do you want me to just take a picture of my globe and shine a light?
No, a globe model. You're talking about a scientific globe model that, you guys talk about making predictions and stuff. Go ahead and post that.
Yeah, this is the one you guys critique.
Oliver, I'll have to talk loud since you can't hear me. It sounds like you have a desk globe that you're going to show says who volcanoes on it and then do an eclipse.
Well, an eclipse is pretty simple to work out.
No, don't red herring away from this. I want to see this globe model.
You want to see a globe model?
No, not a globe model, the globe model.
Guys, you know what the globe model is.
Guys, hey, Oliver, and before you show us the bowling ball and a stick, remember they say it's an oblate spheroid now. Pear-shaped, if you will.
But hold on.
Guys.
Wait. When we say an oblate spheroid, how ellipsed is it? Can you tell me how?
You're about to take a picture of a bowling ball and a stick. Don't deny it.
Can you tell me how ellipsed this oblate spheroid is?
It's chubbier at the bottom. Is the picture you were going to show us chubbier at the bottom?
Yeah, he said he was going to take a picture of his globe in his room. That's what he said. You're right.
It is virtually a sphere. It is virtually a sphere. That's like taking a football and saying that it's not a sphere because it's slightly.
So think about this. Yeah, think about this, man. Every time we mention something like the oblate spheroid, that's used in the model for the WGS84 model. So if you look that up, you'll see how oblate that looks, and compare it to your desk globe. It's not going to be the same. The WGS84 oblate spheroid model. There's an updated one too, but the last one that was being utilized was that particular one, and it doesn't look like your desk globe.
That's because it's spinning, though. So
just show just show a picture of it. Show a picture of it.
Yeah, the WGS84 model.
Right. I'm saying it's going to look like.
Hold on a second, Oliver. Excuse me, sir. You need to show us your model. We don't have a model to show you. This is your claim.
Yeah, so our model complies with reality. You don't have.
Show me the model. Show me the model. Put it in the post. Just post it in the chat. Just post that model in the chat, please.
The cock this is strong with this one.
What globe Earth models? Should I just link you to like Google Earth? Or here we go. Interactive Earth 3D map.
No, not a map. You said model. I need the globe Earth model, the one that you said exists. Not a 3D interactive map. That's a reification. I need the globe Earth model.
Yeah, the model should have explanatory power.
That's what a map does.
Show us it's a model.
when I use my map, when I use Google Maps, that shows me how earthquakes happen and volcanoes shoot lava into the air.
So that's volcanology. That's not a globe Earth model.
So not what you're trying to present then.
Yeah, because that's volcanology.
Does your globe Earth model have any explanatory power?
Yes.
What does it explain?
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica at our winter.
Really? Show that, please. Show that. I want to see exactly that the globe Earth model you're going to present shows a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Let's see it.
What, as in just link a video of the 24 hours?
I don't know why you're wasting time asking questions when you said you have a model. I want you to post it. No more bullshit. No more red herrings. Just do it.
Right here comes, guys.
Okay, am I linking a video?
I don't know. This is your claim. Why are you asking us about the things that you're supposed to have?
Right.
Are you an idiot?
You're right, guys. Let's walk it through. I'm asking you.
Oliver, let's walk this through. You're going to post the globe model or you're going to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I guess I'm shutting up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was that. No globe model. See how that easy that was? So don't ask us about flat Earth models.
He posted a 3D globe and it looks like an interactive globe, but it's the map so that you can find places on the Earth. It has nothing to do with explaining how the sun operates.
How would Google Earth even work if the Earth was flat?
Well, it takes what it does is it takes the land as it is as a planar horizontal surface, and what it does when you extrapolate it out, when you zoom out, it turns into a cartoon ball. So that they're only superimposing this spheroid model over the flat Earth. So that's all they're doing. They're just making.
How is the cartoon so accurate?
All right, let me finish.
It's not accurate, dude.
Use Google Earth Pro like I do. Pick a point. Go across the whole country from beach to beach, across the whole country, and then switch to elevation view and tell me what the globe curve is for that distance. And you'll see it's just a straight line with hills on it, the sea level. It's just a straight line green.
Yeah, before GPS, Oliver, when we pulled out maps, we didn't pull out globes. We pulled out flat pieces of paper, which are accurately showing the distances, linear distances.
Do you use GPS?
Before, did you hear what I just said?
I understand you're saying we just use physical maps, but do you use GPS currently? I use GPS.
That's what I just said about what we did before GPS.
No, I don't use GPS.
I know.
I use Google Maps or iPhone Maps, either one. I don't use GPS.
Yeah, they use GPS.
It doesn't say GPS on the screen.
Yeah, but they use GPS. That's how they coordinate where you are in reference to prove they use GPS. Prove a map app uses GPS. Okay.
Oh my God. How did they do it before GPS, Oliver?
They want people to go to Sharia chat to talk about flat Earth, and I'm like, why?
Does Google Maps use GPS? Yes, Google Maps uses GPS as one of its primary technologies for determining location.
How does it work?
That's a separate claim. But I can tell you in basic principle, it triangulates your position based on satellites.
You said triangles. I posted an image earlier for you when you drew your thing in AutoCAD. I'm going to repost it for you just so you can tell me the angle that you drew, because you didn't mention the angle in there. So this is going to get real interesting in a second. You're going to love this. We're going to see how accurate AutoCAD is at doing angles. And how accurate do you think they are?
Well, AutoCAD's great for 2D. And
it is 2D. I use yours. I posted in chat. See that angle I'm pointing at? You got the ball, and then you had the straight line where you're making the distance above with the ISS. Go ahead and use AutoCAD and tell me what that angle is inside there.
What?
Yeah, I'm looking at here that GPS, Google does not own any GPS satellites or
no, it uses them. It doesn't own them. I don't own the PSN network. I use it.
Okay, so you're putting a Google Earth sticker on your forehead, or what are you doing there?
What the fuck?
You use if anything that uses GPS, you put a Google sticker on it? Is that what you're saying, or what? What are you doing there?
No.
Okay, so Google Maps or Google Earth, you said uses GPS. Therefore, what?
Therefore, its global positioning system. The Earth is a sphere. Satellites are in orbit.
So, all right. So then, if you use it too, then you're a sphere? Walk through the logic here. Okay, so I've got say there's a something that uses something else, and you could also be that something that uses something else. How do you separate the two something else's? Logic. Let's try to get logic here.
Do other people understand this question?
Okay, so you said that Google Earth is a globe because Google Earth uses GPS.
No, Google Earth is an app.
You are something, proper noun, that uses GPS. Are you now a globe?
Google Earth is an app.
Okay, it's a proper noun, right? Google Earth is a proper noun. Google Earth uses GPS, therefore Google Earth is a globe. Oliver...
Google Earth is also a declarative sentence.
Yeah, that's another one too. You just say that's volcano. Oliver utilizes GPS, therefore Oliver is a globe. So your logic string doesn't match because you haven't connected these things together yet.
Google Earth is an app that uses satellites orbiting a globe.
No.
Oliver is a person who utilizes satellites, therefore Oliver is a globe.
What?
Resetting. It's a hard factory reset here.
If you're convinced by your question, like
Oliver, after you reset, give me that angle. You have to tell me what that angle is. I'm doing something, and I can't get that angle. You're the one with the program.
It's going to be like a few degrees, but I'm not at my laptop at the moment.
It's not a few degrees. There's a number you're using. You know what? If you're using AutoCAD and then you go ahead and point to it and says, well, it's a few degrees, I don't think you're using AutoCAD.
Yeah, the problem is mathematically it's approaching 0 degrees and never gets there. You can prove it with the Taylor series.
It's a straight line against a curve. What do you mean it's approaching 0 degrees?
Yeah, you're not an engineer. You would have had this in mathematics.
Oh yeah, I'm not an engineer. Okay.
Yeah, you're not. I'm calling you out. You're not an engineer.
Right. Okay. Okay.
You couldn't be an engineer because you're an Oliver, which is a globe.
Yep. Well, I believe you guys. I must not be an engineer.
Yeah, an engineer couldn't be a globe. An engineer would be a person. But it says because you're an Oliver that utilizes GPS, And anything that utilizes GPS as a globe, you couldn't be an engineer. You got to be a globe, a ball.
Okay. Right.
See, I'm letting you know that your logic string here is just fucked up.
Yeah, I'm on the globe.
Sure you are.
I think you broke his logic.
Yeah, it's like trying to let him know, like this. We do these wild leaps of logic without connecting the dots, without showing this is your syllogism. Premise 1, premise 2, premise 3. Conclusion.
Yep.
When you skip that part, you end up with some really weird comments. Like you said, Google Earth isn't Google Earth anymore. Google Earth is a globe because Google Earth utilizes GPS.
No, I didn't say that.
All right, we'll try again then. Let's hear it. Let's hear it again.
Right.
That was your logic.
Google Earth uses GPS to determine your location on a globe.
Or what?
What's the or?
Yeah, what were the other options?
Well, I don't know what these other options will be.
Okay, so a vacuous statement. Just a complete, like Amish said, just completely vacuous.
If I say I use a whisk to blend a bunch of vegetables in my blender, what is the alternative statement there?
Non sequitur.
That's what his problem is. He has an equivocation problem.
You're Ranger, you're roboting. We can't understand you.
Go ahead.
Drop out.
On Google Earth. On Google Earth, what is the alternative?
I was receiving the call. Go ahead.
Oliver, how did they what was the origin of GPS? How did they get the coordinates for GPS?
A network of GPS satellites triangulate your position.
How did that? Triangulate. So that's a triangle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there such a thing as a triangle that has a curved adjacent?
Yeah, the satellites are within view of each other, so they can transmit
Okay, how do you
signals.
get an angle from a curved adjacent?
Yeah, so it's not a curved adjacent.
Oh yeah, the surface is supposed to be curved, correct?
Yeah, so you place a bunch of satellites at positions around a globe, and they're within view shot of each other. They can still communicate over a globe.
Okay, great.
That's just geometry.
So not to get too far away from the question I asked, which was not answered. How did they get the coordinates in the first place?
The satellites are calculating where they are in reference to a globe.
Okay, before satellites.
Before satellites? Well, before satellites, there wasn't GPS.
Yeah, it was. It was called ground positioning system. Just
ground
like now.
Positioning.
Yeah, just like they use now. Ground towers. So,
okay, yeah. Then I suppose you just use ground towers then.
I don't want to get away from the question I asked of how they got the coordinates in the first place, and you didn't answer. So let me clarify. Does GPS use latitude and longitude coordinate system?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how they got latitude in the first place before satellites?
Well, you're just going to choose a datum and then measure everything in whatever
you just tell me.
It is.
Yeah, you just tell me. If you don't know, just say, I don't know how they got the coordinates.
What do you mean got? They make the coordinates up.
How did Earthlings obtain the coordinate system for latitudes?
They didn't obtain it, they made it up.
They made it up based on what?
What, again, like, it's just the shape of the Earth. You say you're 30 degrees. You're 30 degrees to the parallel. You're 30 degrees to the, like, you just use
30
numbers.
That's 30 degrees. So if you're at 30 degrees north latitude, how did they obtain that 30 degrees?
Well, you make it up. They're using a number system from scratch.
So you just make up where you are on Earth? You just make it up?
We make up concepts for everything.
Okay, so let me explain to you, Oliver. So the way they got latitudes in the first place was by elevation angles of Polaris. So when you move away from Polaris, further from the north, Polaris gets lower and lower to the horizon. So when you get at 30 degrees north latitude, you could take an elevation angle from the horizon to Polaris, and you'll get 30 degrees. That's an elevation angle from the horizontal.
Yeah.
You can't have elevation angles from a curved surface.
Yes, you can, because you just take a tangent.
Okay. Does Earth have a tangent, and where is it, and how do I get there? What are the directions? Where is it?
Wherever you are on Earth, take a spirit level. What the axis parallel to that spirit level is your tangent.
So horizontal. So if you are if you're navigating using a horizontal for your 0 point of your sextant, measuring luminaries in the sky above us, elevation angles from the horizon, if you're navigating across a flat plane, which is replicated by your navigational chart on the flat navigational table, and so you're navigating across a flat plane. Now, if you put a curved surface underneath the flat plane, can you see how you'd be out of location?
Yeah, that's why you have azimuthal projection lines.
Yeah, you don't know anything about navigation.
So I'll just end this real quick. Oliver, you don't take a tangent because both the GP and the one taking the measurement, the observer, both on the Earth, and they're both at 90 degrees. So they're both 90 degrees to the adjacent. They're both on the same baseline. They're both on Earth. It's not a ball. It's not a tangent. It's the Earth.
Guys, I don't even know what you reference maps against as true, if you're saying you don't know what...
Yeah, I don't know why you're red herring again. I'll tell you what. Anything that you say from this point forward, if you're going to make a claim, I don't need your arguments from incredulity. You don't understand why we do this. You don't know why we do that. Who gives a fuck? You're going to provide citation, or you're going to show that globe Earth model, or you're going to shut the fuck up.
How about we just have a conversation where I'm not attempting to disprove you? Like, I'm just curious.
How about you just shut the fuck up? Conversating with you is a nightmare. It is brutal. It is torture to our souls.
Yeah,
yeah. This is a famously friendly, well-regarded channel.
You can't disprove us because everything you've said so far with GPS and so forth, so on and so forth, is using flat Earth measurements. So
I'll tell you what, Oliver.
Snacks are in the back. The DJ spinning requests. Yeah, smoke them if you got them.
We have the most popular channel in this particular Discord, so it can't be that painful. Or maybe we're just creating pain for people who don't know that they have a religious belief in a globe. It sounds like you're one of those people. And here you are for hours. You've been here for hours now, Oliver, and you haven't brought shit.
Yes, the Barbra Streisand effect, though, isn't it? Like, rage bait channels are going to get the most activity.
You're enraged. I think you should probably hit the rope.